Chapter 1. I seek your assistance in my cultivation. Engage in dual cultivation with me and allow me to conceive. In a forbidden realm known as Tianmu on the Tianxian continent, a woman clad in white stood suspended in midair. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her beauty was ethereal, her attire as pure as snow, with a slender waist that could be encircled by a single hand, yet her bosom swelled with an undeniable allure. However, at this moment, the celestial maiden bore a flushed visage, exuding an intoxicating charm as she fixed her gaze upon the youth before her, as if she yearned to devour him. Pushed to the precipice, Qin Xuan hastily shook his head. No, I am already betrothed. How could I engage in dual cultivation with you, bound by a prior engagement? Qin Xuan had no intentions of acquiescing. He was aware that the woman, named Huanhao, merely regarded him as a vessel for her own augmentation. Do you not wish to dual cultivate? Then must I endure being her vessel for 3 centuries? With fervor in her eyes and her ruby lips glistening, she gazed intently at Qin Xuan. 300 years of being harvested. The mere thought of what lay ahead sent shivers down Qin Xuan's spine. Not to mention 3 centuries, he could scarcely endure 3 years. On a fragrant breeze, the woman lunged at Qin Xuan, pinning him beneath her. Before he could utter another word, his lips were silenced by hers. Once an empress of the upper realm, Xuanji, her cultivation reached celestial heights. After seizing the legendary Taihuang divine artifact, the Lianshan Ding, she was beset by enemies and gravely wounded, fleeing to the lower realm. Though she escaped with her life, she had been poisoned by a rare toxin. Without the union with a man whose primal essence remained intact, her demise would soon follow. Qin Xuan was her chosen target. Hours later, exhausted, Qin Xuan opened his eyes to find that exquisite face fixed upon him. Having siphoned Qin Xuan's essence, the Empress's complexion appeared somewhat improved. You are shameless. Qin Xuan rebuked her, angered that she had forced him despite his refusal. As he attempted to rise, the Empress laughed melodiously. Where do you think you're going? A delicate hand pressed down, pinning him once again. After several more hours, Qin Xuan awoke anew. I truly have nothing left. If this continues, you might as well end my life. Despairing, he gazed up at Xuanji. Fear not, I shall not allow you to perish. Furthermore, I possess the means to heal your damaged dantian. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's heart surged with both astonishment and elation as he looked towards the Empress. He was the young patriarch of the Qin family in Huofeng city of the Daqian dynasty. To cure his fiancée, Louis, he had ventured perilously near Tianmu in search of spiritual herbs, only to be ensnared by a spirit beast that had shattered his dantian, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for Xuanji tearing open a spatial passage to rescue him, he would have met his end within the Tianmu, though his dantian had been irreparably damaged. If she could restore his dantian, Qin Xuan cast a hopeful gaze toward Xuanji, yet upon witnessing the glint of greed in her eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing back the words that threatened to escape. After several arduous hours, he was left with naught. The poison within me runs too deep. I require your assistance to continue my healing. No. Qin Xuan vehemently shook his head. If this persisted, he would indeed be drained to a husk. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. With that, Xuanji smiled and pulled Qin Xuan up. In a flash, he was drawn into a mysterious realm. It was an endless expanse of starlit sky. At the center of this space stood a colossal bronze cauldron. The cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, was adorned with intricate carvings of 9 azure dragons that coiled protectively around it. Qin Xuan's gaze was fixated on the words inscribed at its core, Lianshan. This is the Taihuang divine artifact, the Lianshan Ding, which I risked my life to obtain in the upper realm. This place is the sacred space of the artifact. The Taihuang space differs from the lower realms. 1 day outside equates to 100 days within. With a wave of her hand, Xuanji summoned a plethora of precious herbs that soared into the air. My Lianshan Ding can amalgamate sun, moon, and stars. It can refine deities and immortal spirits, transmuting all matter. I shall utilize the power of the stars to reconstruct your bones and the essence of chaos to reshape your dantian, thus transforming your physique. However, this process is fraught with agony. Your body will be subjected to relentless searing, and the sensation of nearing death is something most cannot endure. Are you afraid? Xuanji's gaze bore into Qin Xuan, her eyes ablaze with intensity. I fear not. If it meant restoring his cultivation, he would endure any torment. Then step inside. With a determined leap, Qin Xuan entered the Lianshan Ding. Instantly, torrents of flames erupted, enveloping him entirely. Crackle. In that moment, every inch of his skin and muscle screamed in torment. Ah! As the pain surged, Qin Xuan clenched his teeth, exerting such force that his very teeth shattered. The blazing inferno consumed him utterly. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though his body were ablaze, as if some force sought to reduce him to ashes. Throughout this ordeal, not only were his flesh and bones scorched, but the impurities within him were also incinerated. Soon, his shattered dantian was being meticulously refined. The precious herbs were engulfed by flames, and a plethora of elixirs began to rapidly distill, cocooning Qin Xuan in a thick layer of precious liquid. Come here, Xuanji beckoned, and the Lianqian Ding trembled. In this boundless celestial expanse, countless stars surged toward Qin Xuan. Simultaneously, streams of chaotic energy poured into his being from all directions. Stars as bones, chaos as flesh, the Lianqian Ding quaked incessantly. His original form was being refined, new bones and flesh continuously coalescing, and radiant light emanated from his dantian. From destruction to rebirth, this was the moment Xuanji had awaited. A golden seed soared from the vast cosmos, enveloped in chaotic energy. Mysterious runes danced upon its surface, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. What follows is the most crucial step you must endure, young one, Xuanji murmured softly, and then flames enveloped the golden seed as it descended into Qin Xuan's body. The instant the seed landed, it swiftly fused with him. Moments later, it began to take root and sprout as if it were a seedling. Boom! Flames surged from the Lianqian Ding, completely surrounding Qin Xuan. Watching him within the cauldron, Xuanji bit her lip, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Little one, this seed is a rare treasure I have gathered over countless ages. Today, you are fortunate to receive it. You must persevere. Outside the Lianqian Ding, Xuanji could not help but offer silent prayers for Qin Xuan. An hour later, the flames enveloping Qin Xuan finally dissipated. Within the Lianqian Ding, a massive blood cocoon had formed. It is complete, Xuanji exclaimed with elation, her gaze fixed upon the blood cocoon. Crack, the cocoon shattered, and a hand emerged, tearing through the remnants as Qin Xuan emerged from within. Exhaling deeply, he finally relaxed upon confirming his safety. Though warned by Xuanji, he had underestimated the potency of the Lianqian Ding. Leaping out, Qin Xuan glanced at his palm, momentarily taken aback. His hand now appeared as flawless as jade, devoid of any impurities. He could feel the profound transformation within his sinews, bones, skin, and flesh. Compared to before, his physique had attained a remarkable resilience. Indeed, it was the dantian that mattered most. Qin Xuan promptly turned his attention inward, examining his meridians and dantian. This is. Qin Xuan stared in astonishment at his dantian. At that moment, his dantian had transformed into a vast ocean of golden spiritual energy. Moreover, his meridians had expanded several times, now flowing like mighty rivers. My dantian! Qin Xuan exclaimed with excitement, while the celestial empress, Xuanji, chuckled lightly. Dantian? No, it should now be called a dantian C. Dantian C? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered the term dantian C before. The martial artists from lower realms are indeed quite uninformed. They do not even know about the dantian C. Allow me to explain. Under the same cultivation level, the spiritual energy stored in a dantian C is several times greater than that in a dantian. Furthermore, even when of the same size, the spiritual energy within a golden dantian C surpasses that of ordinary dantian Cs. In other words, the spiritual energy you possess in your dantian C is equivalent to that of several cultivators at the same realm as you. Isn't this essentially invincible at the same level? Qin Xuan clenched his fists in exhilaration. However, when he noticed the Empress gazing at him with a twinkle in her eye, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Oh no, the flames from earlier had burned his clothes to ashes. Before he could utter a word, the celestial Empress pushed him back to the ground. As for your body, I have already refined it for you. Now, it is time for you and me. 3 years later, at the edge of the celestial tomb, the celestial Empress looked at Qin Xuan with a hint of reluctance. Do you truly not wish to stay with me? Once my injuries are healed, I can take you to the upper realm. I do not wish to. Qin Xuan hastily shook his head. 3 years? 300 years. How had he endured these 300 years? He had been completely drained for 300 years. If he stayed any longer, even with all the elixirs, he would be completely consumed. Very well, then I shall send you away. Take this first. With a gentle sigh, the Empress waved her jade hand, and a jade pendant flew to Qin Xuan's side. Currently, you have no cultivation. I will give you the divine refining cauldron. The jade pendant contains some martial techniques sufficient for your use in this realm. Receiving the jade pendant, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He could finally return. He had no desire to linger in this place. Qin Xuan, I will seek you out after a year. Your cultivation must reach the Yuqing realm. Only then can our union completely dispel the poison within me. If you fail to achieve this, prepare to be drained completely. She would come again. Qin Xuan felt his legs turn to jelly, about to speak when the Empress waved her hand, granting him no chance for rebuttal, and sent him away from the celestial tomb. Chapter 2, Drained for 300 Years. In the eastern region, Firewind City. A figure on the street captured the attention of everyone nearby. It's Qin Xuan. He actually survived. 3 years ago, he entered the celestial tomb to save his fiancée. The celestial tomb, a place rumored to bury gods, where spiritual energy is severed, and survival is nearly impossible. Over the years, countless individuals have entered, seeking fortune, yet none have returned. But now, Qin Xuan has emerged alive. However, why has he lost all his cultivation? He was hailed as the greatest genius of Firewind City. Without his cultivation, he is rendered useless. That makes sense. It is said that cultivators within the celestial tomb cannot cultivate. Perhaps his cultivation was siphoned away by something. As this figure approached, the crowd surged forward, observing from a distance. Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. After 3 years of painful yet joyous torture, he had finally returned. Just recalling those 3 years sent shivers down his spine. The celestial Empress was deeply poisoned, requiring numerous rounds of dual cultivation to alleviate the toxin. How many rounds, he could not even fathom. He only remembered that after each session, the Empress would cast him into the Taiwan space to recuperate. Once he recovered, she would bring him out to continue their dual cultivation. Thus, he had been drained thoroughly for 300 years, only then managing to suppress the Empress's poison. There are overworked oxen but no ruined fields. That was an entire 300 years. Had it not been for the Empress teaching him alchemy and providing him with various precious materials, he would have been completely drained long ago. Yet even so, those 300 years had been exceptionally miserable. The celestial tomb severed spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Thus, he had no cultivation for those 300 years. Nevertheless, guided by the Empress, he had made significant gains in alchemy, formations, talismans, and beast taming. But thinking of the Empress's words at his departure, Qin Xuan nearly stumbled, his legs feeling weak. If I cannot elevate my cultivation to the Yuqing realm within a year, I fear I shall be cast back into the Taiwan space. With this thought, Qin Xuan shook his head vigorously. No, he must elevate his cultivation to the Yuqing realm within a year. He did not wish to endure such torment again. Die on the Tianshan continent, the ranks of cultivators are classified as follows: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Dan Xian, Earth Xian, Heaven Xian, Yuqing, Shangqing, Taiqing. Tianyuan, Shangyuan, Xiwan, Yin Yang, and Reincarnation, comprising 13 major realms. Each major realm is further divided into 9 stages. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to reach the Yuqing realm within a year. However, gazing at the jade pendant hanging from his neck, Qin Xuan smiled slightly. With the divine refining cauldron, he could undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to the Yuqing realm within a year. First, I shall return home. It has been 3 years, and my grandfather and the elders must have missed me greatly. Just then, a woman in pink appeared before him. The woman possessed a graceful figure and striking beauty, her chest rising and falling like turbulent waves. Seeing her, Qin Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and he strode towards her. Who would have thought that after 3 years, Qin Xuan would return only to seek out Lui first? Such devotion. Yet if he were not so devoted, he would not have risked his life to enter the celestial tomb. But alas, such infatuation may not yield a favorable outcome. I heard that the Lu family and the Zhao family. The surrounding crowd stirred, murmuring amongst themselves. Ignoring their whispers, Qin Xuan approached Lui directly. Qin Xuan, you did not perish in the celestial tomb? How is it that you have returned alive? Seeing Qin Xuan appear before her, Lui was so nervous that her words stumbled. Has your illness been cured? Observing the lively Lui, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Years ago, it was Lui's serious illness that drove him to search for rare herbs. He had ultimately ventured near the celestial tomb in search of spiritual herbs, inadvertently entering the tomb. But now, Lui's illness had miraculously healed? What was going on? Was it not said that without those few medicinal materials, Lui could not recover? Looking at Qin Xuan, Lui appeared flustered, yet upon noticing his complete lack of cultivation, she felt a sense of relief. Yes, after taking the elixirs and spiritual herbs you prepared for me before you entered the celestial tomb, my illness has been cured. Who would have thought you could survive the celestial tomb? Now that you have returned, you should behave and not stir up trouble as before. In truth, Lui's illness had nearly healed long ago. She had merely feigned illness to obtain more precious elixirs and herbs. Once Qin Xuan disappeared into the celestial tomb and could no longer provide her with elixirs and rare herbs, her illness had resolved itself. Lui spoke indifferently, scrutinizing Qin Xuan. Confirming that this former genius was now a waste, she smiled disdainfully. With your current lack of cultivation, you are no longer worthy of me. From now on, let there be no further ties between us. Hearing Lui's words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. 3 years ago, when my cultivation was still in its prime, Lui affectionately referred to me as Brother Qin Xuan. For her sake, I risked my life and ventured into the tomb of heaven, enduring near-fatal trials, only to meet with such a disheartening fate. Why? I clenched my fists, coldly questioning her. Why I am now a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of establishing my foundation, while you, Qin Xuan, are nothing but a waste, a mere useless being daring to propose to me, Louis. Louis's haughty demeanor shifted from disdain to pity as she gazed at me. From this day forth, you should live incognito and find a place to spend the rest of your life. You shall never again have the right to appear before me. In her eyes, a useless person was unworthy of even a glance, tainting her vision. Louis, I risked everything to enter the tomb of heaven to cure your ailment, and you treat me this way. A surge of anger welled within me. Never did I expect to encounter such a situation immediately after leaving the tomb. It's merely a few pills. Do you really think you can win back the young lady with those? Louise' maid approached, her tone condescending as she spoke to me. Let me inform you, the young master Zhao Longting possesses an abundance of such pills, more than enough. Zhao Longting? Who is he? Noticing my confusion, Louis placed her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Allow me to enlighten you. The young master Zhao Longting of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Qianlong City, has taken a liking to me. He will soon come to Wolfeng City to propose. Why don't you take a good look in the mirror, you toad, and know your place? The great Qin dynasty is divided into 9 realms, with Wolfeng City belonging to the Qianlong realm. Qianlong City is the largest city in the entire Qianlong realm, far surpassing a small city like Wolfeng. Upon hearing the maid's words, Louis nodded in agreement. Qin Xuan, in a few days, I shall visit your family to annul our engagement, so do not seek me out. I fear the young master Longting might misunderstand. The crowd around us gasped in astonishment at her words. Today truly opens one's eyes. Who knew such a heartless person existed? Indeed, if memory serves, Qin Xuan entered the tomb to cure her ailment, did he not? Yet, who could have imagined that 3 years later, the healed Louis would choose to betray me? Not to mention that over the years, the Lu family has prospered by exploiting the Qin family's resources, elevating themselves from an insignificant family to a second-tier family. In Wolfeng City, furthermore, young master Qin Xuan had bestowed numerous pills and spirit stones upon Louis. Now that her illness is cured, she seeks to ascend to greater heights, kicking her former fiancé aside. What a clever tactic! Wasn't there a saying? The first sort of foundation establishment must first sever ties with the beloved she's begun even before establishing her foundation. The murmurs of the crowd reached Louis's ears, but she remained unfazed, merely chuckling coldly. They were nothing but a group of envious souls, unable to reach the grapes they desired. In this world, strength is paramount. Once I soar to great heights, they will come crawling back to me. Very well. As I released my clenched fists, I found myself surprisingly calm in the face of her heartlessness. Since you wish to annul our engagement, I shall oblige. 3 days hence, I will personally visit your Lu family to dissolve our betrothal. My heart turned to ice at that moment. If this woman desired a clean break, then let it be so. Humph, you are finally sensible, Louis's maid scoffed triumphantly, mistakenly believing that I had been intimidated by Zhao Longting's status and had conceded. What a joke! The so-called prodigy of Wolfeng City is nothing before young master Longting. I ignored the maid and focused solely on Louis. However, since we are to annul our engagement, shouldn't you return the treasures, weapons, and spirit stones I have given you over the years? These items were gifted to you as my fiancé, and now that we are to part ways, you have no right to keep them. Upon hearing my words, Louis gazed at me in disbelief. Could I truly demand the items I had given her over the years back? That was out of the question. Looking down at the ice soul sword and the dust-avoiding pearl in her hands, she felt a pang of reluctance. These treasures were of considerable value, and with her Lu family, she would never be able to obtain them again in her lifetime. How could she part with them now? With that thought, she bit her lip, her grip on the ice soul sword and dust-avoiding pearl tightening as she instinctively moved them behind her. Before she could utter another word, I fixed her with a cold stare. Not only that, 3 years ago, when we became engaged, our Qin family bestowed a significant dowry upon your Lu family. You haven't squandered it all, have you? 3 days from now, I will come to annul our engagement, and every single piece of that dowry must be returned. Chapter 3, Annulment. Having uttered all that needed to be said, Qin Xuan turned to depart. Qin! Stop right there! Louis clenched her weapon tightly, her chest heaving with fury, creating a spectacle of tumultuous emotion. Qin Xuan, are you still a man? How can you take back what you have given? Louis yelled at Qin Xuan in anger, attempting to mask her own anxiety with rage. She genuinely feared that Qin Xuan would reclaim his gift. In the past, whenever Louis expressed her ire, Qin Xuan would reflect on his actions, ultimately yielding to her whims. However, after 3 centuries of rigorous training, Qin Xuan had long since become impervious to such tactics. Indeed, to wish to reclaim what has been given is utterly disgraceful. Louis's maid seized the opportunity to incite further disdain towards Qin Xuan. Repeat that. Qin Xuan halted, casting a menacing glare at Lu Yi. The intensity of his gaze silenced both Lu Yi and her maid, rendering them momentarily speechless. Yet Lu Yi quickly regained her composure. You are but a useless wretch. What right do you have to speak to me? With this thought, her courage surged anew. Do you still have any shame? You once swore an oath to me. Personally presenting these items. Now, merely seeking to annul our engagement, you wish to take them back? You declared before everyone that this was a voluntary gift. If it was given willingly, what gives you the right to reclaim it? Men are truly unreliable. Tears glistened in Lu Yi's eyes as she spoke. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in chatter. Goodness, she appears to be aggrieved. Truly shameless. Indeed, even the top courtesan of Southern City must serve her patrons well. To expect remuneration without rendering service, how audacious! I dare say even the people of Xianyun City can hear that. Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Lu Yi clung tightly to the weapon gifted to her by Qin Xuan. With the preliminary selection of Sanqing sect in Huofeng City just a month away. As the foremost sect of the Xianyun path, gaining entry into Sanqing sect would elevate the Lu family to a prestigious status in Huofeng City. Therefore, she was resolute in refusing to relinquish what she held. Are you implying that the Lu family has no intention of returning it? Qin Xuan's eyes darkened with intensity. Does the Lu family believe the Qin family is easy prey? Should you wish to annul our engagement? What right do you have to keep the possessions of the Qin family? Or do you intend to declare war against us? The word war sent a chill through Lu Yi, draining color from her face as she trembled, nearly collapsing. Miss, do not be afraid. At that moment, Lu Yi's maid sprang forward. Miss, you have been engaged to him for 3 years. By rights, if you annul the engagement, he ought to share half of his inheritance with the Lu family. With this thought, the maid boldly approached. Qin, we of the Lu family have accepted the betrothal gifts and shall not return them. In light of the previous engagement, if you willingly divide your family's assets with us, we might consider forgiving your rudeness. Slap. Before the maid could finish, Qin Xuan delivered a resounding slap to her face. Have you lost your mind? What gives you the audacity to speak such nonsense before me? Though stripped of his cultivation, Qin Xuan had reached foundational mastery before entering the heavenly tomb 3 years prior. This slap was not something an ordinary maid could withstand. Ah! The maid shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clutching her swollen face in disbelief. You wretched fool, dare to strike me! Miss, you must stand up for me. The maid writhed on the ground in distress. Seeing this, Lu Yi's expression darkened. One must respect their master. For you to strike my maid in front of me is akin to slapping my face. How dare a worthless wretch like you act so brazenly? Qin Xuan, how bold of you to lay hands on my maid. I had intended to show you some respect. But your arrogance leaves me no choice but to teach you a lesson today. Listening to her words, Qin Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he shook his head slightly. In the heavenly tomb, after enduring torment from the woman in white, he had forged his body in the vast expanse, rendering him physically formidable despite his lack of cultivation. Lu Yi, with her mere cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, was no threat to him. To strike a servant is merely a punishment, Qin Xuan scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the maid still writhing on the ground. What concern is the Lu family's dowry to you, a mere servant? Instead of seeking to redeem yourself, you fret over the lavish life of your master. I have seen the lowly, but never such depths. Seeing Qin Xuan so composed, Lu Yi hesitated. 3 years prior, Qin Xuan had been the most talented individual in Huofeng City, a figure many admired. Although he was now devoid of cultivation, his former reputation instilled fear within her. Lu Yi, I am not here to bargain with you. Qin Xuan stepped forward, causing Lu Yi to retreat 2 steps in fright. I am not negotiating. I am informing you. Return what is mine. If the Lu family is wise, you will promptly hand over what you possess, and we shall part amicably. Otherwise, you will come to regret your decision. As soon as Qin Xuan finished speaking, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. All eyes turned to see a middle-aged man in white walking forward, his icy gaze fixed on Qin Xuan. What of Huofeng City's greatest genius? What of the young lord of the Qin family? You are merely a faithless coward, bullying women. Fifth uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man approach, Lu Yi exclaimed with delight, as if she had found a pillar of support. Fifth uncle, Qin Xuan is bullying me. Though she dared not confront Qin Xuan. Her fifth uncle was of higher cultivation and would easily handle a powerless Qin Xuan. Fifth uncle, Qin Xuan is bullying me. Lu Yi clung to the middle-aged man, pleading for his support. Very well, fifth uncle shall avenge you. As he spoke, the middle-aged man, Lu Tao, approached Qin Xuan. Lu Tao, a fifth elder of the Lu family, was very fond of Lu Yi. It has been 3 years, and you have grown bold, Qin Xuan. To raise your voice at Yi. To think you can reclaim what you have given? Do you expect the words of the young lord of the Qin family to hold any weight? You should apologize to Yi. Lu Tao not only refused to return the betrothal gifts but also demanded an apology from Qin Xuan. Indeed, fifth uncle. Not only did Qin Xuan threaten me, but he also seeks to take my ice spirit sword. With the backing of her fifth uncle, Lu Yi claimed the ice spirit sword as her own and provocatively glared at Qin Xuan. Rest assured, with me here, the Qin family shall not lay a finger on your belongings. Lu Tao sneered at Qin Xuan, and upon noticing his lack of cultivation, his contempt grew even stronger. How dare a worthless wretch without cultivation make noise before the Lu family? Apologize to Yi at once, or I shall break your legs. Qin Xuan surveyed Lu Tao with a measured gaze, offering a calm smile, poised and unflappable. Lu Tao, when you first encountered me, you were not like this. At that time, you would have gladly prostrated yourself before me. The Lu family was once weak, and Qin Xuan was the most talented individual in Firewind City. Thus, when Qin Xuan came to propose, Lu Tao was exceedingly obsequious, akin to a lapdog. Now, the Lu family has become a second-rate family in Firewind City. Lu Yi has aligned herself with Zhao Longting, and Qin Xuan has lost all his cultivation. Naturally, Lu Tao now regards Qin Xuan with utter disdain. You insolent brat! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I shall incapacitate you at once. Unable to contain himself any longer upon hearing Qin Xuan's mockery, Lu Tao raised his hand to strike Qin Xuan, intending to end his life. Today, I will rid the world of you, a wasted existence, with young Master Longting present. I doubt your Qin family will dare to utter a word of dissent. However, just as he lifted his hand, a voice laced with murderous intent resonated from behind. If a single hair on our young clan leader's head is harmed today, I shall ensure that the entire Lu family pays the price. Chapter 4, The Qin Family Who Goes There. Upon hearing the menacing threat, Lu Tao hastily ceased his actions, turning coldly to face the newcomer with a fierce gaze. As he recognized the person, his expression shifted dramatically. Qin Xuan turned around, glanced at the individual, and a smile graced his face. Third elder, it has been 3 years. I trust you have been well? The newcomer was none other than Qin Yan, the third elder of the Qin family. Young master, you are truly unharmed. Upon seeing Qin Yan's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks. 3 years prior, Qin Xuan had gone missing, prompting the entire Qin family to mobilize in search of him. Had it not been for the clan leader's intervention, Qin Yan would have ventured into the heavenly tomb 3 years ago to find Qin Xuan. Now, witnessing Qin Xuan's return, he was overcome with emotion. I am well. See for yourself. Qin Xuan, equally elated, looked at Qin Yan. After 3 long years, he had finally reunited with family. Without further ado, Qin Yan wiped away his tears and fixed an intense gaze on Lu Tao. Lu Tao, you wretched cur! What audacity to threaten the young master of the Qin family! Have you grown tired of living? Caught off guard by Qin Yan's arrival, Lu Tao stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. After all, he was no match for Qin Yan. Now, with Qin Yan's humiliation directed at him, he could only muster a retort. Qin Yan, your Qin family is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Lu Tao blared defiantly. At this, Qin Yan cracked his neck and advanced toward Lu Tao. Arrogant? What you perceive as arrogance is merely a prelude to the true meaning of the word. With that, he struck with a punch. No! Lu Tao, frightened, turned to flee. But before he could get far, Qin Yan's fist sent him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. I had expected more from you, old dog. Yet you remain the same worthless fool. Qin Yan spat in Lu Tao's direction and moved beside Qin Xuan, glaring at Lu Yi. Young master. Shall I rid us of this vile creature? Qin Yan's words sent shivers through Lu Yi. You beasts, all of you from the Qin family are nothing but brutes. Lu Yi's maid, rising from the ground, glared furiously at Qin Xuan and Qin Yan. Not only do you covet our Lu family's possessions, but now you resort to violence? You are lower than swine. In a flash, before Lu Yi's maid could finish her tirade, Qin Xuan's expression darkened. He swiftly drew the sword from Qin Yan's waist and thrust it toward the maid's mouth. With a sickening sound, a bloodied tongue fell to the ground as Lu Yi's maid screamed in terror, clutching her face. Mute and panicked, she could utter no words. In an instant, Qin Xuan delivered a second strike, severing her head. For those who slander their master, their tongues are cut. For those who deceive their master, death is their fate. Coldly, Qin Xuan stood with his sword, fixing a frigid gaze upon Lu Yi. Trembling with fear, Lu Yi pleaded, "No, please don't kill me. I was wrong." Tears welled in her eyes, gazing imploringly at Qin Xuan. "No, you do not genuinely believe you were wrong, you simply fear for your life." Qin Xuan scoffed, the bloodied sword still dripping in his grasp. "Qin Xuan, do you truly bear no remnants of affection? Must you kill me?" Lu Yi's tears flowed freely as she begged. This woman, seeing her hard stance failing, sought to soften his heart. Qin Xuan, however, arrogantly shook his head. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine." A smirk played at the corners of Qin Xuan's mouth as he regarded the weeping Lu Yi. "Hear us a proposition, if you truly are a beggar, kneel and bow before me, and perhaps I shall bestow upon you a few of these items." "You!" Lu Yi trembled with rage at Qin Xuan's mockery, tears swirling in her eyes. "Qin, if you continue to speak thus, any chance between us will vanish entirely." At this critical juncture, she still thought to employ such tactics against him. In the past, every time Lu Yi had tried this method, Qin Xuan had fallen for it. But this time, he would not be ensnared. What splendid news! Qin Xuan sincerely thanked Lu Yi. "Very well, Qin Xuan, you have said it, henceforth there shall be no ties between us." With that, Lu Yi cast aside her weapon and the Qin Xuan ring toward Qin Xuan. "The spirit stones and weapons you gifted me are all contained within, now we are square." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, as if she had suffered some great injustice. "I reclaim what is mine, why are you weeping?" Qin Xuan, holding the Qin Xuan ring, smirked. How absurd that Lu Yi would feel wronged for merely retrieving his belongings. "As for your claim of being square," Qin Xuan shook his head. "Do not forget. When we were betrothed, my family provided your Lu family with a substantial bride price. Can we truly consider ourselves square without its return?" With a derisive smile, he continued. "You have 3 days to gather that bride price. After 3 days, I shall come to annul the engagement. Should you fail to produce the spirit stones, your heads shall suffice as compensation. The treasures of the Qin family must be returned, even if you must regurgitate them." As Qin Xuan's declaration echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin Xuan was indeed serious. Without the support of the Qin family, the Lu family would soon be exposed for what they truly were, a mere second-rate clan, believing they had transformed into phoenixes upon taking flight. Indeed, Qin Xuan had once been ensnared by affection, allowing her to act with impunity, but he had now awakened. The Lu family could no longer siphon from the Qin family. As the murmurs encircled her, Lu Yi's face flushed crimson, wishing she could disappear into the earth. "Third elder, let us depart." Qin Xuan beamed at Qin Yan. Lu Yi was of no consequence, he had many more matters to discuss with his family. "Let us return home." With the support of the Qin family, Qin Xuan and Qin Yan left without a backward glance. Watching them depart, Lu Yi's complexion drained of color. She vividly recalled how Qin Xuan had once groveled before her. But now, he had changed. No longer was he the compliant figure she had known, now, he sought to reclaim everything. "Xian Xian, do not be disheartened. This Qin Xuan is now but a useless wretch, unworthy of you." As Lu Tao, who had feigned death on the ground, rose, he remarked, "Moreover, young Master Zhao Longting is the heir of the Zhao family in Qianlong City. With his support, what is this waste to us? The Qin family merely held some influence in Huofeng City. In Qianlong City, they were insignificant. We shall spread the word. I refuse to believe the Qin family would dare to cause a ruckus at our Lu family. Having been thoroughly humiliated by Qin Yan, Lu Tao regained his bravado once more. If they could align themselves with the Zhao family, what was the Qin family to them? Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Half a month prior, she had caught the attention of Zhao Longting, the heir of the Zhao family passing through Huofeng City. For the past fortnight, Zhao Longting had pursued her fervently. We originally intended to annul the engagement with the Qin family during this time, since Qin Xuan desires the same. This is fortuitous, let us sever ties completely. Lu Yi clenched her fists. Even if Qin Xuan were to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I shall not relent. Meanwhile, the Qin family was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with joy. The atmosphere was jubilant as the long-lost young master of the Qin family returned after 3 years. Within the council hall, the members of the Qin family gazed at Qin Xuan with excitement. Xian'er, you have finally returned. These 3 years have nearly driven me to despair. Qin Yuan strode forward, excitedly embracing Qin Xuan. Since his parents had vanished during his childhood, it was Qin Yuan who had nurtured Qin Xuan, forging an extraordinary bond between grandfather and grandson. Grandfather, I have been foolish, but rest assured, I shall not cause you any more worry upon my return. Qin Xuan, too, was filled with emotion. During the 3 years spent in the celestial tomb, he had yearned incessantly for the day he could reunite with his family. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Xian'er, did you truly enter the celestial tomb merely to gather herbs for that woman? Qin Yuan inquired with a hint of concern, worried that his grandson might still harbor feelings for her. Rest easy, clan leader. The young clan leader has completely severed ties with her and intends to return the betrothal gifts in 3 days, Qin Yan quickly interjected to affirm Qin Xuan's resolve. Hearing that Qin Xuan had moved on from Lu Yi, Qin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, patting his grandson on the shoulder. One cannot grow without enduring trials. Surviving great calamities brings forth blessings. Indeed, the young clan leader is far more mature and composed than before, Qin Yan chimed in, grinning. By the way, what is this business about returning the betrothal gifts in 3 days? Qin Yuan asked, frowning, suspecting that the Lu family might be up to no good. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan solemnly recounted the misdeeds of the Lu family towards Qin Xuan. The news that the Lu family had aligned themselves with the Zhao family of the Qianlong sect incited indignation among the Qin clan. If it weren't for our Qin family, the Lu family would still be a second-rate clan. How dare a second-rate family challenge us? The notion of canceling the marriage while retaining the betrothal gifts was utterly outrageous. They had encountered shamelessness before, but this was unprecedented, absolutely unacceptable. The members of the Qin family rallied in shared outrage. However, when they learned that Qin Xuan had slain Lu Yi's maid on the spot, Qin Yuan and the elders burst into laughter. Such individuals deserve no leniency. They must be made aware of their place. They declared, the Qin family has always believed in action over words. When the time comes, young clan leader, we shall follow your command. Very well. Qin Yuan gazed at Qin Xuan with satisfaction. Before entering the celestial tomb, Qin Xuan had been akin to a sycophant towards Lu Yi, lacking in dignity. Yet now, after 3 years of trials, Qin Xuan had finally matured. Chapter 5, The Ancient Refinement Method. The elders of the Qin family incessantly berated the Lu family. Clearly, the dissatisfaction of the Qin elders towards the Lu family's previous exploitations had long been simmering beneath the surface. Had it not been for the consideration of the young clan leader, they would have severed ties with the Lu family long ago. Now that the Lu family had recklessly brought this upon themselves, the Qin elders were more than pleased to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Yuan had no objections to this outcome. However, upon seeing Qin Xuan devoid of any cultivation, a wave of concern washed over him. A loss of cultivation rendered one utterly useless, and he feared that Qin Xuan might succumb to despair. In his prime, Qin Xuan had been the most promising talent among the younger generation of the Qin family in Huofeng City. With his abilities stripped away, Qin Xuan might be driven to a dark place. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yuan sought to comfort his grandson. Xian'er, fret not. Regardless of what transpires in the future, as long as I am here, I shall protect you and ensure you endure no grievances. Concerning your cultivation, there is no need for worry. I still have connections, and I will find a way for you to regain your strength. Although Qin Yuan's heart ached for Qin Xian's plight, he endeavored to offer solace. Rest assured, Grandpa, I am fine, Qin Xian replied with a smile. His 3 years in the Tomb of Heaven had tempered his spirit significantly, and he had developed the ability to remain unperturbed by external circumstances. Good to hear that you feel this way, it eases my mind, Qin Yuan nodded in response. Have faith. The young clan leader possesses extraordinary talent and will undoubtedly restore his cultivation. The other elders chimed in, expressing their unwavering confidence in Qin Xian. Feeling the warmth of support from the elders, Qin Xian's heart swelled with gratitude. Even in his current state, they stood firmly behind him. By the way, Xianer, what was the Tomb of Heaven truly like? It is said that its depths are unfathomable. Is there any truth to this? The other elders leaned in, eager to learn more about the enigmatic tomb. Qin Xian could only manage a wry smile at their curiosity. After entering the Tomb of Heaven, I lost consciousness and awoke at its depths. Strangely, within the tomb, cultivators' abilities are completely suppressed, and no spiritual energy can be mobilized. One can only rely on their physical prowess. As he recounted his experience, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. During his awakening in the Tomb of Heaven, he had encountered numerous challenges, and had it not been for the enigmatic Empress Xuanjin, he might have perished within its confines. For reasons unknown, shortly after exiting the tomb, he found himself missing the Empress. Suppressing those thoughts, he proceeded to share some details about the Tomb of Heaven, intentionally omitting his encounter with the Empress, as her mysterious nature compelled him to keep that secret close. Even a fraction of his experience left the Qin elders wide-eyed with astonishment. After half an hour of discussion, the elders nodded in agreement, deeply contemplating the clues Qin Xian had provided. All right, Xianer, you have just returned, you must take the time to rest, Qin Yuan said, concern evident in his voice. The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young clan leader should return and recuperate, we shall handle the rest, they affirmed. Acknowledging their words, Qin Xian nodded, rising to his feet and following the maid back to his room. Upon entering, he found his quarters immaculate, preserved in the same state as when he had departed. It was evident that the Qin family had diligently maintained his room throughout the 3 years. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the Qin family for their unwavering support over the years. Reflecting on his past, he recognized how foolish he had been, allowing himself to be consumed by feelings for Louis, even forgetting his own surname. After dismissing the maid, Qin Xian closed the door securely, then cautiously retrieved the jade pendant given to him by the Empress. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his spiritual energy into the pendant. Instantly, his consciousness descended into a haze, and he found himself within the vast expanse of the Taiwang space. His gaze fell upon the imposing medicinal cauldron, and excitement surged within him. Although his dantian had transformed into a sea of elixirs, his cultivation had been completely obliterated. To restore his abilities, he needed to utilize the refinement cauldron. With renewed determination, Qin Xian began to study the information contained within the jade pendant, which detailed the usage of the refinement cauldron and some martial techniques. Following the Empress's instructions, he produced his Qianquan ring and deposited all his treasures and spiritual stones into the cauldron. These included various resources provided by the Qin family, as well as those he had reclaimed from Louis, which were worth several tens of thousands of spiritual stones. The refinement cauldron soon commenced the fusion of its contents. Moments later, weapons, spiritual stones, and treasures were ritualistically refined. In the blink of an eye, a drop of pure white liquid ascended from the cauldron and gently descended before Qin Xian. This liquid emanated an intense aura of spiritual energy, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. It was the essence of the primordial spiritual liquid, formed from the fusion of rare materials. In contrast, the treasures the Empress had presented from the Tomb of Heaven had been of a far superior grade, yielding a more vibrant variant of primordial liquid. Qin Xian's current offerings were merely spiritual stones and lower-tiered items, resulting in this white-grade primordial liquid. According to the Empress, should he acquire higher-grade materials and spiritual stones, he could refine an even more potent primordial liquid. Without hesitation, Qin Xian absorbed the drop of liquid. As it coursed through his body, he felt an immediate surge of vitality nourishing him. In an instant, Qin Xuan experienced a dramatic escalation in his cultivation. Within mere breaths, he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and ascended to the foundation establishment realm. This progression did not cease there. Foundation establishment level 1. Foundation establishment level 2. Foundation establishment level 9. Qin Xuan surged directly to the 9th level of foundation establishment, coming to a halt only then. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of stars. Not only had he restored his cultivation, but he had also ascended to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Exhilaration coursed through him as he clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the refinement cauldron. According to the Empress's guidance, various sources such as the blood of spiritual beasts, rare materials, treasures, and medicinal pills could be refined within the cauldron, assimilating into his body. Even those with special physiques could have their attributes infused into Qin Xuan through the cauldron. Moreover, the cauldron could purify the cultivation of deceased individuals, allowing Qin Xuan to absorb their essence. By extracting the quintessence and discarding the dross, he could utilize this essence to enhance himself. This was Qin Xuan's greatest reliance for elevating his cultivation to the Yuling realm within a year. Otherwise, achieving such a feat in a mere 12 months would indeed be a daunting task. With his cultivation restored, it was now time to select a technique. The Qin family possessed martial arts, including a 7th grade technique, which was regarded as the strongest in Huofeng City. In the Tianxian continent, martial arts ranged from 1 to 9 grades, with the 9th grade representing the pinnacle of techniques in the Dechen dynasty. As the foremost family in Huofeng City, the Qin family's possession of a 7th grade technique was commendable. However, at this juncture, Qin Xuan had no intention of opting for the family's techniques. The Empress had indicated that the 9th grade was merely the entry point into martial arts. Beyond it lay the royal, imperial, sacred, and divine grades, each subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. It appears that the 7th tier cultivation methods of the Qin family are rather mediocre. However, considering the circumstances, it is quite understandable. The city of Huofeng, where the Qin family resides, is merely a small town. Here, a 7th tier cultivation method is already quite impressive. Within this divine refinement cauldron lies a particular technique, though its grade remains a mystery even to me. Yet, based on my deductions, it may surpass the divine tier, and I shall provisionally categorize it as celestial in nature. Alas, I have been practicing my current method for tens of thousands of years, making it difficult to adopt a new one, which is fortunate for you, young man. The former Empress also appeared to be somewhat regretful. After all, this is a technique that transcends the divine tier. Since she is unable to cultivate it, it is fortuitously passed on to Qin Xuan. If he were to master this technique. At this thought, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Xuan's eyes. A cultivation method that even the illustrious Sioux New Jersey Empress holds in such high regard must surely be a treasure. Chapter 6, The Lu Family's Scheme. Upon considering this, Qin Xuan hastily directed his mental energy into the divine refining cauldron. At that moment, the cauldron was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. After a prolonged gaze, he found nothing, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly dispelled this thought from his mind and continued his search within the cauldron. Moments later, a glimmer of light emerged from the enveloping darkness. This is promising. Qin Xuan's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, immediately channeling his mental energy toward it. Instantly, countless inscriptions illuminated the walls of the cauldron. Observing these characters, Qin Xuan's heart quivered with astonishment. These were the ancient divine scripts. Such scripts, which had existed solely in the primordial era, had become lost to time with the conclusion of that age. Qin Xuan had only encountered these scripts in certain ancient texts. Now, they materialized right before his eyes. Subsequently, the ancient divine scripts seemed to come alive, soaring from the cauldron's walls and flooding into Qin Xuan's mind. He was overwhelmed by an immense influx of information, causing his head to throb painfully. After a brief moment, he regained his composure. Exhaling deeply, he finally had the opportunity to examine the contents of this information. With the influx of knowledge, the ancient divine scripts posed no challenge to him. After skimming through the information, Qin Xuan was jolted awake with astonishment. The Taiwan Divine Refining Technique. 5 grand characters hovered before him, imbued with an overwhelming aura of the primordial chaos. As he perused the technique, Qin Xuan was profoundly shaken. According to the doctrine, mastering this technique could enable one to refine the heavens and consume the earth, rendering all substances as potential targets for refinement. It was indeed domineering. Such a formidable technique must not be neglected, that would be a grave waste. Resolutely, Qin Xuan commenced his study of the Taiwan divine refining technique. As the technique began to operate, the cauldron trembled slightly and began to rotate slowly. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the room became restless, surging wildly toward Qin Xuan. The Taiwan divine refining technique could communicate with the cauldron, and upon mastering it, the cauldron autonomously began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, subsequently channeling it into Qin Xuan's body. Soon, a portion of this energy flooded into his dantian, while another portion entered the cauldron. After entering the cauldron, this energy transformed into droplets of liquid. Unlike ordinary spiritual liquids, these droplets contained formidable spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan began to refine and absorb this spiritual liquid. Though merely a few droplets, the energy within was immensely powerful. Boom! A torrent of monumental energy surged from Qin Xuan. He had ascended to the Dantian realm. Qin Xuan opened his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Taiwan divine refining technique would be so overpowering, allowing him to advance his cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Lu family's residence, a tall middle-aged man sat in the main seat of the hall, his expression one of displeasure. Behind him stood Lu Tao and Lu Yi. The latter with her face buried in her hands, weeping. Crying again. The townsfolk are spreading rumors that Qin Xuan will return in 3 days to annul the engagement. And this is all you're doing? This man was Lu Yi's father, Lu Shang, the head of the Lu family. Father, it is clearly Qin Xuan who wishes to annul the engagement. Why are you punishing me? Lu Yi complained, wiping her tears. She had hoped her father would support her upon learning of the situation, yet Lu Shang had erupted in anger, scolding her fiercely and even striking her. This left her feeling deeply wronged. Lu Shang turned to glance at her, and upon seeing her pitiful demeanor, the reprimands he had prepared faltered. What do you understand? The reason our Lu family has been able to rise in prominence these past 2 years is due to the support of the Qin family. On one hand, we benefit from their resources, on the other, their connections bolster our standing. Lu Shang expressed his frustration. Thanks to our engagement with the Qin family, in Huofeng City and its neighboring settlements, others view us as allies of the Qin family, which has led to our business flourishing. Yet you, in your folly, unilaterally arranged to annul the engagement with Qin Xuan. Do you not realize this is tantamount to opposing the Qin family? Noticing Lu Shang's palpable apprehension towards Qin Xuan and the Qin family, Lu Yi looked at her father with indignation. What is there to fear? Qin Xuan is merely a third-generation scion reliant on his family, he is now nothing more than a powerless waste. Lu Yi scoffed, clearly dismissive of Qin Xuan. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tao added fuel to the fire. Indeed, master, Qin Xuan is nothing but a waste now. There is no value in an alliance with such a person. Isn't the young master Zhao Lonting of the Zhao family interested in Miss Yi? If we can form an alliance with the Zhao family, the Qin family becomes irrelevant. Lu Shang slammed his hand on the table in anger. What status does the Zhao family hold? How could they possibly consider our Lu family? Let alone marrying Yi. He continued, if the Zhao family does not come to us, the Qin family is right next door. Who could withstand the wrath of the Qin family? As he spoke, Lu Shang's fury intensified, and his gaze toward Lu Yi grew increasingly severe. You are overreacting. At that moment, Lu Tao stepped forward and spoke to Lu Shang. I personally witnessed the enthusiasm with which young Master Zhao Longting regards Missy. It did not seem feigned. I believe, Master, that you need not worry. You may very well find that young Master Zhao will soon come to propose. Hearing Lu Tao's words, Lu Shang's expression softened. If they could establish a relationship with the Zhao family, the Qin family would indeed hold no significance. However, until now, Zhao Longting had yet to visit Lu family to propose. Before Lu Shang could finish, a resounding voice echoed from outside the Lu family residence. Young Master Zhao Longting of the Zhao family pays his respects to the head of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Lu family rose in unison. Lu Shang strode confidently toward the entrance to greet the visitor. As for their previous discussion, if they could align with the Zhao family, the Qin family would be of no consequence. Inside the Lu family hall, all members of the Lu family were now extolling a young man seated in the center. This youth possessed sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Behind him stood an elder, whose eyes were merely half closed. Yet he bore an imposing presence. "Young master, it is our honor that you have chosen to visit our Lu family. Quickly serve tea to the young master." Lu Shang hastily signaled to the back, and Lu Yi understood, promptly bringing forth tea with utmost respect. "Young master Zhao Longting, please enjoy the tea." As Lu Yi approached, Zhao Longting's initially wan interest was rekindled. What a beautiful teacup! To welcome Zhao Longting, Lu Yi had taken great care in her appearance. As Zhao Longting reached for the cup, Yi gracefully avoided him, smiling, "Young master, please sip slowly, do not rush, it may be hot." Seeing the flirtatious glances thrown by Lu Yi, Zhao Longting felt as though his very bones had softened. Yet, being a man of the world, he quickly regained his composure. "Excellent tea, delightful person, and marvelous tea." Upon hearing Zhao Longting's compliments, Lu Shang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appears that the young master indeed harbors a keen interest in his daughter. This development certainly simplifies matters considerably. Subsequently, the group took their seats. And amidst the clinking of glasses, Lu Shang gradually divulged the details regarding Lu Yi and Qin Xuan to Zhao Longting. Naturally, this narrative was embellished with exaggerations and distortions, painting a rather unfavorable picture of Qin Xuan. This young patriarch of the Qin family truly is despicable. Zhao Longting furrowed his brow, expressing his disdain fervently. "Rest assured, Lu Shibua, now that I am aware of this situation, I shall certainly take charge. You need only spread the word, I shall safeguard the Lu family. I refuse to believe that a mere young patriarch from the Qin family would dare to defy my will. If he dares to cause trouble, I shall ensure the complete downfall of his family." Chapter 7, The Young Master of the Zhao Family, Zhao Longting. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shang was overwhelmed with joy and urged Lu Yi to step forward in toast. Zhao Longting extended his hand, attempting to grasp Lu Yi's. She shyly retreated a step, her face adorned with a flirtatious smile that hinted at both resistance and invitation. Observing this, Zhao Longting felt an insatiable yearning. The sensation of something so tantalizingly close yet just out of reach was indeed excruciating. "Young master, my daughter Yi is still an unmarried young lady and somewhat bashful. During your stay in Hofeng City, perhaps you could draw closer to her," Lu Shang remarked with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with his daughter's demeanor. "Dad! What are you saying?" Lu Yi blushed deeply, immediately covering her face and turning to hide behind. My daughter is simply shy." Lu Shang feigned an apology, though his thoughts were far from remorseful. The unattainable was the most desirable. He intended to keep Zhao Longting intrigued, ensuring that the young master would be compelled to assist the Lu family. "Not to worry, I shall remain in Hofeng City for a while longer." Providing ample opportunity to grow closer to Miss Yi, Zhao Longting declared as he rose to his feet. "Uncle Lu, I must visit the city lord's mansion, so I shall take my leave for now." Zhao Longting bid farewell and departed, followed silently by the elder standing behind him. The members of the Lu family and other families in Hofeng City rose to see him off. At the entrance, Lu Yi's uncle approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Young master." Regarding Yi. Before he could finish, Zhao Longting cast a disdainful glance towards the families of Hofeng City. "The affairs of the Lu family are my own. I wish to see which fool dares to cause trouble." The Lu family members felt a wave of relief, with Zhao Longting's status. A single word from him was enough to quell any dissent. "Thank you, young master. I, too, wish to see whether that young man from the Qin family dares to confront us." With the assurance of support, Lu Shang spoke with newfound arrogance. "Elder Yang, what have you discovered?" After leaving the Lu residence, Zhao Longting promptly inquired of the elder behind him. "Young master, we have ascertained that the Lu family woman has a rather unsavory reputation in Hofeng City." "Oh? Pray tell." "Unbeknownst to the young master, she is betrothed to the young patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Xuan, and has engaged in various antics that have provoked the Qin family, while the Lu family remains greedily unsatisfied." Upon hearing this, Zhao Longting scoffed coldly. I suspected as much, although she feigns purity. She bears a striking resemblance to the courtesans I encountered in Xuanlong City. It is always a transaction of money for favors. What is the need for such pretenses? Then, young master, shall we take action against the Lu family? Of course, we shall. Zhao Longting replied with a dismissive snort. Is there any way the Qin family could object to my words? Though my primary purpose in Huofeng City is to court the city lord, indulging in a few charming beauties is not out of the question. This woman may be somewhat disreputable, but I see potential in her. A brief romantic entanglement would not be unwelcome. After this, should the Lu family offend other factions, they will have no choice but to bind themselves to our Zhao family. When the time comes, I shall make them deliver their women to me. Do they dare refuse? They wish to play hard to get. How laughable. Once Zhao Longting departed the Lu residence, the Lu family members were elated. Patriarch, what shall we do next? An elder from the Lu family inquired. Spread this news throughout the city immediately. I want everyone to know that our Lu family has established ties with the Zhao family of Xuanlong. Lu Sheng declared. I wish to see whether the Qin family dares to confront us. Within the Taiyuan space, Qin Xuan exhaled deeply. After a full 100 days, he had finally mastered the Taihuang refining divine technique. Truly, it was a formidable art that had been passed down from the Taihuang era. During his 100 days in the Taihuang space, he had devoted himself utterly to study, barely pausing for rest, and had barely grasped the technique. 100 days in the Taihuang space equated to merely a day in the outside world. There was still time. It was now time to delve into martial arts. With the technique in hand, he would also need martial skills. The Empress had bestowed upon him various levels of martial arts, any one of which would astonish the world if presented outside. Yet, his current strength was too feeble for him to cultivate them. After searching for a time, Qin Xuan finally found a martial art he could barely begin to learn, the Sanglong 9 slashes. After a while, Qin Xuan opened his eyes. This was a sword technique known as the Sanglong 9 slashes, classified as a low-grade imperial technique. However, at this stage, he could only learn the first 3 slashes, while the remaining 6 were beyond his current capabilities. Although it felt like a last-minute effort, the time afforded by the Taiyuan space was ample. Yet, the weapon in his possession felt too weak. After some contemplation, he gazed at the ordinary sword in his hand, frowning slightly. In the Tianxian continent, weapons were classified by tiers: common weapons, magical tools, spiritual treasures, true treasures, and Xiantian supreme treasures. Each tier was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The weapon Qin Xuan currently held was merely an upper-grade common weapon, rendering it significantly less powerful. With this in mind, Qin Xuan exited the Taiyuan space and retrieved 9 upper-grade common weapons from his family's treasury, casting them into the refining divine cauldron. The cauldron not only melted weapons but could also be used for alchemy and artifact crafting. 3 weapons of the same tier could be fused into a weapon of a higher tier. After casting the weapons into the cauldron, it wasn't long before the 9 weapons were melted down into a middle-grade magical tool. Reaching into the cauldron, Qin Xuan attempted to retrieve the weapon inside. Qin Xuan gasped softly. The weapon within the cauldron was heavier than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he exerted himself, finally managing to extract the weapon. This was a black broadsword, exceedingly heavy. Even for Qin Xuan, it required considerable effort to wield the long sword. This sword, having absorbed the essence of 9 upper-grade common weapons and undergone the melting process in the refining divine cauldron, was extraordinarily weighty. Moreover, the sword lacked a sharp edge, which was intentional on Qin Xuan's part. The principle of great skill lies in simplicity. A heavy sword without a blade. This sword had been forged in the refining divine cauldron. Though it was merely a middle-grade magical tool, it was far more powerful than an ordinary one. Qin Xuan had crafted this exceptionally heavy, edgeless sword specifically to train his physique. Following the techniques of the Sanglong 9 slashes, Qin Xuan began to practice vigorously. After some time, exhaling with effort, Qin Xuan sighed in relief. This heavy sword was truly exhausting to wield. But the thought of going to the Lu family to annul his engagement in 2 days spurred him on, and he continued to swing the sword with fervor. A day later, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. In the outside world, only 2 days had passed. Yet, Qin Xuan had already become proficient in wielding the heavy sword, mastering the first 3 slashes with remarkable skill. With the principles of great skill and simplicity and a sword without a blade, he decided to name it the edgeless sword. Qin Xuan admired the heavy sword in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The Caulldron 9 slashes were indeed formidable, even with his enhanced physique. He found it challenging to keep pace, especially with the added weight of the sword. However, with the time afforded by the refining divine cauldron, his mastery of the Caulldron 9 slashes grew ever more refined. Having spent ample time in this space, it was time to step out and breathe the fresh air. The day to annul his engagement with the Liu family had arrived. Perhaps, he could even eliminate a few adversaries and test the cauldron's efficacy. Chapter 8, Provocation of the Qin family. Upon departing from the enigmatic space, Qin Xuan strode towards the family council hall. The atmosphere within the Qin family council hall was rather oppressive. You are all aware of the situation with the Liu family, correct? Qin Yuan inquired. The numerous elders of the Qin family nodded in unison. I never expected that the Zhao family from Xianlong would be involved in this matter. We are truly in trouble, one elder expressed with evident concern. What is there to worry about? What can the Zhao family do? Since this is a divorce, it must be executed thoroughly. Naturally, the betrothal gifts must be returned. Another elder retorted. It is not that simple. The young master of the Zhao family will not allow us to easily withdraw from the engagement, several elders countered immediately. Then should we not go? The Qin family cannot afford to lose face. Others chimed in. Amidst the debate among the elders, Qin Xuan entered the hall with purposeful strides. Of course we must go. Since it belongs to our Qin family, we shall not yield an inch. Upon seeing Qin Xuan enter, all the elders promptly rose and bowed in respect. Xuaner, have you restored your cultivation? Upon entering, Qin Xuan had not concealed his power, directly revealing his cultivation at the Danshan realm. Consequently, Qin Yuan immediately recognized that Qin Xuan's prowess had indeed been restored. Not only restored, but the young patriarch's strength seemed even more formidable than before. You have reached the Danshan realm, and stronger than the average Danshan cultivator. Qin Yan remarked from the side. Hearing this, the other elders looked at Qin Xuan with excitement. This was the most favorable news they had received. Qin Xuan had once been hailed as the foremost genius of Huofeng City, and he was the future pillar of the Qin family. The restoration of his power was a cause for great celebration. Thanks to the blessings of all the elders and the resources of the family, my cultivation has indeed been restored. Qin Xuan affirmed, prompting Qin Yuan to clench his fists in exhilaration. Excellent. Let us see what the Liu family has to say now. Qin Yuan proclaimed, to which Qin Xuan scoffed. Since this is a divorce, I shall ensure that the Liu family returns all the betrothal gifts. It must be done thoroughly. Hearing this, the others readily agreed, though a few elders wore expressions of concern. Certainly, our Qin family's possessions are not to be touched. However, the Liu family has now allied with formidable support the Zhao family from Xianlong City. If it were merely the Liu family, we could easily suppress them. But with the Zhao family backing them, that is a different matter. These elders shared their apprehensions. The Zhao family is one of the 4 great families of Xianlong. We, the Qin family, are merely one of the hundreds of cities under their dominion and cannot compete with such a colossal family. If they turn hostile and threaten the young master, and we inadvertently harm him, the Zhao family could send experts to our Qin family. That would be catastrophic. As these elders voiced their concerns, the others nodded in agreement. Their worries were indeed valid. For the Qin family, offending the Zhao family could lead to dire consequences. Are we to bow our heads in submission out of fear of the Zhao family? Qin Yan retorted, stepping beside Qin Xuan. If you fear for your lives, you need not go. I will accompany the young patriarch regardless. If you are worried about the Zhao family, fret not. At that moment, Qin Yuan suddenly spoke with a tone of confidence. They are merely the Zhao family from Xianlong City. Should they come seeking retribution, I shall have my ways. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances. Although they were unaware of the source of Qin Yuan's confidence, they were well aware of his character. Qin Yuan would never speak lightly. If he said so, there must be reason behind it. Very well, since the patriarch has spoken, we need not worry about this matter. The elders relaxed, rising in solidarity. When it came to external conflicts, the Qin family had always been unyielding. Hearing this, Qin Xuan gazed at his grandfather in astonishment. He had heard of the Zhao family's reputation, and while he was undaunted, his grandfather's words left him contemplative. It appeared that the Qin family harbored many secrets. And these secrets afforded Qin Yuan a sense of security against the Zhao family's threats. Could it be that his family was indeed a hidden superfamily? Qin Xuan pondered this. But after surveying the room, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. It did not seem plausible. As Qin Xuan was deep in thought, Qin Yuan spoke directly. Third, you and Xianer shall make the trip. I wish to see if they dare lay a finger on you. The Qin family had never been one to bow down. If the Lu family were to quietly relent, perhaps the Qin family might grant them some leniency and resolve the matter discreetly. However, the Lu family's overt arrogance suggested they believed Qin Xuan would not dare retaliate, and thus they acted with impunity. Given their audacity, the Qin family would not indulge them. If they sought to confront the Qin family, they would do so to the bitter end. The Qin family was not one to shy away from such matters. Hearing Qin Yuan's command, Qin Yan clasped his hands in respect and resolutely followed behind Qin Xuan. Meanwhile, the other elders of the Qin family were eager for action. With the patriarch's assurance, they felt emboldened against the Zhao family. Very well, grandfather, await my good news, Qin Xuan declared before striding out of the Qin family council hall. He was eager to see what tricks the Lu family would attempt. Once Qin Xuan departed, one of the elders wrinkled his brow and stood. Patriarch, since the Lu family dares to proclaim their alliance with the Zhao family, the young master's visit may not be met with kindness. Hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. It was indeed a plausible concern. Should the Lu family act in desperation and target Qin Xuan, even his formidable skills might not suffice. Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Notify all Qin family disciples to be on standby. If the Lu family is sensible, all will be well. If they are not, let them learn what it means to face the consequences. Strike first to avoid being struck. If the Lu family wished to use the Qin family to assert their dominance, then the Qin family would equally make a statement against the Lu family. They would ensure that the other families in Huofeng City understood the repercussions of crossing the Qin family. Qin Yuan spoke coldly, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. This was a crucial battle for Qin Xuan's return, and he intended to establish their authority. Anyone who dared to threaten Qin Xuan would pay dearly. Father, do you think Qin Xuan will come? Lu Yi nervously tugged at her father's sleeve. Despite having the Zhao family's young master as her support, she was still anxious as the day approached. He dares. Lu Shang scoffed. The Qin family may be a dominant force in Huofeng City, but compared to a family like the Zhao family, they are worlds apart. My daughter, rest assured, should he come, it will be to apologize to you and our Lu family. We are no longer the Lu family of old. Lu Yi felt a surge of confidence, nodding with an air of superiority. Indeed, this entire affair is Qin Xuan's fault. If he dares to show up, I shall ensure he leaves with broken legs. Let us see what the young master of the Zhao family will say when he comes seeking retribution. What can Qin Xuan possibly claim? With Zhao Longting as their backing, the Lu family felt secure in their position. Many believed that once the Qin family learned of this alliance, they would not dare to confront them. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan and the third elder, Qin Yan, arrived at the Lu family's doorstep. Upon seeing Qin Xuan approach, a Lu family disciple guarding the entrance immediately sneered derisively. Ah! Is that not the young master of the Qin family? What wind brings you here today? You wish to see Miss Yi, do you? I regret to inform you that Miss Yi has expressly instructed that, aside from young master Zhao Longting, no other uninvited guests shall be granted an audience. Under normal circumstances, the guards of the Lu family would never dare to treat the young master of the Qin family with such disrespect. However, firstly, Qin Xuan had previously groveled before Lu Yi, and the guards had long witnessed his humble demeanor, rendering them indifferent to his presence. Secondly, there was the backing of Zhao Longting. With the support of the Zhao family's young master, the Lu family disciples naturally grew increasingly audacious. Observing Qin Xuan's cold expression at the entrance, several Lu family members disdainfully shook their heads. In this day and age, even the most insignificant characters aspire to enter our Lu family? They might as well take a good look in the mirror. Before the Lu family disciples could finish their remarks, Qin Xuan sprang into action. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to one of the Lu family disciples. Crack! The sound of shattered bone echoed through the air as the disciple was sent flying, crashing heavily against the main gate and forcing it open. What do you think you are, daring to obstruct me? Qin Xuan scoffed coldly, kicking the door wide open and stepping inside. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, the Lu family members immediately turned their gaze toward the door. At this moment, who would dare to cause trouble at the Lu family? When they discerned that it was Qin Xuan who had entered, their expressions morphed into one of bewilderment. Lu Shang and Lu Yi also caught sight of Qin Xuan. Uninvited and injuring my Lu family guards, Qin Xuan, you are courting death. Lu Yi's face darkened considerably as she seethed in anger. At her words, Qin Xuan paused momentarily, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. With the power behind him, one could see the confidence in his demeanor grow bolder. Young nephew arrives uninvited and injures our guards. I wonder what your intentions are. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes, casting a dangerous glare at Qin Xuan. With Zhao Longting's promise behind him, he felt assured. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, not inclined to engage in further pleasantries. He seized a chair and sat down, gazing at Lu Shang with a sardonic smile. What purpose do you think I have in visiting here? Does the head of the Lu family truly remain in the dark? Upon hearing this, Lu Shang's expression soured further. This was an outright provocation. First, he entered uninvited. Then he injured a guard, and now he acted as if he owned the place. It was undeniably a challenge. I presume you have come to apologize to Yi. Considering my daughter values her reputation highly. That day, you humiliated her in front of so many people, thus, an apology is in order. How about this, kneel and apologize to Yi, and provide her with 100 spirit stones, and perhaps she may consider forgiving you, Lu Shang spoke nonchalantly, a flicker of scorn flashing in his eyes. In the past, he might have been apprehensive, but the current situation was different. He doubted Qin Xuan would dare to confront the Lu family, now allied with the Zhao family. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the Lu family's audacity. Nonetheless, he shook his head coldly. I am here to annul the engagement. As for the apology. After a brief pause, before Lu Shang could interject, Qin Xuan shot him a mocking glance. What qualifications does the Lu family possess to demand an apology from me? As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. You overstep your bounds. Lu Shang rose, fixing a cold stare on Qin Xuan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. They had allied with the Zhao family. Yet Qin Xuan still dared to speak to them in such a manner. Arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shang continued, an annulment is acceptable. But you must compensate Yi. You and Yi are already betrothed. Canceling the engagement will inevitably tarnish her reputation. Smack! Before Lu Shang could finish, Qin Xuan slammed his hand on the table. Reputation? The reputation of a harlot seeking to maintain her facade? Qin Xuan retorted scornfully. Becoming my fiancée while entangled with others, and you speak of reputation? Canceling the engagement without returning the betrothal gifts, this is the esteemed reputation you cherish? What sort of family ethics do you possess? What reputation do you even have? As Qin Xuan's words echoed, Lu Yi's face flushed with indignation, while Lu Shang's expression turned a deep shade of fury. Such impertinence from a junior. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on decorum on behalf of the Qin family head. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shang lunged at Qin Xuan. With a cultivation level at the peak of Dan Xian, on the verge of entering the Di Xian realm, he believed dealing with a pampered young master like Qin Xuan would be a simple task. With the Zhao family backing him, his audacity knew no bounds. Humph. When did the young master of the Qin family become subject to the whims of the Lu family? Lu Shang. What are you even worth to act so brazenly before me? Just then, Qin Yan stepped in front of Qin Xuan, releasing an aura of Di Xian that subdued Lu Shang. Very well, the engagement letter is here, we are now clear. Lu Shang flung a marriage certificate forward, coldly waving his hand. Someone, show our guest out. Several Lu family members approached with unfriendly expressions, clearly ready to act should Qin Xuan refuse to leave. Lu family head. Have you forgotten something? Qin Xuan inquired playfully. Forgotten what? Lu Shang glared icily at Qin Xuan, his murderous intent intensifying. Of course, the betrothal gifts, 10,000 spirit stones, along with 1,000 bottles of elixirs. When do you plan to repay them? Chapter 10, The Threat of Zhao Longting. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, the members of the Lu family fell into a profound silence. In recent years, since Qin Xuan had taken an interest in Louis, the Lu family's status had risen significantly, leading to an increase in the quality of their possessions. Consequently, after the engagement, the majority of the betrothal gifts had been consumed. Now, gathering such resources in a short time seemed an insurmountable task for the Lu family. Here you go. This is the dowry you provided, 2 silk quilts from Shiliang City, renowned for their warmth and health benefits. I shall return them to you now. Following the engagement, the Lu family had presented Qin's family with 2 quilts, which were of negligible value compared to the treasure they had exchanged for them. It was utterly absurd that such a trivial item was all that remained of their precious gifts. If we are to break off the engagement, let it be done thoroughly. I am returning your silk quilts, and I demand to know when you shall return our betrothal gifts, Qin Xuan declared, casting a mocking glance at the Lu family. Did they truly believe that possessing the marriage certificate was sufficient? How ludicrous! Did they think that finding a powerful ally would allow them to act with impunity? He intended to make it clear that the possessions of the Qin family were not to be trifled with. Surveying the area for something of value, Qin Xuan frowned in dissatisfaction. Surely, the Lu family does not intend to covet my resources? He focused his gaze on Lu Shang, the patriarch of the Lu family. Your family is reputable, I trust you do not wish to be seen as greedy over trifles? Listening to Qin Xuan, Lu Shang's already grim expression darkened further. He had hoped to sever ties with the Qin family and that Lu Yi would successfully align herself with the Zhao family. With the support of the Zhao family, he assumed the Qin family would refrain from demanding the dowry. Yet, this young man not only sought to annul the engagement but also intended to reclaim the betrothal gifts. The Lu family had already consumed those gifts entirely. To return them now would cripple the family. Patriarch, we cannot concede. One of the Lu family members exclaimed. Young Master Zhao Longting has vowed to protect our family. This mere junior from the Qin family dares to speak against us? If he continues, we shall break his legs. At this moment, Lu Yi interjected. Qin Xuan, are you not a man? Do you lack the fortitude to bear your responsibilities? Is it not absurd to wish to reclaim what has already been given? If you are indeed a man, take the marriage certificate and leave without further ado. Do not linger here and make a fool of yourself. Beware, for I may come to hold you in contempt. Nearby, Lu Tao nodded in agreement. He had utilized a considerable portion of those resources, and the thought of returning them was more painful than death itself. Qin Xuan, the marriage certificate is in your possession. You and Yi are now even, all past matters are settled. Yi has accompanied you for several years, and these betrothal gifts are rightfully hers. Lu Tao smirked, raising his chin defiantly. These gifts were given voluntarily, since they were a gift, they cannot be reclaimed. In a separation, both parties should divide their assets. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Qin Xuan nearly laughed aloud. So, you imply that since Lu Yi did not receive half of our family's assets, I should express my gratitude to her? With an icy demeanor, Qin Xuan slowly stood. I shall state this for the final time, I am not here to negotiate, I am here to inform you. Taking a deep breath, he cast a cold gaze at Lu Shang. Patriarch Lu, I ask you one last time, will your family return the betrothal gifts or not? Lu Shang shook his head coldly in response. Return them? These were gifts you willingly bestowed upon us. You have no right to demand their return. To reclaim what was given based on merit is utterly unreasonable. As a gesture of goodwill, considering your past relationship with Yi, I suggest you apologize and depart. Otherwise, when young Master Zhao Longting arrives, the conversation will not be so amiable. Nodding at Lu Shang's words, Qin Xuan chuckled mockingly at the two of them. Your family truly has no shame, even courtesans return the money once the service is rendered, yet you expect to keep both the payment and the service. How audacious! Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Shang lunged at Qin Xuan. You wretched brat! For insulting my family, I shall cripple you. And you will learn how Qin Yuan disciplines you. As Lu Shang charged forward, the third elder, Qin Yan, also sprang into action. With a contemptuous snort, he moved swiftly towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang instinctively sensed danger, but it was too late. Qin Yan delivered a powerful kick, sending Lu Shang crashing to the ground and pinning him down. What do you think your family is, that you would dare to lay hands on our young master? Today, I shall teach you the meaning of consequences. With that, Qin Yan forcefully broke Lu Shang's rib, sending him sprawling. Ah! Lu Shang screamed, feeling as though he had fallen into an abyss. The disparity in their levels was evident. He was no match for his opponent. Today, the Lu family must either return the betrothal gifts or face dire consequences. Qin Xuan spoke coldly. This is a notification, not a negotiation. If the Lu family does not comply, we shall retrieve what is rightfully ours ourselves. As Qin Xuan's icy words echoed, numerous members of the Lu family jumped forward in protest. Qin Xuan, I warn you, young master Zhao Longting has vowed to protect our family. Should you dare to lay a finger on us, you will be opposing Zhao Longting himself. Kneel and apologize, and we may spare you, otherwise, we shall eradicate the entire Qin family. One of the Lu family members shouted defiantly. Suddenly, the voice was cut short. Qin Xuan charged forward, delivering a fatal blow that snapped the man's neck. A round head flew through the air, blood gushing forth. You, a mere wastrel, dare to threaten me? With a murderous glare, Qin Xuan surveyed the surrounding Lu family members. Anyone who dares to defy me today shall not be spared. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Spare? Such audacity! Today, I, Zhao Longting, shall ensure you learn a valuable lesson. As the words lingered, Zhao Longting, clad in a flowing blue robe, strode into the room. Fixing his gaze on Qin Xuan, he declared, You are Qin Xuan? Kneel now and swear fealty to me, and I may spare your life. Or else, the entire Qin clan shall be annihilated. Chapter 11, Are you barking? Qin Xuan turned away indifferently, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the Lu family. There, Zhao Longting approached with a commanding stride, donned in azure attire, followed by two companions, one an elderly attendant, and the other the middle-aged lord of Huofeng City, Yuan Hao. This lord had long been suppressed by the Qin family, resulting in a strained relationship. Now, entering alongside the Zhao family's young master, he had evidently formed an alliance with them. Seeing Qin Xuan's audacity to disregard him, Zhao Longting sneered coldly. He swaggered to the main seat, regarding Qin Xuan with an air of arrogance. How brazen to show such disrespect to the young master! The old attendant, incensed by Qin Xuan's insolence, was about to erupt. But Zhao Longting waved him off. I am Zhao Longting, the young master of the Zhao family. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you another chance. Zhao Longting mockingly addressed Qin Xuan. Kneel before me and pledge your servitude. From this day forth, you shall be my slave, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits you. His words were merely a ruse to toy with Qin Xuan. He had no intention of offering any mercy. Lu Yi assisted her father, Lu Shang, while glaring fiercely at Qin Xuan. Young Master Longting, this Qin Xuan dared to harm my father. Please, uphold justice for our Lu family. She spoke with feigned innocence, her tearful demeanor stirring something within Zhao Longting. Rest assured, Missy, I shall seek justice for your family. Before he could finish, Qin Xuan interjected with a cold snort. Which dog is barking? Who let their pants fall down to expose themselves? Zhao Longting's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. For years, as one of the young masters of the Zhao family's 9 branches, he had known only dominance. No one had dared defy him. Yet here stood a mere descendant of the Qin family from Huofeng City, daring to provoke him. You have some nerve to insult me. Zhao Longting rose, furiously pointing at Qin Xuan. Why are you so agitated? It seems you understand it well, or else how would you know I was referring to you? Qin Xuan retorted coldly. Zhao Longting's face darkened, his voice dripping with malice as he said, You have successfully enraged me. Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift death. I will first dismember you, turning you into a living corpse, then annihilate your entire family before your eyes. torturing you until you wish for death. The audience of Lu family disciples turned pale at Zhao Longting's threat, shocked by his ferocity. Let us see which is stronger, your words or your bones. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him. The Danxian realm. The gathered Lu family members gasped, realizing the disparity in power. In Huofeng City, those of the same age as Zhao Longting were mere qi refinement practitioners, while he stood at the threshold of the Danxian realm. Despite being newly initiated, his innate talent rendered the so-called geniuses of Huofeng City utterly insignificant by comparison. Lui's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing him as the true genius of a prominent family. In contrast, Qin Xuan, the young master of the Qin family, seemed trivial. Disdain washed over her as she regarded Qin Xuan, thinking he deserved to be toyed with. As for the dowry? With Zhao Longting's backing, the Qin family would struggle merely to maintain their standing, let alone demand a dowry. You lack proper upbringing. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your parents. Zhao Longting sneered, belittling the Qin family as a mere small clan. Qin Xuan's expression darkened as he recalled his parents, who had vanished from his life. How dare Zhao Longting invoke their names? This man had sealed his own fate. Discipline me? What are you even worth? Qin Xuan's gaze turned icy, his intent to kill unmistakable. The Xianlong Dao has 9 branches, you are merely a young master of one. Rather than selecting talent in Xianlong City, you come here to forge connections, revealing that you are just a lowly figure in the Zhao family. If you were truly worthy, would you resort to such measures? Zhao Longting's expression soured, his fists clenched in rage. I will slay you, he bellowed, lunging towards Qin Xuan with the power of the Danxian realm. The Lu family erupted in cheers. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Once Zhao Longting eliminated Qin Xuan, they would no longer fear demands for a dowry. Moreover, with Zhao family protection, they could easily join forces with others to strip the Qin family of their wealth. Many Lu family members fantasized about dividing the spoils after Qin Xuan's demise. An unskilled waste could never contend with a practitioner of the Danxian realm, even if Zhao Longting was just at the first level. As Zhao Longting charged forward, they envisioned Qin Xuan's death. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Longting reached Qin Xuan, raising his palm to strike him down. The spiritual energy of the Danxian realm far surpassed that of the qi refinement stage. His strike sent a fierce gust that swept through Qin Xuan's hair. Goodbye, arrogant fool. Lu Tao and Lu Yi laughed, relishing the imminent demise of Qin Xuan, their humiliation now poised for retribution. Suddenly, Xin Yan's expression shifted alarmingly as he rushed forward to intervene. But the elder who had followed Zhao Longting moved, too. Let the younger generation settle their affairs, you, an old man, should not interfere. The elder stated dismissively, merely raising his hand to cast an invisible pressure upon Qin Yan, rendering him immobile. Heavens! The elder was at the peak of the Tianxian realm. Qin Yan gritted his teeth in fury, yet was rendered powerless under the elder's oppressive force. I want you to witness your so-called young master perish before your eyes, the elder coldly declared, turning to watch as Zhao Longting transformed his palm into a claw, lunging for Qin Xuan's crown. Young master, dodge! Qin Yan shouted desperately. Qin Xuan stood unmoving, and upon hearing the shout, he slightly turned his head, offering Qin Yan a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Chapter 12, The Rustic Chicken and the Stray Dog Seek Death. Upon witnessing Qin Xuan's imminent demise, Zhao Longting roared in fury, his fingers tightening as they descended toward Qin Xuan's head. In that fleeting moment, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Qin Xuan exerted a forceful tremor, shattering the white cloth that enveloped his unadorned sword, sending it soaring into the air. Freed from the constraining weight of the sword, Qin Xuan instantly propelled himself backward with remarkable speed, evading Zhao Longting's grasp. At the same time, he raised his palm and struck downward toward Zhao Longting's fingers. In a reckless display of defiance, he dared to challenge the young master of the Longting family. This blow could very well seal his fate. Even if he survived, his arm would surely be rendered useless. The members of the Lu family exchanged glances, secretly delighted. To them, it was foolish for Qin Xuan not to curry favor with the Lu family and to audaciously demand a return of his betrothal gifts. Now, he had lost not only the gifts but perhaps his life as well. What a fool he was. However, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Had he truly not misjudged? This young man had managed to thwart the young master of Longting's assault. Zhao Longting's claw had been successfully deflected by Qin Xuan's palm. With a hiss, Zhao Longting shook his painful right hand, astonished that Qin Xuan could withstand his strike. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Xuan advanced rather than retreating, seizing the unadorned sword and delivering a downward slash toward Zhao Longting's head. Whoosh! The sound of the heavy sword slicing through the air was unmistakable. Zhao Longting's expression shifted slightly, and a brilliant light flickered at his fingertips as an exquisite sword emerged from his Qin Xuan ring. He swung it forcefully to intercept Qin Xuan's fierce attack. Surely, he thought, this would be a trivial matter, for the sword in his grasp was a mid-tier magical weapon. Clang! The moment their swords clashed, Zhao Longting's countenance darkened. His weapon could not withstand the might of the unadorned sword, which continued its descent toward his head. At this juncture, Zhao Longting recognized the peril he faced. If that sword were to land, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapacitated. In a desperate bid, he frantically retrieved an array of defensive treasures from his Qin Xuan ring. He could not allow Qin Xuan the opportunity to utilize his treasures. The treasures on Zhao Longting's person were undoubtedly numerous. Prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to Qin Xuan. With unwavering force, Qin Xuan pressed down, the blade's edge drawing ever closer to Zhao Longting's head. At this moment, Zhao Longting's full attention was fixated above. And it was precisely this moment that Qin Xuan awaited. In the blink of an eye, he extended his hand, aiming directly for Zhao Longting's heart. Preoccupied with defending against the overhead assault, Zhao Longting had neglected his chest. By the time Qin Xuan's claws descended, it was far too late. No, please don't kill me. The specter of death loomed large, instilling terror within Zhao Longting. He could scarcely believe how drastically his fortunes had shifted. Having faced exclusion from the Zhao family and compelled to vacate the Dao city, he had traveled far and wide under the guise of seeking talent, relishing the respect accorded to him by other families due to his status. The sensation of being revered was truly exhilarating. Yet now, he found himself plummeting from grace, teetering on the precipice of ruin. Spare me, spare me! Zhao Longting cried out in desperation, his will to survive overwhelming his sense of humiliation as he fervently implored Qin Xuan. This was a stalling tactic. If he could bide his time, he might find a chance to escape. What is happening? How can young Master Longting bow down to such a lowly individual? Impossible. It simply cannot be. The Lu family members stared, incredulity etched on their faces as they observed the unfolding drama between Qin Xuan and Zhao Longting. They had expected a one-sided contest in which Zhao Longting would swiftly dispatch Qin Xuan, yet now, the tables had seemingly turned, with Zhao Longting pleading for mercy. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Qin Xuan smirked, his movements quickening as he lunged toward Zhao Longting's heart, clearly unfazed by the latter's desperate ploy for time. Stop! You little wretch! An elder, unable to contain himself any longer, charged at Qin Xuan. Anticipating this, Qin Yan also advanced toward the elder. Old man, I, Qin Yan, am here. How shameless of you to strike at a junior. Pressured by Qin Yan, the elder was compelled to withdraw, redirecting his focus toward Qin Yan. This diversion allowed Qin Xuan to act without restraint as he lunged for Zhao Longting's chest. As Qin Xuan neared the point of tearing open Zhao Longting's heart, a sigh emerged from the sidelines. Spare him, Qin young master. Please, do not strike with lethal intent. The Lord of Huofeng City, Yuan Hao, finally interjected, evidently siding with Zhao Longting. Yet Qin Xuan had no intention of relenting. Channeling his energy, he pierced Zhao Longting's chest, his fingers reaching for the heart within. No! Please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you. Just spare my life. Zhao Longting cried out in terror. Seeing this, Lord Yuan Hao rushed forward. Stop! Qin Xuan, this is the young master of the Zhao family. If you kill him, you will declare war against the Zhao family. Both Yuan Hao and the elder accompanying Zhao Longting issued threats toward Qin Xuan. A flicker of realization crossed Qin Xuan's mind as he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity amidst Zhao Longting's panic, he pressed the unadorned sword against Zhao Longting's neck, with one hand pointing at his heart and the other poised at his throat. Any hint of movement from Zhao Longting would spell his doom. Yang Lao, save me, save me! Zhao Longting wailed like a slaughtered pig. faced with the specter of death. He was utterly terrified, knowing only to cry for help. In all his life, he had never been so thoroughly threatened. Qin Xuan, release young Master Zhao. If anything happens to him, you shall bear the consequences. Yuan Hao spoke with an icy tone, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan, evidently seeking an opportunity to rescue Zhao Longting. I warn you, should anything happen to the young master, your entire Qin family shall pay the price. The men will serve as slaves for generations, while the women shall be consigned to a life of servitude. Yang Lao's chilling words were meant to coerce Qin Xuan into submission. Such audacity from the Zhao family, to threaten the entirety of the Qin clan. Just as Yuan Hao and Yang Lao sought to intimidate Qin Xuan, a cold voice pierced through the tension. Qin Yuan. Hearing that familiar voice, Yuan Hao's expression darkened considerably. Qin Xuan quickly turned toward the entrance, where Qin Yuan strode in, accompanied by other elders of the Qin family, making their grand entrance into the Lu family. Chapter 13, The Edict of the Founder. Upon seeing Qin Yuan enter, Yuan Hao quickly spoke up. Qin Yuan, your arrival is timely, summon Qin Xuan immediately to release him. The identity of this young master from the Zhao family is extraordinary. If any harm befalls him, the Qin family is bound to encounter grave troubles. Listening to Yuan Hao's words, Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Qin Xuan, and upon confirming that Qin Xuan was uninjured, he exhaled in relief. Xuan, are you all right? Qin Xuan nodded with a smile. Grandfather, do not worry, I am fine, it's just. Qin Xuan directed his gaze at Zhao Longting, evidently seeking Qin Yuan's counsel. Although he could easily eliminate the opponent at any moment, he was naturally wary of the threats posed by Zhao Longting. He could not neglect the fate of the Qin family. Qin Xuan, release him at once, or the entire Qin clan will be buried alongside the young master of the Zhao family. Lu Shang shouted from the side. Although he was surprised by Qin Xuan's unexpected victory over Zhao Longting, he understood that if Zhao Longting were to die at the Lu family's hands, even if they were not the culprits, they could not escape culpability. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan cast a cold glance at Lu Shang. Noisy. This is not a place for your prattling. At this moment, Lu Shang, emboldened by Zhao Longting's earlier words, dismissed the Qin family. In his view, neither Qin Xuan nor the Qin clan would dare to truly harm Zhao Longting. I advise you to be sensible, Qin family, release him quickly. If anything happens to young Master Longting, your family will not be enough to atone for it. Slap. Before Lu Shang could finish, Qin Yuan signaled to an elder behind him. The elder understood and swiftly sent Lu Shang flying with a single strike. If you dare speak again, I shall have your tongue. Qin Yuan turned to Qin Xuan. Grandfather, how should we deal with him? He is the young master of the Zhao family. Furrowing his brows, Qin Xuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Longting visibly relaxed. His greatest fear was that his opponent would be reckless. Since the other party was cautious of his identity, matters would be easier to handle. Now that you know my identity, why do you not release me immediately? Otherwise, your Qin family will be left with nothing. Before he could finish, Qin Xuan, with a stern expression, swung his weapon towards one of Zhao Longting's arms. Crack! With the sound of shattering bone, one of Zhao Longting's arms was forcibly severed. Stop! You must cease this at once. Elder Yang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that, at this juncture, Qin Xuan would dare to lay hands on Zhao Longting. Xuan, act without concern for us. Qin Yuan's voice was cold and resolute. Act without concern? But the Qin family. Qin Xuan hesitated, yet upon meeting his grandfather's determined gaze, he inhaled deeply and nodded firmly. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the young master of the Zhao family. Ah! A scream erupted as Qin Xuan ruthlessly broke Zhao Longting's other arm. You wished to turn me into a mere stick figure. So allow me to let you experience what that truly means. Qin Xuan said icily, raising his weapon to strike down at Zhao Longting's legs. You seek death. Elder Yang could no longer contain himself, his aura of the 9th level of the Tianqian realm surged forth as he lunged directly at Qin Xuan. You shall pay with your life. Just then, Qin Yuan also scoffed and stepped forward, revealing his own 9th level of the Tianqian realm. With Qin Yuan blocking the way, even in his fury, Elder Yang could not strike at Qin Xuan. Apologies. But I cannot allow this young master of the Zhao family to perish here. At that moment, Yuan Hao moved again, this time targeting Qin Xuan. You dare! Qin Yuan's fury ignited upon witnessing this, and the other elders of the Qin family rushed forward, attempting to intercept Yuan Hao. Yet, these elders were merely at the earthly Shen realm, while Yuan Hao had already reached the 5th level of the Tianqian realm, easily repelling them. Young one, release him now. And I may spare your corpse. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. Yuan Hao spoke in a low voice. The Lu family members, standing by, were filled with excitement. As long as Yuan Hao intervened, the young master of the Zhao family would undoubtedly be safe, and Qin Xuan would meet his demise. The pressure from the Tianqian realm surged towards Qin Xuan, clearly aimed at overwhelming him with sheer force. Seeking death. A golden light shot forth from Qin Yuan's hand, swiftly heading towards Yuan Hao. The latter's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The golden light grew larger as it soared through the air, transforming into a resplendent edict. This is the Edict of the Founder. Observing the golden edict hovering in mid-air, a strange light flickered across Yuan Hao's face. Qin Yuan. Where did you acquire the Edict of the Founder? Who are you truly? Seeing the golden edict, Yuan Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he retreated to the side. Humph. Since you recognize the Edict of the Founder, why do you not hastily withdraw? For the sake of your royal lineage and bloodline, I shall spare your life this time. While entangled with Elder Yang, Qin Yuan spoke coldly. Witnessing Yuan Hao's fear and reluctance to leave, Qin Xuan swung his sword heavily, severing Zhao Longting's leg in front of him. Since you dare not attack, why do you not quickly depart? Hearing Qin Xuan's scornful command, Yuan Hao's expression shifted between blue and white. He clenched his fists, but upon seeing the edict above him, he gritted his teeth and could only depart with a darkened face. Yuan Hao, you cannot leave. If you dare to flee, our Zhao family will not let you off. Zhao Longtung shouted. Ah! Immediately, he was rendered mute. Qin Xuan had shattered his jaw and tongue with a single strike, rendering him unable to speak. Were you not eager to kill me? With your meager skills, you dare to support the Lu family? Qin Xuan mocked, raising his right hand to plunge directly into Zhao Longting's heart. Rip! A still beating heart was extracted from Zhao Longting's chest, and with a forceful grip, Qin Xuan crushed it entirely. No! At the sight, Elder Yang bellowed, retreating in panic, seeking to escape. Attempting to flee? Qin Yuan sneered, then pointed at the edict. The edict flew swiftly above, and a massive Qin character soared downward, landing directly upon Elder Yang. The Edict of the Founder from the Qin family? What is your connection to the Qin family in the capital? Before he could finish, the massive character descended and obliterated Elder Yang completely. When executing a kill, it must be thorough, allowing him to escape would bring myriad troubles. Shaking his head, Qin Yuan waved his hand, retrieving the edict. Grandfather, what is this object? Its power is astonishing. Qin Shan looked at the edict in Qin Yuan's hand, excitement evident on his face. I shall explain this upon our return, for now. We must resolve this matter. Qin Yuan gestured dismissively. Hearing this, Qin Shan nodded, then turned his gaze, icy and resolute, towards the Lu family members, who were now dumbfounded. Is this the assistance you sought? It is hardly impressive. Qin Shan spoke disdainfully. Hearing this, Lu Shang shook his head bitterly and tremblingly produced a marriage certificate. I implore you, young Master Qin Xuan, for the sake of our past, spare the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. From the beginning, I stated that I came to annul the engagement. It is you who insisted on complicating matters. How dull. Taking the marriage certificate, he shattered it into dust, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Master Lu, will your family return the betrothal gifts or not? If you are unwilling to return them, I shall have to request our elder from the Qin family to take matters into their own hands. Chapter 14, The Excavation of the Lu Family Ancestral Tomb. What follows is the crux of today's matter, the return of the betrothal gifts. The sum that Qin Xuan had bestowed upon the Lu family was substantial, and he had no intention of relinquishing such a fortune. Upon hearing Qin Xuan mention the betrothal gifts once more, Lu Sheng's expression turned bitter. He had initially thought that by aligning himself with the Zhao family, he would no longer have to worry about the betrothal gifts. Little did he anticipate that Qin Xuan would indeed come to annul the engagement. Even more astonishing was the fact that Qin Xuan had made remarkable strides in strength, overpowering Zhao Longting effortlessly. Not only that, but Qin Xuan resolved the situation without so much as a furrowed brow. Arrogant and formidable. The Qin family was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Lu Yi gazed incredulously at Qin Xuan. She could scarcely believe that the once timid and ineffectual man had transformed into someone so powerful. Was this truly the same Qin Xuan who had once shown her such deference? Lu Yi could hardly trust her own eyes. Yet, the lifeless body of Zhao Longting on the ground served as irrefutable evidence of the reality before her. The man she had once dismissed as inconsequential was not only not a failure but a genuine prodigy. A wave of regret washed over Lu Yi as she pondered this revelation. Perhaps Qin Xuan was not so bad after all. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Yi was abruptly jolted back to reality by Qin Xuan's chilling voice. "Do you truly wish to forego the return of these betrothal gifts?" he inquired coldly, towering over Lu Shang. "Mr. Qin, we were in the wrong," Lu Shang stammered, swallowing hard. "It was Yi's mistake. Rest assured, I shall discipline her properly from now on. She will certainly heed your words in the future." At this moment, Lu Shang still harbored the delusion that Qin Xuan might still hold some interest in Lu Yi, hoping to win him over through her. Lu Yi was taken aback and instinctively puffed out her chest, as if indulging in some fanciful dream. However, Qin Xuan felt no affection for the woman before him. "Are you both deaf?" he barked icily, raising his heavy sword to strike the nearby sandalwood table. The blade shattered the table into splinters. "Speak again, and this will be your fate." Lu Shang, startled, hastily commanded, "Everyone, gather all the spiritual stones and betrothal gifts we received from Mr. Qin. No matter how little remains, we must return the gifts." The Lu family members sprang into action, and soon several Qin Xuan rings were presented. Upon receiving the rings, Qin Xuan examined them and frowned in displeasure. "Master Lu, is this truly all you can muster?" he remarked, shaking the storage ring in his hand. "The contents of these rings amount to no more than 50% of what I originally bestowed upon you. Are you truly only intending to return half of the betrothal gifts?" Several elders from the Lu family attempted to protest. But given the display of Qin Xuan's prowess and the imposing presence of the Qin family elders, they dared not rebut him. "Mr. Qin, we are but a small family. Please grant us a little more time, and we shall make amends for everything." Lu Xing trembled as he spoke. The Lu family had nearly exhausted the gifts they had received. This 50% was already their utmost limit. Gathering the remaining items would be no small feat for them. A few more days? Qin Xuan scoffed, his gaze icy. "Enough of your idle chatter. If you cannot produce it today, your entire Lu family shall perish." Listening to Qin Xuan's threats, cold sweat trickled down Lu Shang's back. He wiped his brow and quickly explained. He did not genuinely wish to delay. The Lu family simply could not provide anything further at this moment. "Very well, since you cannot meet our demands, we of the Qin family shall retrieve it ourselves," Qin Xuan declared, then turned to the Qin family elders behind him. "Master, this Lu family is but a minor household. It is likely they possess little of value." One elder frowned. "Who says the Lu family lacks valuable items?" Qin Xuan retorted disdainfully, casting his gaze toward the rear of the Lu estate. "If I am not mistaken, your ancestral tomb lies just beyond, does it not? You descendants have failed to uphold the legacy of the Lu family, reducing it to a second-rate clan. Yet your ancestors must have buried treasures worth seeking. Though the Lu family had fallen from grace, they had once been a prominent family in Hofeng City centuries ago. Qin Xuan's true aim lay within those graves. He had already claimed Zhao Longting's storage ring, and the man's strength had been merely at the Danxian realm. Of little worth. The corpses within the Lu family ancestral tomb, however, would surely possess far greater power. "Qin Xuan, you go too far." Lu Shang roared in anger upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, but the fierce gazes of the Qin family elders compelled him to lower his head. "Too far?" Qin Xuan laughed coldly. "If we are to discuss going too far, I have merely come to annul an engagement. Yet your Lu family seeks to compel me into submission through the Zhao family. Is that not the true definition of going too far? He admonished. Stepping forward, he declared. You may dictate the terms, but I, Qin Xuan, will not be subdued. Since you wish to humiliate me, today I shall ensure you experience the same humiliation. With that, Qin Xuan turned and bellowed, Elders of the Qin family, obey my command. Dig up the Lu family ancestral tomb until we have sufficient betrothal gifts. What belongs to the Qin family must be returned. Chapter 15, The Secrets of the Qin Family Indeed. The elders of the Qin family responded with fervor. The Qin family, while not seeking trouble, was certainly unafraid of it. Since the Lu family had failed to return the betrothal gifts, it was only reasonable to claim other possessions from their lineage as compensation. Given that there were valuable items within the Lu family ancestral tomb, it was only fitting to utilize those to settle the debt. Under the command of the young clan leader, they began to excavate the Lu family graves until the betrothal gifts were fully accounted for. The elders shouted in unison and immediately set to action. Taking advantage of the distraction among those present, Qin Xuan discreetly stashed Yan Lao's lifeless body into the Qin Xuan ring. He then proceeded, alongside the other elders, towards the Lu family's ancestral tomb. The Lu family members desired to intervene, but faced with the imposing presence of the Qin family, none dared to act. Lu Shang clenched his fists in humiliation, yearning to confront Qin Xuan with indignation. Yet, unable to produce the requisite spirit stones for restitution, he could only watch helplessly as the Qin family advanced towards the ancestral tomb. The Lu family ancestral tomb was situated beside the Lu family's rear mountain. And during the height of their prosperity, formidable protective formations had been established around it. At this moment, the defensive array of the ancestral tomb had been activated. Who dares to trespass upon the Lu family's ancestral graves? The guardians on duty rushed out in response. With a resounding slap, the leading elder of the Qin family struck the intruders down to the ground. From this moment forth, this place is under the jurisdiction of the Qin family. Several Qin elders turned their attention towards the protective array. This turtle shell is intriguing, but ultimately inconsequential. After a brief glance, they commenced their assault on the defensive formation. The Lu family's protective array, though commendable, had weakened over the years, and before long, it succumbed to the onslaught of numerous practitioners of the profound realm. As the array shattered, the entirety of the ancestral tomb was laid bare before Qin Xuan. His gaze swept over the various graves. Finally resting upon the largest mound at the center, this was the burial site of the founding patriarch of the Lu family. The first-generation patriarch was a formidable practitioner of the Yuqing realm, and the treasures within this grave were more than mere burial goods, even his remains lay within. Dig up this grave, and it will suffice. Upon Qin Xuan's command, the Qin family members sprang into action. In no time, the earthen seal was cleared away, and the subterranean chamber was opened. As he felt the abundant spiritual energy within, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there are treasures here. With that thought, he gestured for everyone to rush inside. Retrieve everything inside. The Qin family members immediately began their task. The burial goods of the initial patriarch were plentiful, while Qin Xuan paid little heed to the spirit stones and other precious offerings. He quietly opened the coffin and stealthily concealed the remains within the Qin Xuan ring before sealing the coffin once more. At this moment, everyone else was focused on the other treasures, completely oblivious to his actions. Soon, the items were gathered and presented to him. Young clan leader, we have collected all the betrothal gifts, and even have some extras. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded. Return the surplus to the Lu family, simply reclaim the betrothal gifts. Understood. The elders of the Qin family echoed in unison, subsequently departing with the items, exchanging the surplus with the Lu family. Louis, the marriage contract has been destroyed, and the betrothal gifts have been reclaimed. Our accounts are now settled. Qin Xuan's gaze was icy as it bore down on Louis, who appeared ashen. As she gazed up at Qin Xuan, who now looked down upon her with disdain, Louis found herself in a daze. Was this truly the same Qin Xuan who had once been so subservient to her? He had previously seemed so humble that she felt only pity and annoyance towards him. Yet now, with his contemptuous gaze directed at her, a strange feeling began to stir within her heart. Women are drawn to strength. The more one regards them as goddesses, the less likely they are to reciprocate. It is through a position of superiority that admiration and respect can be garnered. Let us depart. Qin Xuan commanded, turning away, with all the Qin elders following suit. Xin'er, you are no longer the same, Qin Yuan observed with a sense of satisfaction. The former Qin Xuan had been gentle and courteous, always treating others with kindness, never engaging in conflict. He had been particularly submissive towards Louis, causing Qin Yuan constant worry. Yet now, Qin Xuan had transformed entirely, he had acquired a certain sharpness. Grandfather, people do change, Qin Xuan replied with a smile. After 3 years in the Sky Tomb, he had come to understand many things. Before long, the group returned to the Qin family estate. Qin Xuan had initially intended to return the treasures to the clan, but the other elders shook their heads in disapproval. Young clan leader, you are the foremost among our younger generation, the Qin family will rely on you to uphold our legacy. These resources are most suitable for your use. Thus, the resources were ultimately entrusted to Qin Xuan. After the other elders took their leave, he turned to Qin Yuan. Grandfather, have you been concealing something from me? Previously, he had believed the Qin family to be merely a prominent family within Huofeng City, insignificant in the grand context of the Dechen dynasty. However, during the earlier conflict, his grandfather had produced the Grand Ancestor's edict to quell Yuan Hao, who had shown signs of unrest. This was the first time Qin Xuan had encountered such a thing, and his curiosity was piqued. Noticing Qin Xuan's intrigue, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Very well, you are no longer a child. It is time you learned the truth. Taking another deep breath, Qin Yuan began to explain. The Grand Ancestor's edict is no ordinary artifact. It was bestowed thousands of years ago by the founding ancestor of the Dechen dynasty to several families that aided him in establishing the realm. Our Qin family was among those honored families. Among the families granted this recognition, the Jiang, Qin, Zhou, and Shi families are collectively known as the 4 great families of Dechen. These 4 families are the most powerful, second only to the imperial Yuan family. The 4 great families of Dechen. Qin Xuan was taken aback, unable to fathom the magnitude of the Qin family's legacy. One that could even be classified among the 4 great families of Dechen. If our Qin family is so formidable, why are we in Huofeng City? Qin Xuan questioned. Perplexed. Such a powerful family ought to reside in the capital, or at the very least, in the capital of the Xianlong Path. Yet they were merely situated in Huofeng City, which seemed incongruous. Indeed, the main branch of the Qin family is in the capital. Huofeng City is merely one of our many branches across the Dechen dynasty. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Qin Yuan's face. A branch family? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, then shook his head. That cannot be right, the Grand Ancestor's edict is an invaluable treasure. The entire Qin family likely possesses only a single copy. If we were merely a branch, how could we have such an artifact? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's inquiry, Qin Yuan hesitated momentarily. However, after a pause, he seemed to reach a resolution and raised his head. We are the original main branch. However, 100 years ago, a faction from the Zhuke path usurped our position as the main family. Left with no choice, the head of the family at that time brought the Grand Ancestor's edict here to establish a foothold. Usurped the main branch? Qin Xuan was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the circumstances that had led to such a situation. Chapter 16, The Threefold Danxian. Is our family not originally the main lineage of the Qin clan? Indeed, a century ago, we, the Qin family, held the primary lineage for thousands of years. Qin Yuan left some words unspoken, but from his gaze, Qin Xuan could discern his discontent. Something must have transpired a century ago that caused them, as the main lineage, to lose their rightful status. Did our family not attempt to reclaim the position of the main family and return to the capital? Qin Xuan hastily interjected. It is unnecessary to ponder. The resources in the capital must far exceed those in Huofeng City. Certainly. Qin Yuan sighed. However, regaining what has been lost is no simple task. Over the past century, many have ventured to the capital to participate in the challenges, but all have met with failure. More than a decade ago, shortly after your birth, your father also journeyed to the capital, hoping to reclaim the main lineage through the family competition held every 5 years. Alas, he too faced defeat. As Qin Yuan spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Furthermore, upon his return, your father was gravely injured, his dantian destroyed, leaving him a cripple. In order to heal your father, your mother took him away from the Qin family, and they never returned. At that moment, an angry voice intruded. Qin Yuan and Qin Xian turned to the entrance, where the third elder, Qin Yan, entered, suppressing his fury. A destroyed dantian and grave injuries. Qin Xian gazed in astonishment at the third elder, Qin Yan. Was it not said that my father and mother were merely traveling? Moreover, was he not participating in the family competition? How could he sustain such injuries and have his dantian destroyed? This was entirely different from what he had previously heard. Third brother, I had long forgotten these matters, how can you speak of them to Xiener? Qin Yuan complained, looking at Qin Yan. Eldest brother. I remember these events vividly. Had they not crippled Tianyang, even if we had not reclaimed the main lineage, we would have at least returned to the capital. As for the young patriarch. Qin Yan turned to Qin Xian, determination flashing in his eyes. The young patriarch has grown. He has the right to know these matters. We can no longer conceal the truth from him. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Yuan momentarily fell silent. Then sighed in resignation. Third grandfather, what exactly transpired? At this moment, Qin Xian could no longer concern himself with anything else. He simply wished to understand what had transpired all those years ago. Very well, I shall recount all that occurred back then. Subsequently, Qin Yan narrated the events of that time to Qin Xian. Qin Xian's father, Qin Tianyang, was the foremost genius of the Qin family in Wolfing City, having reached the earth-profound realm before the age of 25. Thus, the hopes of the Qin family to reclaim the main lineage rested upon him. Over a decade ago, the Qin family convened a clan meeting for the family competition, in which Qin Tianyang participated. Initially, Qin Tianyang surged through the competition, defeating numerous branch families and successfully entering the top 4. Just when everyone believed Qin Tianyang would emerge as the dark horse to claim victory, that individual made his appearance. Known as the foremost genius of the main lineage, Qin Ziyu became Qin Tianyang's adversary. He established his foundation at 12, reached the Dantian realm at 14, attained the earth profound level at 18, and entered the heaven profound realm at 24. In just 3 moves, Qin Tianyang, employing all his strength, could only withstand 3 of his attacks before being severely injured and having his dantian destroyed. Even more humiliating for the Qin family of Wolfing City was that throughout the encounter, this person used but a single hand. You incompetent fools! Did you truly believe you could reclaim the main lineage? Today, I shall cripple this so-called genius of the branch family, allowing you to awaken and abandon such thoughts. Henceforth obeying your station. After being crippled and losing all his cultivation, Qin Xian's mother resolutely took Qin Tianyang away from Wolfing City. I will surely heal him. Before departing, their mother entrusted Qin Xian to Qin Yuan and then resolutely left with Qin Tianyang. Qin Ziyu. Qin Xian enunciated the name deliberately, as if attempting to savor it before swallowing it. Xiener, they have held the main lineage for a century. This time is ample for them to bolster their strength with resources. If you are not entirely certain, please do not act recklessly, Qin Yuan cautioned with concern. Listening to these words, Qin Xian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, grandfather, I am no fool, I will not act impulsively. With that, Qin Xian calmly exited the great hall, making his way to his room. Yet, along the way, he clenched his fists tightly. Qin Ziyu. This name, he committed to memory. Once back in his chamber, he closed the door and endeavored to calm himself. More than a decade ago, that individual had already reached the heaven profound realm. His current strength would be even more formidable. Though he harbored hatred, he would not allow it to cloud his judgment. Power, he required power. Only with formidable strength could he exact revenge and reclaim the position of the main lineage. Exhaling deeply, Qin Xian immediately entered that realm. Thud. He cast several corpses into the spirit refining cauldron and waited calmly. These corpses had possessed strength at the Yuling realm. If refined, they would surely yield impressive results. Ah! And the spirit stones. Qin Xuan slapped his forehead and retrieved several Qin Xuan rings, emptying the spirit stones within into the spirit refining cauldron. Regrettably, there were too few spirit stones, if only there were more. Qin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. His supply of spirit stones was indeed limited. And this was all he could manage. After a while, a drop of white primordial spirit liquid and several drops of spirit liquid containing spiritual energy appeared before Qin Xuan. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan absorbed both the primordial spirit liquid and the spirit liquid. The primordial spirit liquid swiftly transformed and elevated Qin Xuan's physique. His cultivation once again advanced. After a brief period, Qin Xuan clenched his fists tightly. Threefold Danxian. Chapter 17, The Turmoil at the Pill Workshop Beyond the Elevation of His Realm. Qin Xuan also experienced a substantial enhancement in his physical constitution. Although it could not be compared to the initial refinement with the divine alchemy cauldron, the improvement was nevertheless significant. Qin Xuan glanced at his hands, which gleamed like jade, and nodded slightly. The primordial spiritual liquid had indeed been of great assistance to him. Regrettably, much of the essence from the corpse of the Jade Clear realm had already dissipated, otherwise, it would have undoubtedly elevated his physique to new heights. Nonetheless, this progress sufficed, he contemplated. Next, he could commence the concoction of some elixirs. To bolster his strength, additional pills were essential alongside the spiritual liquid. During the 3 centuries of torment at the hands of the Empress, she had imparted to him the art of pill refinement to expedite his recovery. Moreover, the divine alchemy cauldron was the pinnacle of alchemical vessels. When he first learned that the cauldron could produce pills, Qin Xuan was utterly astonished. The divine alchemy cauldron could also craft elixirs? He had previously thought it solely served to obliterate corpses. Child, what kind of gaze is that? Do you truly believe I am merely capable of destruction? The celestial Empress had been quite displeased at the time. The divine alchemy cauldron could refine humanity, spirits, and of course, pills and artifacts. It was far more powerful than one could imagine. With this thought, Qin Xuan began to search for suitable recipes. Naturally, the information left by the Empress contained numerous formulas. Soon, he discovered an appropriate recipe, yet he found himself lacking the necessary medicinal ingredients. After some consideration, an idea struck him. Yes, he could visit the Qin family's marketplace in the city tomorrow. The following day, Qin Xuan departed the Qin residence and made his way to the city's marketplace. As the foremost family of Firewind City, the Qin family possessed numerous enterprises beyond mere martial prowess. Among these, the most significant was their pill shop. Across the entirety of Firewind City, the Qin family owned 6 pill shops, 5 of which were solely for the sale of ready-made elixirs. Only one, situated in the prime location of the city, employed a master alchemist for pill refinement, with 90% of the family's elixirs originating from his expertise. Thus, Qin Xuan headed straight for the largest of these establishments. After a brief half-hour, he arrived at the family's pill shop. A few guards stationed at the entrance quickly approached upon noticing Qin Xuan's arrival. "Greetings, young patriarch. How may we assist you today?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan produced a list detailing the required herbs. "Could you procure these ingredients for me?" Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. Finally, one of the guards, summoning his courage, spoke up. "Young patriarch, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but Master Qi has regulations in place. All medicinal materials within the pill shop are under his jurisdiction, and we cannot take them without his consent." Master Qi? Qin Xuan was taken aback. Previously, he had not paid attention to the marketplace, thus he was unfamiliar with this aspect. Noticing the confusion on Qin Xuan's face, a perceptive guard quickly clarified, "He is the alchemist we brought from another city." Realization dawned upon Qin Xuan, this so-called Master Qi was the family's alchemist. Not permitted to use the materials? He pondered, understanding the necessity of the alchemist's requirements. If others could freely access the materials, it would indeed pose a problem. "Never mind, I shall take a look for myself," Qin Xuan replied, nodding as he entered the pill shop. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling, with a steady stream of patrons coming and going. Observing this scene, Qin Xuan felt a stir of admiration. It seemed that Master Qi was indeed quite skilled, as his elixirs appeared to be in high demand. As he navigated through the crowd, his gaze swept around the shop. Although the Qin family could produce a myriad of elixirs, not all were equally popular. Some ordinary pills, reasonably priced, were exceedingly sought after. In contrast, certain high-priced elixirs seemed rather mediocre, which surprised Qin Xuan. While he surveyed the surroundings, several sharp-eyed stewards noticed his presence and hurriedly approached him. "Young patriarch, what brings you here? If you require any elixirs, I can arrange for them to be brought to you." The stewards were visibly anxious, aware that Qin Xuan was no longer the same as before, and they approached him with utmost deference. "May I inquire what elixirs you seek, young patriarch?" One of the stewards ventured cautiously after a moment of silence. "Oh, I merely need some herbs, so I came to see what is available here." Qin Xuan handed them the list of ingredients. As the stewards glanced over the list, their expression shifted to one of awkwardness. "What seems to be the issue? Are these herbs unavailable?" Qin Xuan asked, surprised. "It's not that they are unavailable," but one steward hesitated, and under Qin Xuan's scrutinizing gaze, he finally relented. "At present, all herb usage in the pill shop requires Master Qi's approval." Once again, this Master Qi. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "I have heard of this. But as the young patriarch of the Qin family, surely I should be permitted to access some herbs." Before he could finish, the stewards all shook their heads in a peculiar manner. "Young patriarch, I fear that is not possible. Master Qi has explicitly instructed that these herbs must not be disturbed. Should anyone do so, he would become enraged." Thus, no one dared to touch the materials any longer. As they spoke, the stewards scrutinized Qin Xuan, perhaps questioning whether he had the audacity to act against Master Qi. Qin Xuan's expression darkened. This was the Qin family's pill shop. How had it come to be under the control of an alchemist? Master Qi would certainly not resort to violence, being merely an alchemist, but should he be provoked, he could refuse to refine pills. The pill shop's revenue relied heavily on Master Qi's elixirs. Should he refuse to create them, it would spell disaster for the family. The stewards voiced their concerns in unison. The pill shop was the most lucrative of the Qin family's ventures. And should this master truly refuse to refine pills, the family's income would plummet. This audacity, this arrogance that allowed an alchemist to dictate the operations of the Qin family's pill shop. With a cold snort, Qin Xuan retorted, "This is the Qin family's pill shop. How can an alchemist wield such influence over it? Where is Master Qi at this moment?" Qin Xuan inquired, his displeasure evident. "Master Qi has taken his apprentices out, claiming he is off to procure herbs." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded and was about to stride towards the back courtyard when a commotion erupted from outside the pill shop. "Come, everyone, come and see. The Qin family's pills have caused fatalities." Qin Xuan turned towards the entrance and saw a group of mourners clad in mourning attire, carrying a coffin while shouting outside the pill shop. Bystanders began to point and murmur amongst themselves. Scanning the group, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. There were 3 at the first level of Danxian realm, 5 at the peak of Foundation establishment, and a few others around the 5th and 6th levels of Foundation establishment. It was evident that these individuals possessed formidable strength. They were currently blocking the entrance, vociferously clamoring with the coffin in tow. The person in charge of the elixir workshop stepped forth. "The Qin family must provide an explanation today. Your elixirs have caused fatalities, and we demand an account for this matter." Chapter 18, Humiliation beneath the groin. The group outside the door continued to shout incessantly, causing cold sweat to cascade down the foreheads of the stewards. The matter of elixirs causing fatalities was a grave issue, one that could irreparably damage the reputation of the alchemy shop. If word spread, how could the Qin family's apothecary maintain its standing in the bustling city of Huofeng? "Quick, someone go outside and offer them some money to send them away," one of the stewards exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at Qin Xuan. "Young master, today's events are quite unexpected. Perhaps it would be best for you to return home for now. Once we have resolved this matter, you can come back." Before the steward could finish, the mourners outside cried out again, "A life for a life. Your Qin family's elixirs have caused a death, and thus a member of your family must pay with their life. Moreover, everyone in your apothecary must don mourning attire and kneel in apology." Upon hearing such outrageous demands, the faces of the stewards turned ashen. Yet, when they looked at Qin Xuan, they averted their gazes. They did not wish to incur the young master's displeasure over such a trivial matter. "Return home?" Qin Xuan's brows knitted tightly. "These ruffians are out here threatening our apothecary. If I turn a blind eye, how can I fulfill my duties as the young master of the Qin family? Besides, he mentioned a life for a life. I am curious to see how he intends to achieve that. Will he demand that I, too, pay with my life?" With that, Qin Xuan strode purposefully out of the apothecary. Outside, the unruly group continued their uproar. Many potential customers who had intended to enter and purchase elixirs began to harbor suspicions. Clearly, the objective of these ruffians had been accomplished. Where are the ones in charge? Why haven't they come out yet? If they don't emerge soon, I'll smash your apothecary. A burly man at the forefront bellowed. Enough! Qin Xuan approached the man, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace as he coldly glared at him. "Who do you think you are? I have no time to waste on a mere child. Bring out your person in charge." "Impudent!" Several stewards who had followed Qin Xuan immediately rebuked the man. "Do not be disrespectful. This is our young master of the Qin family." Upon hearing this title, the leading man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to see Qin Xuan here. Faced with such a formidable figure, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The news of Qin Xuan killing the heir of the Zhao family and desecrating the ancestral tomb of the Lu family had already spread throughout Huofeng City. "I am Qin Xuan, the young master of the Qin family. Who are you to dare create a disturbance in front of our apothecary? Do you wish for me to pay with my life?" Qin Xuan challenged aggressively. Hearing this, the man grew increasingly flustered, yet he quickly composed himself and swallowed hard. "I am the infamous wolf slayer, leader of the wild wolf gang. My brother consumed your apothecary's elixir and died suddenly. Even if your Qin family holds great power, you cannot bully us like this." With that, the wolf slayer turned and dramatically lamented over a coffin. "Oh, fourth brother, you met a tragic end. Not only did these Qin family members cause your death, but now they seek to coerce me. Is there no law left? Is there no justice? The purveyors of counterfeit elixirs are now the ones claiming righteousness." As the crowd witnessed the man's exaggerated display of grief, murmurs of disbelief rippled through them. "Young master, perhaps it is best to retreat for now," several stewards implored Qin Xuan. He waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips as he advanced. "Are you certain he died after consuming our Qin family's elixir?" Qin Xuan inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. "Our elixirs have been sold in abundance. If they could kill at random, the Qin family would have perished long ago. Of course. Look, this is the only elixir of its kind, the transformative spirit pill. And I still have several left from the purchase." The wolf slayer hastily produced a vial, shaking it before the onlookers. The porcelain bottle bore the Qin family's emblem, and the azure pills within appeared identical to the transformative spirit pill. He then took one out and fed it to a small dog he was holding. In mere moments, the dog began to foam at the mouth and collapsed, lifeless. "This. I can't believe the illustrious Qin family would sell counterfeit elixirs. This is truly despicable. I shall never purchase from the Qin family again." As the dog fell dead on the spot, panic spread among the gathered crowd. Initially skeptical, the evidence now spoke volumes. The Qin family was indeed selling fake elixirs. "Qin young master, what do you have to say for yourself?" The wolf slayer sneered. "As a precious heir, I certainly wouldn't dare ask for your life. Instead, how about this, if you crawl under me and apologize for my brother? I might just let the matter rest." The wolf slayer's arrogance was evident, clearly intent on humiliating Qin Xuan. The stewards, enraged by his insolence, prepared to retaliate. But Qin Xuan raised his hand, signaling them to halt. "Are you certain this elixir is from our Qin family?" "Of course. The emblem on this bottle. The color of the elixir, aside from your family's transformative spirit pill, could there be another?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan chuckled coldly, shaking his head. "Bring forth the transformative spirit pill." Let all present witness the truth. Chapter 19, Clearing the suspicions. At the command of Qin Xuan, individuals promptly appeared before the assembled crowd, bringing forth the Hualing pills from the shelves of the alchemy workshop. Esteemed guests, behold the Hualing pills crafted by our Qin family, Qin Xuan proclaimed, as he uncorked a porcelain vial and set the pills aside. A few azure pills emerged, eliciting a reaction from the crowd. Look! Is this not the Qin family's elixir? Dare you deny it, young clan leader? Sha Palang shouted triumphantly, his confidence swelling. Others in attendance were perplexed. The blame had already been placed upon the Qin family, yet Qin Xuan chose not to minimize the situation but rather to publicly present the pills, seemingly escalating the matter. Sha Palang's loud proclamations drew a chorus of agreement from those nearby. Gentlemen, what is of utmost importance when it comes to medicinal pills? Qin Xuan interjected, casting his gaze around to interrupt Sha Palang. He resolved not to be led by the nose but to take the initiative. It is, of course, the quality of the medicinal ingredients. The caliber of these ingredients determines the efficacy of the pill. Hualing pills crafted from superior materials will undoubtedly outperform those made with inferior substances. Though the Hualing pill is not our Qin family's most precious concoction, the ingredients used are of exceptional quality, including the rare Tianlan flower, which, when combined with the unique fire of the earth's veins, results in a pill of profound azure hue. As Qin Xuan spoke, he noted that while the Hualing pill was not highly regarded among alchemists, many present possessed some knowledge of such elixirs and nodded in understanding. Young clan leader Qin, spare us the rhetoric. After all this talk, you do not intend to deny the truth, do you? Surely, a family as esteemed as the Qin clan would not shirk responsibility. Sha Palang sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to interrupt Qin Xuan. Deny it? Today, I shall ensure you abandon all hope. Qin Xuan scoffed coldly. Seizing a Hualing pill. What sets our Qin family's Hualing pill apart from others lies in the singular fire of the earth's veins unique to Wufeng City, which imparts a brilliant azure hue to our concoction. However, should the flames vary, the color of the Tianlan flower within will alter accordingly. Bring forth the fire. Qin Xuan commanded coldly. Several attendants hastily retrieved a source of fire from the back. Witnessing Qin Xuan's evident expertise, Sha Palang and his companions began to feel anxious. Damn it, I'll take this loss as a lesson. Who knew the Qin family was so formidable? We, the Wild Wolf Gang, concede this matter. Brothers, let us depart. Sha Palang waved his hand nervously, signaling his companions to leave. At this moment, however, Qin Xuan would not permit their escape. Stop right there! He barked icily. Any who dares to flee today shall meet their end. Do not think I lack the courage, I have the audacity to desecrate the ancestral grave of the Lu family. Let alone you. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen Qin family guards surged forward, encircling the group. Everyone, witness the Qin family's tyranny. Not only have they caused death through their pills, but now they seek to silence us. Sha Palang attempted to incite the crowd. But when his gaze met Qin Xuan's frigid stare, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This man was indeed capable of murder. What are you afraid of? With so many witnesses present, if this truly is our Qin family's pill, I would gladly stake my life on it. But if it is not, then your life shall be forfeit. Qin Xuan asserted vehemently, as a medicinal cauldron bearing the fire source was pushed forward. Ladies and gentlemen, observe. Qin Xuan raised the Hualing pill aloft and placed it into the cauldron. As the flames roiled, the pill began to melt under the intense heat. Yet, due to the flames remaining unchanged, even as it transformed into liquid, the elixir retained its vibrant azure hue. Behold, this is our Qin family's Hualing pill, without a doubt. Qin Xuan then approached Sha Palang. Produce the evidence. Upon witnessing this, Sha Palang raised his hand, intent on shattering the porcelain vial. However, Qin Xuan, possessing equal prowess at the Danshan level, swiftly seized Sha Palang's wrist, twisting it forcefully to retrieve the pill. You claim this item was crafted by our Qin family. Today, we shall discern its true origins. After cleansing the cauldron of the previous liquid, Qin Xuan promptly poured the new pills into it. What is that odor? As the pills were introduced to the cauldron, a foul stench wafted forth, causing those present to cover their mouths and noses. Subsequently, under the influence of the flames, the pills began to dissolve. Yet, as the fire engulfed them, the colors of the pills underwent bizarre transformations, and soon, the azure hue began to separate from the pills. Damn it! This is not the tincture of the Tianlan flower but rather the hue of blue copper stone. These individuals have truly lost their humanity. A few knowledgeable spectators among the crowd began to curse vehemently. It was evident that the pills they had brought were utterly fraudulent. Humph! Grinding blue copper stone into powder to color your pills, then masquerading them as Hualing pills? You truly possess remarkable audacity. Qin Xuan coldly interrogated. The Qin family steward, present, blared furiously at those responsible. This was a matter of utmost significance for the reputation of the Qin family. Should word of this deception spread, the family's honor would be irreparably tarnished. But these pills were purchased from your establishment. We had no knowledge of such matters, they merely appeared blue, leading us to trust in your Qin family. As Xiaopolang observed Qin Xuan's exposure of the counterfeit pills, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, attempting to rationalize. Do you not believe? Look at my brother, he is deceased. In this world, who would jest about their brother's life? Xiaopolang pleaded. Brother? Qin Xuan scoffed mockingly. Are you truly kin? Hearing this, Xiaopolang's expression shifted. Though we are not blood brothers, we share a bond stronger than blood. Yet here you are, not seeking to honor his memory with a grand burial, but rather dragging his coffin here to stir up trouble with counterfeit pills? Qin Xuan coldly interrogated. At this juncture, even Xiaopolang could no longer fabricate a defense. Lower the coffin. I wish to see how he met his demise. Absolutely not. Xiaopolang shouted desperately. Out of respect for the deceased, how can we open the coffin? Your Qin family is excessively domineering, we concede this matter. And now we shall depart. Humph. Qin Xuan snorted dismissively. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you believe our Qin family is a mere marketplace? Since you claim he perished after consuming our Qin family's pills, we must open the coffin to verify. As Qin Xuan spoke, he advanced without hesitation, kicking the coffin apart. You! Xiaopolang yelled at Qin Xuan. But upon meeting the fierce glares of the Qin family's guards, he could only retreat begrudgingly. Respect for the deceased. How can you act in such a manner? This Wufeng city does not belong solely to your Qin family, how can you be so tyrannical? Xiaopolang protested, to which Qin Xuan responded with a cold laugh. The deceased? Just as the words left his mouth, Qin Xuan raised his foot and delivered a heavy kick to the corpse within the coffin. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, followed by a scream. With a single kick, he sent the individual tumbling out of the coffin, and Qin Xuan turned to face the crowd. Is this what you call a corpse? The person who emerged from the coffin appeared bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Is this not a testament that no one has perished? Indeed, the wild wolf gang has truly sunk to despicable depths, resorting to such tactics to frame the Qin family. How utterly laughable. For many years, the Qin family has maintained a reputation for reliability, as murmurs of the crowd echoed around them. The stewards collectively exhaled in relief. This would safeguard the Qin family's esteemed reputation. Killing Wolf, have you grown weary of life itself, daring to use counterfeit elixirs to slander our family? One steward shouted furiously at Killing Wolf. Seeing the reaction, Killing Wolf hastily retreated a few steps. This matter does not concern us. We were unaware that the elixirs we procured were false. As for my brother, it was merely a misunderstanding, he has only fainted. Recognizing that the situation had turned against him, Killing Wolf understood his defeat and began to withdraw, eager to escape. Qin Xuan smirked derisively, waving his hand as a dozen Qin family guards surged forward, encircling them all. You won't be leaving so easily. Qin Xuan strode forward confidently, seizing the blue elixir from Killing Wolf's grasp. With a mocking smile, he remarked, you would do well to disclose the mastermind behind this scheme promptly, otherwise, I possess a myriad of methods to extract the truth from you. Chapter 20, Establishing Authority Through Violence. Listening to Qin Xuan's cold interrogation, Xiaopolang hesitated, attempting to articulate a response, but he soon realized the futility of his words and hastily shook his head. No, this is merely a misunderstanding among my brethren. I received no orders. As he spoke, Chapelang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You prefer silence, do you? Qin Xuan replied, a smile playing on his lips. Before Chapelang could react, Qin Xuan delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Preventing any allies from coming to his aid, Qin Xuan pressed his foot heavily onto Chapelang's chest, applying intense pressure. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, and upon hearing those sickening snaps, the members of the wolf gang turned pale, caught in a moment of indecision. Even if you choose not to speak, I can deduce the truth. Only a handful of families would dare to target the Qin clan in Huofeng City. Moreover, to replicate the medicinal pills with such precision, there is but one family capable of it. Among the 4 prominent families of Huofeng City, the Qin clan is unrivaled in both weapon forging and alchemy, especially with the presence of the formidable Qin Xuan, a master of the Tianqian realm. The other families each possess their own unique strengths. The Sima family excels in alchemy, their alchemists boasting considerable prowess. Were it not for the Qin clan's access to a fiery vein, they would scarcely stand a chance in the realm of medicinal concoctions. The Li family specializes in beast taming, dominating the spirit beast trade within Huofeng City and its surrounding areas. The Du family is renowned for their mastery of formations, being the foremost family in Huofeng City concerning such arts. Among these families, only the alchemists of the Sima family could replicate medicinal pills to this extent. While I can speculate, I would still prefer you reveal the mastermind behind this plot. After all, none among them would dare to act against the Qin clan. As he spoke, Qin Xuan crushed one of Chapelang's fingers beneath his foot. Will you speak, or will you remain silent? Qin Xuan pressed, his tone icy. There is no one who has commanded me. Chapelang protested, still unwilling to divulge the truth. Qin Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he conjured a sword from his Qin Xuan ring, plunging it forcefully into Chapelang's leg. Ah! The anguished cry escaped Chapelang's lips. You refuse to speak? Very well, I shall flay you before all these witnesses and see how long you can endure. Qin Xuan's voice was devoid of warmth as he sliced a piece of flesh from Chapelang's body. With each passing breath, the sword struck again, and within moments, Chapelang was drenched in his own blood after enduring over 10 strikes. I will tell you everything, just spare my life. He cried out in desperation. Who commanded you? Qin Xuan demanded, retracting his sword. It was the city, Chapelang's words trailed off as his eyes rolled back, collapsing with a thin needle embedded in his throat. Who did this? Several attendants shouted in alarm. Qin Xuan snorted coldly and charged towards the crowd. Though the assailant's actions were subtle, he had not missed the movement. Do not flee! Qin Xuan yelled, capturing the individual responsible. Run! At this moment, the other members of the wolf gang began to scatter. However, the Qin clan's guards had long been stationed at the periphery, and upon witnessing the attempted escape, they swiftly moved to eliminate the fleeing members. Before long, all the escapees had been eradicated. How dare you, Qin clan! You slaughter the wolf gang and now have the audacity to apprehend me! The man clutched by Qin Xuan bellowed. Qin Xuan raised his hand and struck him with a slap. Silence! I witnessed your actions clearly. He then dragged the man forward. Actions? What actions? The man blustered, realizing his subtlety had been discovered. Qin Xuan's cold laughter resonated. Chapelang was killed by the dark weapon you wielded. Did you believe I would remain oblivious? Guards, search him and ascertain his affiliations. Panic washed over the man as the guards quickly discovered the hidden poison needles on his person. Investigate his identity, Qin Xuan ordered expressionlessly. He had just dealt with the Lu and Zhao families, and now faced yet another foolish adversary. He was determined to confront these individuals properly. This is Sima Ming from the Sima family, a minor household, yet adept with dark weapons. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. Very well, gather all the guards immediately and escort him to the Sima family. I wish to see how the Sima family head will address this matter. With Qin Xuan's command, the Qin clan's guards swiftly assembled. Move! At his order, dozens of Qin clan guards apprehended Sima Ming and made their way to the Sima family. Upon arrival, they found the doors tightly shut, having been forewarned of their approach. Sima family, come forth! Qin Xuan bellowed at the entrance. Inside, the Sima family members exchanged anxious glances, none daring to step outside. Refusing to emerge, are you? Very well. Qin Xuan's voice was chilling as he turned to his guards. Let us dismantle this turtle shell. I do not believe they will continue to cower within. Yes. The Qin clan guards responded resoundingly, gathering together to charge the entrance. Just then, the doors of the Sima family swung open, revealing Sima Rui, the head of the Sima family, accompanied by Yuan Hao, the city lord. Qin Xuan. As the young master of the Qin family, how dare you come to our Sima family to cause a ruckus? This is utterly outrageous. Sima Rui reprimanded him coldly. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. Young Master Qin, your actions are excessively domineering. To arrive at the Sima family with guards in such a manner is detrimental to the Qin family's reputation. Let us resolve this amicably. Apologize to the head of the Sima family, and we shall consider the matter settled. Apologize to the head of the Sima family? Qin Xuan shook his head and recounted the entire sequence of events. City Lord, this Sima Ming attacked Shaopalang with a dark weapon, indicating this matter cannot be separated from the Sima family. Finishing his statement, Qin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he addressed Sima Rui. Unless the Sima family provides a satisfactory explanation today, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. As his words fell, the guards of the Qin family erupted into a chorus of shouts. The uproar startled Sima Rui, who paled as he glanced downwards. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head. Sima Ming has long been expelled from our family. His actions bear no relation to the Sima family. Clearly, Sima Rui sought to protect the family at all costs. Qin Xuan had not anticipated such a maneuver, and after a moment of silence, he nodded coldly. Head of the Sima family, your tactics are impressive. Very well, if this incident stems solely from Sima Ming's actions, I shall not implicate the Sima family. Yet. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Xuan turned and struck Sima Ming's arm with his sword. Ah! Sima Ming screamed in agony. You dare to stir trouble at the Qin clan with no backing? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Qin Xuan sneered, then drove his sword into Sima Ming's other arm. Now, tell me, was there anyone who commanded you to do this? As he continued his assault, he pressed for answers. No, I have long been expelled from the Sima family. And my actions have no relation to them. With a glance at Sima Rui, Sima Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Slash. No sooner had he uttered these words than Qin Xuan struck him again with a sword, severing one of his legs. After relentless questioning, Qin Xuan reduced Sima Ming to a mere human stick. Next, shall I flay you alive? Hearing Qin Xuan's threats, Sima Ming could no longer contain himself and shouted desperately, I will tell you everything. It was the head of the Sima family and the lord of Yuanhao City who instigated the wolf gang to cause trouble, should the matter come to light. I would be the one to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan abandoned Sima Ming and cast a cold glance at Sima Rui and Yuanhao. Nonsense. Sima Rui spoke nervously, the young clan leader would not fall for his provocation. This man is clearly harboring resentment after being driven out of his home, speaking utter drivel. Yuanhao, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Young Master Qin, this matter is undoubtedly the ramblings of this boy. The head of the Sima family and I would never engage in such actions. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuanhao leaped forward and struck Sima Ming dead. Young clan leader, shall we consider this matter settled? Let it be known that I, Yuanhao, owe you a favor. Yuanhao proclaimed, bowing slightly towards Qin Xuan. As a powerful figure of the Tianqian realm and a representative of the court, Yuanhao's presence prompted Qin Xuan to refrain from a direct confrontation, and he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, since the lord of the city has said so, we shall let this matter rest, however. Qin Xuan turned his gaze towards Sima Rui. I hope that in the future, the head of the Sima family will keep a close watch over his family. Should one of our Qin family members be inadvertently harmed, it would be most unfortunate. With that, Qin Xuan beheaded Sima Ming and hung his head at the entrance of the Sima family as a warning. A stark reminder for those with ulterior motives to be cautious. After completing these actions, Qin Xuan strode away, flanked by the Qin family guards. Arrogant and overbearing. Watching Qin Xuan depart, Sima Rui could no longer contain his fury and struck the door with a powerful fist, warping it severely. Lord of the city. Will you simply stand by while such a person acts with impunity? Sima Rui urged Yuan Hao beside him. As he gazed at Qin Xuan's receding figure, a glimmer of determination flickered in Yuan Hao's eyes. Do not rush, the day to resolve the Qin family will not be far off. Chapter 21, Alchemy. After encouraging the guards, Qin Xuan returned to the pharmacy amidst the reverent gazes of all present. Young clan master. At this moment, the expressions of the stewards toward him had shifted significantly. Although Qin Xuan had previously been hailed as the greatest genius of Huofeng City, he had merely trailed behind Louis, showing little interest in the family's affairs. Therefore, the stewards had only offered him superficial respect. However, this time was entirely different. Qin Xuan acted decisively and with great proficiency, executing the entire process flawlessly. Most importantly, he displayed no signs of leniency, which greatly reassured these stewards. It was well known that the old Qin Xuan had merely followed women aimlessly. Such growth astonished them immensely. Thus, upon his entrance, the stewards immediately approached him. If anyone causes trouble in the future, you may inform me, and I shall handle it, Qin Xuan confidently declared. For with the divine alchemy cauldron in his possession, he regarded those individuals with complete indifference. Should they dare to act against the Qin family, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Yes. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's command, the crowd erupted in agreement, nodding in unison. They had witnessed his earlier performance and were now entirely obedient to him. After issuing his orders, Qin Xuan handed them a list of medicinal materials. Prepare these materials for me, I will be using the alchemy chamber. Although the stewards were perplexed by Qin Xuan's intention to use the chamber, they complied nonetheless. They certainly did not believe he could concoct elixirs, but having established his authority, they were compelled to offer their unwavering support. What about Master Qi? One steward hesitated to ask. Master Qi had long held a formidable reputation, and they could not simply disregard him, so despite their faith in Qin Xuan, they felt compelled to inquire. Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Master Qi's persistent shadow was indeed irritating. No matter, if Master Qi has any issues, let him come to me. I shall make the necessary arrangements, he asserted. As the young clan master of the Qin family, he could not be oppressed by a mere family alchemist. Thus, this time, he was determined to teach the so-called Master Qi a lesson, making him aware of the true order of things. After a brief moment, all the required medicinal materials were delivered, and Qin Xuan entered the alchemy chamber with them. Once he secured the doors and windows, he began preparing for alchemy. As he had not yet publicly revealed his identity as an alchemist, it was prudent to keep this information concealed for the time being. Within the Qin family's alchemy chamber, aside from several alchemical cauldrons, there was also a vein of earth fire. The flames danced vigorously, appearing quite intense. Observing the flames within the divine alchemy cauldron and the earth fire in the chamber, Qin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The woman had once informed him that while the divine alchemy cauldron was remarkable, the flames within were not the most potent. In this world, there existed even more powerful heavenly flames. Countless flames graced the earth, while each possessed its own unique characteristics. They varied considerably in strength. The flames commonly used by ordinary people were mundane flames, with 99% of the world as flames falling into this category. Above mundane flames were the earth flames. The Qin family's earth flame was quite respectable, yet still merely adequate. Above earth flames lay spirit flames, but heavenly flames surpassed even spirit flames in power. Heavenly flames, as the name suggests, are those that descend from the heavens, either containing the laws of nature or formed from the remains of beings that embodied such laws. As Qin Xuan pondered, a series of ancient runes emerged above the divine alchemy cauldron. The heavenly flame ranking. This was information left behind by the Empress of the celestial mirror, which he had scarcely examined during his past tribulations. Qin Xuan scanned the list and gradually grasped its significance. This was a record of the most powerful flames in the world, with those listed being the mightiest, at least of the heavenly flame tier. Qin Xuan's gaze drifted to the end of the list, which contained 46 types of heavenly flames, of which 36 were common heavenly flames, and 10 bore titles. Qin Xuan gazed at the list in astonishment. He had not anticipated that even flames could possess titles. Though all were heavenly flames, there were gradations of strength among them, with those ranked higher being more formidable. His attention was drawn to the foremost titled heavenly flames. After a moment of reflection, Qin Xuan averted his gaze. Heavenly flames, it seemed, were still too distant for him. "Let us commence with alchemy," he declared. Retrieving the medicinal materials. Though their quality is rather average, they will suffice for the low-level elixirs I can currently produce. Elixirs are among the fastest means to enhance one's strength. With enough elixirs, I can swiftly elevate my prowess. Moreover, the status of an alchemist is immensely revered. One only needs to observe how the stewards of the Qin family regard Master Qi to understand the high esteem in which alchemists are held. In the Tianxian continent, alchemists were ranked from 1 to 9, corresponding to the elixirs they could produce. When an alchemist reached the 5th tier or higher, they acquired a corresponding title, 5th tier alchemist. 6th tier alchemist, 7th tier alchemist, 8th tier alchemist, and the 9th tier was known as the Saint of Alchemy. As for the legendary 10th tier alchemist and 10th tier elixirs, those were figures of myth. The so-called Master Qi was merely a 1st tier alchemist, yet even such a humble title commanded great respect from the Qin family. This left Qin Xuan filled with anticipation. Should he become an alchemist, the benefits would undoubtedly be substantial. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan began preparing to concoct elixirs. The scene of the celestial mirror Empress guiding him in alchemy resurfaced in his mind. Following his recollections, he placed the medicinal materials into the divine alchemy cauldron and commenced the alchemical process. The flames of the 5 elements erupted from all directions, enveloping the materials in a fiery embrace. Every step of alchemy held great significance. Controlling the flames, regulating the temperature, and timing the extraction of the medicinal liquid were all critical. When he first learned alchemy, Qin Xuan diligently committed these details to memory. He had become intimately familiar with each step of the process. In mere moments, the medicinal materials began to yield their essence, thanks to the intense heat of the flames. This extraction process was crucial, requiring precise control of the flame's temperature. If the temperature was too high, the essence and impurities would be reduced to ash. If it was too low, the essence and impurities would intermingle, compromising the quality of the elixir. In summary, this phase was of paramount importance. Before long, the medicinal liquid began to separate, and under Qin Xuan's adept guidance, elixirs began to take form. After a brief interval, several elixirs emerged from the divine alchemy cauldron. Gently tapping the cauldron, Qin Xuan retrieved the elixirs, nodding in satisfaction. "Someone, Master Qi has returned, prepare the reception room." At the alchemy house, Master Qi entered with his apprentice, prompting several guards to relay the message inside. "No need, I shall go to the rear courtyard now," Master Qi stated, making his way directly there. "Master Qi, please wait." A steward hurriedly intercepted him upon his entrance. "What is it?" Master Qi frowned with displeasure. "Master, the young clan master has arrived." "Youthful clan master?" Master Qi furrowed his brow and then shook his head. He had come to this place, and he intended to convey his busyness and disinterest in engaging with the matter at hand. With that, Master Qi proceeded to head towards the back courtyard. "Master, the young clan leader did not request to see you, however, he is currently utilizing the alchemy chamber in the back courtyard." Upon hearing this, Master Qi halted abruptly, casting a displeased glare at the steward. "What did you say?" "He is actually making use of my alchemy chamber. Have I not made it abundantly clear that this chamber is exclusively for my use? No one else is permitted to enter, regardless of their identity." "But he is the young clan leader." "Regardless of whether he is the young clan leader or even a celestial deity, the alchemy chamber remains off limits." Chapter 22, The Tyrant Must Be Punished. The expressions of the several stewards shifted dramatically. Although they usually held great respect for Master Qi, this was the Qin family's alchemy workshop, home to the only vein fire in Huofeng City, owned by the Qin family. Master Qi's audacious remarks seemed to dismiss the Qin family entirely. "Master, please choose your words carefully. The young clan leader is the future head of the Qin family and its spokesperson. Such statements are, quite frankly, excessive." Silence. Before Master Qi could respond, an apprentice accompanying him erupted in anger. "Who are you to instruct Master Qi? Hurry and get Qin Xuan out of the alchemy chamber. If you disturb Master Qi's concentration while he is refining pills, you will regret it." At this, one of the stewards could no longer contain himself. pointing angrily at the apprentice. Gao Hong, you are exceedingly bold to show such disrespect to the young clan leader. Years ago, when you were on the streets, nearly freezing to death, it was the young clan leader who took pity on you, brought you into the Qin family, and provided for your needs. You have feasted and benefited from the Qin family, and now you wish to bite the hand that fed you. Do you not owe the young clan leader your gratitude? Gao Hong's face shifted from pale to green, momentarily at a loss for words. Humph. Gao Hong is now my closed-door disciple, he is no longer your apprentice. You would do well to watch your words, Master Qi interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Gao Hong's confidence surged. Humph. It is precisely because Master has been too kind to you that you have become so audacious. What if Qin Xuan is in the alchemy chamber? Master has recently perfected a new formula and requires the alchemy chamber for his work. This is not a place for you to trifle with. Gao Hong strode towards the alchemy chamber's door, just as it swung open. Who is causing a ruckus outside? Qin Xuan emerged, his expression cold, holding a few pills in his hands. He had not only used the spirit-refining cauldron but also the vein fire to concoct some pills. Although he was inexperienced with the vein fire and had made several mistakes initially, after multiple attempts, he finally succeeded in refining some pills. Albeit their appearance was less than appealing. As he contemplated continuing his work, the noise from outside compelled him to step out. Young clan leader. Despite his usual bravado, Gao Hong felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing Qin Xuan, nearly speechless. Oh, you must be the young clan leader of the Qin family. I am Qi Yuanshan, honored to meet you. Master Qi merely nodded at Qin Xuan, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Seeing this, Qin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Such impoliteness was intolerable. Oh, it is Master Qi. May I inquire what brings you here? Qin Xuan asked coolly. Gao Hong, recovering from his initial shock, quickly interjected. It's like this, young clan leader. Master Qi wishes to refine new pills and requires the alchemy chamber. At this, Qin Xuan simply snorted. I apologize. But I still need the chamber for a while longer. Once I am finished, I will vacate it for Master Qi. Upon hearing this, Master Qi's expression soured considerably. He had deemed the vein fire alchemy chamber a privileged domain, not to be trespassed upon by others. Naturally, he could not accept Qin Xuan's insistence on further usage. Gao Hong, adept at reading the mood, quickly seized the opportunity. Young clan leader, the vein fire alchemy chamber is not a place for frivolity. The herbs and cauldrons within are exceedingly precious. Should you require any pills, do let us know, but please refrain from occupying the chamber. With that, he gestured for Qin Xuan to leave. Gao Hong's audacity was astonishing. Qin Xuan let out a cold snort, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. However, understanding the significance of Master Qi to the Qin family, he refrained from direct confrontation. Master Qi need not worry, I will be gentle and will not damage the cauldron. As for the herbs, Qin Xuan smiled, count them on my account. I will replenish all the materials I use here. Before Qin Xuan could finish his sentence, Master Qi's gaze shifted to the alchemy chamber, landing on the already utilized herbs, and he exploded with rage. You wasteful brat! The alchemy chamber is not a playground for you. Get out of here immediately, this is no place for you. As he spoke, Master Qi advanced to force Qin Xuan out. Master Qi, I shall say this one last time, I am not fooling around, I genuinely need the alchemy chamber. At this point, Gao Hong sneered. Young clan leader, what do you intend to do in the alchemy chamber? This is a place for serious alchemy, not childish games. You are well aware of Master Qi's importance to our alchemy workshop. It would be prudent for you to comply and leave, lest you waste our time. Furthermore, Master Qi has expressly stated that these herbs are not to be touched. Have you no respect for him? The alchemy workshop is the backbone of the Qin family, and it thrives on Master Qi's support. Thus, Gao Hong felt emboldened in his audacity, convinced that Qin Xuan would not dare to cross Master Qi. Get out of here! Gao Hong's provocation pushed Master Qi beyond his limits, and he erupted in fury. Hearing this, Qin Xuan, who had initially intended to de-escalate the situation, stopped in his tracks, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. What did you say? Qin Xuan questioned coldly. Are you deaf? Master Qi orders you to leave this instant. Gao Hong's words reverberated, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. Only Master Qi nodded in satisfaction at Gao Hong's boldness. "You are courting death," one of the stewards shouted angrily at Gao Hong. Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed, his murderous aura intensifying. "Courting death? Humph. It is Qin Xuan who is out of line. Master Qi's belongings are not for him to touch. This vain fire alchemy chamber belongs to Master Qi. No one else is permitted to meddle." Qin Xuan intruded and caused chaos. In my opinion, he ought to kneel and apologize to Master Qi. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a glimmer of silver flashed from the side. Qin Xuan unsheathed his sword effortlessly, its light slicing through the air, piercing Gao Hong's cheek. With a swift flick, he severed a bloody piece of Gao Hong's tongue. Gao Hong writhed on the ground in agony, having lost his tongue. According to the Qin family's rules, slandering the young master warrants tongue removal. Qin Xuan's icy gaze remained fixed on Gao Hong, and before Master Qi could protest, he wielded his sword again, decapitating Gao Hong. With a spray of blood erupting from the severed neck, it splattered all over Master Qi, drenching him in crimson. Thud! A round head rolled to rest at Master Qi's feet. Master Qi stood in disbelief, frozen in shock, as he stared at Qin Xuan, utterly paralyzed. Chapter 23, The Lesson of the Servant. With a swift kick, Qin Xuan sent Gao Hong sprawling. A cold smile gracing his lips as he flicked the blood from his sword and turned his gaze towards Qi Yuanshan. A mere servant dared to overstep his bounds? If it weren't for my intervention back then, he would have perished in the streets from the cold. If parting had been amicable, it would have been one matter. Yet a treacherous servant who dares to defy his master is utterly intolerable. Clear this place immediately, Qin Xuan commanded, and at once several individuals stepped forward to remove the corpse and tidy the area. It was only then that Qi Yuanshan seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You dare to kill!" he exclaimed, aghast. "I had already decided to take him as my disciple. How could you slay him?" Hearing this, Qin Xuan took a step closer, sword in hand, causing Qi Yuanshan to retreat in fear. "He may be your disciple, Master Qi, but he is also a servant of the Qin family. How dare a lowly servant presume to stand above his master? This cannot be tolerated. Today, I am not punishing your disciple, but rather teaching a lesson to the Qin family's insubordinate servant. Master Qi, this is a family matter for the Qin clan, so I must ask you not to interfere." Qin Xuan's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Qi Yuanshan was no fool and could discern the underlying message in Qin Xuan's words. Since this was indeed a family affair, he had no right to intervene. "You wretch!" Qi Yuanshan could no longer contain his fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xuan. "Without my command, you dared to enter my alchemy chamber and destroy my herbs. You are the one at fault, yet you killed my disciple. And now you have the audacity to speak so brazenly. This cannot stand. I shall inform the clan leader." In Qi Yuanshan's eyes, Qin Xuan was clearly opposing him. A transgression he could not abide. "Wait, your alchemy chamber?" Qin Xuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Are you certain this chamber belongs to you? Master Qi," he continued. "Do not be mistaken, this is the Qin family's alchemy chamber. The fire vein that fuels it was summoned by us. And even your robe as a first-class alchemist was bestowed upon you after your affiliation with the Qin family. If it weren't for our support over the years, do you truly believe you could have attained the status of a first-class alchemist? You have been utilizing our resources and enjoying our special treatment. Yet you now presume this chamber is your personal domain? You are mistaken, this is indeed the Qin family's chamber. All these herbs were procured by us, and you, Master Qi, contributed not a single coin. Remember, we invited you to refine pills, not to assume the role of an ancestor." As Qin Xuan's words echoed, Qi Yuanshan trembled with rage, but he found himself unable to refute them, his body shaking with indignation. "I still need this chamber for a few more hours. You may use it afterward," he finally declared, and with a glance at several stewards, Qin Xuan returned to the alchemy chamber to continue his work. Qi Yuanshan wanted to erupt but could not find a valid reason. When he first arrived at the Qin family, he had been cautious, yet as the years passed, he became increasingly favored and began to lose sight of his position. It was only after being thoroughly reprimanded by Qin Xuan that he began to regain his senses. "Master Qi, you should wait. Once the young master is finished, it will naturally be your turn," one steward suggested, while another nodded in agreement. "Indeed. As long as you focus on refining pills, the Qin family will certainly not shortchange you." Hearing this, Qi Yuanshan's face shifted between shades of pale and furious, leaving him momentarily speechless. 2 hours later, Qin Xuan emerged with the refined pills in hand, and only then did Qi Yuanshan obediently enter the alchemy chamber. "Youth master, we owe you a great debt this time. Had you not intervened, we would have been in serious trouble," one steward remarked earnestly. "Do not mention it. Simply focus on your duties. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek me out," Qin Xuan replied as he departed from the alchemy workshop and returned home. Gazing at the pills in his hand, a smile crept onto Qin Xuan's face. During his time in the alchemy chamber, he had become exceedingly adept at employing the fire vein for pill refinement. However, the process was not without its challenges. His spiritual powers still required enhancement. In the realm of alchemy, beyond the techniques involved, a formidable spiritual force is essential. His spiritual power was commendable. Yet to ascend as a more powerful alchemist, a greater spiritual force was imperative. Unlike cultivation or physique, the strength of one's spiritual power is often predetermined at birth, with limited opportunities for enhancement thereafter. "It appears that I must devise a method to bolster my spiritual power," Qin Xuan pondered. To evolve into a higher-tier alchemist, it was crucial to elevate his spiritual power without delay. Achieving the status of a high-level alchemist would significantly benefit his future cultivation journey. After considerable reflection, Qin Xuan scoured the techniques and secrets bestowed upon him by the Empress, eventually discovering a method for enhancing spiritual power, the transformation of the spirit technique. This technique is specifically designed for cultivating spiritual power. With daily practice, one can steadily augment their spiritual capabilities. However, each enhancement is modest, akin to a slow but steady march forward. The essence of the transformation of the spirit technique lies in the concept of transformation. Once mastered, it allows one to absorb the spiritual power of others. While most practitioners possess ordinary spiritual power, those who have mastered this technique can elevate their own by assimilating and devouring the spiritual energy of others. With sufficient spiritual power, one's own can be continuously enhanced. And this progression is significantly swifter than solitary cultivation. Thus, Qin Xuan hastily embarked on learning the transformation of the spirit technique. In the ensuing days, he balanced his study of the ancient alchemy technique with the transformation of the spirit technique, alongside his pill refining endeavors. During this time, he also prepared for the Zhao family's impending visit. However, to his surprise, days passed without any sign from the Zhao family. This was partly due to Zhao Longting's relatively unremarkable standing among the Zhao family's young masters. The others were rather pleased with his predicament. Additionally, it likely had to do with the measures taken by his grandfather following the recent decree. Given that he was not disturbed, Qin Xuan seized the opportunity to focus on his growth. Time passed swiftly. After achieving minor success with the transformation of the spirit technique, Qin Xuan resolved to further enhance his physical prowess. Ever since refining his body with the spirit refining cauldron, his physical condition had remained stagnant. Thus, he needed to procure some blood essence from spiritual beasts to elevate his physical attributes. According to the Empress, the spirit refining cauldron could meld various spiritual beast blood into his body to augment his physical capabilities. Pondering for a moment, Qin Xuan recalled that there was a continuous mountain range of spiritual beasts near Huofeng City, abundant with various creatures. In the heart of the mountain range, there were even beasts of level 5 and above. It seemed imperative to venture into the mountains and seek out some spiritual beasts. As he contemplated, a sudden realization struck him. How foolish of me. The Li family specializes in the spiritual beast trade, does it not? Given their strength, they must possess a considerable number of spiritual beasts. Surely, there are some of significant rank among them. With this thought, Qin Xuan set off towards the Li family's beast taming grounds, donning his Qin Xuan ring. Chapter 24, The Spirit Horse with a Unique Bloodline in Recent Days. As news of Qin Xuan's slaying of Zhao Longting and the desecration of the Lu family's ancestral grave spread, many found it hard to believe. On one hand, the strength displayed by the Qin family, the foremost clan of Huofeng City, was truly terrifying. On the other hand, the transformation of Qin Xuan was astonishing. A once subservient figure who had vanished for 3 years had unexpectedly turned the tables. Not only shedding his former status but also brazenly violating the sanctity of an ancestral grave. This situation was indeed hard to fathom. Consequently, when Qin Xuan arrived at the Li family's beast arena, numerous young scions from other families cast their gazes upon him. The events that transpired at the Lu family remained shrouded in secrecy, with no mention made of it. Likewise, the Qin family opted to remain silent. Thus, many details eluded the knowledge of the other clans. Nevertheless, the fact that Qin Xuan had killed Zhao Longting had circulated widely. Who was this Qin Xuan? That he could kill the Zhao family's heir and still roam about so freely? Several young men from other families regarded Qin Xuan with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his audacity in the face of such a grave act. "Humph, he won't be able to flaunt his arrogance for long," remarked Li Miao, the second son of the Li family, as he approached a group of young men. "What do you mean? Does young Master Li know something?" The young men eagerly gathered around, hoping to extract some secret from Li Miao. "Well, I've merely heard rumors," Li Miao said, glancing at the distant figure of Qin Xuan, followed by a cold smirk. "Since he has slain Zhao Longting, how could the Zhao family simply let this go? Not only them, but even the city lord finds the Qin family too arrogant. In short, just wait and see, Qin Xuan and the Qin family won't last long." As Li Miao spoke in hushed tones, Qin Xuan began selecting spirit beasts within the arena. The Li family primarily sold spirit beasts suitable for long journeys in combat, as these were their main functions. Therefore, most of the spirit beasts here were akin to mounts. Qin Xuan scrutinized the spirit beasts but ultimately shook his head in disappointment. The available spirit beasts were predominantly of low tiers, only at levels 1 or 2, with no higher grade beasts in sight. He smiled ruefully. After all, Huofeng City was relatively small, and what formidable spirit beast family could it possibly house? Having a level 2 spirit beast was already quite commendable. As he surveyed the area, his gaze brushed past a frail spirit horse. Just as he was about to turn to the next beast, he felt a sudden tremor within the refining divine cauldron inside him. "Wait!" Qin Xuan paused and quickly turned his attention back to the spirit horse. Despite being merely a level 1 spirit beast, it was evident that this horse was still a juvenile, appearing weak and on the brink of death. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he sensed a strange thrum of vitality emanating from it. Could this spirit beast's bloodline possess potential? After a long moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze intently on the spirit horse. Although he was uncertain about the nature of its bloodline, he was convinced that it was anything but ordinary. After a prolonged consideration, Qin Xuan resolved to purchase the spirit beast and, upon returning, extract its blood to discern its lineage. Having made up his mind, he approached the Li family disciple responsible for sales and pointed at the spirit horse. "How much for this spirit horse?" The Li family disciple, recognizing Qin Xuan, was cautious not to inflate the price. "It's normally 50 low-grade spirit stones, but since you are the young master of the Qin family, 20 low-grade spirit stones will suffice." Qin Xuan nodded and was about to hand over the stones when a faint voice interrupted from the side. "Apologies, young Master Qin, but we do not wish to sell this spirit horse." Both the disciple and Qin Xuan turned to see the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the speaker, the disciple quickly bowed. "Greetings, second young master." "Step aside, I will handle this transaction," Li Miao said, folding his fan as he stepped in front of Qin Xuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes at Li Miao. Had he discerned something unusual about the spirit horse? No, if he had truly recognized the horse's peculiarities, he would have already taken it away rather than engage in this conversation. "Oh? Not for sale? What is the reason? If it is not for sale, then why is it displayed here?" Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. "Naturally, it is here for sale, but our Li family's spirit beasts are not to be given away." "Even to beggars," Li Miao retorted, a blatant provocation. Qin Xuan's temper flared, yet he maintained a facade of calm, merely smiling slightly. "If you refuse to sell to me, what gives you the right to act in this manner?" Upon hearing this, Li Miao closed his fan. No particular reason, I simply find you displeasing. Qin Xuan's expression darkened immediately. You must understand what this implies. Opposing me is tantamount to opposing the Qin family. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? With that, Qin Xuan took a step forward, a murderous aura radiating from him. Li Miao's countenance shifted as he realized Qin Xuan's strength far surpassed his own. He could not confront him directly. Faced with Qin Xuan's menacing demeanor, he felt a pang of unease. However, he was reluctant to back down. After a moment of inner conflict, he forced a smile at Qin Xuan. It's not that I cannot sell it to you, I simply have a condition. Before Qin Xuan could inquire further, Li Miao continued, let us engage in a duel. If you win, I will gladly give you the spirit beast. But should you lose, you shall never set foot in the Li family again. Upon hearing this condition, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and smirked. Very well. I too wish to see just how formidable the second young master of the Li family truly is. Let us commence immediately. With that, Qin Xuan made to step down into the arena. I propose a beast-controlling duel between us. Li Miao finally revealed all his terms. He felt he had little chance of winning in direct combat but was confident in his ability to control spirit beasts. What, are you afraid? Li Miao taunted. Qin Xuan merely chuckled at the challenge. He recalled the information imparted to him by the Empress, which included methods for communicating with spirit beasts. His skills in beast control far surpassed those of the Li family, leaving him unperturbed. Very well, let us engage in beast control. I look forward to witnessing the prowess of the Li family's spirit beast handling. With Qin Xuan's agreement, Li Miao's smile deepened. Why not add a little wager to make it interesting? Chapter 25, Malicious Intent. Observing the murderous intent in Li Miao's eyes, Qin Xuan felt a similar surge of animosity. It was evident that Li Miao was laying a trap. After all, the Li family excelled in beast taming, and should Qin Xuan choose to engage in a beast battle, the likelihood of his defeat was high. This was precisely what Li Miao desired. While Qin Xuan aimed to establish his authority with Zhao Longting and the Lu family, Li Miao sought to elevate his own stature through Qin Xuan. Seeing the confidence radiating from Li Miao, a cold smile crept across Qin Xuan's lips. Oh. So you believe you can triumph over me? What's this? The illustrious young master of the Qin family dares not accept? Li Miao taunted. Such a crude provocation was futile against Qin Xuan, yet he yearned to teach Li Miao a lesson. Very well, young Master Li, since you are so eager. I have no objections. But what shall be the stakes? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's agreement to raise the stakes, Li Miao's excitement was palpable as he pumped his fist. His greatest fear had been Qin Xuan's reluctance to compete. Now that Qin Xuan had willingly stepped up, he intended to seize the opportunity to assert his dominance. As for offending Qin Xuan and the Qin family, this was Li family territory. What could Qin Xuan do if he was dissatisfied? And as for the Qin family HMPF, from what he knew, their days were numbered after offending the Zhao family. What would it matter if he angered the Qin family? Today, he would trample Qin Xuan underfoot, making it abundantly clear that the true prodigy of Huofeng City was none other than Li Miao. What should the stakes be? Li Miao pondered, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. After a moment, a sinister smile formed on his lips. How about this? The loser must crawl beneath the winner's legs. What do you think? From the outset, Li Miao had intended to humiliate Qin Xuan, which was why he proposed such a demeaning condition. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the request. He had not anticipated this. However, he quickly smirked and nodded in agreement. Very well, if that is your wish, then so be it. With that, Qin Xuan began to stride toward the Li family's arena. Do you truly agree to compete in beast taming? Can you even tame beasts? Seeing Qin Xuan's swift acceptance, Li Miao hesitated. The ease with which Qin Xuan acquiesced made him question whether he had fallen into a trap. What is this? The esteemed second son of the Li family is hesitant about his own terms? Qin Xuan's mockery ignited Li Miao's fury. Fine. Let me see what you're made of. How you dare challenge me? Thus, the two young men hurried toward the Li family's arena. In addition to selling spirit beasts, the Li family occasionally organized beast taming contests or battles to attract spectators. To this end, they had constructed a grand arena. Once Qin Xuan agreed to the duel, The Li family wasted no time in spreading the news. As word circulated that Qin Xuan and Li Miao would engage in a beast taming contest, the arena quickly filled with eager onlookers. On one side stood the currently prominent Qin Xuan, and on the other was the Li family's young master. Their clash was bound to be riveting, especially with the added wager. The notion of the loser crawling beneath the winner's legs? Could it be true? Many dignitaries found it hard to believe, yet when Qin Xuan and Li Miao appeared in the arena, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Even the private boxes above resounded with shouts. Clearly, everyone was eager to discover who would emerge victorious from this fierce contest. Had the young master of the Qin family lost his mind to challenge the Li family in their area of expertise? It seemed this young master was destined to suffer humiliation. Ah, how intriguing! Whoever the victor may be, it appeared that this contest would surely end in a bitter rivalry. Among the murmurs of the crowd, two figures concealed in the shadows also watched the scene unfold. Rest assured, Qin Xuan is sure to lose this time," said Lu Tao, his voice laced with malice as he looked at the veiled Lu Yi. Ever since Qin Xuan had humiliated the Lu family, Lu Yi had concealed her face, too ashamed to show her true self. This is perfect. I want to witness Qin Xuan grovel like a dog, enduring this humiliation, Lu Yi declared vehemently. Her hatred for Qin Xuan had reached its peak, and upon hearing of the wager between him and Li Miao, she had rushed to the arena. She was determined to witness Qin Xuan's disgrace firsthand. Qin Xuan, the humiliation you bestowed upon me that day will be repaid tenfold. Lu Yi glared at Qin Xuan, longing to rush forward and tear him apart. At that moment, both Qin Xuan and Li Miao had entered the expansive arena. Mr. Qin, it appears you are destined to lose today, Li Miao sneered, feeling confident in his victory. To demonstrate his prowess, he had quickly disseminated the news of their wager, aiming to publicly humiliate Qin Xuan beneath his feet. Ah, I fear your skills may not match your bravado. Do not be surprised if you end up embarrassing yourself, Qin Xuan replied with a calm smile, surveying the crowd. Li Miao had prepared thoroughly. The arena was filled with members of various prestigious families. Yet not a single person from the Qin family was present. It seemed they had fully committed to this spectacle. However, Qin Xuan merely chuckled. While others might fear the Li family in beast taming, he was unperturbed. In the vast expanse of the Taiyuan space, he had acquired skills in beast taming. And those techniques were derived from the upper realms, far superior to the ordinary methods employed in the lower realms. Thus, Li Miao's arrogance struck Qin Xuan as utterly ludicrous. Now, let us select the spirit beasts for our battle, Li Miao declared, waving his hand. Immediately, a servant approached with a brocade box filled with numbered slips. Inside are the spirit beasts currently available in our arena. We shall each select one and compete fairly, allowing all present to bear witness. Fairly? Qin Xuan scoffed, bemused by Li Miao's pretense of impartiality. The Li family had numerous underhanded tactics at their disposal in beast taming, yet they dared to speak of fairness. Enough of this banter, let us commence the contest. I am eager to witness the capabilities of the second young master Li. Chapter 26, the human-faced demon spider Qin Xuan mockingly remarked as he stepped forward to draw a number. Li Miao snorted coldly and drew a number as well, exuding an air of confidence. The spirit tiger against the spirit spider held some intrigue. Li Miao smiled, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and declared, "Let us commence." With that, Li Miao, guided by the guards, made his way toward the beast cages beneath the arena. "Lead the way," Qin Xuan commanded. And a nearby guard promptly escorted him to the underground enclosures. Roar! Upon arriving at the cage of his chosen spirit beast, a fierce roar erupted from within. It was a spirit tiger, a rather ordinary first-tier spirit beast. In the mountains, this tiger's combat prowess would scarcely be noteworthy. Glancing around, Qin Xuan's expression darkened. The Li family was indeed cunning. All the spirit beasts here were merely commonplace. Li Miao would not rely on such a beast. He must have prepared something extraordinary to ensure a foolproof victory. With this thought, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort. However, the essence of beast taming lies not solely in the strength of the spirit beast, but rather in the prowess of the beast master. Although Qin Xuan was not a professional beast tamer, his knowledge far surpassed that of the Li family. This will do, even if the spirit beasts were inferior. Qin Xuan was confident in his ability to prevail. He commanded the spirit tiger with his mental strength, leading it out of the cage and through the long passage into the arena. At that moment, on the opposite side of the arena, Li Miao appeared. What is that? Qin Xuan's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the creature behind Li Miao. Standing there was a colossal demon spider, towering several meters high. Its black and white body was marred by a red patch that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human face. The human-faced demon spider, a peak second-tier spirit beast, remarkable indeed. Those with discerning eyes in the audience immediately recognized the identity of this spirit beast. How could they possibly fight? The spirit tiger was merely a first-tier beast, while the opponent had summoned a peak second-tier human-faced demon spider, which was notorious for its formidable mental prowess. Many spirit beasts of equivalent rank had perished in combat against it. The spirit tiger stood no chance. The young master of the Qin family was undoubtedly destined to lose such recklessness. Many spectators shook their heads in dismay. To them, Qin Xuan's audacity was ill-advised. The Li family was a dominant force in beast taming. How could he dare to challenge them in their area of expertise? Stakes aside, attempting to confront them directly was clearly a tactic devised to humiliate Qin Xuan. Yet, he had unwittingly walked into their trap. Foolishness! Such a person deserves humiliation. Earlier, when he dealt with the Zhao family's young master, I had thought him a noteworthy figure. Now, he appeared nothing more than a brutish fool. How could such a person achieve greatness? Merely a clown, and having subdued the Lu family, he thought the Qin family invincible. A chorus of derision echoed around the arena. Almost everyone present believed Qin Xuan was merely inviting disgrace upon himself. Lu Yi clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with hatred. Yes, this was the spectacle she wished to witness, Qin Xuan being thoroughly humiliated. Now that we are all present, let us begin. Li Miao, brimming with self-satisfaction, fixed his gaze on Qin Xuan, laughing maniacally at the sight of the spirit tiger behind him. How could he possibly draw numbers honestly? From the very start, he had manipulated the situation. He had trained the human-faced demon spider long ago and, to ensure absolute victory, had specifically summoned it for this occasion. As for the spirit beasts in Qin Xuan's chest, they were all as ineffectual as the spirit tiger. Let the contest commence. Qin Xuan spoke calmly. No sooner had his words fallen than Li Miao raised his hand. Go, my treasure. Hiss. A series of hissing sounds erupted as the human-faced demon spider surged toward Qin Xuan. The spirit tiger visibly quivered in fear, almost contemplating retreat. However, under Qin Xuan's mental command, it charged bravely toward the oncoming spider. Roar! The spirit tiger roared, raising its colossal paw toward the demon spider. The tiger's roar was deafening, and its claws appeared formidable. For a moment, many spectators believed the spirit tiger might stand a chance against the demon spider. Yet, in the instant they clashed, the demon spider's razor-sharp claws lunged toward the spirit tiger. Roar! The spirit tiger howled, attempting to block the demon spider's lethal strike. But the claws sliced through its paw as if it were mere butter. Splatter! Blood gushed forth, and the spirit tiger's roar transformed into a mournful cry. In mere moments, one of the spirit tiger's massive paws was severed by the spider's claws, blood spraying and staining the arena crimson. Excellent! Li Miao shouted, his excitement palpable as he pumped his fist in the air. This blow had solidified his victory. Just a few more strikes, and the spirit tiger would perish, allowing him to force Qin Xuan into disgrace. What of the so-called genius of Firewind City? Nonsense! Before me, he would kneel in submission. Hiss! The demon spider, invigorated by the taste of blood, became even more ferocious, its black and white body transforming into a vivid crimson. It turned out to be a mutated human-faced demon spider. Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Li Miao was truly despicable. Not only was he pitting a second-tier beast against a first-tier one, but he was also employing a mutated second-tier spirit beast. Without resorting to some clever tactics, he might genuinely face defeat. Nevertheless, Qin Xuan was determined to secure victory. This gamble must be won, allowing him to deliver a resounding slap to Li Miao's face. Of course, if he were to lose, he would not suffer the humiliation of submission. At worst, he would eliminate Li Miao as well. As Qin Xuan contemplated, his gaze shifted towards Li Miao. Observing the human-faced demon spider and feeling the immense wave of mental energy emanating from it, a flicker of inspiration sparked within him. This might be an opportune moment to enhance his mental strength. In recent days, he had been practicing the transformation of spirit technique. Although he had not yet fully mastered it, he could already absorb mental energy. If he could siphon the mental energy from the human-faced demon spider, his own mental prowess could potentially double. Though the demon spider was vicious, absorbing its mental energy would be immensely beneficial to Qin Xuan at this juncture. After all, he was currently refining medicinal pills and required even greater mental acuity. Enhancing his mental strength was crucial. With this in mind, Qin Xuan felt increasingly compelled. Yet he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now was not the time. Let Li Miao revel in his moment of triumph for a while longer. Chapter 27, Victory. As the two engaged in their discussion, the demon spider once again sprang into action, its steel-like claws lunging towards the spiritual tiger. My dear, eliminate this presumptuous fool! Li Miao shouted exuberantly, evidently confident of victory. The claws of the demon spider descended upon the spiritual tiger, which could only feebly raise its remaining massive paw to strike back at the demon spider. Kill it! Louis also cried out in excitement, eager to witness Qin Xuan kneeling in supplication. The demon spider's claws were about to land on the spiritual tiger. And everyone present believed Qin Xuan had already lost. Qin Xuan, kneel before me! Li Miao shouted with fervor, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Xuan. In that moment, he perceived the two spirit beasts as mere distractions, with Qin Xuan being his sole adversary. Oh, but I believe it is you who should kneel, Qin Xuan retorted. And at that instant, the demon spider's descending claws abruptly halted. Not only that, but it appeared as though the demon spider had been frozen in time, rendered motionless. With a mighty roar, the spiritual tiger unleashed its giant paw towards the demon spider's leg. A sharp cracking sound echoed as, before the astonished eyes of all, the spiritual tiger shattered the demon spider's claw with a single blow. The demon spider collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Now is the moment! Seizing the opportunity concealed by the dust, Qin Xuan darted forward, placing his hand upon the demon spider's head. Hissing in instinctive alarm, the demon spider sensed impending doom, but it was too late. As he invoked the transformation technique, Qin Xuan rapidly absorbed the demon spider's spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy within the demon spider was considerable. Even as Qin Xuan absorbed it, the creature's energy attempted to resist. Yet, Qin Xuan's prowess was unmatched. As he simultaneously suppressed the demon spider and voraciously consumed its energy. Without a moment's pause, Qin Xuan swiftly absorbed all of the demon spider's spiritual energy. As the dust began to settle, he quickly retreated while commanding the spiritual tiger to take a bite out of the demon spider. With a fierce hiss, the demon spider was promptly slain by the spiritual tiger's bite, shocking the crowd into silence. After a few breaths, however, the onlookers erupted into astonished gasps. Unable to fathom how the seemingly doomed spiritual tiger had triumphed over the demon spider. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Li Miao stood in a daze, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. In mere moments, everything had been reversed. The spiritual tiger had not only survived but had also dispatched the demon spider. Though it had lost a massive paw, the spiritual tiger remained alive and well, while the demon spider lay lifeless. It seems the one who should kneel is not me, Qin Xuan taunted, casting a scornful glance at Li Miao. Li Miao's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Upon hearing this, he raised his head, glaring fiercely at Qin Xuan. You deceived me! Qin Xuan merely raised an eyebrow in response. Deception? The spirit beast belongs to your Li family, the arena is yours as well. How could I be the one to deceive? Even if your family were to deceive, it could not be attributed to me. Qin Xuan mocked, shaking his head. Or perhaps you, Li Miao, are unable to accept your defeat and wish to deny it? As soon as he uttered this, a spectator in the stands, eager for drama, shouted, Young Master Li, a wager is a wager, surely you understand this principle. Having lost, you must accept this humiliation. Qin Xuan spoke calmly, exuding an air of indifference. Yet everyone comprehended the implications of his words. Qin Xuan was compelling the scion of another prominent family to kneel before him. Qin Xuan, do not push your luck. Li Miao's eyes blazed red, fixated on Qin Xuan, who was now desperate. As the second son of the Li family, if he knelt, he would bear that disgrace for life. Pushing my luck? Qin Xuan shook his head. I am merely adhering to the agreed-upon rules. You stated that the loser must kneel before the victor and accept this humiliation. Was that not your own condition? Now that it is unfavorable to you, you wish to retract it? Qin Xuan's words were icy, devoid of emotion. This. Li Miao was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with anger. While he could never bow to Qin Xuan, he had invited many notable families from Firewind City to witness this competition to humiliate Qin Xuan. Now that he had lost, he felt utterly humiliated. Caught in this dilemma, he hesitated. Young man, one should show mercy, why not do a favor and spare him? An elderly voice rang out from the stands. Qin Xuan turned to see an old man stroking his beard, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, young man, in this day and age, it is wise to show mercy rather than resort to violence. Another elder chimed in, though his gaze at Qin Xuan was less than favorable. Humph. Qin Xuan scoffed, dismissively averting his gaze. If you two are so benevolent, why not come forward and kneel in his stead? I might consider sparing him. You. The two elders flushed with indignation at Qin Xuan's scathing words. Youngster, we are offering you our good intentions, yet you refuse to appreciate it and dare to speak thus. Though the two elders were skilled with words, they would never kneel for Li Miao. If I were to lose today, would you two intervene on my behalf? Qin Xuan sneered, then turned his attention back to Li Miao. Kneel now, I wish to depart with the spirit beast and have no time to waste. His voice dripped with cold menace as he addressed Li Miao. You. Li Miao's complexion shifted from deep red to ghostly pale. Qin Xuan was insistent that he kneel. If he did, everything would be over. If you do not kneel, I shall assist you in doing so, Qin Xuan declared, advancing toward Li Miao with an air of lethal intent. As Li Miao trembled at Qin Xuan's menacing approach, clarity washed over him. This was a man who had dared to kill even the heir of the Zhao family from the Shenlong Dao. Fear surged within him, and his legs began to weaken, almost yielding to the urge to kneel. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, Qin Xuan halted, his expression turning steely as he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the arena. There stood a tall middle-aged man, glaring intently at him. Youngster, you have crossed the line. In that fleeting moment of locked gazes, the middle-aged man spoke. Crossed the line? Qin Xuan's gaze was equally frigid. Had I lost today, I wonder if you would still utter such words. Chapter 28, slapping the Li family's face observing the attire of the man before him. It was evident he belonged to the Li family. Third uncle, save me. Upon spotting the middle-aged man, Li Miao cried out in desperation, as if he had found a savior. Fear not, as long as I am here today, he shall not force you to kneel, the middle-aged man declared, his gaze fixed coldly upon Qin Xuan. This was the Li family's beast-fighting arena, he would not allow a member of the Li family to kneel before Qin Xuan. Moreover, he intended to compel Qin Xuan to kneel here and now. Anyone who dared to insult a member of the Li family would face his wrath. Hearing these words, Qin Xuan smirked mockingly. So, the Li family intends to go back on their word? Are you unable to uphold the conditions you set? The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, reveling in the unfolding drama, eager to see the situation escalate further. Li Miao's third uncle, Li Yin, turned pale as he processed the implications. Such news would tarnish the Li family's reputation significantly. However, it was unacceptable for Li Miao to kneel before Qin Xuan. The second son of the Li family kneeling before the young master of the Qin family would cause irreparable damage to their standing. He could only press down on this junior's head to force him to bow. Clenching his fists, Li Yin thought, youngster, kneel now, and I shall allow you to leave the Li family unscathed. Otherwise, even if you are the young master of the Qin family, escaping today will not be easy. As his words fell, several figures appeared around the beast-fighting arena, all at the Danshan level. The Li family, skilled in beast mastery, had also summoned several second-tier spirit beasts that loomed ominously at the entrance. It seemed that if Qin Xuan did not concede, the Li family would resort to force. In a dire situation, Qin Xuan's gaze swept the area, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I had thought the Li family was a prominent clan. But it appears you are merely a bunch of despicable scoundrels. Stepping forward, he stared coldly at his opponent. To be dishonest is one thing, but to demand my submission? Very well. With that, Qin Xuan sprang towards Li Miao with lightning speed. You dare! Li Yan and the others reacted, but Qin Xuan had already reached Li Miao's side. No! Li Miao screamed in terror, but it was too late. Qin Xuan raised his foot and struck Li Miao's knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. And Li Miao let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. Since you cannot kneel, allow me to assist you. Qin Xuan said coolly, stepping onto Li Miao's back and surveying the Li family members around him. You seek death. Li Yan roared. Boom! A third-tier spirit beast charged toward Qin Xuan from the arena, while others controlled by the surrounding Li family members advanced menacingly. The young man was indeed too rash. If he yielded now, he could seek vengeance later. Now, however, he was surely at a loss. Onlookers shook their heads, puzzled by Qin Xuan's actions. After all, given the power of the Qin family, it would have been easy for Qin Xuan to find ways to regain his honor after conceding. But with such reckless bravado, and the Li family closing in, capture seemed inevitable. As the spirit beasts approached, Qin Xuan remained resolutely on Li Miao's back, showing no intention of retreating. Child, perish! Several spirit beasts quickly reached Qin Xuan, ready to strike, and Li Yan's eyes gleamed with malice, envisioning Qin Xuan's gruesome demise. Yet, at that moment, Li Yan's smile vanished, replaced by a frantic roar. What is happening? Why have I lost control of my spirit beast? The third-tier spirit bear stood motionless, staring blankly at Qin Xuan. Go! Slay them! Qin Xuan commanded, pointing at the approaching second-tier spirit beasts. The bear seemed to understand, nodding before charging at its foes with a mighty roar. Stop! Cease at once! Li Yan screamed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Years of effort had been invested in taming that spirit bear. And now it had fallen into the hands of another. Li Yan could not tolerate this betrayal. Clenching his fists, he rushed forward. But the situation in the arena spiraled out of control. The second-tier spirit beasts were no match for the bear and were quickly rendered severely injured. Although the bear suffered several grievous wounds, if Li Yan had been controlling it, its full potential would have been unleashed. But now, under Qin Xuan's command, the battle was far from simple. I will kill you! Seeing his bear gravely wounded, Li Yan and his companions charged at Qin Xuan. Roar! At that moment, Qin Xuan maneuvered the bear to block their path, preventing Li Yan and his group from advancing. Kneel, crawl through my legs, and I may spare your life. Qin Xuan threatened, sword pointed at Li Miao. Please don't kill me, I will comply. Terrified, Li Miao, overwhelmed with fear, knelt before Qin Xuan, enduring the humiliation. Very well, since you are so compliant, I shall spare your life. Kicking Li Miao aside, Qin Xuan coldly regarded the approaching Li Yan and his companions. I will kill you. Li Yan nearly shattered under the weight of despair, witnessing Li Miao's disgrace. The Li family's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. All members of the Li family, seal the arena. He must not leave alive today, his blood shall cleanse the shame of the Li family. Li Yan bellowed, and all Li family disciples surged forth, encircling the arena, determined to prevent any escape. Is this how the Li family conducts its affairs? Qin Xuan scoffed. Cowards seeking to silence me? Fuming at Qin Xuan's derision, Li Yan clenched his fists, wishing he could crush Qin Xuan on the spot. Humph, if I kill you today, who would dare utter a word against it? Just as he spoke, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the arena. Oh! Who dares to lay hands on our young master of the Qin family? Boom! The doors of the confined arena were smashed open with a single punch, and several figures strode in. It was none other than the elders of the Qin family. Chapter 29, The Slaying of Li Yan. Upon witnessing the esteemed elders of the Qin family, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. To their disbelief, the elders of the Qin family had arrived. As each elder made their entrance, the Li family members, who had intended to encircle Qin Xuan, suddenly turned pale with fear. They had not anticipated that the Qin family would arrive just as they were about to strike. Swallowing hard, Li Yan looked at the numerous Qin elders with a mixture of trepidation and defiance. Does the Qin family seek to wage war against us? How dare you trespass into the Li family's beast arena? I shall report you to the city lord. Li Yan shouted, casting wary glances around him, fearful that the Qin elders might spring into action at any moment. War law? Qin Yan stepped forward from among the Qin elders, his gaze icy as he addressed Li Yan. Does your Li family possess the audacity to utter such words? If you wish to duel our young patriarch, it must be done with honor. Resorting to such despicable tactics when you cannot match him is truly disgraceful. Qin Yan's words dripped with scorn. The moment the Li family declared their intent to confront Qin Xuan, he had hastened to the scene. Initially, he had no intention of engaging, for at that time, Qin Xuan had emerged victorious over Li Miao. However, when the Li family sought to harm Qin Xuan, Qin Yan knew he had to act. The presence of so many Qin family members sent a chill down Li Yan's spine. Fine, I concede. Just leave, let it be known that our Li family is magnanimous. Hearing this, Qin Yan scoffed, striding through the throng to stand before Qin Xuan, bowing respectfully. Young patriarch, these individuals are so disrespectful. How shall we deal with them? I beseech your guidance. Qin Xuan nodded, inhaling deeply as he turned his gaze towards the now cowering Li Miao, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Although Li Miao was loathsome for his betrayal, he had ultimately acted with sincerity and thus could be spared this time. However, his eyes shifted to Li Yan, a glimmer of frost flickering within. These Li family disciples act under the command of others, I do not wish to pursue them further. Yet, this heinous act must be met with severe retribution. Qin Xuan declared, raising his hand with a decisive motion. Yes. Understanding the murderous intent in Qin Xuan's gaze, Qin Yan strode forward, advancing on Li Yan. At this point, if Li Yan was not utterly foolish, he would realize that Qin Xuan intended to take action against him, prompting him to turn and flee. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Qin Yan barked, accelerating his pursuit. You cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Li family. If you do, it will ignite hatred between our two families and surely lead to war. Li Yan shouted, attempting to halt their advance with his desperate pleas. But Qin Yan paid him no mind, showing no signs of relenting. War between our families? With you? How laughable. He scoffed. You are but a mere elder at the pinnacle of Danxian, killing you would be akin to squashing an ant. Just then, a faint voice emerged from the entrance. What price must the Li family pay for you to cease your actions? An elderly figure with a sinister visage stepped into the arena. A practitioner at the earth-profound realm, Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, yet continued his advance without hesitation. This man was none other than Li Shan, the head of the Li family. Noticing Qin Yan's indifference, Li Shan took a deep breath and turned his attention to Qin Xuan, recognizing that he was the one in control. Young Master Qin. This matter arose from our Li family's initial wrongdoing. We are willing to offer compensation, I implore you to spare our elder. You may propose any conditions. If it is within our means, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh, fixing a disdainful gaze upon Li Shan. Head of the Li family, surely you are not new to this scene. You have been lurking in the shadows since the beginning, watching the spectacle unfold. Had the elders of the Qin family arrived later, it is likely that Qin Xuan would have already been dealt with by your subordinates. As Qin Xuan exposed his true intentions, Li Shan merely smiled nonchalantly. Young Master Qin jest, for I have only just arrived. Had I been here from the start, I would have intervened immediately. Rest assured, I will ensure that he faces severe punishment for this transgression. However, he continued, I ask you to allow our esteemed elder to go unharmed. Qin Yan was a formidable earth-profound practitioner. A direct confrontation might not guarantee victory for Li Shan. Moreover, the Qin family elders present were numerous. Indeed, Qin Xuan retorted with a mocking smile, his expression growing grave. This man has slandered me and sought to harm me. Such a person cannot be spared. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "This man shall be executed without mercy." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Although Li Yan had sought ill against Qin Xuan, he was nevertheless an elder of the Li family. Unlike the obscure Lu family, the Li family held significant standing in Huofeng City. Yet, Qin Xuan showed no regard for Li Yan's status. Does the young patriarch not fear becoming adversaries with our Li family? Li Shan's expression turned icy. Does the Li family dare to oppose us? Qin Xuan retorted, equally cold. If the head of the Li family wishes to stand against the Qin family, he is welcome to try. With that, Qin Xuan glanced at Qin Yan, who was now at Li Yan's side, having subdued him. "Head, save me!" Li Yan cried in terror as Qin Yan delivered several resounding slaps across his face. "Silence! It is not your turn to speak." Qin Yan snapped, then stomped Li Yan down beneath his foot. "You have captured him, young patriarch. Please, direct how we shall proceed." Qin Yan disregarded Li Shan, focusing solely on Qin Xuan. Nodding, Qin Xuan raised his hand. "As someone who has traversed this path before, I wish to offer you a piece of advice." Li Shan inhaled deeply. Youth can be reckless, yet if one goes too far, they may suffer grave consequences. If you release Elder Li Yan today, our Li family shall remember this favor and reward you handsomely in the future. Otherwise, even if your Qin family is powerful, do you truly believe it can remain so indefinitely? Li Shan remained undeterred, hoping to persuade Qin Xuan to spare Li Yan's life. Let him die. There is no need to prolong this, Qin Xuan waves dismissively, casting a cold glance at Li Shan. Very well. Observing Qin Xuan's unwavering stance, Li Shan let out a cold huff, his gaze fixed icily upon him. Without hesitation, Qin Yan lifted his hand and brought it crashing down upon Li Yan. Bang! Li Yan's head shattered like a watermelon, crushed by Qin Yan's blow. Is the young patriarch satisfied now? Li Shan said, his voice frigid. Not quite, Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Then turned his attention to a spirit horse nearby. That horse is the wager from my duel with your second young master, I shall be taking it with me. Li Shan glanced over, dismissing the frail spirit horse. Such first-tier spirit beasts were abundant in the Li family. Since it had been won by the young patriarch, it rightfully belonged to the Qin family. With a smile, Qin Xuan approached, using his mental force to suppress the spirit horse. After absorbing the mental energy of the demon spider, his own mental prowess had markedly improved, allowing him to easily subjugate this first-tier spirit beast. Now that our business here is concluded, let us take our leave, lest the head of the Li family find us bothersome. The bloodline of the spirit steed is what truly concerns Qin Xuan. With the spirit steed now secured, Qin Xuan certainly has no desire to squander any more time in this place. Farewell, and do not expect to be escorted. Li Shan scoffed coldly, gesturing dismissively. As the members of the Qin family approached the entrance of the beast-fighting arena, Li Shan spoke with a measured tone. The young clan leader's actions are excessively domineering. One must be wary of the inevitable backlash that follows such hubris, for it often leads to a premature demise. Audacious. Arrogant. Upon hearing Li Shan's words, the elders of the Qin family turned in a furious uproar. Noticing the veiled curse within Li Shan's statement, Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Rest assured. Head of the Li family, even should I meet an untimely end, I shall ensure that I take someone down with me. With that, Qin Xuan strode away confidently. Humph. Li Shan coldly waved his sleeve. Master, shall we simply allow them to depart unchallenged? If this continues, it could tarnish the reputation of our Li family. One elder of the Li family murmured in a lowered voice. Patience, let him revel in his triumph for a few days, soon enough. I will make the Qin family understand who the true master of Huofeng City is. Chapter 30, Refining the Blood of the Yellow Dragon departing from the Li family. Accompanied by Qin Yan and others, the group swiftly returned to the Qin family. Upon confirming that Qin Xuan was unharmed, Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning about the duel between Qin Xuan and Li Niao, Qin Yuan had considered rushing over immediately, but it was Qin Yan who persuaded him to refrain. Now, seeing his grandson return safely, Qin Yuan felt his worries dissipate. Returning is all that matters. Humph. If those old wretches from the Li family dare to lay a hand on you, I will undoubtedly raze their family to the ground. With clenched fists, Qin Yuan seethed with a desire to eradicate the Li family. Grandfather, see, nothing happened to me. Look, I even brought back a spirit beast. Qin Xian replied with a smile, gesturing towards the frail spirit horse behind him. Qin Yuan chuckled at the sight of the emaciated creature. After exchanging a few words, Qin Xian led the spirit horse back to the courtyard. Entering the jade pendant, Qin Xian gazed at the refining god cauldron, his eyes shimmering with fervor. This was the blood of a spirit beast. If he could successfully refine it, the enhancement to his strength would be considerable. He was eager to discover just how powerful this spirit horse's bloodline was. With that thought, Qin Xian cast the spirit horse into the cauldron. Soon, the 5 elements fire consumed the spirit horse, reducing it to ashes, leaving only a trace of golden blood within the cauldron. This is... Qin Xian paused, his expression one of astonishment. This is the blood of the ancient yellow dragon. The ancient yellow dragon. A being second only to the 9 great ferocious beasts of the primordial era. If he could absorb this blood entirely, it would greatly benefit him. His breath quickened at the prospect. Even a mere trace would be immensely advantageous to him. However, the joy on Qin Xian's face quickly faded, replaced by an air of seriousness. Although this ancient yellow dragon blood was not as fearsome as the terrifying beings among the 9 fiends of Tai Huang, it was still a formidable spirit beast. Normally, even a single drop of its blood would be too much for a mortal body like his to withstand. Even with his body having been refined by the god-refining cauldron, enduring it would still be a slow process. Fortunately, the spirit horse possessed only a trace of ancient yellow dragon blood, which he believed he could manage to endure. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xian took a deep breath. He needed to refine this trace of ancient yellow dragon blood into his own body. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xian gritted his teeth and leaped into the cauldron. Since cultivating the ancient god-refining decision, he had become adept at controlling the cauldron. The 5 elements fire surged forth, and the flames carried the trace of ancient yellow dragon blood into his body. Hiss! The instant the yellow dragon blood entered his body, Qin Xian felt a searing pain engulf him. It was as though a sharp blade had sliced through him, causing excruciating agony. Ha! Almost immediately, the searing pain radiated from a single point throughout his entire being. Lowering his gaze slightly, he saw that, under the refinement of the 5 elements fire, the trace of yellow dragon blood continuously flowed into him. Ah! When the yellow dragon blood fully integrated into Qin Xian's body, he could not help but cry out in torment. The blood began to rebel violently, tearing apart his muscles and meridians. It rampaged through his body like a blade, relentlessly slicing through his sinews. Ah! This pain was unbearable. Yet he understood that in moments like these, he had to persevere. This was the crucial moment, otherwise, everything he had done thus far would be in vain, and the meridians and dantian within him would be utterly destroyed by the yellow dragon blood. The 5 elements fire blazed from all sides. Within the refining god cauldron, the flames scorched his body, making him feel as though he were on the verge of being incinerated. As the temperature rose, the yellow dragon blood grew increasingly agitated, resulting in escalating destruction within him. Caught between internal and external turmoil, Qin Xian felt nearly ready to give up. But then he shook his head. No, how could he concede so easily? Ah! Qin Xian threw his head back and roared, pouring all his strength into suppressing the frenzied yellow dragon blood. As an ancient spirit beast, even a single drop of its blood was not easily tamed. Initially, the blood rampaged uncontrollably, defying submission. Yet, Qin Xian continued to howl softly, gritting his teeth to endure. No matter what, he was determined to subdue this blood. As time wore on, amidst Qin Xian's roars, the once rebellious yellow dragon blood slowly began to merge with his body. Chapter 31, The Defection of Master Qi. After a while, Qin Xian slowly opened his eyes. As the blood of the yellow dragon gradually merged into his body, the pain began to alleviate, allowing Qin Xian to finally relax completely. Having endured the most arduous moment, the path ahead appeared considerably easier. A trace of yellow dragon blood continuously dispersed throughout his body, enhancing his physicality in various aspects. To his astonishment, Qin Xian realized that his physical prowess could still be augmented. He had not anticipated that, after the refinement in the divine refining cauldron, his physical capabilities could experience a new elevation. However, he soon recalled the words of the celestial Empress Sun New Jersey before his departure. At that time, he had merely refined his body using the divine refining cauldron. Now, he was infusing a trace of the primordial yellow dragon's blood into his being. Even this minuscule essence of the ancient yellow dragon significantly bolstered his current physical condition. He could only imagine the enhancement he might gain from obtaining the blood of the 9 fiends of Taihuang in the future. The 9 fiends of Taihuang were the most formidable beasts that once roamed the Taihuang realm, and their blood would be exponentially more fearsome. Securing even a drop of their lineage would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative transformation in his physical capabilities. To possess the complete bloodline of the 9 fiends of Taihuang would be utterly terrifying. Before long, the last remnants of yellow dragon blood were refined. And Qin Xuan leaped from the divine refining cauldron, clenching his fists. The enhancement from this refinement was immense, and he could feel a marked improvement in his physical prowess. Just as he intended to test the strength of his new physique, a maid hurriedly knocked on the door. "Young master, urgent news. There has been an incident at the alchemy workshop. The clan leader and the elders are seeking your presence for a discussion." "The alchemy workshop?" Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, hastily tidying his belongings before stepping outside. "Lead the way." The maid guided Qin Xuan to the council hall, where all the elders of the Qin family were gathered. Not only the elders, but several overseers from the alchemy workshop had also arrived. "What has happened?" After taking his seat, Qin Xuan inquired of the overseers. "Young master. Grave news. That scoundrel, Master Qi, has actually poisoned the batch of pills we produced in the Qin family. This entire batch is ruined, leading to a catastrophic loss. Without these pills, our alchemical business will struggle tremendously." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned. Where is Qin Xuan now? This individual dared to resort to poison. He must have secured a powerful ally, or he would not act so boldly. He has gone to the Sima family, claiming they provided him a substantial sum. When our people went to demand his return, Qin Xuan insisted that the issue lay with our Qin family's materials, stating that his own refining was flawless. How dare he turn the tables? Several elders immediately voiced their outrage. "Enough! The situation has arisen, what should we do?" Qin Yuan asked, prompting the elders to rise in discussion. "Rest assured, clan leader. If the Sima family dares to harbor such a scoundrel, we shall eradicate them." Qin Yuan shook his head. "No, if the Sima family is bold enough to do this, they must have their reasons. If we act rashly, it may appear that we are afraid and wish to silence them. Moreover, while our Qin family is powerful, we cannot simply annihilate an entire family. This will only lead to greater enmity and potential retaliation." As Qin Yuan and the elders deliberated, Qin Xuan stood up. "Since this matter arises from my actions, it is only fitting that I resolve it." Qin Yuan quickly waved his hand. "Qin Xuan is arrogant, I have long wished to deal with him. This matter does not concern you." Qin Xuan shook his head. "Fear not, everyone. Since I have taken on this task, I will resolve it. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall completely address this issue." With that, Qin Xuan bowed and departed. "Clan leader, since the young master has spoken, he must have a plan," Qin Yan remarked from the side. "Very well. Since you claim you can resolve this within 3 days, the matter shall be entrusted to you. During this period, you may mobilize all personnel and resources within the family." Seeing the consensus among the others, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Leaving the family council hall, Qin Xuan hastened directly to the alchemy workshop. At this moment, several overseers were in a state of disarray, staring at the newly produced pills. Hundreds, nearly 1,000 pills, had been refined, but now that they had been tainted with poison, they were all rendered worthless. "I told you not to offend Master Qi, but you refused to listen. Look what has happened now." One apprentice gloated. This individual was another apprentice of Master Qi, now provocatively eyeing the Qin family members. "Shi Ming, you consume and benefit from the Qin family, yet now you speak in favor of a traitor." One of the Qin family's overseers scolded the apprentice. "Humph! Master Qi had even intended to take me as his disciple. Had it not been for that fool Qin Xuan offending him, I would have already become a Dan master." This is all his fault. Shi Ming retorted, just as Qin Xuan entered the room with his entourage. Impudence! An overseer immediately rebuked the apprentice. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Xuan approached Shi Ming, fixing him with a cold gaze. Upon seeing Qin Xuan, Shi Ming momentarily panicked. But soon regained his confidence and raised his head defiantly. Indeed. Had it not been for your arrogance, young master, Master Qi would not have gone to the Sima family. Before he could finish, Qin Xuan swiftly struck him across the face. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly? You! Shi Ming shouted, clutching his face. Qin! With Master Qi absent, we apprentices are the only ones sustaining this workshop. Without us, I wonder how your Qin family will manage. Hearing this, Qin Xuan sneered. A glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, with Master Qi gone, the Qin family's workshop must rely on us. Without us? What do you plan to do? Other apprentices who usually followed Qi Yuanshan stepped forward, filled with bravado. They were resolute that since Qi Yuanshan had departed, the Qin family would need them to produce the pills. Unless you kneel and apologize today, we will never refine another pill here. Shi Ming glared at Qin Xuan, clearly believing he had the upper hand. Very well. Qin Xuan sneered, and without waiting for a response, he swiftly drew his sword and beheaded the apprentice. Blood sprayed forth, instantly shocking everyone around. Qin Xuan, have you lost your mind? With Qi Yuanshan absent, without us, this workshop is doomed, another apprentice shouted in desperation. His greatest reliance was the absence of Qi Yuanshan, believing the Qin family had no choice but to depend on them to produce pills. Yet now, Qin Xuan had acted with such ruthless decisiveness. Before the apprentice could finish speaking, Qin Xuan struck again. Thud. The head rolled away, still bearing a look of disbelief. We were wrong. We will surely refine the pills properly from now on, the remaining apprentices hastily pleaded, but Qin Xuan paid them no mind, dispatching them all. Do you think the Qin family's alchemy workshop will collapse without you? Qin Xuan scoffed, wiping the blood from his sword. Young master, while these individuals are contemptible, with Qi Yuanshan gone, we will have to rely on them for alchemy, several overseers cautiously remarked, fearful of incurring Qin Xuan's wrath. No matter. You shall deliver all the toxic elixirs to the alchemy chamber, and also prepare some medicinal herbs to be sent there. I shall handle this matter. After giving the instructions, Qin Xuan proceeded towards the alchemy chamber. It is merely a trace of poison. With my spirit refining cauldron, I shall swiftly transmute it. Chapter 32, Master Alchemist. These poisons may be formidable, yet in the hands of Qin Xuan, they are of little concern. For the spirit refining cauldron, the process of purging the toxins from the elixirs is an effortless task. Grasping the elixir, Qin Xuan cast it into the cauldron, and soon, wisps of black smoke began to rise, indicative of the toxins contained within. With careful manipulation of the flames, Qin Xuan diligently refined the elixir, extracting all impurities and toxins. Before long, the elixir was entirely purified. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the elixir, ready to concoct new ones. For Qin Xuan at this moment, the only factor influencing his alchemical creations was his mental fortitude. As long as his mental energy remained potent, he could produce increasingly powerful elixirs. Having absorbed the mental essence of the human-faced demon spider, his repertoire of concoctions has expanded considerably. Moreover, in order to stabilize the Qin family's medicinal workshop, a new elixir is essential. Following Qi Yuanshan's defection, the Qin family is indeed in need of an alchemist to restore order. The swiftest means to achieve this is for Qin Xuan to produce a novel elixir. Should the Qin family unveil a new, higher quality elixir, the external parties would regain their confidence in them. Furthermore, it would serve as a significant blow to the arrogance of the Sima family, demonstrating the true meaning of prowess. With determination, Qin Xuan searched his mind for an appropriate formula. After a while, an idea illuminated his thoughts: blood fusion pill. Observing the formula in his mind, Qin Xuan inhaled deeply. Although this formula belongs to an ordinary first-tier elixir, it is evidently far from simple. It surpasses most first-tier elixirs in strength. This elixir shall suffice. With these elixirs in hand, he can ensure that the workshop will not falter due to Qi Yuanshan's departure. In fact, it could even suppress the Sima family's medicinal business. With this in mind, Qin Xuan promptly began to study the formula. The blood fusion pill's recipe was not complex. After a brief period of study, he comprehended it fully. Once he felt confident in his understanding, he commenced the alchemical process. In no time, a single elixir emerged from his efforts. Examining the elixir, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction before consuming it. Upon ingestion, a surge of potent medicinal energy radiated forth. Excellent! Qin Xuan clenched his fist tightly. Next, he set about concocting the blood fusion pill. Several hours later, Qin Xuan presented the newly crafted elixirs before the various overseers of the medicinal workshop. With these elixirs, he felt assured in his ability to topple the Sima family. Young master, how do you find them? Although the overseers harbored little hope, they still pinned their expectations on Qin Xuan. He did not disappoint. With a smile, Qin Xuan handed over several spatial rings containing the elixirs to them. Oh, what can we do now? What? Initially, the overseers had not anticipated Qin Xuan's success. They had already prepared contingency plans for his potential failure. Yet here was Qin Xuan, having resolved the toxins within the elixirs. Astonishment washed over them as they opened the rings to reveal the elixirs, their eyes widening in disbelief. The toxins had long infiltrated the elixirs, yet Qin Xuan had eradicated them entirely. Moreover, the quality of these elixirs appeared to have improved. Such is the marvel of the spirit refining cauldron, which not only purges toxins from the elixirs but also eliminates impurities, resulting in an enhanced quality. This is splendid. With these elixirs, the workshop can quickly regain its footing. We can also seek out qualified alchemists from nearby cities, one overseer remarked. At that moment, Qin Xuan chuckled. In addition to these elixirs, I have more for you to examine. More elixirs? The overseers hurriedly gathered around, eagerly accepting the additional elixirs from Qin Xuan. After inspecting them briefly, they could not resist tasting a small portion of one. This is astonishing. They gazed at Qin Xuan in utter disbelief. Never had they imagined that he could produce such elixirs. Truly remarkable. Young master, where did you acquire this alchemist? We must invite them to join our Qin family. One overseer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, if we can secure this alchemist, our medicinal workshop will not only suppress the Sima family but could monopolize the medicinal business across several nearby cities, others mused, their thoughts expanding into grander visions. Suddenly, one overseer recalled that Qin Xuan had previously requested several rare herbs. Could it be that you yourself concocted these elixirs? The others were taken aback, their gazes fixed intently upon Qin Xuan. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. Indeed, these elixirs are my creations. Rest assured, as long as I am here, our Qin family's medicinal workshop will face no challenges. Furthermore, we shall completely overshadow the Sima family's workshop, making sure that traitor understands the consequences of his defection from the Qin family. As Qin Xuan's chilling words echoed, the overseers immediately nodded in enthusiastic agreement. With these elixirs, they now possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to dismantle the Sima family. Very well, I shall frequent our medicinal workshop in the coming days. You must work diligently to build momentum. We must utterly suppress the Sima family's influence, Qin Xuan declared, his voice resolute. If the Sima family believed that merely acquiring an alchemist would suffice to obliterate the Qin family, they were sorely mistaken. Chapter 33, A Visit of Gratitude. As the detoxifying elixirs adorned the shelves of the alchemy shop, the Qin family's potion business swiftly regained its footing. After all, the potions in their shop had been refined using the divine spirit cauldron, rendering them superior in quality to those concocted by Qi Yuanshan. Consequently, despite the Sima family also showcasing Qi Yuanshan's potions, a multitude of customers gravitated towards the Qin family. This was merely the beginning. In the ensuing days, the emergence of the blood fusion pill nearly plunged the Sima family's business into an abyss. The efficacy of the blood fusion pill was unparalleled, effectively dismantling the Sima family's operations. With a loud crash, Sima Rue, the head of the Sima family, forcefully shattered a teacup onto the ground. Find out. Investigate thoroughly. Which alchemist is supplying potions to the Qin family? As he spoke, Sima Rue's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched tightly. The Qin family's business had completely overshadowed the Sima family, leaving them gasping for air. Previously, they had only managed to maintain a slight advantage due to Qi Yuanshan's involvement. But now that they had even recruited Qi Yuanshan, how could they still be in such a predicament? This Qi Yuanshan was utterly useless. Master Qi has arrived," a maid announced as she entered. "Let him in," Sima Rue commanded, and moments later, Qi Yuanshan strode into the room. "Master Qi, what brings you here?" Sima Rue struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. "Well, I've completed my alchemical tasks for the month. And I wonder when you might fulfill your promise of 1,000 spirit stones?" Sima Rue had meticulously orchestrated Qi Yuanshan's recruitment, even promising him additional earnings for a set number of potions. Now that the potions had been completed, Qi Yuanshan had come to claim his share. Sima Rue's expression twitched. The Sima family's potion sales had plummeted, and Qi Yuanshan, fully aware of their plight, still demanded his dues. He was tempted to slap Qi Yuanshan into silence but understood that the man was still of use and that he could not afford to sever ties just yet. "Please wait a few more days, and I will settle everything at once," Sima Rue replied. Qi Yuanshan snorted derisively, rising from his seat. "Very well. But I hope Master Sima will prepare everything promptly." With that, Qi Yuanshan turned and left. "Humph. A traitor, acting so high and mighty. Once our Sima family's alchemists mature, you shall see." Sima Rue's face was grim. Meanwhile, within the alchemy shop, Qin Xuan stretched his shoulders and exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the hundreds of blood fusion pills before him. In recent days, he had tirelessly refined these potions to bolster his family's resources, successfully producing several hundred of them. "These are the blood fusion pills, take good care of them. With these potions, we can thoroughly dismantle the Sima family's potion business," Qin Xuan declared, smiling as he handed them over to the steward. "The young clan leader possesses such remarkable talent in alchemy, it is indeed a blessing for the Qin family." Several stewards exclaimed excitedly as they hurried away with the potions. "What shall we do next, young clan leader?" the stewards inquired. "Next, we shall deal with that traitor." Qin Xuan's fists clenched, a cold smile gracing his lips. Even if he managed to topple the Sima family, Qi Yuanshan could simply depart, seeking favor elsewhere. If he left amicably, Qin Xuan would not object, however. His act of poisoning the potions was utterly intolerable. "Are we to launch an attack on the Sima family?" some stewards expressed concern, noting the Qin family's recent aggressive actions might attract unwanted attention. Hearing this, Qin Xuan chuckled and shook his head. "I am not the sort to recklessly slaughter entire families. This matter can be resolved with a little cunning." With a slight smirk, he continued, "Over the past few days, I have acquired numerous alchemical formulas from our shop. The preparations are complete, we shall see if the old fool falls for it." With that, Qin Xuan exited the alchemy shop and headed toward the Sima family. "What did you say? Qin Xuan wishes to meet with me and Master Qi?" In the Sima family's council hall, Sima Rue gazed incredulously at the invitation letter in his hand. Given that he had lured Qi Yuanshan away, he assumed the Qin family would harbor intense resentment towards him. Why would they suddenly seek a meeting? Could it be a ruse? After a moment's reflection, Sima Rue remained uncertain. Is it just the young clan leader? The elders from the Qin family are not accompanying him, are they? Since the Qin family's elders had led a raid on the Lu family's ancestral grave and killed Li Yan, many families in Huofeng City held the young clan leader in great esteem, considering his methods excessively ruthless. Now, with the young clan leader appearing, it was uncertain what intentions he might harbor. Only the young clan leader is present, the elders are not with him. After receiving confirmation from his subordinates, Sima Rue nodded. "Very well, let us invite him in. Ensure you also bring Master Qi, but summon a few skilled fighters as well, we cannot allow that boy to harm Master Qi." Once Sima Rue had given his orders, several attendants swiftly set about their tasks. After some time, Qin Xuan entered the Sima family's grand hall. At that moment, Qi Yuanshan and Sima Rue were seated, awaiting him. Upon seeing Qin Xuan, Sima Rue rose with a smile and offered a polite salute. "Young clan leader Qin is too courteous. For any matters, a messenger would suffice, there is no need for you to come in person." Though Sima Rue feigned politeness, Qi Yuanshan remained seated, displaying an air of aloof superiority, clearly dismissing Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan could readily surmise the reason behind Qi Yuanshan's demeanor. Since he had killed the apprentice before Qi Yuanshan's eyes, the latter had harbored resentment towards him and the Qin family. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to poisoning prior to his defection. Their gazes met, and Qi Yuanshan wore a smug expression, evidently pleased with his act of treachery. He believed the Qin family would suffer substantial losses due to his poison, and thus, he eagerly anticipated Qin Xuan's wrathful outburst. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your sudden visit, esteemed nephew?" Sima Rui inquired leisurely. In response, Qin Xuan smiled and respectfully bowed to Qi Yuanshan. "I have come to express my gratitude." "Thank you, Master Qi. Had you not improved the previous alchemical formulas, our alchemy shop would not be thriving as it is now." With that, Qin Xuan bowed once more. Both Sima Rui and Qi Yuanshan were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't I poisoned the potions? How did the situation shift so dramatically? Chapter 34, Elimination of the Traitor. What is happening? Sima Rui stared blankly at Qin Xuan, taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Xuan might come to confront him, and he was ready for it. However, he never expected that Qin Xuan had come specifically to express gratitude. This left him utterly bewildered. "Dear nephew, have you made a mistake?" "No, absolutely not." Qin Xuan shook his head and produced a brocade box. Upon opening it, he revealed hundreds of spirit stones and a medicinal pill. "These gifts are to express our gratitude to Master Qi. Thanks to Master Qi's formula, we were able to successfully refine such a sought-after pill." Upon hearing this, Sima Rui's expression shifted slightly as his sharp gaze fixated on the pill. Indeed, this pill was the blood fusion pill, the very one that had allowed the Qin family to suppress the Sima family recently. Could it be that Qi Yuanshan had intentionally left a hand when he defected to the Sima family? No, it must merely be a scheme of discord. Sima Rui sneered coldly. "Dare to play schemes with me? You are still too inexperienced." "Very well, dear nephew, if you have this intention, Master Qi, you should accept it." With a wave of his hand, Sima Rui gestured for a maid to deliver the brocade box to Qi Yuanshan. Qi Yuanshan had already shown interest in the blood fusion pill. He picked it up and examined it closely, trying to deduce the formula. However, after a long while, he could not comprehend it. "I will accept the spirit stones, but I am not familiar with this so-called formula." After putting away the spirit stones and the pill, Qi Yuanshan cleared his throat and distanced himself from the matter before Sima Rui. Regardless of whether Sima Rui suspected him, it was best to dissociate from such matters. "Master is truly modest. This is a pill we previously refined. Without your guidance, how could we possibly have produced a new pill in such a short time?" Qin Xuan produced a previously refined spirit transformation pill. Upon seeing the spirit transformation pill, Qi Yuanshan understood much more. He had refined this pill himself, and he was well aware of its quality. At that time, he had poisoned all the spirit transformation pills in the pill workshop. But how could this particular pill in Qin Xuan's hand be unharmed? Did the Qin family truly find a new alchemist? Not only he, but even Sima Rui was filled with curiosity. Qi Yuanshan had explicitly told him that all the spirit transformation pills from the Qin family had been poisoned. So how did this pill come to be? "Dear nephew, may I have a look at this pill?" Sima Rui inquired. Though he was not an alchemist, he possessed some knowledge in the art of alchemy due to his family's heritage. Of course. Accepting the pill from Qin Xuan, Sima Rui examined it and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. This pill had definitely not been poisoned. Even if the Qin family had found a new alchemist, each alchemist's refining technique would result in variations. This pill was undoubtedly the work of Master Qi. He is lying. Let me see that. At this moment, Master Qi could no longer sit still. He approached and scrutinized the pill, beads of cold sweat dripping down. Master Qi is truly loyal to the Qin family. Not only does he meticulously refine pills, but he also shares new formulas with his former master. How touching. Sima Rui spoke each word with increasing chill. Absolutely not. Qi Yuanshan exclaimed, hastily grabbing the brocade box and clutching the blood fusion pill and spirit transformation pill. "Qin Xuan, do not slander me without evidence. These pills have nothing to do with me. Seeing Qi Yuanshan clutching the pills, Qin Xuan felt a stirring in his heart and smiled faintly. I initially came to express my gratitude, but it is truly disappointing that Master Qi denies it. Please return the spirit stones to me. Qin Xuan shook his head in regret and departed with the spirit stones. Master, this person is undoubtedly trying to sow discord. Once Qin Xuan left, Qi Yuanshan hurriedly spoke, eager to prove his innocence. I know. Sima Rue replied flatly, but at that moment, he did not appear to be convinced. Master, give me a little more time, and I will replicate this blood fusion pill. At this point, Qi Yuanshan hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Very well, you had better truly manage to do so. Sima Rue responded. After which Qi Yuanshan left the grand hall in a somewhat disheveled state, heading towards the rear courtyard. After leaving the Sima family, Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Since Qi Yuanshan had tampered with their pills, he would naturally return the favor. If the Sima family dared to undermine the Qin family, he would ensure they understood the consequences of such actions. Qin Xuan spoke icily, a glimmer of murderous intent shining in his eyes. At this moment, within the Sima family, Qi Yuanshan, arriving at the rear courtyard, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and prepared to pack his belongings. Replicating the blood fusion pill? What a joke! He was merely a first-tier alchemist, and deducing the formula from the pill to refine it was utterly impossible for him. The only reason he mentioned replication was to buy time. Since the Sima family members suspected him and deemed him unreliable, he naturally had no reason to stay any longer. If he was not careful, he might end up like that apprentice, meeting a dire fate. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made his way back to his courtyard. To protect Qi Yuanshan, the Sima family had placed him in the rear courtyard. Besides Master Qi, there were also several members of the Sima family residing there. In his haste to return and pack, Qi Yuanshan nearly collided with a woman. Where did this fool come from, walking without looking? A maid scolded Qi Yuanshan. As he looked up to explain, he froze in place upon recognizing the woman before him. She was a favored new concubine of Sima Rue, who enjoyed great favor. This concubine was aware of Qi Yuanshan's position and refrained from reprimanding him further, merely frowning before walking away. However, at that moment, Qi Yuanshan felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, and his gaze towards the woman grew increasingly restless. In his eyes, this already voluptuous and stunning woman appeared even more enchanting. An uncontrollable desire suddenly blossomed within him. Wait! Qi Yuanshan called out, and upon hearing this, the woman halted. About to speak, when she saw Qi Yuanshan suddenly lunge at her. Someone, quickly! The maid cried out in terror. Qi Yuanshan, with bloodshot eyes, lunged at the woman, intent on forcing himself upon her. You seek death. The maid's scream summoned Sima Rue, and by the time he rushed over, the scene was already utterly disgraceful. Sima Rue, enraged and beside himself, struck Qi Yuanshan with a palm. Bang! Qi Yuanshan, merely a low-tier alchemist without even foundational cultivation, had his heart pierced by the blow, meeting his demise. Chapter 35, The Crisis in the Apothecary Garden. You beast! With a single strike, Sima Rue killed Qi Yuanshan. Yet he was not satisfied and continued to hurl insults. He had spent an immense fortune to lure Qi Yuanshan away from the Qin family, only for this scoundrel to not only neglect his alchemical practice but also to cast his eyes upon his own woman. The thought filled Sima Rue with a desire for vengeance, wishing to see Qi Yuanshan tortured 1,000 times over. However, as his anger gradually subsided, a chill crept up his spine. Though Qi Yuanshan was known for his lecherous ways, could he truly be so reckless? Something was amiss. Sima Rue furrowed his brow. Qi Xian had just left the Sima residence. How could Qi Yuanshan suddenly go mad? Was it possible that Qi Xian was involved? With suspicion brewing, Sima Rue hastily examined Qi Yuanshan and soon discovered a spirit-transforming pill and a blood-melting pill on him. Upon placing the two pills together, he was swiftly enveloped by a fragrant aroma. Sima Rue's expression changed dramatically after merely inhaling the scent. This fragrance was a form of spring poison. If it had been directly poisoned, their expertise would have surely allowed them to detect it. How had this poison manifested? By drawing out the spring poison with spiritual energy. Sima Rue gazed at the two pills, and after a moment, he smashed them in fury. Scoundrel! Qin Xuan had cunningly infused the spring poison into both pills. Had it been only one, no trouble would have arisen. But when the two were combined, the components in each pill reacted to form this spring poison. What a sly trick! After a lengthy moment of rage, Sima Rue could only glare at the lifeless body of Qin Xuan, which was now cooling on the ground. It was over, utterly over. Without Qin Xuan, the Sima family, already at a disadvantage, would be completely finished. It seemed he would have to summon his son Yang back for a time. Yang had been studying alchemy for several years now in Qianlong City. And his return might just reverse their fortunes. Sima Rue's third son, Sima Yang, had been recognized for his talent in alchemy and taken to Qianlong City by a third-grade alchemist several years ago. Sima Rue had initially wished to avoid alarming him. But given the dire straits of the Sima family under the Qin family's pressure, he had no choice but to call for his son. However, should that matter be resolved well, perhaps he would not need to go to such lengths. As Sima Rue began drafting a letter to Sima Yang, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, followed by a sinister smirk. Upon returning to the apothecary, Qin Xuan shared his plans with the managers. Upon hearing this, the managers erupted in laughter. The Sima family, intent on poaching talent, had nearly donned the green hat themselves. How ludicrous! Indeed, after this incident, it was likely that other families would think twice before attempting to recruit from them. Several managers continued to discuss, but soon one furrowed his brow. Young master, is such an approach truly necessary? With our Qin family's strength, annihilating the Sima family would pose little challenge. We could simply overpower them. In his view, the Sima family was merely an alchemical clan with average combat prowess, easily vanquished without wasting time. While the Qin family was the mightiest in Huofeng City, some matters required more finesse. Qin Xuan shook his head. The reason he dared disturb the Lu family's ancestral grounds was that they had broken their contract and failed to repay their debts. Such actions were morally justified. The same applied to the Li family, who, unable to bear defeat, sought to retaliate against Qin Xuan. In that case, the Qin family could even be seen as acting in self-defense to protect their young master. With the Sima family, however, there had been no open conflict. It was merely a business rivalry. If members of his own family were poached and he retaliated with violence, it would set a dangerous precedent. Even the strongest must adhere to certain rules, breaking them could lead to collective retaliation. The Qin family held dominion over Huofeng City. But numerous powerful clans nearby had connections to the Qianlong sect and some prominent families in the capital. Thus, actions must be justified. Even if one had to fabricate a reason, such were the rules. Therefore, Qin Xuan had never resorted to brute force against the Sima family. He could simply use the Sima family's own machinations to eliminate Qin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the managers finally understood. They then focused their efforts on promoting the blood-melting pill, which proved to be far more potent than previous formulas, both for healing and enhancing cultivation. In the ensuing days, events unfolded precisely as Qin Xuan had anticipated. With the blood-melting pill, the Qin family's apothecary already enjoyed an advantage. Now that Qin Xuan had been dealt with by the Sima family, they were left utterly defenseless. This allowed Qin Xuan to devote himself to his cultivation. In the back courtyard of the Qin estate, Qin Xuan wielded the Wufeng sword, relentlessly striking forward. The Wufeng sword, heavy and forceful, generated a roaring wind with each slash. The Canglong 9 strikes comprised 9 techniques, yet Qin Xuan had only mastered the first 3. Given his current physical condition, the latter 6 techniques were too overwhelming for him to control, so he focused on perfecting the initial 3. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, he could sense the immense power of the Canglong 9 strikes. The first 3 techniques bore the names: the dragon lies in the abyss, the dragon appears in the field, and the dragon's vigilance. Although these were not the most formidable of the 9 strikes, they sufficed to confront those at the Dantian realm given his current cultivation level. Coupled with the vast spiritual energy contained within his golden Danci, Qin Xuan could hold his own even against peak Dantian opponents using these 3 moves. With determination, Qin Xuan tightened his grip on the Wufeng sword, continuing to slice through the air. From dawn until dusk, he remained steadfast, executing the Canglong 9 strikes as instructed. His sweat soaked his garments, only to be dried by his own body heat. Oblivious to his exhaustion, he relentlessly swung the sword. After a considerable duration, Qin Xuan finally paused and approached a bathing tub filled to the brim with the essence of spirit beasts and various medicinal herbs. Gazing at the tub, he felt a twinge of reluctance. During his 300 years in the heavenly tomb, after each healing session for the Xuanji Empress, she would prepare medicinal baths for his swift recovery. Indeed, without these precious herbs and beast blood, he might have long since succumbed. With this thought, he hesitated. Yet, after a moment, he stepped into the tub. After all, enhancing his strength was paramount. The essence of spirit beasts and herbs within the tub had been procured for him by several elders of the Qin family. In recent days, Qin Xuan had utilized this method to strengthen his physique. As the medicinal properties surged into Qin Xuan's body from the tub, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Following each workout, his muscles and meridians lay in a starved state, thus, a medicinal bath at such a moment allowed his body to absorb these valuable essences in abundance. Typically, a medicinal bath not only facilitated the absorption of herbal properties but also expelled impurities from the body. However, Qin Xuan's physique had already undergone refinement through the divine refinement cauldron, rendering it pure and flawless. Furthermore, during the reconstruction of his body, the Xuanji Empress had infused it with chaotic energy, bringing it closer to the essence of the Tao, allowing for an exponentially faster cultivation rate compared to other practitioners. Contemplating this, Qin Xuan mused about the possibility of absorbing more chaotic energy, which might grant him the chance to become a chaotic body. The chaotic body was a legendary physique, renowned for its unparalleled cultivation speed, truly embodying the essence of a natural prodigy. Aside from other extraordinary physiques like the innate Tao body, overlord body, and sacred body, the chaotic body was considered invincible in the world. Only by locating the source of chaotic energy and reshaping the body with this primordial essence can one hope to form a postnatal chaotic body. Thus, to become a chaotic entity, one must first find the source of chaotic energy. The source of chaos. If I were to discover the source, I could refine it into my body using the divine refining cauldron. This would grant Qin Xuan the opportunity to transform into a chaotic being. However, the prerequisite is that he must indeed find the source of chaotic energy. For it is said to be a rare and precious essence left behind at the dawn of creation, seldom seen in this world. An hour later, after observing the now pristine bathing tub, Qin Xuan rose from his repose. After changing into a fresh set of garments, he was poised to continue his cultivation when suddenly, he furrowed his brow and glanced toward the courtyard's entrance. A bloodied attendant was being supported as he staggered through the gate. What transpired? How could one be so grievously injured? Qin Xuan inquired with concern. Upon recognizing him, several guards quickly saluted. Reporting to the young clan leader. This individual is one of our Qin family's attendants responsible for transporting herbs from the medicinal garden. Our convoy tasked with delivering the medicinal materials was ambushed on the road. Only a few managed to survive the fierce battle and return to deliver the news. Chapter 36, Playing into their hands were we ambushed? The medicinal garden. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, quickly realizing that someone was coveting the Qin family's recent alchemical business. Humph, have you discerned which faction is responsible? Qin Xuan cast a murderous glance at the injured guard. No, those who besieged us were masked, we couldn't identify them at all. Masked. A chill passed over Qin Xuan's face. These individuals must surely belong to certain families from Huofeng City. But they feared retaliation from the Qin family and thus resorted to such underhanded tactics. Bold enough to act yet cowardly enough to hide. They truly are a pack of rats. Qin Xuan spoke coldly. In the grand scheme of Huofeng City, the Sima family naturally bore the greatest suspicion. After all, the Sima family specializes in alchemy, and their propensity for violence is rather commonplace. It appears that other families are more likely to be involved in this conspiracy. It seems several families have conspired together. The Qin family's influence has already reached the pinnacle in Huofeng City, should they monopolize the alchemical market. The other families would only suffer further. All the medicinal materials used by the Qin family for alchemy originate from the nearby mountain ranges' medicinal gardens. As long as the Qin family's supply line is severed, no matter how formidable they are, they would be unable to concoct any elixirs. What about the medicinal garden? The medicinal garden is crucial to the Qin family, it must not be compromised. No problem, the family has dispatched an elder to oversee it. And with the formation set up by the Du family, there should be no immediate issues. Therefore, the most troublesome matter now is transporting the medicinal materials back? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, the Qin family has always kept the transportation of medicinal materials confidential, and under these circumstances, an ambush occurred. It seems someone is either watching the medicinal garden or there is a traitor among us. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan coldly raised his head and strode toward the family council hall. The atmosphere in the council hall was somewhat oppressive. The audacity of these individuals to attack the Qin family warrants a severe lesson. Several elders of the Qin family expressed their indignation. Such actions are intolerable for anyone associated with the Qin family. In my opinion, it was the Sima family who instigated this. After suffering a setback at the hands of our young clan leader, they resorted to such underhanded means against us. If they cannot confront us openly, then they deserve to be eradicated. Qin Yan couldn't contain his fury. He had long harbored disdain for the Sima family and now sought to annihilate them entirely. Eldest brother. Such a campaign of extermination requires evidence, we cannot act recklessly. Qin Yuan replied calmly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Humph. Since so many have set their sights on the Qin family's assets, I shall confront them directly. Qin Yuan desired to uncover the identity of these bold individuals daring enough to attack the Qin family. Just recently, he had used the Lu family as an example to intimidate others, yet these fools remained undeterred, still contemplating an attack on the Qin family. If that is the case, he would strike decisively, teaching them a lesson they would not soon forget, ensuring they would think twice before making a move. Not so fast. At that moment, Qin Xuan strode in. Oh, what brings you here? Qin Yuan frowned slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. It is imperative to employ a swift and decisive approach. Making it clear to our adversaries what our limits are, ensuring they never dare to strike again. This is a matter that would yield lasting benefits, echoed the third elder. Qin Yan. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan shook his head. If that were the case, we would be in trouble. As Qin Xuan entered, several elders promptly urged him to take a seat at the front. The reason was simple. They were merely following a strategy to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. A strategy to lure the tiger from its lair? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. Grandfather, you are the strongest warrior in our Qin family. Even the city lord, Yuan Hao, cannot match your prowess. If you remain within the Qin family, no matter how many tricks our adversaries employ, they will not be able to undermine our foundation. However, if you venture into the mountains, the Qin family could be in peril. In the entire Qin family, only Qin Yuan possessed the Tianxian realm, the other elders were all at the Dizhuan realm. Should the other families in the city unite, without Qin Yuan present, the remaining elders would be overwhelmed in an ambush. By then, even if Qin Yuan managed to eliminate the foes, it would be too late. For the Qin family, their foundation lies within Huofeng City, thus, as long as you remain here, grandfather, those petty criminals will not succeed, ensuring the safety of the Qin family. At this point, Qin Xuan looked at Qin Yuan, earnestly meeting his grandfather's gaze. Grandfather, the guard who escaped this time was intentionally allowed to return. Since the ambushers were conducting a sneak attack, they must have prepared sufficient manpower. How could anyone escape? This is clearly a tactic to send a message, causing us to lose our guard. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and the other elders present were suddenly enlightened and nodded slightly. Xuaner, you are correct, we cannot act hastily, or our stronghold will become vulnerable, allowing these individuals to take advantage. The other elders also nodded in agreement. But what about the medicinal garden? The alchemical workshop represents the Qin family's most substantial source of income. Several other elders expressed their concerns. This is the brilliance of our adversary's strategy. The medicinal garden is vital to the Qin family, and if we disregard it, they will only become bolder. Let me go, with me there. I will make sure no one dares to touch the medicinal garden. Qin Yan stood up, eager to volunteer. The third elder and the other elders should refrain from going. I have a plan, Qin Xuan stated, glancing at the assembled elders. These elders are long-standing members of the Qin family, and their fates are intertwined with the family's. There is no need to worry about betrayal. What plan do you have? Qin Yuan inquired urgently. I propose that we deliberately spread the word that grandfather intends to lead the elders of the Qin family into the mountains to eliminate our enemies. Then publicly depart from the city. On the surface, this will be our intention, but secretly, the elders should return discreetly. As they see our people leaving, they will undoubtedly gather forces to attack the Qin family, at which point we will strike and eliminate them completely. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. Indeed. We will play into their hands. Not only does this provide solid justification, but it also grants us the moral high ground, allowing us to eliminate these restless individuals once and for all. Furthermore, as long as they are not foolish, the medicinal garden and the convoy transporting the materials should remain safe, achieving multiple objectives. What a brilliant strategy! Listening to Qin Xuan's plan, the elders present nodded in unison. Qin Xuan smiled as well. However, given that such an incident has already occurred, we should still have someone accompany the convoy. Let me protect it this time. If anything arises, I can handle it. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Qin Yuan furrowed his brow with concern. Xin'er, is this truly safe? What if? Qin Yuan was naturally worried about whether Qin Xuan could maintain control of the situation. After all, while it was possible that these individuals might not attack the convoy, should they decide to do so, Qin Xuan could find himself in peril. Grandfather, rest assured, though my cultivation may not be particularly high, I can certainly protect myself. After several days of training, Qin Xuan's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Danxian realm. His golden Danxi not only contained spiritual energy several times more potent than other practitioners but was also exceptionally dense. Within the Danxian realm, Qin Xuan could easily prevail. Even against those in the Dijuan realm's 1st and 2nd levels, he was confident in his ability to fight back. Well, since you have said so, let this matter be entrusted to you. Observing Qin Xuan voluntarily taking on these responsibilities brought great joy to Qin Yuan. 3 years ago, Qin Xuan was not like this. Although he was hailed as the foremost genius of Firewind City, he merely followed Louis, acting as a sycophant. Now, this child has finally matured, understanding the importance of assisting the family. Reflecting on this, Qin Yuan could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After giving a few instructions and familiarizing himself with the route and schedule of the Qin family's convoy, Qin Xuan set off without delay. Since the objective was to guard against ambushes, it was essential to depart early. After leaving Firewind City, Qin Xuan made his way towards the Tianhang mountain range to the east of Firewind City. Chapter 37, Absorbing Spirit Beasts. The Tianhang mountain range, the largest mountain range near Huofeng City, is teeming with spirit beasts. It is not uncommon for individuals to encounter these creatures while traversing the mountains, leading to various forms of pursuit. Thus, for the majority of cultivators, this region is fraught with peril. However, it is precisely because of the abundance of spirit beasts that the spiritual energy within the mountains surpasses that of the outside world. And the quality of herbs is notably superior, elevating the value of these spirit beasts. Consequently, each year, a multitude of fearless cultivators venture into the mountains to hunt spirit beasts and gather herbs. The Qin family had established a medicinal herb garden in the mountains long ago. Standing at the entrance of the mountain range, Qin Xuan took a deep breath. His decision to volunteer was motivated by 2 factors: to assist his family in resolving pressing issues and, equally, to pursue his own ambitions. Primarily, he sought flames. As he intended to tread the path of an alchemist, possessing his own flames was inevitable. Thus, he hoped to discover suitable flames during this journey into the mountains. However, he had no intention of seeking out the legendary heavenly flames, as such phenomena are rare and unattainable given his current strength. Instead, he sought the earth vein fire. The absorption of earth vein fire would suffice, as it would enable him to concoct medicinal pills adequately. As for the future, he would need to seek even more advanced flames to refine higher-grade pills. Additionally, he aimed to collect the essence blood of spirit beasts. While the essence blood of these creatures may not be of high grade, their sheer numbers compensated for this. Quantity can lead to qualitative change. By absorbing enough, his strength could undergo a significant transformation. Should he encounter any foolish beasts, he would not hesitate to eliminate them and refine their essence in the divine refining cauldron. Nodding slightly, Qin Xuan inhaled deeply and ventured into the mountains. As he progressed, several figures emerged from the shadows. "Did you see clearly?" the leader inquired. "Yes. It is indeed Qin Xuan. It appears the Qin family is poised for significant action this time," came the response. "That is excellent news. As long as the Qin family falls into our trap, we shall execute our previous plan." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "I will report this to the elders. You all follow closely behind and keep an eye on Qin Xuan. If the opportunity arises, eliminate this brat." "Understood," they replied. Dispersing quickly, one individual headed towards the city, while the others trailed Qin Xuan. At this moment, Qin Xuan was making his way towards the heart of the mountain range. As he drew closer to the center, the surrounding spiritual energy began to intensify. The divine refining cauldron continuously absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, channeling it into Qin Xuan's body. He could feel the spiritual energy within his danci increasing significantly. The ancient divine refining art and the divine refining cauldron are truly formidable. Qin Xuan marveled as he felt the surge of spiritual energy flooding into him. Throughout his journey, he occasionally spotted spirit beasts darting past. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming presence of the divine refining cauldron, these creatures refrained from charging at Qin Xuan directly. He selectively targeted robust spirit beasts, extracting their heart essence and collecting it diligently. Thus, Qin Xuan continued his journey deeper into the mountain range. Suddenly, a spirit beast charged towards him, its sharp claws aimed at Qin Xuan. With a cold smirk, he unleashed the Azure Dragon 9 slashes, effortlessly slaying the approaching beast. Although he wielded this technique with great proficiency, he had yet to experience actual combat, making these spirit beasts ideal training targets. As a few spirit beasts found themselves cornered, they lunged at Qin Xuan in desperation. The unyielding sword descended swiftly, the sound of wind akin to a dragon's roar, decimating the beasts before him. Qin Xuan then collected their heart essence. Sheathing his sword, he disposed of the carcasses into the divine refining cauldron and turned coldly to survey his surroundings. Despite their careful approach, he discerned that someone was tailing him. A bunch of useless fools, he thought. They followed me all this way. Yet upon witnessing my ruthless actions, they become hesitant. How laughable. Initially, this group had planned to ambush Qin Xuan. But after observing him dispatch several second-tier spirit beasts with ease, they grew apprehensive. Although Qin Xuan was still at the 4th layer of the Danxian realm, they perceived his combat prowess to be equivalent to that of someone at the 7th or 8th layer. This realization deterred them from acting, and Qin Xuan, indifferent to their presence, continued his ascent. After all, his appearance in the mountains served to mislead them into believing that the Qin family had concentrated its forces here. Seizing the moment, Qin Xuan accelerated his power enhancement. By slaying spirit beasts and refining their essence in the divine refining cauldron, he absorbed the vital energies for his own growth. The spiritual energy capacity of Qin Xuan's danci was several times that of an ordinary dantian, necessitating vast amounts of energy for his advancement. If he were to rely solely on the slow absorption of natural spiritual energy, it might take him decades or even centuries to reach the Earth-Xian realm. The only viable path to elevate his strength lay in hunting spirit beasts or foes, absorbing and devouring their energies. As he pressed on, continuously hunting and absorbing these spirit beasts, those trailing him grew increasingly wary. Their distance from Qin Xuan expanded as they realized the futility of their pursuit. Should we act? This kid's strength could rival that of someone in the Earth-Xian realm, one voiced his concerns, clearly anxious to retreat from the situation. Fools! Wait a moment longer. I've already notified the elders, once they arrive, eliminating him will be as easy as pie. He may possess heightened strength, but he cannot possibly contend with the elders. During this time, their fear of the Qin family had only intensified, perfectly aligning with their plan to ensnare Qin Xuan. Before long, a masked elder arrived with several disciples in tow. Is that little brat still within? The elder growled ominously. Elderly Meng, he is indeed inside. A disciple who had been tracking Qin Xuan stepped forward, but before he could finish, a flash of sword light erupted. Foolish pig! Did I not advise you to conceal your identity? Under no circumstances must today's events expose our family's involvement. Is that understood? The decisiveness of Elder Li Meng silenced the others, who were now rendered mute by fear. Follow closely. A group of us. Terrified of a mere fledgling who has only recently regained his cultivation. Remember, once we commence our assault, we must ensure that this brat is eliminated. After issuing his command, Elder Li Meng waved his hand and led the group in pursuit of Qin Xuan's direction. Chapter 38, The counterattack against the enemies as Qin Xuan journeyed onward. He relentlessly vanquished spirit beasts. The essence and spiritual energy contained within these creatures far exceeded his expectations. Throughout the night, the divine refining cauldron incessantly refined the spirit beasts, subsequently infusing their essence into Qin Xuan's body. In this manner, a night swiftly passed, and his cultivation advanced to the 5th level of Dan Xian. After slaying a considerable number of spirit beasts, Qin Xuan paused, leaning on his long sword, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had dispatched dozens of formidable second-tier spirit beasts along the way, and even he felt a twinge of fatigue. However, he quickly loosened his shoulders to relax. Where had the group following him gone? Qin Xuan had anticipated that they might catch up at any moment, yet after a night of hunting spirit beasts, he had not encountered them. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly raised his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. They have managed to circle around me, attempting to encircle me from all sides and bring about my demise. Originally, he had thought they had lost track of him. But the current situation suggested otherwise. They had split into several factions and were converging upon him from multiple directions. No wonder they had kept their distance. It was to avoid alerting him. To avoid drawing Qin Xuan's attention, the few individuals tailing him maintained their distance, following the traces he left while hunting the spirit beasts. Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Since they sought to bring about his end, he would surprise them and make them aware of the price they would have to pay. Their plan to encircle him was certainly feasible. But they had underestimated Qin Xuan's strength. Ever since the divine refining cauldron had refined his physique, his senses had sharpened significantly. Moreover, after absorbing the mental energy of the faceless demon spider, his spiritual power had surged, allowing him to detect their presence before they could fully surround him. If they sought to encircle him, then he would strike them down one by one. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan drew his woofing sword and swiftly moved towards one of the directions. In no time, he spotted his adversaries approaching from that side. Most of these enemies were disciples at the early stages of Dan Xian, with the strongest among them merely at the 5th level of Dan Xian, equal to his own strength. Upon noticing this, Qin Xuan snorted coldly and charged forward. As soon as the leading enemy caught sight of him, he cried out in alarm. But it was already too late. Boom! The woofing sword, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind and a dragon's roar, descended upon the leader. Clang! Crack! The leader hastily raised his sword in an attempt to block the strike, but he had underestimated the power of the woofing sword. His weapon was shattered in an instant. And before his eyes, the woofing sword loomed larger. He tried to evade, but it was too late. Ah! With a single cry of despair, the leader was struck down by the woofing sword. One strike could conquer 10 foes. Moreover, Qin Xuan's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Flee! Witnessing their leader being slain by a single blow from Qin Xuan, the remaining enemies were instantly filled with dread, turning to escape. Now they wished to flee? It was too late. Qin Xuan snorted coldly, brandishing the woofing sword and charging forward, dispatching each of them with a single strike. Subsequently, he discarded their corpses into the divine refining cauldron. Before long, several drops of primordial spiritual liquid were extracted. How could the spiritual liquid produced from these few cultivators surpass that from so many spirit beasts? Qin Xuan was somewhat astonished. Then it dawned on him, humans are the essence of all beings. And these cultivators had each seized the natural treasures of the world and cultivated the great Tao of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy and essence within them naturally surpassed that of the second-tier spirit beasts. He was absorbing the essence accumulated by these individuals over decades, which undoubtedly enhanced his cultivation at an accelerated pace. Of course, if it were 3rd-tier or 4th-tier spirit beasts, their spiritual energy and essence would indeed be more abundant. Sensing the surge in his strength, Qin Xuan licked his lips, his eyes blazing with killing intent. It seemed that seizing the essence from others was indeed the fastest way to enhance one's cultivation. After loosening his muscles, Qin Xuan turned his gaze towards another direction. Let us go. Grasping the woofing sword, he dashed towards a different path. The situation here was nearly identical. Qin Xuan expended little effort before resolving the matter with this group as well. Upon absorbing the spiritual energy from these individuals, his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of Dan Xian. Next, Qin Xuan continued with his strategy. However, this time, he encountered a bit of trouble. Did you kill these cultivators, you little beast? Li Meng glared at Qin Xuan, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing the cries of despair after Qin Xuan struck, he had rushed over, but it was already too late. The ground bore only bloodstains, with not a single corpse remaining, leaving Li Meng both astonished and furious. Of course I killed them, old fool. Can't you figure out something so simple? If you don't believe me, I might as well send you down to meet them and ask them yourself. Before his words had even settled, Qin Xuan moved to strike. Boom! Hearing this, Li Meng's fury erupted, and the aura of the Earth Xian realm surged forth. Sensing the overwhelming force, Qin Xuan's face grew serious. The Earth Xian realm was indeed significantly more powerful than the Dan Xian realm. This was his first encounter fighting against an opponent of higher cultivation. You little beast! I will make you pay for your words. With a roar, a white jade ruler materialized in Li Meng's hand. He scoffed coldly, channeling spiritual energy into the ruler, and then recklessly swung it down towards Qin Xuan. The ruler descended, creating spirals of spiritual energy that rushed towards Qin Xuan in an instant. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the woofing sword, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, he shot forward towards Li Meng. Capture the leader first. Li Meng was the head of this group, and if he could be eliminated, everything would be resolved. A mere insect challenging a tree. You overestimate yourself. Seeing Qin Xuan not only refusing to flee but instead charging towards him, Li Meng advanced rather than retreating, relentlessly striking down with the jade ruler. As brilliant flashes of light illuminated the air, the ruler split into several phantoms, all converging upon Qin Xuan. A mid-grade magical artifact. In an instant, Qin Xuan recognized the potency of the artifact in Li Meng's hand. Understanding the power of mid-grade magical artifacts, he immediately swung the woofing sword to meet the ruler. Boom! The jade ruler and the woofing sword clashed, and two waves of spiritual energy erupted, sending both combatants staggering back. Phew! Qin Xuan retreated several steps before he managed to halt his momentum. His palms tingled with numbness. Shaking his hand, he glanced across at Li Meng. On the other side, Li Meng had also stepped back a few paces. However, compared to Qin Xuan, his palms were already cracked and bleeding. Moreover, the sleeve of his garment holding the jade ruler had been entirely shredded and trembled uncontrollably. Qin Xuan's face revealed a grave expression. Yet he quickly snorted and rushed towards Li Meng once more. This kid's physical body is astonishingly resilient. Though Li Meng's cultivation was evidently higher, he bore the greater injury. The only explanation was that Qin Xuan's physique was far more formidable. What astonished him even more was that despite his cultivation being so much higher than Qin Xuan's, Qin Xuan could contend with him on equal footing. After all, he was a first-level cultivator of the Earth Xian realm. You little beast! Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Seeing Qin Xuan advancing rather than retreating, Li Meng steeled his resolve, concentrating all his spiritual energy to pounce upon Qin Xuan. This time, he aimed to strike decisively and eliminate him once and for all. Everyone, attack! Kill him! Seeing that Qin Xuan was being held back by Li Meng, the others present immediately rushed towards Qin Xuan, attempting to overpower him through sheer numbers. However, the speed of Qin Xuan and Li Meng was unparalleled, and in an instant, they clashed once more. The jade ruler and the effortless sword collided, and Qin Xuan let out a thunderous roar. The effortless sword radiated a brilliant light, and the sound of dragon roars emanated from its blade. The hidden dragon stirs in the abyss. The effortless sword surged with immense force, and a dragon-shaped sword energy flickered across its body. This is bad. Li Meng quickly sensed the dire situation. After Qin Xuan unleashed this move, its power had significantly escalated. If their previous confrontation could be described as evenly matched, it was now transformed into a one-sided suppression by Qin Xuan. Boom! The effortless sword emitted a resonating hum and instantly sent the jade ruler flying, striking down towards Li Meng's chest. Observing this, she retreated rapidly while drawing back the jade ruler to block the oncoming force of the sword. Yet, the tide of battle had already begun to shift in Qin Xuan's favor. Seeking death. Missing the first strike, Qin Xuan swiftly altered his swordplay and struck again. The dragon appears in the field. The heavy effortless sword, like a swimming dragon, evaded the jade ruler in an instant and pierced towards Li Meng's heart. How dare you! Li Meng was struck with terror and frantically swung the jade ruler in an attempt to deflect the blow. This lad's martial skills are undoubtedly extraordinary. His level of prowess is certainly beyond what a city like Huofeng could possess. As this thought flashed through her mind, Li Meng realized this youth must have encountered significant opportunities in the heavenly tomb, otherwise, he could not have regained his strength so swiftly, now even suppressing her. There must be more secrets hidden within him. Chapter 39, The Peril of the Medicine Garden. Upon contemplating this, Li Meng turned to leave. He must convey this information to the Li family. They must spare no effort to eliminate Qin Xuan and unearth the secrets he harbors. At this moment, he was utterly indifferent to the fates of those present. His sole desire was to return with this crucial news. Die. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, Li Meng unexpectedly faltered and attempted to flee, an opportunity that Qin Xuan would not let slip away. In an instant, he unleashed the third form of the Cunlong 9 slashes. Roar! The sword sliced through the air, resonating with the echoes of a dragon's roar. Imbued with a fierce intent to kill, it enveloped Li Meng's back in a split second. Not good! Li Meng shouted, hastily raising his jade ruler to block Qin Xuan's strike. Clang! The jade ruler was sent flying, and the blunt sword struck Li Meng's back. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Li Meng, who had turned to flee, was smashed to the ground. Spare my life! Ignoring the blood spilling from his mouth, Li Meng cried out in horror, desperately pleading for mercy. Yet, what followed was not forgiveness, but the ever-looming blunt sword before him. He should not have acted on such greed. In his final moments, that single thought consumed him. Crack! Li Meng's skull was crushed, splattering red and white all over Qin Xuan. Before the remnants of mental energy could dissipate, Qin Xuan raised his hand and extracted it from him. Go! As he witnessed Li Meng's demise, Qin Xuan, now adorned in red and white, resembled a deity of death, prompting the others to turn and flee. With the elder Li Meng dead, the fate of the others was sealed. Think you can escape? Qin Xuan scoffed, pursuing them immediately. The cultivation levels of these individuals were only slightly inferior to his, and it wasn't long before Qin Xuan had dispatched all but one. No, please don't kill me. Spare my life, and I will comply with any request. At this point, the remaining individual fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Who sent you? Qin Xuan pressed. If I tell you, will you grant me a reprieve? The man looked at Qin Xuan with hope. Qin Xuan snorted disdainfully. Not a chance. But I can ensure your death is swift. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's refusal to spare him, the man clammed up. Then I shall prolong your suffering with every strike of my sword. As Qin Xuan spoke, he made his move. I'll talk. I'll talk. After just a few strikes, the man could no longer endure the pain. It was the city that dispatched us. The city lord? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, then let out a cold laugh. Do you think I am easily deceived? Yuan Hao may be powerful, but he has not been in Huofeng City for long. He is merely a figurehead and could not rally so many people. Qin Xuan remained skeptical and continued his assault. It's not just the city lord. Several other families are involved. The Li family, the Sima family, and the Du family are all in collusion. At this revelation, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. He could understand the Li and Sima families seeking vengeance against the Qin family, but why had the Du family joined in? It was City Lord Yuan Hao who organized these families, reportedly at the behest of the Zhao family of Xuanlongdao. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's expression turned cold. If it was the Zhao family behind this, everything suddenly made sense. Just Yuan Hao alone would not embolden the other families to act against the Qin family. But with the Zhao family backing them, it was entirely plausible for the other families to unite against him. The purpose of this coalition was to eradicate the Qin family completely. Thus, they had split their forces. This front was merely a diversion to draw the main strength of the Qin family, while others prepared to annihilate the Qin clan. Annihilate the clan. The mere thought of this made Qin Xuan's fists clench tightly. These wretched beings sought to obliterate the entire Qin family. Suddenly, clarity struck Qin Xuan. On this side of the mountain, their goal was not merely to eliminate the Qin caravan. Their true objective lay with the Qin family's medicine garden. The caravan was merely a ruse. The medicine garden was sustained by formations set by the Du family. But who could say if there were any hidden traps within those formations? It was likely that the Du family was not so innocent. Very well. Let us see how honest you are, I'll grant you a swift end. After beheading the man with a single sword, Qin Xuan discarded the bodies into the divine refinement cauldron, converting them into primal spirit liquid. This jade ruler is quite impressive. He picked up Li Meng's jade ruler and swung it energetically. With one more item, he could fuse them into the blunt sword, enhancing its quality. 3 mid-grade artifacts could be refined into a superior artifact within the divine refinement cauldron. He still needed to acquire another mid-grade artifact. Rubbing his chin, Qin Xuan pondered incessantly. However, since so many families were acting simultaneously, despite the rarity of mid-grade artifacts, these individuals likely possessed a fair number. He hastened toward the medicine garden, praying that nothing had transpired there. Time was of the essence. He dashed toward the medicine garden, which was not only vital to the Qin family but also crucial for his aspiration to become an alchemist. He needed a substantial quantity of herbs to practice alchemy. Therefore, the medicine garden must not suffer any adverse events. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan raced toward the medicine garden. Medicine Valley. This is a location within the Tianhong mountain range, abundant in spiritual energy. However, before the Qin family designated this as their medicine garden, it was already rich in medicinal herbs. Yet, it was claimed by a level 4 spirit beast, making it nearly impossible for anyone to enter, save for a few mercenaries who dared to venture and procure some rare herbs. Everything changed when the Qin family decided to dabble in alchemy over a decade ago. Due to the immense profitability of alchemy, the Qin family invested considerable resources into the medicine garden. To safeguard it, Qin Yuan, who had already reached the Tianxian realm, led a group to slay the level 4 spirit beast. This act not only earned them renown throughout Huofeng City, instilling fear in the other families, but it also allowed the Qin family to gain complete control of the Medicine Valley. The medicine garden was situated within the valley. Previously, due to the Qin family's reputation, few dared to disrupt the peace. After all, the Qin family was not to be trifled with, especially with an elder of the Dixian realm stationed there. However, in recent days, the atmosphere around the medicine garden had grown tense. The reason? The caravan responsible for transporting herbs had been ambushed. This incident left everyone in the medicine garden on edge, fearing they might be the next target. After the incident, news arrived from the family, stating that the patriarch would bring reinforcements to eradicate the attackers. Upon hearing this, the staff within the medicine garden felt considerably relieved. As long as the family took the matter seriously, dealing with these intruders would be a simple task. Yet, I still find this matter rather suspicious. In the medicine garden, as he watched the sun gradually rise, Elder Qin Hu of the Qin family furrowed his brow. An elder accompanied him. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. What's so suspicious? These rogues dare not touch the Qin family's whiskers, they can only resort to such despicable acts. They are ultimately just clowns, there is no need for concern. As the old man spoke, Qin Hu shook his head. Old Du, you don't understand. The more I consider this matter, the more peculiar it appears. If they intended to strike at the Qin family, they could have directly attacked the medicine garden, catching us off guard. The garden might have truly fallen then. Yet, they merely ambushed the caravan. This is absurd, akin to stirring the grass to scare the snake. I suspect their true aim is the Qin family itself. As he spoke, Qin Hu continued to shake his head. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its usual calm. Ah, you are overly concerned. There is nothing so peculiar about this matter. We need only to safeguard this place. Listening to the elder's reassurances, Qin Hu nodded appreciatively. Old Du, were it not for your family overseeing the formation, defending this area would indeed be quite challenging. The elder beside him chuckled, stroking his beard. We have known each other for many years. There is no need for such formality. Furthermore, the Qin and Du families have always maintained a cordial relationship. However, I wonder which formidable expert will come to our aid this time. Elder Du inquired, probing Qin Hu. I am uncertain. It could either be the clan leader or the third elder, Qin Yan. Just as Qin Hu spoke, Qin Xuan had already arrived near the medicinal garden. Observing the vast valley enveloped in a nearly transparent, colossal defensive barrier, Qin Xuan nodded slightly. Although this formation had numerous flaws, its scale was truly immense. As for the intricacy of the formation, Qin Xuan shook his head. It was hardly noteworthy. During his 3 centuries in the Heavenly Tomb, upon returning to the Taiyuan space, Empress Xuanji would insist that he learn various disciplines. Since you have become my man, you cannot be a wastrel, you must learn. Consequently, over these 300 years, despite the absence of spiritual energy hindering his cultivation, he had acquired considerable knowledge in alchemy, formations, and beast mastery among other subjects. These were treasures from the upper realm, far superior to anything in this lower realm. Thus, he had attained considerable expertise in formations. Observing the presently tranquil medicinal garden, Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this place had not yet been attacked, which was undoubtedly the best news possible at the moment. Chapter 40, Arranging the formation. Upon arriving near the medicinal garden, Qin Xuan was immediately intercepted by guards. Halt! This is the Qin family's medicinal garden. Unauthorized personnel must stop. Several vigilant guards fixed their gazes on Qin Xuan. It is I, the young clan leader, Qin Xuan, he declared, brandishing the Qin family token in front of the guards. The young clan leader? He has come here? Quickly summon the elder for verification. One guard, filled with doubt, scrutinized Qin Xuan. For many years, he had never been seen in this vicinity. In the past, Qin Xuan was merely a sycophant, trailing behind women, utterly indifferent to family matters, and thus, they found it hard to believe he would come here. However, the authenticity of the token was indisputable, prompting them to hastily call for Qin Hu. What? You say the young clan leader has arrived? Upon hearing this news, Qin Hu was equally perplexed, while Elder Du's eyes sparkled with a glint of suspicion. How could it be the noble young clan leader? Should it not be the clan leader himself? Listening to Elder Du's words, Qin Hu too was baffled. This matter is uncertain. The message from the family only instructed me to wait for the arrival of some powerful clan members for assistance. Without delay, Qin Hu hurried toward the scene, eager to ascertain whether it truly was the young clan leader. The family had mentioned that Qin Xuan's character had changed over the 3 years of his disappearance. He was no longer the same person. Qin Hu, well aware of Qin Xuan's notorious reputation as the most ardent sycophant in Hofeng City, was curious to witness this transformation firsthand. Upon arriving at the formation's edge and confirming it was indeed Qin Xuan, Qin Hu promptly ordered the guards to allow him entry. Stepping into the medicinal garden, Qin Xuan inhaled the rich aroma of herbs and the abundant spiritual energy, nodding slightly in appreciation. This is indeed a splendid place. Youth clan leader, what brings you here? Qin Hu inquired, noting that the message from the clan leader mentioned the dispatch of skilled individuals to assist. Seeing Qin Xuan, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Qin Hu's face. Although the young clan leader was hailed as the greatest talent in Hofeng City, he remained a mere youth. Such circumstances warranted the presence of more reliable figures. Indeed, did clan leader Qin only send you, the young clan leader? Elder Du interjected, stepping forward with urgency. Noticing the other's anxious demeanor, a chill crept into Qin Xuan's heart. Who is this? Qin Hu, observing Qin Xuan's confusion, quickly clarified. Young clan leader, this is my friend Du Liming, sent by the Du family to assist us in guarding the formation. The formation was originally arranged by the Du family. And with his presence, our medicinal garden is as secure as a fortress. You may address him as Elder Du members of the Du family. Upon hearing this, A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes, though his face bore a cordial smile. So it is, Elder Du, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. We shall rely on your expertise to safeguard our Qin family. Du Liming, hearing this, hastily responded with courtesy, You honor me, young clan leader. The Qin and Du families have long been allies, and since this formation was laid out by our family, it is our duty to protect the Qin family. After a brief pause, Du Liming cautiously observed Qin Xuan. However, we are somewhat short-handed here. It would be beneficial if the Qin family could send additional elders for support. Perceiving the probing nature of his remarks, Qin Xuan merely scoffed inwardly. This individual seemed to harbor ulterior motives, persistently inquiring about the potential reinforcements from the Qin family. Rest assured, my grandfather has already made arrangements. He has taken a contingent to escort the medicinal supply convoy, while I remain here to oversee matters. We shall eradicate all those who harbor ill intentions toward the Qin family. Seeing Qin Xuan's naive demeanor, Qin Hu could not help but shake his head slightly. The young clan leader was still too inexperienced. Du Liming's expression brightened. Excellent. As long as clan leader Qin takes action, we shall surely eliminate any intruders. Humph. A naive fool unworthy of consideration, yet those in the city regard him with such reverence, Du Liming scoffed internally, dismissing Qin Xuan entirely. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Hu, though still concerned, felt reassured since the clan leader had decided to set an ambush en route. Young clan leader, this place is not as secure as Huofeng City. You may find it somewhat lacking. After arranging accommodations for Qin Xuan, Qin Hu departed with the others. Clearly, there was indeed a traitor among them, otherwise, how could the convoy escorting medicinal supplies be ambushed? Once the others had left, Qin Xuan cast a cold gaze toward the outside. This Du Liming is suspicious. From the very beginning, he has been deliberately probing into the Qin family's affairs, while I feigned ignorance regarding my grandfather's ambush plans. He understood that people were more inclined to believe information that was offered directly, rather than that which was obtained through cunning means. If this individual were to relay such intelligence, it would undoubtedly be accepted without question. Since you wish to act as a traitor, I shall accommodate you, using your treachery against you to ensure your demise. Realizing that the Du family had indeed turned against them, Qin Xuan felt the need to fortify their defenses. Surveying his surroundings, he sensed a realization dawn upon him. Previously, he had noticed flaws in the formation. He initially attributed them to the inadequacy of the individual who arranged it. Now, it appeared these deficiencies were intentional. Since you wish to manipulate this formation, I shall not allow your plans to come to fruition. Qin Xuan was well-versed in formations, far surpassing the capabilities of the Du family members. With newfound determination, he rose to his feet, intent on inspecting and repairing the formation. After briefing the others from the Qin family, Qin Xuan commenced his examination of the formation laid out by the Du family in the medicinal valley. An hour later, his countenance darkened significantly. The formation arranged by the Du family was riddled with flaws. Furthermore, if controlled, it could be used to attack those within it. This was no defensive formation. It was a deliberate trap designed to ensnare enemies. These Du family members have harbored ill intentions from the very start, Qin Xuan declared coldly. Had he not been adept in formations and uncovered these issues, the Qin members within the medicinal garden would have faced annihilation. How dare they target the Qin family? I shall ensure they comprehend the consequences. Qin Xuan promptly set about repairing the formation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. If they intend to use this formation against me, then I shall turn it against them. Since the Du family had deliberately altered the formation, it would be prudent to use their own tactics against them. They would believe the formation incapable of harming them, once they entered. He would strike back using the very formation they had manipulated. Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. If the Du family dares to ensnare the Qin family, they shall not escape unscathed. They believe they can eradicate the Qin family with the aid of insiders, but they are gravely mistaken. I will ensure they learn the meaning of self-inflicted humiliation. As for the Du family, after this event, he would widely proclaim their collusion with the Qin family. Qin Xuan's thoughts grew increasingly icy, his resolve hardening. With this approach, the Qin family need not lift a finger. Other families will surely seek to obliterate the Du family. After all, traitors are universally despised. Once the Du family is eradicated, I can then, under the guise of avenging them, eliminate those families that participated in this scheme. All while maintaining the facade of loyalty. In dealing with those who betray from within, there should be no leniency. They must be made aware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Qin Xuan swiftly arranged the formation. The new formation has been meticulously set, remaining indistinguishable from the outside, just as it was before. Moreover, as long as the new formation remains dormant, outsiders can enter freely. Once they step into the area under the formation's attack, you may strike, capturing them all in one fell swoop, luring the enemy deeper into the trap and then ensnaring them entirely. At this moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. The sounds of insects and beastly roars began to resonate from the periphery. The atmosphere within the medicinal valley grew increasingly tense, as if all sensed the impending storm. Chapter 41, The Siege of Spirit Beasts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Du and I have shared many years of friendship, how could he possibly do such a thing? Within the medicine valley, Qin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Qin Xuan before him. After laying out the plan, Qin Xuan took the opportunity to inform Qin Hu about Du Liming's situation while they were alone. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Qin Hu's initial reaction was one of disbelief. He could not fathom that his dear friend would betray him. Du Liming and Qin Hu had been close companions for years, and it was inconceivable for him to think of Du as a traitor. Moreover, the Du family and the Qin family had always maintained a harmonious relationship, often assisting one another. Therefore, at this juncture, Qin Hu was utterly unconvinced by Qin Xuan's claims. Young clan leader, there must be some instigator behind this. Old Du could never be a traitor, Qin Hu said earnestly. Understanding Qin Hu's stubbornness, Qin Xuan merely smiled faintly. Since Elder Wu does not believe me, I have a method to ascertain whether he is indeed a traitor. Would you care to wager with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Hu nodded in agreement. After the briefest of moments, Du Liming was summoned into the Medicine Valley's conference hall. What is it? It's nearly evening, is there an urgent matter? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled, while Qin Hu explained. We have just received word from the family that the clan leader will not be coming today, we must bear this burden ourselves. What? Clan leader Qin Yuan is not returning? Why is that? Du Liming's face paled as he nearly stumbled. The success of their operation hinged on drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. If Qin Yuan remained in the Qin family, it would be akin to leading them to slaughter. However, being an experienced individual, Du Liming quickly regained his composure. In that case, relying solely on ourselves could be perilous. Allow me to inspect the formations once more to ensure everything is foolproof. Qin Xuan nodded as he rose. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Du. Once Du Liming departed, Qin Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Hu. Elder Qin Hu. Let us discreetly follow him and see if this Elder Du is indeed a traitor. As they stealthily trailed Du Liming, he wound through a few paths until he found a secluded corner. There, he hurriedly scribbled a note and produced a porcelain vial, releasing a metallic beetle to carry the message away. The moment the creature took flight, Qin family's guards, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang into action, swiftly eliminating the insect. You! Du Liming exclaimed in shock, glancing around in a bid to escape. At that moment, Qin Xuan and Qin Hu stepped into the light. Old Du, I never imagined you would truly be a traitor. Qin Hu's heart ached as he looked at Du Liming, unable to comprehend that the man he had trusted had long since betrayed the Qin family. A traitor? I am a member of the Du family, and my loyalty lies solely with them. How can you label me a traitor? Du Liming spat at Qin Hu, then turned his fierce gaze upon Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan. Do not rejoice too soon. I may have stumbled this time, but you shall not fare any better. If I cannot destroy the Qin family, killing you, this little wretch, will still be worth it. Soon, you will understand the truth. With that, Qin Xuan scoffed mockingly and delivered a punch that rendered Du Liming unconscious. Stay vigilant tonight. Beware of ambushes. After issuing his orders, Qin Xuan took Du Liming away. Returning to his chamber, Qin Xuan employed the transformative technique to absorb Du Liming's spiritual energy. Although Du Liming's cultivation was not particularly high, as a formation master, his spiritual power was commendable. Absorbing it should elevate Qin Xuan's spiritual energy to the second level. Spiritual energy is classified into 9 levels, with ordinary individuals lacking any rank. To concoct medicinal pills, one must possess at least first-level spiritual energy. Qin Xuan was capable of crafting first-grade pills, which was indicative of his first-level spiritual energy. Just days prior, he had absorbed the spiritual energy of a humanoid demon spider, bringing him to the brink of a breakthrough. If he could now absorb the energy from this formation master, he would undoubtedly ascend to the second level. The more potent one's spiritual energy, the greater the assistance it provides in alchemy. Qin Xuan was determined to continue on this path. With that thought, he wasted no time in devouring all of Du Liming's spiritual energy. As he consumed it, an intense pain surged through him. Gasping in shock, Qin Xuan clutched his head, nearly losing his footing. The spiritual energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Hastily, he activated the transformative technique to begin absorbing the energy. After a brief interval, Qin Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief and lifted his head. All of Du Liming's spiritual energy had been thoroughly absorbed, and he had successfully broken through to the second level. Following this breakthrough, Qin Xuan felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. His senses were heightened. Everything around him became strikingly clear, and even the slightest rustle hundreds of feet away was distinctly audible. This was the boon of spiritual energy enhancement. Excitedly, Qin Xuan clenched his fists, but his expression suddenly turned cold. Someone was drawing near the Medicine Valley. Humph, these fools dared to approach. With a cold snort, Qin Xuan sought out Qin Hu to relay the situation. The formation had indeed been tampered with by Du Liming, and trouble was bound to arise during the confrontation. Upon hearing this, Qin Hu's face contorted with rage as he tightened his fists. That scoundrel! What shall we do now, young clan leader? Should you not leave first? Qin Xuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Everyone is here. If I were to depart, it would scatter their morale. Rest assured, I have already made improvements to the formation. It will not jeopardize our Qin family. Furthermore, instruct everyone to refrain from acting until those fools step into the formation. As Qin Xuan detailed his strategy, Qin Hu's tension eased. Thanks to you, young master, without your intervention, we would have encountered grave issues. Qin Hu spoke sincerely. Initially, he had regarded Qin Xuan with indifference, perceiving him merely as a third-generation descendant reliant on his grandfather. Previously, he had acted like a sycophant, and such a person was hardly worthy of his allegiance. However, it was evident now that the young clan leader had changed significantly. He had become both courageous and astute, proving himself capable of bearing great responsibilities. After a short while, with the earth trembling, all the Qin family's guards sensed the impending danger. Everyone, retreat and fortify defenses within the formation. No one is to act without orders. Qin Hu commanded loudly, and the guards complied without hesitation. Before long, all the Qin family's guards turned pale as they gazed outward. Outside the Medicine Valley, hundreds of second-level spirit beasts surrounded the area, many of which were third-level beasts. How can there be so many spirit beasts? They collectively wondered. Suddenly, all the spirit beasts halted in unison, parting to reveal a path. From their midst emerged a pure white third-level spirit wolf, upon which sat a hooded figure clad in black, fixating intently on the Qin family's Medicine Valley. Listen well, people of the Qin family. Surrender now, and you shall be spared. Should you dare resist, you will face annihilation. Chapter 42, The Might of the Formation. The words of the cloaked figure reverberated throughout the medicinal valley. As they observed the black-clad individual leading a throng of spirit beasts, many present swallowed hard, their foreheads slick with sweat. The sheer number of spirit beasts, all of the second rank, posed an insurmountable threat. Should they charge simultaneously, the defenses would surely crumble. Fortunately, a formation remained in place, providing a semblance of protection, albeit they were uncertain how long it could endure. Behind the leading white wolf, several masked figures mounted on spirit beasts displayed an awkwardness in their movements, indicating their inexperience. It was clear that the Li family had invested heavily in this effort to confront them. Within the formation, Qin Hu regarded the white wolf outside with a furrowed brow. While one could summon first and second rank spirit beasts from the mountains, taming third rank beasts required significantly more time and effort. Merely riding atop the white wolf would necessitate months of training. This particular beast was not among those the Qin family had identified as previously tamed by the Li family. It appeared to have been secretly subdued within the mountains for the express purpose of confronting the Qin clan. Qin, whose expression darkened, the Li family had come prepared, having plotted against the Qin family long before. Not only were there Li family members present, but he pointed out a few figures in black, though shrouded. They bore tools for setting formations, indicating they were likely from the Du family. They were poised to regain control of the formation should the Qin family refuse to surrender. Qin Xuan remarked calmly, given that the major families have united against the Qin clan, they must have ample resources at their disposal. Qin Hu, will you surrender or not? The leader's voice boomed again. If you do not submit, once we breach this place, we shall leave no one alive. Listening to the threats, Qin Hu's face turned a deep crimson. He was tempted to charge out and confront them. Do not act rashly, allow me to deal with them, Qin Xuan asserted, shaking his head to signal restraint. The formation was prepared, and they must utilize it. Ah, I see now, it is merely the old tortoise of the Li family. Just days ago, Li Miao knelt before me in supplication. Are you here to deliver yourselves to death as well? Qin Xuan taunted loudly. Humph. Little beast of the Qin family, you are here too. How fortunate for me. At the sound of Qin Xuan's voice, the masked figure initially fumed with rage, only to be overtaken by a wave of elation. I shall eliminate you first, then carry your head to besiege Qin Yuan. I cannot believe that old fool will remain unshaken upon seeing your severed head. Do not let him off lightly, he has caused us much grief. I shall ensure he suffers greatly before his end, to sate my hatred. Another black-clad figure, positioned behind the white wolf, reacted with fervor to Qin Xuan's words. Oh. So you are involved with the Lu family as well? Qin Xuan immediately recognized the speaker as Lu Tao, an elder of the Lu family. Ridiculous. What Lu family? I know not what you speak of. The masked figure stammered, flustered upon having his identity exposed by Qin Xuan. The Sima family, the Lu family. And now the Li family, so you all have conspired together. Qin Xuan declared, here I stand. Come forth, you spineless wretches, if you dare face me. Within the confines of the formation, Qin Xuan continued to deride them. Exasperated, the conspirators could no longer contain themselves. How dare a mere child defy us? I shall slay you now. The leader shouted, issuing orders to eliminate every member of the Qin family present, ensuring that Qin Xuan would be tortured to death. As his commands echoed, the spirit beasts surged forward into the formation. What shall we do? What shall we do? The Qin family guards panicked as they beheld the stampede of beasts. Why are you all standing around? Prepare yourselves. Fear not. The formation will hold them at bay for a time. Qin Hu shouted. Upon hearing his words, the crowd settled slightly. A formation? Ha! Qin Hu. Do you still believe your formation will suffice? The leader howled, then called to his companions. This formation is now yours to dismantle. With that, a black-clad figure surged forward. Very well, this formation was laid by my Du family, and I can certainly undo it. He rode his spirit beast to the formation's edge, casting several flags into the air. A burst of light pierced the formation, and in mere moments, the protective barrier enveloping the medicinal valley shattered, disintegrating before their eyes. You Du family members are truly despicable. Qin Hu roared in fury. Qin Xuan's face mirrored his anger and confusion. What is happening? Why has the formation faltered? The leader of the Li family, reveling in their triumph, declared, you shall soon witness the might of the beast tamers. Hundreds of spirit beasts and their black-clad riders charged into the formation. Hold your ground. We must not allow them to succeed. Qin Hu bellowed. Despite their anxiety, the Qin family members steeled themselves for the impending clash. As the intruders flooded the formation, Qin Xuan's expression gradually transformed from shock to a knowing smile. Beside him, Qin Hu anxiously inquired, young master, is everything truly secure? Do not worry, elder. The show is about to begin, Qin Xuan replied, tossing 1,000 spirit stones into the formation. With a thunderous roar, the formation erupted in brilliance. An entirely new array ignited atop the previous one. What is this? The Du family member, witnessing the formation enveloping their group, instinctively sensed danger. This is. The Du family elder was seized by trepidation. The Qin family's defensive formation was crafted by their own hands, and they were acutely aware of its intricacies. Initially, it was indeed as he had anticipated, compromised. But now, the circumstances had changed drastically. This formation, I do not recognize it. With a resounding slap, the Li family leader struck the Du family elder. You fool! How could you not manage something so trivial? Brothers, charge! It is merely a formation, we shall overpower the Qin family. He then led the charge. But as they advanced a few paces, the formation began to shift. It siphoned the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, and within moments, all the energy was depleted. Then, boom! From the formation's confines, beams of light cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Ah! Get away! Curses and cries of agony erupted in the chaos. More spirit stones! Qin Xuan sneered, hurling additional stones into the formation. The brilliance intensified, raining down upon the intruders. Inside, the Qin family members watched in astonishment. This was a double-layered formation, the outer and inner layers provided safety, while the space between was perilously dangerous, ingeniously designed to optimize the original array's capabilities. Qin Xuan spoke faintly, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Thud! Countless rays of light descended, and within mere moments, over 100 spirit beasts lay slain, leaving only a handful remaining. The group of cloaked figures was similarly diminished, now reduced to just a few. These individuals possessed cultivation at the pinnacle of the Danshan or the earth-profound realm, which barely allowed them to withstand the onslaught. Yet, despite their prowess, they were gravely wounded and could not possibly contend with the Qin family. Go, escape if you can. I will hold off the array's attacks. The leader shouted, urging the others to flee. And what about you? The others cried out in despair. What can I do? I have brought about our total annihilation. I have no face left to return. A member of the Li family bellowed, nearly driven to madness. Ripping sounds echoed as a level 3 white wolf lunged at one of the cloaked figures attempting to escape, tearing off his leg in an instant. Li 1. Are you insane? We are in this together. In this together? Pa! You Du family members are traitors, I shall ensure your demise. At this moment, elderly one of the Li family was consumed by rage. He charged forward, fixating on the radiant assaults surrounding him, and mercilessly tore apart the Du family member. Hurry! Go! Upon your return, ensure that the Du family faces severe punishment. They are merely the Qin family's lackeys. And this time they have colluded with the Qin family to turn against us. Chapter 43, Annihilation of Enemies after eliminating the foe, Li 1, accompanied by the White Wolf, charged recklessly inward. The remaining 3 or 4 individuals, upon witnessing this, hastily fled outward without hesitation. Elder, leave this man to me. Qin Xuan sneered as he observed Li 1 and the White Wolf advancing toward him. Isn't that a tier 3 spirit beast? Are you sure you can handle it? Qin Hu said anxiously. Qin Xuan nodded. By the way, Elder, remember to let 1 or 2 of them escape, that way. The Du family will naturally take care of the rest for us. Qin Xuan smiled, his expression innocuous. All right. Qin Hu, feeling an inexplicable chill at Qin Xuan's smile, promptly nodded and departed, leading the Qin family members in pursuit of the fleeing individuals. You little beast, do you think you can match me? My spirit beast is a tier 3 spirit wolf. Seeing Qin Xuan's audacity, Li 1 immediately mocked him. The situation already seemed hopeless, but if he could slay Qin Xuan, it would not be a total loss. After all, he was the young master of the Qin family. Indeed, it depends on whether you possess the capability. Qin Xuan retorted with a smirk, striding confidently toward his adversary. My dear, eliminate this little creature. Li 1 leapt into action, commanding the spirit wolf to attack Qin Xuan. Others attempted to assist but were rebuffed by Qin Xuan. By the way, I previously killed a Li family elder at the Earth Profound level right here. Of course. He fought alone, unlike you who relies on your beast, Qin Xuan declared, raising Li Meng's jade ruler. You killed Elder Li Meng. The sight of the Jade Ruler sent a shiver down Li Wen's spine, his legs trembling. He could not fathom how Qin Xuan, who had recently been a mere waste, had suddenly acquired such formidable strength. Now, I shall send you all below to reunite. Qin Xuan sneered coldly, swinging his heavy sword toward the spirit wolf. Roar! The spirit wolf howled, but it had previously exhausted too much spiritual energy and stamina to withstand Qin Xuan's thunderous strike, quickly falling to a disadvantage. Again! Qin Xuan's onslaught was like a torrential downpour, one strike followed by another. Thud! The spirit wolf was struck hard and sent flying. Impressive resilience! Qin Xuan laughed heartily, accelerating to the side of the spirit wolf. Roar! In a moment of crisis, the white spirit wolf let out a furious roar, its once pristine white fur turning a vivid crimson. Oh, it can even go berserk! Qin Xuan expressed his admiration, realizing the spirit wolf was indeed a remarkable creature. No wonder the Li family rarely allowed it to be seen. Boom! The unadorned sword crashed down, and the berserk spirit wolf surprisingly managed to block the blow, then began to retaliate against Qin Xuan. However, Qin Xuan was unyielding, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes. Die! At that moment, Li Wen, lurking nearby, stealthily attacked Qin Xuan, seeking death. Qin Xuan's spiritual awareness had sharpened significantly, and he faced Li Wen's assault without fear, swiftly countering with a sword strike. Puff! Li Wen, accustomed to commanding beasts, was ill-prepared for direct combat and was sent sprawling by the blow. Waste! Qin Xuan scolded, poised to finish off Li Wen, when the white wolf charged in, shielding Li Wen from a strike. Crack! Though the berserk spirit wolf had indeed grown stronger, the unadorned heavy sword still inflicted severe injuries. The spirit wolf collapsed, barely clinging to life. Little by. Li Wen cried in despair, cradling the spirit wolf as he wept. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xuan found himself momentarily hesitant. This spirit wolf possesses a sense of loyalty, Qin Xuan remarked with a hint of sentimentality. He had not anticipated that the spirit wolf would willingly leap forward to take a blow for its master, prompting him to reflect on Louis. For the sake of this spirit wolf, I shall grant you both a swift end. Without further ado, Qin Xuan dispatched Li Wen and the spirit wolf. Afterward, he cast their bodies into the refining divine cauldron. Since they were sworn brothers, they shall enter the same cauldron. Before long, the spirit wolf and Li Wen were refined into primal spirit liquid, elevating Qin Xuan's cultivation to the 7th level of the Dan Profound Realm. Sensing the surge in his power, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. At the 5th level of the Dan Profound Realm, he could already contend with the 1st level of the Earth Profound Realm. Now, having ascended 2 minor realms, his combat prowess had undoubtedly soared. However, this was a Tier 3 spirit beast, and Li Wen's cultivation was also at the 1st level of the Earth Profound Realm, yet after refining them, I have only ascended 2 minor realms? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. After all, it seemed that his cultivation should have improved significantly more. After a moment of reflection, Qin Xuan came to a realization. His internal reservoir was not a Dan Tian but a Dan Hai, with a capacity several times greater than that of a typical Dan Tian, and as his cultivation advanced, his Dan Hai would continue to expand. Thus, each ascension of a minor realm would naturally require far more spiritual energy than that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, his Dan Hai was golden, containing much denser spiritual energy, thus, the demands for each minor ascension were staggering. With this newfound insight, Qin Xuan felt a mix of astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from understanding that such immense energy demands indicated his combat capabilities would be truly formidable. The astonishment arose from the realization that the spiritual energy required for future ascensions would be nothing short of monumental. Now that Li Wen and these spirit beasts were eliminated, the ensuing pursuit would unquestionably be a one-sided massacre. As dawn broke, those Qin family disciples involved in the chase returned in droves. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses of spirit beasts and assassins, the onlookers felt a pang of bitterness, and they cast admiring glances at Qin Xuan. Throughout the ordeal, when the spirit beasts launched their assaults, it was Qin Xuan alone who turned the tide. It could be said that Qin Xuan single-handedly neutralized the attack on the medicinal garden. Reflecting on this, the members of the Qin family felt genuine respect for Qin Xuan. Following such a young master would undoubtedly yield great rewards. What now? Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Qin Hu waved his hand. And soon the Qin family's guards brought forth several individuals. Kneel. Kicking them to the ground, Qin Hu coldly interrogated, "Who sent you here?" Although Qin Xuan already had an inkling, he wanted these individuals to confess. "And no one sent us." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan gestured, and someone immediately removed their masks. "Identify yourselves and see if you recognize anyone." The Qin family's numerous guards stepped forward to begin the identification process. Upon tearing away their masks, Qin Xuan was taken aback. The faces of these individuals had been slashed, rendering them unrecognizable. Clearly, these families had prepared in advance, disfiguring them to prevent the Qin family from seeking retribution later. Very well. Qin Xuan gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. "Young master, these people are truly despicable. When we return, we must execute them." Qin Hu seethed with anger. "Ah, you Qin clan members wish to use us as evidence? Dream on." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered across Qin Xuan's face as he shook his head. "Fool, when there is no animosity, one must certainly adhere to the rules. However, once everyone is prepared to sever ties, what significance do the rules hold?" Qin Xuan declared, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap that sent the man's head flying. "Dim-witted swine, the essence of this world lies in power. All rules and order are founded upon strength. When one possesses power, should the rules serve to my advantage, I shall dutifully abide by them. Yet, when the rules are detrimental to my interests, it is the fist that reigns supreme." Chapter 44, The Spark. Qin Xuan spoke slowly, disregarding the blood splattered on him. "Handle these individuals." After giving his instructions, he strode into the discussion hall of the medicinal garden. Qin Hu waved his hand and followed Qin Xuan inside. "Young clan leader, this is the spoils from our recent acquisition, please take a look." After rummaging through the bodies on the ground, Qin Hu presented the items to Qin Xuan. Glancing at the contents within the spatial rings, Qin Xuan gestured to Qin Hu to take them back. "Distribute these among the others and inform them that the family rewards them for their valor in guarding us." Despite the formidable advance of the Li family, the guards of the Qin clan, though initially fearful, had not faltered at a critical moment, which brought Qin Xuan considerable relief. Therefore, he felt it imperative to reward them accordingly. With rewards and penalties, one can truly win the hearts of the people. He instructed them to clear away the bodies and prepare the medicinal materials, for the convoy should arrive today. As he spoke, a hint of concern flickered in Qin Xuan's heart, for he was uncertain about the situation back at the family estate. After all, it was anticipated that someone would have acted in Huofeng City the previous night. "Are you worried about the family?" Qin Hu asked confidently. "As long as the clan leader is present, those rats wouldn't dare to covet the Qin family's interests." Qin Hu was well aware of Qin Yuan's strength. Being a peak expert at the 9th level of the Tianqian realm, coupled with the authority bestowed by the clan's founding ancestor, the Qin family was undoubtedly secure. "Let us hope so," Qin Xuan replied, observing the brightening sky outside. He pondered, "Elder, where is our medicinal garden? I require some herbs and would like to select a few." Although unsure of Qin Xuan's intentions, Qin Hu, being the young clan leader, naturally did not refuse. "This way, please." Following Qin Hu, they arrived at the Qin family's medicinal garden. Qin Xuan surveyed the area, noting that nearly 80% of the valley was planted with medicinal herbs, exuding a rich fragrance. "What a splendid place!" Qin Xuan exclaimed, stepping into the garden. "Young clan leader, shall I summon one of the family's herbalists? They are well versed in various herbs and can assist you in discerning their age and properties." Qin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, elder. I am not here to cause a disturbance, I am familiar with these herbs." As a pill master, Qin Xuan had a comprehensive understanding of most medicinal materials. Thus he was not concerned about identifying them. As he entered the garden, his gaze swept over the various herbs. Most of them were still too young. While they might suffice for concocting second-grade pills, they would be inadequate for third-grade ones. The difficulty of creating second-grade pills was considerably higher than that of first-grade pills, requiring not only strong mental acuity but also advanced techniques. In recent days, Qin Xuan had contemplated refining second-grade pills. But due to a lack of suitable materials and the pressing need to guard against enemies, he had yet to proceed. Now that he finally had the time, he came to select appropriate herbs. After circling around, he chose his materials and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. There appeared to be something unusual about a certain spirit herb. It was a vibrant red plant, adorned with 7 leaves and 7 petals, each as crimson as blood, seemingly ablaze. This is the 7-leaf 7-flower herb. What is amiss? Why does the spirit cauldron keep alerting me? Qin Xuan mused, examining it closely but finding no apparent abnormalities. He reached out and turned over a leaf. The herb emanated a slight heat. This is a mutated herb. Observing the patterns on the underside of the leaves, Qin Xuan was taken aback. Typically, the 7-leaf 7-flower herb was an ordinary plant, but if it were mutated, its value would increase significantly. While the standard variant was primarily used for its fire attributes in pill making, this particular herb's fire energy was overwhelmingly intense, unusually so. Qin Xuan contemplated deeply. This herb must have absorbed fire energy from a nearby source, otherwise, it could not possess such potency. Could there be a fire vein in this vicinity? To become a true pill master, one must refine a flame that belongs to oneself. He surmised that following the 7-leaf 7-flower herb would lead him to this fire vein. With that thought, Qin Xuan began to search for it. After uprooting the herb and digging down a short distance, he uncovered a stone door. The stone door was sealed when the Qin family established the medicinal garden, and the reason was due to the overwhelming fire energy contained within. With a crack, he opened the stone door, and a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Beyond the door was a sloping passageway leading downward. Yes, this must be it, Qin Xuan exclaimed with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he ventured into the passage. As he progressed, the heat intensified. After 2 hours, the passage began to constrict, with the surrounding rock walls taking on a faint red hue. Observing the reddening walls, Qin Xuan couldn't help but gasp. The flames below must be extraordinarily fierce to heat the walls from such a distance. Eventually, he halted before a bronze door, which was now glowing red. The door was enveloped by a formation. Staring at the ancient-looking bronze door, Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned. This door did not appear to be a recent installation. It seemed to have been left by someone from long ago. Clearly, individuals had known of the fire vein's existence long before, sealing it with this formation and the bronze door. The treasures hidden within must be extraordinary. He decided to investigate further. Though the bronze door was sealed by a formation, it posed no challenge for Qin Xuan, given his mastery of formations. With minimal effort, he unraveled the formation, pushed open the bronze door, and stepped inside. Boom! A wave of heat rushed towards Qin Xuan. He was enveloped in light, rendering his surroundings indistinct. After a moment of adjustment, he looked ahead, utterly astonished. Before him lay an immense lake of lava, stretching beyond his sight. Flames and magma churned restlessly within. Is this the fire vein? Even after enduring the trials of the spirit cauldron, Qin Xuan was drenched in sweat, feeling as if a single step forward would incinerate him in the molten flow. To have 3 types of earth vein fire manifest simultaneously in one location is truly rare, he murmured. Within the lava, he could see a red lotus, a small purple grass, and a tiny green tree, all rising and falling amidst the magma. How can such things exist in this molten environment? Qin Xuan gazed down in astonishment. Given the extreme temperatures here, how could the red lotus, the grass, and the tree survive? These elements were mere embodiments of the earth vein fire. They represented the 3 types of earth vein fire, and the magma surrounding them was formed from their fusion. Under normal circumstances, even earth vein fire would be dispersed, so it was abnormal for so much to be concentrated here. There must be something drawing them in. As he scrutinized the lava, something white caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a white seed. What could that be? Qin Xuan was unfamiliar with this object, yet soon, the message left for him by the celestial empress of the starry pole emerged on its own. This is the flame seed, fortune has arrived. Chapter 45, The Fire Seed Within. Should a fire seed be implanted within one's body, henceforth, one would be able to incessantly consume various flames, utilizing these flames to elevate the seed's rank. Thus, even if the initial flame within one's body is feeble, as long as one can continually devour and absorb flames, the internal fire will grow ever stronger. Presently, the three veins of earth fire yearn to engulf the seed. Yet they are wary of one another, resulting in a stalemate, an opportune moment indeed. Typically, a cultivator can only refine a single flame throughout their lifetime, which compels alchemists to choose the most superior flames available. Should they fail to refine one, they must resort to external flames. Take, for instance, Master Qi, who lacked a personal flame and thus relied on the earth fire of the Qin family. However, external flames are ultimately less controllable than those one has refined oneself. Therefore, alchemists aspire to refine a flame that belongs solely to them. Now, if Qin Xuan were to implant the fire seed within himself, he could subsequently consume other flames to enhance its level. With this thought, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The message left by the Empress undoubtedly contained methods for refining the fire seed. Yet, the presence of the three veins of earth fire nearby posed a significant obstacle. Qin Xuan hesitated, pondering that if subduing the fire seed were so effortless, these three veins would have consumed it long ago, without waiting for him. While the three veins of earth fire are fierce, they possess spirit but lack intellect, indicating that the use of the spirit refining cauldron is essential. Moreover, my physical body and meridians have been refined through the spirit refining cauldron, thus I can withstand some of the ferocity of these earth fires. However, will attracting fire into my body be excruciating? After a prolonged contemplation, Qin Xuan slightly grimaced. He was reluctant to relive the torment of refining himself within the spirit refining cauldron. Yet, with the fire seed before him, he could not afford to let this chance slip away. After much deliberation, Qin Xuan resolved firmly. He must refine this fire seed, otherwise, he would be plagued by unease. He would first enter the spirit refining cauldron to proceed. Otherwise, with these three veins of earth fire guarding it, approaching the fire seed would be exceedingly difficult. The three veins of earth fire had guarded the seed for countless ages. Although devoid of intellect, they would instinctively retaliate should he venture too close. With a resonant hum, the spirit refining cauldron soared from the jade pendant, and an overwhelming primordial aura filled the mountain's depths. Qin Xuan leaped into the cauldron, swiftly approaching the fire seed under its guidance. The three spirit fires sensed the encroachment but dared not approach due to the cauldron's formidable presence. Now is the moment. The spirit refining cauldron hovered above the fire seed as the five elements fire enveloped Qin Xuan, allowing him to command the cauldron toward the seed. With a deep breath, Qin Xuan sprang into the molten lava. Encased in the five elements fire, he remained unharmed by the surrounding lava, though the waves of heat relentlessly assailed him. The five elements fire fused with the spirit refining cauldron, its potency would diminish upon separation, and the heat would intensify. Time was of the essence. Qin Xuan hastily maneuvered through the lava, lunging towards the fire seed. The white fire seed, sensing impending peril, sought to flee. "Do not escape!" Qin Xuan bellowed, hastening his pursuit. He extended both hands to grasp the seed firmly. Urgently, he channeled the ancient spirit refining technique, guiding the cauldron toward him. "Seize it!" he commanded. And the cauldron descended, enveloping both him and the fire seed within. Gazing at the white seed in the cauldron, Qin Xuan felt a wave of exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the Empress's instructions, which clearly stated that the fire seed must be implanted within his body to accommodate and absorb various flames. This process required encasing the seed in spiritual energy and gradually guiding it into his Dan-si. As this thought crossed his mind, hesitation crept in. The Dan-si is foundational to cultivation, how could he permit the fire to enter? Moreover, given its searing nature, should it destroy his Dan-si once more? The Dan-si is the bedrock of cultivation, the origin of all. If the seed were to be planted there, it could potentially obliterate it. Qin Xuan found himself genuinely conflicted. He had painstakingly regained his cultivation. If this led to the destruction of his Dan-si, all would be for naught. Such a risk was unbearable. No, he could not forsake this opportunity that lay within his grasp. The fire seed, a miraculous entity enabling cultivators to elevate their flame rank through consumption, could indeed devastate his Dan-si if planted there. Was this not perilously treacherous? Should he absorb the fire seed? Qin Xuan pondered, his face a canvas of turmoil. After much deliberation, he exhaled in resignation. Having come this far, How could he abandon the endeavor? Qin Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the fire seed. The seed was crucial to his future cultivation limits. Only by acquiring it could his potential be boundlessly elevated. At worst, he could venture into the tomb again. Yet, the mere thought of that woman sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. To return would be akin to delivering himself into her clutches. No, he must consume this fire seed. After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his fist, focusing intently on the fire seed before him. He skillfully commanded his spiritual energy to envelop the seed entirely. Heat. The instant the spiritual energy made contact with the seed, waves of scorching heat surged into his danci. Hiss. Qin Xuan gasped sharply. Within his danci, countless strands of spiritual energy bubbled as if boiling. The searing pain radiated throughout, swiftly spreading through his meridians. Exhaling deeply, Qin Xuan contemplated severing the connection between the spiritual energy and the fire seed. However, the seed was already drawn to his energy, and his task now was to maneuver it into his danci. Enduring the agonizing pain, Qin Xuan fashioned the spiritual energy into chains, gradually guiding the fire seed toward his danci. The closer the seed approached, the more intense the burning sensation became. Clenching his teeth, Qin Xuan persevered, and after the span of a joss stick, the fire seed finally settled within his danci. Sizzle! The moment the seed made contact, he felt an unbearable heat and torment engulf his danci. The spiritual energy within churned violently, akin to boiling water, refusing to settle. The meridians connected to his spiritual sea throbbed with excruciating pain, as waves of boiling energy surged through them, rendering him nearly incapacitated. This was the fire seed, one of the most precious entities in existence. Naturally, the pain was immense for his danci. Yet, he understood that he must endure. To falter now would mean the complete forfeiture of his efforts. What followed was the necessity for the fire seed to take root and flourish within his danci, nourished by his own essence, ensuring that it would become one with his danci. Chapter 46, Refining the Fire Seed. The subsequent critical step lay in the complete fusion of the fire seed with the danci. It was imperative. Only through this union could the fire seed truly establish itself and intertwine with the danci. However, this was the most perilous moment. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the danci. Yet, Qin Xuan was not overly fearful. His body had been refined by the divine refinement cauldron. With stars for bones and chaos for flesh, complemented by a trace of primordial yellow dragon blood. This made his physique far more formidable than that of an ordinary person. Even the most ferocious fire seed would find it challenging to annihilate his danci. Likewise, the fire seed faced considerable difficulty in merging with Qin Xuan's danci. With steely resolve, Qin Xuan guided the fire seed to gently descend to the bottom of the danci, initiating contact. Ah! At the moment of contact, a cry of anguish escaped Qin Xuan's lips. The pain was excruciating. Without hesitation, he swiftly summoned his vital essence, drenching the fire seed with his lifeblood. The searing sensation began to diminish. Euphoria surged within Qin Xuan as he hastily poured more of his essence into the fire seed. Although the burning pain subsided, no signs of fusion with the danci were apparent. His danci was inherently more robust than others, making it increasingly difficult for the fire seed to take root. Determined, Qin Xuan gathered the recently absorbed primordial dragon blood and infused it into the fire seed. Boom! The fire seed suddenly illuminated, finally merging with the danci. Moments later, countless tendrils resembling roots firmly anchored themselves within Qin Xuan's danci. The tiny seed of the fire seed began to sprout rapidly. The fire seed was now beginning to unify with his danci, and he could only await its growth. Qin Xuan intently observed the activity within the danci. The fire seed grew swiftly, transforming into a flame sapling in mere breaths. However, this flame was nearly transparent, devoid of any color. At this juncture, as the fire seed had firmly rooted itself, the previously agitated spiritual energy within the danci began to stabilize, and the searing pain vanished. This nascent fire seed had yet to consume any flames, thus its color remained absent. Qin Xuan cast his gaze toward the 3 veins of earth fire, pondering. These 3 veins of earth fire were indeed formidable, yet he felt confident in his ability to absorb them. He charged toward the 3 veins of earth fire, with the divine refinement cauldron trailing closely behind. Under the oppressive aura of the cauldron, the three veins of earth fire dared not resist. Qin Xuan effortlessly ensnared one of the red lotus-shaped earth fires with his spiritual energy chains, guiding it into the Dan Sea. The sapling of the fire seed swayed vigorously, completely absorbing this vein of earth fire. After assimilating the earth fire, the sapling grew slightly taller, yet it remained as translucent as before. The effects appeared subtle. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, initially expecting substantial growth from the fire seed. However, this was to be expected. Earth fire was inferior to heavenly fire and spiritual fire. Thus its value was limited. Subsequently, Qin Xuan proceeded to refine the other two veins of earth fire in similar fashion. Once he had thoroughly consumed all three veins, the fire seed finally exhibited a faint red hue, and its flames burned significantly more vigorously. To expedite the growth of the fire seed sapling, it required more flames, not the mundane fires, but rather earth fire, spiritual fire, and even heavenly fire. Qin Xuan contemplated the words left by the Empress. With the absorption of the three veins of earth fire, the surrounding heat gradually dissipated. He then directed his attention to the magma below. There, he reasoned, must lie fire crystal stones, as the presence of earth fire indicated a rich fire attribute. Fire crystal stones are purely composed of fire attributes and contain abundant fire energy. They are essential for many alchemists and are considered invaluable. A single fire crystal stone can fetch hundreds of superior spiritual stones in larger shops or auction houses. The Qin family's betrothal gift to the Lu family amounted to 100,000 spiritual stones, albeit all inferior. One superior spiritual stone equates to 100 middle-grade stones, and one middle-grade stone equals 100 inferior stones. Thus, the Qin family's dowry was merely a tenth of a single fire crystal stone's worth. Reflecting on this, Qin Xuan felt increasingly excited. 100,000 inferior spiritual stones was an astronomical sum in Firewind City, yet outside it seemed impossible to even procure a single fire crystal stone. With renewed determination, Qin Xuan fixed his gaze on the magma below, preparing for further action. However, despite the disappearance of the earth fire, the magma remained intensely scorching. Indeed, although the fire seed was merely a flicker, it had absorbed three veins of earth fire and could now protect itself. With this in mind, he attempted to envelop himself in the protection of the fire seed, ensuring that the magma would not harm him. Qin Xuan commanded the flame to shield him and promptly dove into the magma. With the flames safeguarding him, the surrounding magma posed little threat. As a result, he progressed unimpeded for nearly half an hour without reaching the bottom of the magma. This left Qin Xuan astonished. The three veins of earth fire were extraordinarily powerful. Despite descending to such depths, he had yet to reach the bottom. After another incense stick's worth of time, Qin Xuan finally glimpsed the magma's base. Indeed, there lay fire crystal stones. Overjoyed, he discovered that the bottom of the magma was strewn with fiery red crystals. This was a windfall. Gazing at the abundant fire crystal stones, Qin Xuan could hardly contain his delight. A single fire crystal stone equated to 100 superior spiritual stones. And here, there were at least 1,000. This meant that the value of the fire crystal stones alone exceeded 100,000 superior spiritual stones. This was truly a fortune. Eagerly, Qin Xuan rushed forward to collect the fire crystal stones. Before long, he had gathered all the stones, an impressive total of 1,400 fire crystal stones. He had indeed struck it rich. Qin Xuan could not help but feel a swell of pride. This venture into the mountains had not only bolstered his strength through hunting spirits but had also yielded both the fire seed and fire crystal stones a bountiful gain in every regard. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xuan noticed something peculiar etched into the magma's base. What could this be? A sense of foreboding instinctively arose within him at the sight of these markings. They appeared decidedly unsettling. For reasons unknown, Qin Xuan felt as if he had unwittingly become entangled in a matter of great significance. Chapter 47, Crisis. After gazing at the intricate patterns for a considerable time, Qin Xuan suddenly grasped the significance of what lay before him. These were formation runes. In essence, formation runes represent a distinct kind of array. Yet they differ from traditional formations. The latter requires the deployment of array flags and the activation of spiritual stones to function. Qin Xuan had employed this very tactic to eliminate the spiritual beasts the previous night. Conversely, formation runes are a type of law inscribed by specialized rune masters, capable of harnessing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth as well as their intrinsic laws. Thus, even in the absence of spiritual stones, these runes can operate autonomously for centuries, or even millennia. Some ancient runes have persisted since the most primordial epochs. Crafting such runes necessitates profound strength. Although Qin Xuan was not an expert in runes, he had gleaned some understanding over the past 300 years. If his judgment was accurate, these runes were laid down by a certain master centuries ago, intended to concentrate the surrounding fire attributes and capture 3 sources of underground fire, all to cultivate a seed of fire utilizing the utmost fire attributes. In other words, Qin Xuan's expression turned exceedingly grave. He had plundered the fruits of someone else's labor painstakingly amassed over centuries. Should this esteemed individual become aware of his actions, it was likely that he would not escape unscathed. The individual had deliberately chosen a small town to avoid drawing attention. Yet Qin Xuan had still managed to intercept their efforts. If this person learned of his transgression, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With a sharp intake of breath, Qin Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. However, the fire seed had already been refined by him. There was no way to return it now. If he were to self-destruct his dantian and forcibly extract the fire seed to return it, he might avert the wrath of this powerful figure. Yet, doing so would render him a cripple once more, and he might even perish in the flames of the seed. What a farcical notion! He would never allow such a calamity to befall him. A sense of headache overwhelmed him. His previously jubilant mood now bore a slight heaviness. No! He must return and commence his cultivation immediately. Qin Xuan resolved firmly. Although he was uncertain of this individual's strength, it was evident that he was not a person to be trifled with at his current level. With a bitter smile, he hastened his departure from the site. The crux of the matter was to elevate his power swiftly. Emerging from the magma, Qin Xuan returned to the underground and made his way back to the medicinal garden. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky. It was noon. Young clan leader, you have finally returned. The third elder has been waiting for quite some time. The third elder is here? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's heart leaped with joy. Since the third elder had arrived, it seemed that the Qin family had not experienced any major incidents the previous night. He quickly strode into the conference hall. Seeing Qin Xuan enter, Qin Yan promptly bowed in greeting. Third elder, was everything well last night? In response to Qin Xuan's inquiry, Qin Yan smiled and nodded. Young clan leader, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, a few scoundrels attempted to strike against our Qin family last night, but thanks to our preparations, they were all eliminated. Qin Xuan felt an immense relief wash over him, but soon his brow furrowed as a flicker of light crossed his eyes. What about the city lord's manor? Any developments there? In the entirety of Huofeng City, the only entity capable of slightly restraining the Qin family was the city lord's manor. If the city lord, Yuan Hao, were to be eliminated this time, it would be ideal. No, that coward planned well for himself, organizing his own forces to act, yet when it came time for action, he hid away, letting others take the lead. Qin Yan's voice brimmed with indignation. From several captives, they had learned that the attack was instigated by the city lord. Yet when the time came to strike, Yuan Hao was nowhere to be found. As other families spearheaded the assault on the Qin family, he merely observed from the shadows. After Qin Yuan made his move, Yuan Hao arrived late under the pretense of protecting the Qin family. Being a member of the royal family and the city lord, as long as he did not personally engage, they could not openly challenge him. Qin Xuan nodded in understanding. As the saying goes, capture the thief and seize the loot. Since Yuan Hao was not apprehended on the spot, the Qin family cannot act openly against him. Those captured perished shortly thereafter, clearly having been poisoned in advance. Qin Yan expressed his regret, stating, if we could eliminate the city lord, it would be for the best. However, after last night's incident, the other families have become much more compliant, and there should be no immediate disturbances. As Qin Yan spoke with Qin Xuan, he added, Humph. It's merely a matter of laying low for a while. However, the Du family must be eradicated this time. Before long, Qin Xuan recounted the Du family's misdeeds in detail. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's fury ignited. What a treacherous Du family! For years they have allied with us, relying on the Qin family's support to thrive in Hofeng City. Yet, these scoundrels dare to betray us. This time, we must annihilate the Du family, make an example of them. Traitors are often more detestable than enemies. However, perhaps we won't even need to take action ourselves. The other families will not let the Du family off this time. Just then, Qin Hu informed Qin Yan of Qin Xian's strategy from the previous night. Upon learning that Qin Xian had used formations to thwart the ambushers, Qin Yan erupted in applause. It was truly gratifying to see these families suffer such substantial losses at the hands of Qin Xian. After hearing about the events of the previous night, Qin Yan gazed at Qin Xian with newfound admiration. The young clan leader not only anticipated the enemy's moves but also possessed knowledge of formations. Had Qin Xian not identified the issues within the formations, the medicinal garden would have been utterly destroyed by now. Even if the Qin family achieved a resounding victory in Hofeng City, the losses incurred here would have been painfully significant. Who would have thought the young clan leader understood formations? Qin Yan remarked. His gaze toward Qin Xian filled with deep respect. It is nothing more than a game, Qin Xian replied nonchalantly. By the way, what are we planning to do about the situation in the city? Though those individuals committed suicide with poison, the absence of witnesses does not exonerate them. Qin Xian spoke coldly. Such arrogance could not go unpunished, even if there were no living evidence remaining. Hearing this, a glimmer of coldness crossed Qin Yan's face. Rest assured, young clan leader. Before we came, the clan leader had already sent someone to handle this matter. We will not allow these individuals to escape accountability. They shall pay dearly. Qin Yan's tone was resolute. If these people believed the Qin family could be trifled with, they were sorely mistaken. Even if the major families wished to distance themselves from these individuals, the Qin family would not acquiesce. Indeed, with grandfather's backing and the corpses in hand, they cannot deny their involvement even if they wish to. Qin Xian nodded. Since grandfather had spoken, it was certain that the Qin family would soon make a significant move. The group continued to exchange information. Following this incident, the defenses of the medicinal garden needed to be further strengthened, and additional preparations were necessary. Everyone readily agreed. It was thanks to Qin Xian that they had managed to withstand the assault this time. Future encounters could not be taken lightly. Now that Qin Xian insisted on fortifying defenses, the elders had no objections. After all, reinforcing defenses was beneficial for them as well. Once the arrangements were made, Qin Xian began instructing how to set up a new formation. The Qin family members had limited knowledge of formations. So Qin Xian selected a few disciples with some foundation in this area, teaching them the basics while arranging the formation. As the new formation was completed, the convoy responsible for transporting herbs arrived. Throughout the journey, the convoy members had been on edge, unable to eat or sleep properly, frequently stopping to investigate any rustle, perceiving even the slightest sound as a potential ambush. After all, they had encountered trouble before. Yet this time, no incidents occurred. Just as they jubilantly reached the medicinal garden, they were taken aback to find the ground strewn with the corpses of spiritual beasts. Were it not for the vigilant guards on duty, one might have presumed that the Qin family had been utterly annihilated. Was it the young clan leader who orchestrated and commanded the entire affair? The captains of the escorting guards listened in disbelief to this revelation. Initially, the clan leader had instructed the young leader to accompany them into the mountains. Yet Qin Xian merely offered a few directives before departing alone. Many among them harbored grievances, perceiving the young leader as someone averse to confrontation. However, it now appeared that this young leader had meticulously devised a strategy well in advance, maintaining control over every aspect of the situation. At this moment, the captains averted their gazes, hesitant to meet Qin Xian's eyes. In contrast, Qin Xian remained unfazed, satisfied to see that the medicinal garden was safe and sound. Qin Yan promptly returned with the convoy. Meanwhile, Qin Xian opted for a secluded chamber, for he was about to commence the refinement of second-tier elixirs. Chapter 48. The conspiracy of the city. Lord Qin Xian had prepared the medicinal herbs and began the process of alchemy. After a considerable duration, he emerged with excitement, holding the elixir in his hands. Success! After 2 days of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded in refining this medicine. It was not that second-tier elixirs were particularly difficult to produce, but rather that Qin Xuan was still becoming acquainted with the flames, having failed several times. After all, the Qin family currently had no alchemist and could only rely on his own skills. In reflecting on this, Qin Xuan felt a twinge of gratitude towards the celestial Empress. Had it not been for her nearly 3 centuries of guidance, his proficiency in alchemy would not have reached such depths. Although it was primarily the Empress who crafted the elixirs within the celestial tomb, the experience had nonetheless enriched his own abilities in the art of alchemy. With the elixir secured, Qin Xuan gently flicked his fingers. A cluster of flames materialized in his palm. After several days of continuous experimentation, he had mastered the manipulation of these flames with remarkable skill. Now, it was time to return. Clenching his fists, he anticipated the myriad occurrences that had likely transpired in the city, events he did not wish to miss. After briefing those in the herb garden, Qin Xuan hurriedly made his way back to the city. What a collection of inept individuals! In the city lord's mansion of Huofeng City, Yuan Hao furiously slammed his palm against the table. He had never anticipated that matters would devolve to such a state. The plan had been meticulously laid out. As long as they could lure Qin Yuan away, they would annihilate the Qin family. Once the Qin family was eradicated, they could easily besiege Qin Yuan. Yet, the outcome had turned out entirely differently. Not only had Qin Yuan not been drawn out, but an unforeseen incident had also occurred. Were it not for his instinctual vigilance at that moment, he too would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. This thought ignited a seething rage within Yuan Hao. In recent days, the Qin family had been parading the corpses before the various clans, demanding accountability. Although the clans adamantly insisted that these incidents were the actions of rogue individuals, they were met with the Qin family's relentless pressure. With the Qin family's formidable might bearing down upon them, the clans had no choice but to bow their heads in concession. However, mere acknowledgement was insufficient. Under the Qin family's duress, each clan had been compelled to part with substantial amounts of spirit stones to avert disaster. Naturally, some families sought out Yuan Hao, hoping he would intervene and mediate the situation. Yet, how could Yuan Hao agree to such a proposition? It was already a blessing that the Qin family had not turned their ire upon him. Why would he voluntarily seek trouble? If he remained indifferent, however, his own authority would suffer. After all, no one would follow a city lord incapable of protecting his own. Amidst these reflections, Yuan Hao's anger intensified. City Lord Yuan, you truly lack composure. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from behind the screen in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, prompting Yuan Hao to turn swiftly. Lord Zhao, given the gravity of the situation, are you merely going to stand idly by? All my actions have been at your behest. A middle-aged man stepped forth from behind the screen, adorned with an embroidered character on his attire. The Xianlong Dao comprises 4 prominent families, of which our Zhao family is merely one. Some matters are not suitable for our direct involvement. Furthermore, it appears that the Qin family has ties to the capital S Qin family, which further complicates our position. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao snorted disdainfully. So, your Zhao family wishes for me to take the lead, to reach out to other families to deal with Qin Xuan, essentially using me as a pawn? The middle-aged man chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Though the young master of Longting was the weakest scion among the Zhao family's 9 branches. As long as he bore the Zhao bloodline, no other family would dare to insult him lightly. The Qin family, in their ignorance, had the audacity to assault the young master of Longting, warranting their annihilation. Therefore, I require your Zhao family's involvement, Yuan Hao insisted, but you are apprehensive of trouble. Urging the families of Huofeng City to act while leaving me to confront Qin Yuan alone. The Zhao family's representative shook his head slightly, clearly rejecting the proposition. We, the Zhao family, cannot make our presence known in this matter, you must resolve it on your own. However, rest assured, after this incident, we will not treat you unfairly. With that, the middle-aged man turned to exit towards the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion. If your Zhao family fears entanglement in matters beyond your concern, then do not expect to eliminate the Qin family. Hearing this, the middle-aged man paused and turned back to Yuan Hao. Do not rush. Allow the Qin family a few more days of freedom. Soon, several significant figures will pass through Huofeng City, at which point I will devise a plan. You need only follow my guidance. Significant figures? Yuan Hao furrowed his brows at the remark. What sort of prominent individuals would traverse Wolfing City? You shall find out in due time. In any case, this time, the Qin family will face total annihilation. Chapter 49, The Divine Path Sect. Upon Qin Xuan's return home, every member of the Qin family rushed out to greet him. The news of the events at the medicinal garden had spread throughout the family. And with Qin Xuan having uncovered the schemes of rival families before his departure, the elders of the Qin clan were filled with joy and genuine admiration for him. Xuaner, we have heard from the third elder about the affairs at the medicinal garden. You have indeed accomplished a great feat. Qin Yuan exclaimed, patting Qin Xuan on the shoulder with a proud smile. Previously, he had harbored concerns for Qin Xuan. But now he was elated to see him capable of standing on his own. By the way, when did you learn about formations? We were completely unaware, Qin Yuan continued, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Feeling somewhat bashful, Qin Xuan scratched his head and replied, during the 3 years at the Heavenly Tomb. I happened to carry a book on formations with me and learned a bit. Just a bit? You managed to unravel the formations of the Du family with that little knowledge. Imagine how formidable you will be once you master them completely. Several elders laughed heartily. At this, Qin Xuan's heart stirred. Speaking of the Du family, what is their current situation? Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Then seemed to realize something was amiss and shook his head. You do not know? Recently, treachery led to the complete annihilation of the Du family. Not a single soul was spared, every last one was lost, even the eggs were smashed. Qin Xuan was taken aback, then nodded in understanding. The Du family had indeed made a grave mistake. After betraying the Qin family and being outmaneuvered by Qin Xuan, their downfall was inevitable. Such traitors would evoke no sympathy from him. It is a pity that Brother Du met his end in his prime. I, Qin Yuan, shall seek vengeance for him. Qin Yuan declared with a smile. At the moment the Du family was eradicated, the Qin family had taken a firm stance to avenge them. Look! It was done by those few families. The culprits are undoubtedly among the major clans, he stated. What shall we do about the others? Qin Xuan asked, gesturing as if to cut a throat. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. There is no rush. I have temporarily stabilized the situation to prevent them from acting recklessly. However, since they dared to strike at our Qin family, they shall pay the price. Qin Yuan had devised a plan to gradually eliminate every family that posed a threat to the Qin clan in Firewind City. Qin Xuan nodded and exchanged a few more words. Observing Qin Xuan's weary appearance, Qin Yuan expressed concern. Xuaner, you have worked hard these past few days. Go rest. With your grandfather here, those vile creatures cannot stir up trouble. Acknowledging this, Qin Xuan returned to his quarters. After a brief wash-up, he remained in his room, refining pills and cultivating. Thus, through the night, Qin Xuan produced over a dozen second-grade pills and prepared hundreds of first-grade pills. With these elixirs, the Qin family would not lack for resources in the days to come. However, Qin Xuan also intended to find a disciple from the Qin family soon, ensuring that when he departed from Firewind City, there would be someone to continue the alchemical work. After all, he could not remain in Firewind City indefinitely. The selection for the Tsanqing sect was approaching, and once he passed the preliminary rounds in Firewind City, he would head to Tsanglong City for the final selections. The following day, after delivering the pills to the alchemy workshop, Qin Xuan began a regimen of cultivation and self-improvement. Yet, only a few days into this routine, explosive news swept through the entirety of Firewind City. The disciple and saintess of the Divine Path sect would be gracing Firewind City, and representatives from every family were to attend a banquet in their honor. The Divine Path sect was a force more formidable than the Tsanqing sect. If the Tsanqing sect was the foremost sect in the Shenlong path, then the Divine Path sect ranked among the top 3 sects in the entire Deqian realm. The arrival of such a powerful sect's disciple and saintess in Firewind City was unprecedented in the thousands of years since the founding of Deqian. Is the city lord in charge of the reception? Qin Yuan inquired, glancing at the invitation from the city lord's residence, his brow furrowing slightly. Naturally, the city lord, being a distant member of the royal family, is responsible for the reception. However, this may not bode well for our family, Qin Yin interjected. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. The Divine Path sect was a major power in Qin, and alliances with such a sect would be immensely beneficial. It was evident that City Lord Yuan Hao intended to assert his authority over the Qin family by extending these invitations. It's rather peculiar. Typically, the disciple and saintess would head to Qianlong City, not here. Qianlong City is the largest city in the Qianlong Path, where all talents ultimately converge. Now, the disciple and saintess of the Divine Path sect arriving in Firewind City seemed rather strange. We are unclear on the specifics. But there are rumors that it may have something to do with the Zhao family, he added. At this revelation, Qin Xuan's brow furrowed. The Zhao family? His expression grew serious. There was something inherently suspicious about this situation. You also sense something amiss, do you not? Qin Yuan handed the invitation to Qin Xuan. The invitation bore both Qin Yuan's and Qin Xuan's names. Could it be that Yuan Hao intends to use this opportunity to eliminate us? That seems unlikely, Qin Yuan mused, frowning. Not likely. The disciple and saintess of the Divine Path sect are formidable figures. Yuan Hao is merely a side branch of the royal family. And he would not dare act rashly unless he were mad. Let us wait until the day of the banquet. We will prepare ourselves in advance. One must always be wary of others' intentions. While one should not harbor malicious thoughts, one must remain vigilant against treachery. Regardless, Qin Xuan believed it prudent to prepare ahead of time, lest they find themselves betrayed unexpectedly. Upon returning to his room, Qin Xuan began his preparations, cultivating and concocting some antidotes. Given the esteemed status of the guests, the likelihood of a violent confrontation seemed minimal, yet the possibility of poison remained. With this in mind, Qin Xuan prepared several antidotes in advance. 5 days later, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. During these days, he had successfully advanced his cultivation to the 8th level of Dan Xian. Although he yearned to continue his training, the much-anticipated disciple and saintess of the Divine Path sect had finally arrived in Firewind City. After changing into a fresh set of garments, Qin Xuan made his way to the main hall. Let us go. If we delay, Yuan Hao may seize the opportunity to strike, Qin Yuan remarked. And Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Patriarch, once you arrive, I will have our family members stationed nearby. If there is any unusual activity at the city lord's residence, we will respond immediately. Qin Yan said nervously. To him, the entire situation seemed fraught with suspicion. Do not be anxious, we are merely attending a banquet today. They would not dare act against us in front of so many people. Besides, this is not a visit to the city lord's residence, but rather to the Li family. Qin Xuan reassured him with a smile. After the arrival of the Divine Path sect's disciple and saintess, the Li family had proactively proposed hosting a banquet in their honor, complete with performances of beast fights to entertain their esteemed guests. They had even produced their finest treasures, claiming it was to broaden everyone's horizons. The Li family's overtures were undeniably excessive. Rest assured, there will not be any issues this time. At the very least, there should be no apparent issues. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 50, The Saintess of the Divine Path sect. When Qin Yuan and his grandson Qin Xuan arrived, the exterior of the Li residence was adorned with vibrant lanterns, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. In order to honor their esteemed guests from the Divine Path sect, the Li family had spared no effort, showcasing their finest offerings to win the favor of the sect's disciple and saintess. To facilitate the guests' enjoyment of both the feast and the beast fights, the Li family had opened up the arena and constructed a splendid viewing platform nearby. As they disembarked from their carriage, several maidservants promptly approached. Esteemed guests, please follow us. Under the guidance of the maidservants, the grandfather and grandson made their way along the corridor to the arena, eventually arriving at the banquet beside the platform. The platform, built of blue stone, appeared remarkably sturdy, with 2 primary seats elevated for the distinguished visitors. Flanking these seats were members of the Li family and Yuan Hao. Below them were the positions allocated to the other prominent families of Iron Flow City, categorized into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. The area where Qin Xuan was seated was the most prestigious, not far from the main seats. Surprisingly, the Li family and Yuan Hao refrained from any underhanded tactics. Qin Xuan had anticipated some trickery, yet he found none forthcoming from them. Upon their entrance, the lively crowd abruptly fell silent. The families present had previously suffered at the hands of the Qin family and bore a palpable resentment. Yet their apprehension of the Qin family's formidable strength kept them from provoking a confrontation, leaving them to glare at Qin Xuan and his grandfather with barely concealed animosity. The smaller families, cognizant of the ominous nature of the gathering, remained mute. Only Louis from the Lu family glared at Qin Xuan with fury, wishing fervently for his demise. Do not act rashly, Lu Shang cautioned, advising her to temper her anger. Rest assured, someone will deal with them today. Just as Qin Xuan was about to take his seat, several figures approached. Ha ha! It is our honor to host the esteemed patriarch and young patriarch of the Qin family, Li Shan, the head of the Li family. Welcomed them with his eldest son Li Tai and Li Miao at his side. You flatter us. It is your family's composed demeanor in the face of disgrace that we should aspire to emulate, Qin Xuan replied with a faint smile, his words laced with subtle mockery. Li Shan's expression shifted slightly, clearly aware of the underlying sarcasm referencing the Li family's failed ambush on the Qin family. You, Li Tai, brimming with youthful arrogance, was ready to confront Qin Xuan but was restrained by Li Shan. I will remember this incident, such a mistake shall not be repeated, Li Shan stated ominously. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the man's remarkable composure in the face of humiliation. Please, take a seat, Li Shan said curtly, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hastily departed. Why provoke him? Qin Yuan inquired, puzzled by his grandson's behavior. Under normal circumstances, Qin Xuan should not have incited Li Shan. It was merely a test. Had he erupted in anger, I would have felt at ease, but his restraint indicates a deeper scheme against us, Qin Xuan replied, a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Following humiliation, one either retaliates immediately or seeks retribution later. The fact that Li Shan restrained his anger suggested he had devised a plan against the Qin family, likely tied to this banquet. Perhaps we should leave, we need not entangle ourselves in their schemes, Qin Yuan suggested, furrowing his brow. That is unwise. Such an action would surely offend the Divine Path sect. Their influence is vast, and we have no need to create enemies. It is said that a thief is only as good as his last heist. We must confront whatever they devise, Qin Xuan stated nonchalantly, raising his gaze towards the Li family. After a while, the prominent families of Firewind City gathered, filling the platform with a lively buzz. Everyone awaited the arrival of the disciple and saintess from the Divine Path sect. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to a warbler, rang out. Thank you all for your patience. I am Xiaoruyan, the saintess of the Divine Path sect, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. At the sound of her enchanting voice, every eye turned toward her. A veiled woman clad in red glided forward, her skin as pale as jade, her arms delicate and fair as frost. Though her visage was obscured, the mere sound of her voice conveyed her beauty. With every step, she seemed to tread on lotus petals, untouched by the dust of the world. Beside her stood a handsome young man, his long sword at his side, exuding an air of aloofness, seemingly uninterested in the gathering. This was the disciple of the Divine Path sect, and it was evident that he held little regard for the people of Firewind City. The crowd, however, was oblivious to his indifference, utterly captivated by Xiaoruyan. Qin Xuan stole a glance and felt a surge of heat course through him, an overwhelming desire to gaze upon her further. What a beautiful woman! I would gladly give anything for a moment with her, he thought, almost compelled to approach her. Just then, the divine spirit cauldron trembled, jolting him back to reality. He quickly turned away, averting his gaze. It is an enchantment. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Xuan's back as he surveyed the surroundings, realizing that many others were equally entranced by her. What formidable allure, with just a smile and a gesture, she ensnares the weak-willed, he mused. Clearing his throat, he managed to break the spell, causing Qin Yuan beside him to snap back to attention, hastily averting his gaze from Xiaoruyan. Truly, she is the saintess of the Divine Path sect. Even I was nearly ensnared, Qin Yuan confessed, a hint of fear in his tone. Her power must be nearing the celestial realm. At that moment, Qin Yuan spoke in a hushed voice to Qin Xuan, acknowledging his words with a slight nod. Qin Xuan assessed the woman's strength, estimating her to be at least at the 7th level of the earthly realm, with the potential to challenge the celestial realm. Realizing this, Qin Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The saintess of the Divine Path sect was not far removed from his own age. Yet her cultivation surpassed him by an entire realm. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. He had lost all his cultivation in the heavenly tomb. Yet he had made significant progress in such a short time. Given more time, surpassing her would be effortless. He then shifted his gaze to the disciple of the Divine Path sect, shaking his head slightly. Compared to Xiaoruyan, the disciple's strength clearly paled in comparison. Though he still possessed considerable power as a disciple of the Divine Path sect. Following closely behind them was Yuan Hao, the city lord, who wore a warm smile as he showered praises upon the duo. "This way, please." Li Shan hurried forward to greet them, escorting them to the main seats. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our distinguished guests from the Divine Path sect, His Highness, Prince Shi Junxian, and Her Highness, Saintess Xiaoruyan." Originally en route to Xuanlong City, they fortuitously passed through Fire Wind City, and I humbly requested their esteemed presence to stay for a day, to meet the talented youths of our city. As he spoke, Yuan Hao cast his gaze downward. "Allow me to inform you that Daozi and the Holy Maiden have descended upon Xianshan Road for the purpose of selecting attendants. You must demonstrate your utmost capabilities. If you catch the attention of the two esteemed individuals, there lies the opportunity to accompany them to the Divine Tao sect." The mere mention of the Divine Tao sect sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. Numerous young disciples eagerly readied themselves, their faces alight with fervor. The Divine Tao sect, a realm far more formidable than the Tsunqing sect, beckoned them. Even the prospect of serving in menial roles there was met with unbridled enthusiasm. Yuan Hao spoke at length. Yet the throng of disciples had already diverted their focus entirely to the prospect of joining the Divine Tao sect. Their collective longing to become a part of this esteemed institution was palpable. The banquet commenced swiftly, with cups raised and clinking in camaraderie, when suddenly a disciple from an unknown family stood, cup in hand, and declared, "Qin Xuan, I challenge you." Chapter 51, Turning the Tide. The banquet abruptly came to a halt as Qin Xuan slightly raised his head to regard the figure before him. The youth in front of him was evidently a scion of a minor family, his face alight with excitement as he fixated on Qin Xuan, clearly seeking to use him as a stepping stone for his own advancement. Was this the scheme of the city lord? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, a cold smile curling within his heart. It seemed that Yuan Hao was not as foolish as he appeared. After all, attempting to confront him with just a handful of individuals would only lead to humiliation. Just as Qin Xuan prepared to decline the challenge, Li Tai, the eldest son of the Li family, stepped forward. "Wan Xing, do refrain from embarrassing yourself, your meager skills are not worthy of the saintess's laughter." At these words, the disciple named Wan Xing flushed crimson, retreating with his wine cup in hand. However, Li Tai remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan. "Young Master Qin, last time you wagered against my brother in the beast arena, you won our Li family's spirit beast, subjecting him to utter humiliation." Upon hearing the mention of humiliation, the hosts, Shi Junxian and Xiaoruyan, paused their conversation, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Care for another wager?" Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Naturally. A beast fight. In honor of our esteemed guests, several beast fighting exhibitions have been arranged. Why don't we each wager on one?" Li Tai proposed, his confidence apparent. Last time, Li Miao faced Qin Xuan in a beast duel and lost. Now, Li Tai sought to challenge him to another beast contest. "Oh, how shall we wager?" Qin Xuan inquired, feigning nonchalance. "Quite simple, we each place our bets and see whose spirit beast triumphs. As for the stakes, spirit stones, weapons, techniques, anything goes, of course, except for certain conditions." Li Tai's eyes glimmered with malice. "Since young Master Qin has already shamed my brother, that can also be included." The tension between the two escalated, prompting a stir among the onlookers. Many attendees eagerly anticipated a spectacle, especially since the notion of humiliation was once again invoked. Even the Saintess and the Daozi of the Divine Path sect cast their gazes curiously in their direction, clearly eager to witness the outcome. "Humph." Qin Xuan scoffed, his eyes icy as they bore into Li Tai. This man evidently wished to trample him underfoot. "Very well, if that is your desire. Let us engage in a proper wager." Qin Xuan's laughter was tinged with fury. Li Tai, it seemed, was blissfully unaware of his own folly in challenging him to a beast contest. It was laughable. The The beast mastery techniques of the upper realm far surpassed those of the Li family. Before long, 2 spirit beasts were brought forth. 2 third-tier spirit beasts. The Li family has truly spared no effort. Many in attendance gasped in astonishment, realizing the extent to which the Li family had gone to please the Daozi and Saintess. These spirit beasts were their prized possessions. What do you think, young Master Qin? Which beast do you wish to wager upon? Li Tai inquired with a smile that barely concealed his disdain. After glancing at the beasts, Qin Xuan casually pointed to one of the wolf-shaped spirit beasts. I shall wager on this golden swallowing wolf. As for the stakes. He pondered for a moment, extracting a spirit stone and tossing it onto the table. 1 spirit stone? Li Tai sneered. Is that all you have to wager, young Master Qin? Qin Xuan merely chuckled coldly. Is that too little? You never specified a minimum amount, so if you find it lacking, let us increase the stakes. He stroked his chin. A smirk playing on his lips as he tossed a Qin Xuan ring onto the table. Let us wager 10 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even for a prominent family like the Li family, accumulating such wealth was no small feat. Qin Xuan's audacity to wager such an amount left Li Tai momentarily speechless. Are you unable to match the stakes? If not, it would be better to remain silent. Qin Xuan's taunt provoked Li Tai, who clenched his fists, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. Ultimately, he produced the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to match Qin Xuan's wager. I am eager to see how much wealth your Qin family possesses. Let the contest begin. In the arena, the golden swallowing wolf and the wind-rending beast commenced their battle. Both were third-tier spirit beasts. And the golden swallowing wolf seemed to possess the upper hand initially. Could it truly be that Qin Xuan will prevail? Some spectators speculated that the Li family, confident in their preparations, had allowed Qin Xuan to choose first. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Qin Xuan merely sneered. Such tactics were inconsequential to him. He had his own means of counteracting their schemes. Indeed, the golden swallowing wolf initially dominated, but soon the wind-rending beast surged in strength, decisively overpowering it. As their battle raged on, the injuries sustained by the golden swallowing wolf grew increasingly severe. At this moment, Li Tai visibly relaxed. Qin Xuan. It seems your high-grade spirit stones will soon be mine. Of course, if you are willing to kneel and bow your head, I might even consider relinquishing your stake. Hearing Li Tai's smug declaration, Qin Xuan merely smiled derisively. Is it not premature to celebrate your victory? Are you so certain of your success? Li Tai huffed. I am eager to see how long you can maintain that bravado. With a signal, one of the Li family members descended into the fray. Suddenly, the once capable golden swallowing wolf faltered, and the wind-rending beast viciously tore into its back. Blood splattered forth. It seemed Li Tai would claim victory. And the assembly began to speculate how the Qin family would respond. What other options did they have but to concede the stakes? Surely, the esteemed Qin family would not kneel in defeat. Yet, the thought of diminishing their pride was not without its appeal. The Qin family had grown too audacious recently and required a lesson in humility. Whispers circulated among the crowd, many believing Qin Xuan was destined to lose. After all, the golden swallowing wolf had sustained grave injuries and was on the brink of defeat. Now we shall see if you can continue your bravado. Li Tai chuckled, relishing the moment. Just then, Qin Xuan coldly scoffed, directing his gaze toward the battle once more. The wind-rending beast relentlessly clawed at the golden swallowing wolf, which was rapidly succumbing to its superior might, seemingly moments away from death at the beast's claws. At that moment, Qin Xuan subtly communicated with the wind-ripping beast. As its sharp claws were raised, they abruptly halted, and it gazed over in disbelief. The wind-ripping beast had never anticipated that someone could disrupt it using mental prowess, causing it to freeze in place. Fool, continue your assault. Li Tai growled impatiently upon witnessing this. Although victory seemed assured, the battle would not be deemed concluded until the golden devouring wolf was slain. Yet, the instant his words fell, the golden devouring wolf sprang into action, lunging fiercely to bite the wind-ripping beast. The creature's response, however, grew alarmingly sluggish, and it was swiftly seized by the throat. with a savage bite. The golden devouring wolf severed the wind-ripping beast's windpipe, and before it could react, blood erupted forth, splattering everywhere. Chapter 52, A Gamble Once More. What is the meaning of this? The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a dramatic reversal occurring in such a brief span. It is impossible, this simply cannot be true. Li Tai stood up in disbelief. His spirit shattered as he gazed ahead. He never imagined events would unfold in this manner. How could a situation that seemed so favorable turn so dire? In confusion and rage, he glared forward, his fists trembling slightly from his fury. In an effort to control the outcome, the Li family had previously placed parasitic insects at the hearts of both spirit beasts before the contest. These insects, a mother and her offspring, were designed so that by restraining the mother, the offspring would replicate the same changes, thereby influencing the spirit beasts. For years, the Li family had manipulated circumstances through this method. Yet, to his astonishment, this time they had miscalculated. Even after the Li family secretly eliminated the mother insect controlling the gold-eating wolf, the creature recklessly charged forth, swiftly defeating the wind-rending beast. A complete turnaround. The sacred maiden of the Divine Path sect, Xiaoruyan, observed with equal surprise. "You have lost," Qin Xuan said calmly, directing his gaze at Li Tai. At this moment, Li Tai trembled all over. He could not fathom how events had spiraled out of his control. After a long pause, he dejectedly returned to his seat. "How did you accomplish this?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. "What? Stop pretending. The gold-eating wolf was on the verge of defeat, without your interference. It would not have risen again." Qin Xuan chuckled and shook his head. "The spirit beasts are provided by your Li family, the venue belongs to you. And this contest is conducted under your auspices. Is it not rather ludicrous to make such claims now? Or perhaps you already knew which spirit beast would lose, and this outcome has taken you by surprise?" At the sight of Qin Xuan's enigmatic smile, Li Tai's expression shifted, and he hurriedly shook his head. "Nonsense! How could I possibly know such things? The beast fights were the primary source of income for the Li family, they could not afford for anyone to discover their manipulations." "Since you do not, then this time I have emerged victorious," Qin Xuan declared, fixing his gaze on Li Tai with a mocking tone. "How about this? These spirit stones are quite substantial. I will offer you a chance if you kneel and bow to me now. I may consider relinquishing this 100,000 spirit stones." To forego the 100,000 spirit stones, yet be forced to kneel before Qin Xuan? Li Tai could hardly contain his indignation. As the eldest son of the Li family, destined to inherit the family estate, how could he kneel before another? "Unwilling, are you? Very well, then these spirit stones shall belong to me," Qin Xuan said, a smile gracing his lips as he took possession of Li Tai's spirit stones. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, this sum was indeed staggering for the Li family. As Qin Xuan carried away the spirit stones, Li Tai felt a sharp pain in his heart, nearly causing him to collapse. With a cold glance at Qin Xuan, he inhaled deeply. "Let us gamble once more." "Another wager? Do you still possess spirit stones?" Qin Xuan teased, playing with the Qin Xuan ring in his hand. "Dear nephew, it is better to lose a person than a fight, take these spirit stones first." Just then, Sima Rue from the Sima family approached, handing Li Tai a Qin Xuan ring. "Inside are 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones, sufficient for the wager." "I have some as well." At that moment, several other clan leaders and elders gathered around, eager to assist Li Tai, as they had long harbored grievances against the Qin family. "Splendid! Excellent!" Qin Xuan responded with a sardonic smile, producing a pile of spirit stones. "Adding to my previous sum, that totals 1 million spirit stones. Let us settle this in one decisive game. Do you dare to accept?" Listening to this staggering figure, Li Tai found it difficult to breathe. This was an excessively high stake. Yet, confronted with Qin Xuan's taunting gaze and the spectators, he hesitated. "Dear nephew, it is merely a game for amusement. It is of no consequence. How much more do you need? I shall cover the difference." At this moment, Yuan Hao stepped forward, patting Li Tai on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Li Tai turned to Yuan Hao. The latter nodded, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Very well. I shall wager. Upon seeing the glint in Yuan Hao's eyes, Li Tai understood his unspoken message and nodded decisively. Their gazes crossed, and Li Tai recognized the murderous intent there. Then let us gamble once more. Li Tai declared resolutely, fixing a fierce gaze on Qin Xuan. Let us commence. Qin Xuan replied. Soon, 2 third-tier spirit beasts were brought forth. A human-faced demon spider. Qin Xuan paused momentarily. It seemed the Li family had captured a nest of these creatures, or else they would not possess so many. The other contender was a mutated sky-horned bull, appearing as though clad in iron armor. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this so-called armor was merely formed from bone. Observing this, Qin Xuan could not help but express his astonishment. Let us begin, I believe everyone is growing impatient. Li Tai urged eagerly, his confidence renewed. Certain of victory regardless of Qin Xuan's choice. Your brother previously utilized a human-faced demon spider in combat. It appears your family has mastered these creatures for quite some time. Otherwise you would not exude such confidence in controlling them. Li Tai sneered at Qin Xuan's words. What, do you dare not participate? If you are afraid, simply say so. If you kneel and plead for mercy, I shall terminate this wager. Qin Xuan chuckled and shook his head. You are truly amusing. Do you genuinely believe you have me cornered? With a smile, Qin Xuan's eyes glimmered with a cold, murderous intent. Today, he would make the Li family pay a price. Teaching them the consequences of offending the Qin family and him, Qin Xuan. Let us begin. As a guest, I shall allow you to choose first. The human-faced demon spider was nurtured with the Li family's blood, and their control over it was undoubtedly superior to that of other spirit beasts. This was their most trusted creature. Very well, since you have presented the human-faced demon spider, it would be remiss not to choose it. Qin Xuan directly opted for the human-faced demon spider, while Li Tai had anticipated this move. How fortunate! I have my eye on this mutated sky-horned bull. Chapter 53, Venom. Li Tai spoke with a sense of pride, clearly brimming with confidence in the celestial horned beast. Qin Xuan smiled and nodded in agreement. Since we have both selected our desired spirit beasts, let the contest commence, he declared, placing the spirit stones before him. The sight of such a vast number of spirit stones, a staggering 1 million, made the onlookers gasp in astonishment. The potential loss of such an amount would be catastrophic for many esteemed families in the city. Let the battle begin! Li Tai exclaimed, and thus the combat commenced. All eyes were fixed on the arena, including that of the saintess of the Divine Path sect, who watched the contest with keen interest. Though 1 million inferior spirit stones were of little consequence to her, the spectacle of the wager was undeniably intriguing. With a thunderous roar, the celestial horned beast lunged at the human-faced demon spider, which retaliated fiercely, and they clashed violently. Soon, it became apparent that despite the spider's aggressive assaults, none could penetrate the formidable defenses of the celestial horned beast. All its attacks were effortlessly deflected. The repeated failures ignited a frenzy within the human-faced demon spider, which, in its madness, continued to assault the celestial horned beast relentlessly. Meanwhile, the celestial horned beast remained coiled and still, a bastion of defense against the spider's fervent onslaught. The spectators were astounded. The celestial horned beast's defenses were so formidable that even the frenzied attacks of the human-faced demon spider could not breach them. This is astonishing. I didn't foresee the celestial horned beast possessing such terrifying combat prowess. Several spectators remarked. Initially, they had favored the human-faced demon spider. Yet the current situation clearly favored the celestial horned beast with its impregnable defense. This fellow is quite intriguing, relying solely on defense to secure victory? Yuan Hao mused, observing the unfolding drama with amusement as the human-faced demon spider failed to pierce the celestial horned beast's defenses. He smirked. What are the Qin family so proud of? This is merely the beginning. Soon you shall witness a spectacle. Contemplating further, he traced a finger over his Qin Xuan ring, summoning a small blue porcelain vial into his hand. As the crowd's attention remained riveted on the battle, he discreetly poured a few drops from the vial into a nearby wine jug. With a subtle gesture, a maid approached, and he instructed her to deliver the jug to young Master Qin shortly. At this moment, all attention was fixed on the arena, oblivious to the machinations occurring nearby. Qin Xuan, too, was focused on the battle. While he did not regard the 100 superior spirit stones with much concern, he had no intention of relinquishing them easily. The opponents were already reckless. If they were to acquire the spirit stones, it would spell disaster. Crack! As the human-faced demon spider's relentless assaults faltered, its fury intensified, and its attacks quickened. In a shocking turn of events, one of its legs snapped under the strain. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the human-faced demon spider had fallen to such a plight. With the spider's failure evident, a sinister smile crept across Li Tai's lips. He had been waiting for this moment. Go! He commanded, and under his direction, the celestial horned beast reared back, its sharp horns plunging into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. At this juncture, the tide of battle seemed to have shifted decisively. However, curiously, despite the consensus that the celestial horned beast was in the lead, not a single spectator dared to declare its victory assured. They all understood that until absolute certainty was attained, there remained a chance for a turnaround. Now, let us see how you managed to reverse this, Li Tai whispered, confident in his choice of the celestial horned beast. Its astonishing defenses ensured that even the spider's most furious attacks could not inflict harm. The outcome had, from the very beginning, seemed predetermined. Yet, observing Li Tai's smug expression, Qin Xuan smiled coolly, a hint of frost at the corners of his lips. Is that so? You are quite confident, aren't you? After a moment's pause, he raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on the celestial horned beast. Suddenly, amidst the collective gaze of the spectators, the celestial horned beast let out a resounding roar. Then, unexpectedly, it surged forward, charging towards the arena's metallic walls. Fool! Come back! Li Tai bellowed, desperate to redirect the beast to continue its assault on the human-faced demon spider. Yet, the celestial horned beast disregarded his command, barreling toward the wall with reckless abandon. To ensure the safety of the spectators, the arena's walls were constructed from profound iron, boasting terrifying resilience. The celestial horned beast collided with the wall. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the beast's horns shattered upon impact, its head slamming into the barrier, sending blood and brain matter splattering. Though its limbs twitched in a final spasm, it was evident to all that the celestial horned beast was doomed. Curse it! Li Tai erupted in fury, rising to his feet. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The celestial horned beast he had placed such high hopes upon had effectively committed suicide. Who could he hold accountable for this calamity? You! Li Tai seethed, turning to glare at the unflappable Qin Xuan, his finger trembling with rage as he longed to strike him. In his mind, it was clear that Qin Xuan must have orchestrated this disaster from the shadows. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow and let out a cold chuckle. It seems that the spirit beast you chose is rather lackluster, resorting to self-destruction. What a pity. Li Tai clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain his anger. This doesn't count. The celestial horned beast committed suicide. Before he could finish, Qin Xuan interjected with a scoff. What nonsense! A suicide does not negate the terms of our wager. The rules were clear. Whoever's spirit beast emerges victorious is the winner. Your beast was unable to withstand the threat posed by the human-faced demon spider and sought escape. How can that not count? Li Tai, filled with rage, yearned to strike Qin Xuan down. This was a sum of 1 million inferior spirit stones. For the Li family, such a loss would be monumental. No! We must have a rematch. This contest does not count. He insisted vehemently, unwilling to concede the stakes. Young nephew, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. What is there to discuss? Yuan Hao interjected calmly. Qin Xuan was taken aback, having expected Yuan Hao to oppose him. To his surprise, Yuan Hao supported his stance, leaving him momentarily astonished. Realizing that Yuan Hao had spoken in his favor, Li Tai, though begrudgingly, retreated, seething with resentment. He could not believe that young Master Qin not only possessed formidable strength but also an uncanny ability to select spirit beasts capable of turning the tide in battle. Yuan Hao spoke softly, gesturing with his hand, as several maidens approached with wine cups in hand. A toast to young Master Qin. Yuan Hao raised his glass toward Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan slowly lifted his cup, his gaze sharpening momentarily. At that moment, the spirit-refining cauldron incessantly warned him. There seemed to be something amiss with this wine. Qin Xuan's brow furrowed instantly. This old fox is truly insidious. Casting a brief glance at Yuan Hao from a distance, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. How dare he poison the wine? Do they not fear retribution from the Divine Path sect? He then began to scrutinize the contents of the wine with great care. After a moment, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort. The wine was laced with spring poison. This toxin is colorless and tasteless, secreted by the chicken crest snake. Each year, this snake experiences a month of mating season, during which both male and female snakes excrete distinct liquids. The scent of this liquid is exceedingly faint, imperceptible unless one is attentive. Once a creature ingests the male snake's secretion, the mere whiff of a female's scent will drive them to madness, compelling them to chase after her relentlessly. Realizing this, Qin Xuan raised his gaze toward Xiao Ruyan above. If he was not mistaken, the cup of the saintess from the Divine Path sect had also been poisoned, albeit with the female's toxin. At this moment, the saintess was consuming fruit wine, which conveniently masked the odor. Should Qin Xuan partake in this tainted wine, he would likely lose all rationality in the presence of the Divine Path sect saintess. Chapter 54, The Schemes of a Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fists tightly. This Yuan Hao was truly despicable. He had never anticipated that the adversary would resort to such underhanded tactics. If Qin Xuan were to succumb to his baser instincts, both he and the Qin family would be doomed, given the status of the Divine Path sect in Deqian. Unless the Qin family in the capital intervened, Qin Xuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. It was not merely Qin Xuan at stake, but the entire Qin family would suffer the repercussions. If he was not mistaken, the disciple and saintess of the Divine Path sect should currently be accompanied by a protector. For a sect of such magnitude, it was only natural for the disciple and saintess to have formidable guardians by their side. These protectors were undoubtedly powerful. And should Qin Xuan attempt any treachery, the Qin family would face utter annihilation. Such a loathsome scenario. However, if they sought to deal with him, they were greatly mistaken. With the divine refinement cauldron in his possession, he harbored no fears. In the distance, Yuan Hao was intently observing Qin Xuan, eager to witness him drink the wine. Noticing Yuan Hao's anxious expression, Qin Xuan couldn't help but smirk internally before downing the beverage. As the liquid flowed down his throat, the divine refinement cauldron swiftly extracted the serpent's venom. He did not hasten to neutralize the poison but instead sought a way to expel it. Since these individuals intended to use the venom to harm him, Qin Xuan would ensure they faced the consequences. Seeing Qin Xuan drink, Yuan Hao finally felt a weight lift from his chest, triumphantly raising his wine cup. The others from the Li family understood the implications as well. Having just lost 1,000,000 spirit stones, Li Tai, who had been distressed, quickly approached with his cup in hand. Young Master Qin, you are indeed fortunate today, having selected 2 spirit beasts in succession. Even I, who pride myself on my beast taming skills, must concede. Li Tai had relaxed, confident that soon Qin Xuan would reveal his true form. At that moment, with the Divine Path sect's intervention, Qin Xuan would surely prove no match for the 2 adversaries. Thus, the threat posed by the Qin family would be eliminated, allowing them to seize control. If they could consume the Qin family, it would undoubtedly bolster their own family's power. With this thought, Li Tai's gaze turned icy as he regarded Qin Xuan. It was mere luck, Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Utilizing the divine refinement cauldron, he gathered the serpent's venom at his fingertips and, while engaging in small talk with Li Tai, subtly transferred the venom into Li Tai's wine cup using his spiritual energy. Down the hatch, Li Tai exclaimed boldly. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled serenely and drained his cup. Qin Xuan, I wonder how long you can maintain this facade, Li Tai observed with a cold stare, eager to witness Qin Xuan's public humiliation. However, standing before him, Qin Xuan appeared entirely unaffected. It seemed the venom had yet to take effect. As Li Tai pondered this, he suddenly felt an intense heat envelop him, prompting him to rub his flushed cheeks vigorously. Young Master Li, you seem unwell, Qin Xuan remarked with a smile. In response, Li Tai, wiping the sweat from his brow, retorted with a sneer, unwell? I believe it is you, young Master Qin, who is in poor condition. As he spoke, he continued to wipe the perspiration from his body. feeling as if flames were consuming him. Unable to resist, he glanced at the Divine Path sect saintess, Xiaoruyan, seated in the stands. She was breathtaking. Li Tai swallowed hard, then vigorously shook his head. No, this woman was not someone he could covet. It was best to keep his distance from her. However, his resolve quickly faltered. Xiaoruyan seemed to possess an enchanting allure, drawing his gaze irresistibly, leaving him unable to look away. Tyre, what is wrong with you? Li Shan. The head of the Li family immediately noticed Li Tai's unusual behavior and rushed over to inquire. But as he took a few steps, he was met with a sight that filled him with despair. Li Tai was charging directly toward Xiaoruyan. Tyre, no! Li Shan's heart raced in panic. What caliber of existence was the Divine Path sect? How could his son dare to provoke them? This was tantamount to courting death. They had come to deal with the Qin family, yet now it was his foolish son who was approaching. At this critical moment, Li Shan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Courting death. As Li Tai rushed forward, Xiaoruyan's expression turned frigid. As the saintess of the Divine Path sect, despite her mastery of enchanting techniques, she was not someone to be trifled with by these local fools. With Li Tai's reckless advance, her demeanor naturally grew icy. What is happening? At this juncture, Yuan Hao realized something must have gone awry upon seeing Li Tai's infatuated expression. Damn it! The Li family is a crucial pawn in my strategy against the Qin family. If they are embroiled in this debacle, the consequences could be dire. Hold on, nephew. Yuan Hao dashed forward, intent on stopping Li Tai. Just then, Qin Yuan appeared, blocking his path. What are you doing, city lord? At this moment, he understood that it was a pivotal time to topple the Li family, and he would not allow Yuan Hao to succeed. Move aside. Yuan Hao growled, attempting to push past Qin Yuan. Yet, Qin Yuan stood resolute, refusing to yield. Kill. Just as Li Tai was mere steps away from Xiaoruyan, she coldly uttered a death command. As the words fell from her lips, a black void suddenly tore open above her. A figure emerged from within. No sooner had Xiaoruyan spoken than a beam of sword light descended, swiftly targeting Li Tai. No! Li Shan screamed in desperation. Yet, his words bore no weight. The sword light struck, severing a head from its body. Li Tai's head flew into the air, rolling several times before coming to a halt. A lingering expression of desire for Xiaoruyan etched upon his face. Witnessing this, Qin Yuan inhaled sharply. An ascendant realm expert. The protectors of the Divine Path sect were indeed formidable, capable of obliterating every soul in Hofeng City with ease. At this moment, Qin Yuan comprehended the sheer terror of their strength. This was a force beyond the Qin family's capacity to withstand, at least not in their current state. Chapter 55, Kneel Before Me No. Li Shan, consumed by madness, charged forward with reckless abandon, nearly prepared to risk everything. He could hardly fathom that his most cherished son had perished. Dead. The protector merely uttered these words in a detached manner, without waiting for anyone else to speak. This guardian's sword descended relentlessly, slaughtering the entire Li family who had rushed forward. Witnessing this relentless assault left Yuan Hao in a state of shock, rendering him incapable of even standing. After all, he was merely at the celestial profound realm, while the assailant was a formidable presence from the supreme clarity realm. The overwhelming display of strength left him utterly speechless. The two members of the Divine Path sect remained silent, their eyes coldly observing the scene. It was evident that this protector had no intention of showing mercy. He charged at the others with fervor, his sword striking down with unrestrained ferocity. One could tell he was not even exerting his full strength. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the Li clan was annihilated. This was a massacre of an entire family. Although Qin Xuan had anticipated such an outcome, he felt a tremor of unease wash over him as he witnessed the event unfold. At this moment, the phrase survival of the fittest echoed persistently in his mind. The Li family was too weak, having offended the Divine Path sect, this protector offered them no chance for defense. To him, the Li family was akin to insignificant insects, easily eradicated without a second thought. Yuan Hao, originating from a royal lineage, found himself bereft of the privilege to speak. A group of insects truly believes they are worthy of standing on equal footing with us? The Divine Path sect's disciple, Shi Junqian, remarked disdainfully, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the corpses of the Li family. Let them perish. There is no need to spare any of them, in my view. None of these families in Hofling City deserve to remain. Upon hearing these words, the individuals present were struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that he would be so ruthless as to wish for the extermination of everyone present. Your Highness, please spare us. A few timid clan leaders had already knelt down. They believed that if they prostrated quickly enough, Shi Junqian might spare their lives. Indeed? Shi Junqian scoffed, waving his hand. And the heads of the kneeling leaders fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had not expected the disciples' methods to be so formidable. With a mere gesture, he could condense spiritual energy into a tangible force. It appeared that his cultivation was at least at the 6th level of the earth-profound realm. Even more chilling was the fact that this individual had killed those pleading for mercy without hesitation. All of you shall die. Hearing these words, Qin Yuan's expression turned cold as he prepared to rise. Before he could act, Yuan Hao rushed forward, imploring, Your Highness, for the sake of our Yuan family, please spare these individuals. With that, Yuan Hao knelt before Shi Junqian. For the Yuan family's sake? I cannot overlook the significance of royal blood. Although the Divine Path sect wielded great power, they would not disregard the royal family. In that case, all of you kneel and apologize. I may spare your lives. Kneel and apologize? Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd felt a wave of relief as they hastily knelt down. Only Qin Yuan and Qin Xian remained seated, their faces ashen. Not kneeling? Such audacity to defy. Shi Junqian's expression darkened. He had initially intended to execute everyone to establish his authority. However, now that these two refused to bow, they were challenging him, an affront he could not tolerate. With a cold snort, he gestured dismissively. Those who kneel may live, those who do not shall die. Upon hearing this, the individuals who were kneeling exhaled in relief. Though kneeling was humiliating, preserving their lives took precedence over all else. The protector of Shi Junqian stepped forward, clearly poised to take action. Indeed. Qin Yuan coldly snorted, unleashing the decree of the ancestor that enveloped both him and his grandson. The decree of the ancestor. From the Qin family. Upon seeing the decree, Shi Junqian's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly scoffed. What of the decree? It's merely a relic of a fallen family. It may intimidate minor figures, but it cannot deceive me. If the head of the Qin family were here, I might consider it, but you are hardly worthy. With that, Shi Junqian coldly regarded Qin Yuan and his grandson. Killing you is trivial. As for the decree, I shall simply apologize in the capital later. I am certain the Qin family will be grateful. As he spoke, Shi Junqian raised his hand, ready to suppress Qin Yuan and his grandson. The protector was also poised to strike. Witnessing this, Qin Yuan felt a sense of despair. The decree of the ancestor indeed held immense power. But it hinged on his ability to unleash that power. At present, he was merely at the celestial profound realm, while his opponent was at the supreme clarity realm. How could he possibly contend with such an adversary? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Qin Xian inhaled deeply and stepped forward. I once thought the disciple of the Divine Path sect was formidable. It turns out you are merely a coward hiding behind your elders. How can someone like you even be a disciple? Qin Xian taunted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Shi Junqian's descending hand abruptly halted, his expression darkening. What did you say? I said you are nothing but a coward, unable to stand alone. With that, Qin Xian took a step forward, coldly locking eyes with Shi Junqian. You? What did you say? Shi Junqian's face twisted with anger. Not only he, but the kneeling leaders from various clans also stared at Qin Xian in shock. Qin family? If you wish to be exterminated, do so quietly without dragging us down. A few individuals coldly retorted. Yuan Hao, too, glared at Qin Xian with resentment. Originally, only the Qin family was to perish here, but now with the Li family gone and Qin Xian's reckless defiance, it was infuriating. With this in mind, Yuan Hao bellowed at Qin Xian, kneel down quickly, do not bring us all down with you. In response, Qin Xian merely laughed coldly, such individuals are truly incompetent. You dare to call me a waste when you are merely the young leader of an insignificant family? Today, I shall show you the consequences of your arrogance. As he spoke, Qin Xuan tucked one hand behind his back and coldly waved it. An immense pressure descended instantly. Refusing to kneel? Very well. Today I shall force you to the ground. Qin Xuan declared coldly, a tremendous force erupting from his hand, enveloping Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's cultivation was likely at the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. A strength that should have easily suppressed a practitioner at the 8th level of the Celestial Profound Realm like Qin Xuan. However, he had clearly underestimated Qin Xuan's combat abilities. Faced with the overwhelming force pressing down upon him, Qin Xuan snorted coldly and raised a hand to counter. Boom! Although Qin Xuan's spiritual energy appeared stronger, even so, the force he exerted was met with equal resistance from Qin Xuan's palm. Is this your strength? Qin Xuan scoffed. You! Qin Xuan could no longer contain his rage. With a low growl, crimson energy surged from his body. He was invoking a secret technique. Since he had already declared his intention to use only one hand, resorting to both would be utterly humiliating. Therefore, he preferred to employ secret techniques rather than expose the fact that he had exhausted all his trump cards. A mere display of skill. Qin Xuan showed no signs of retreat, as the essence of the yellow dragon surged within him, redirecting the spiritual energy that had been unleashed. Moreover, Qin Xuan's spiritual energy began to attempt to suppress Qin Xuan in return. How could this be possible? A profound shock coursed through Qin Xuan's mind. He had never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. The young patriarch of a small family from a remote area, clearly at a lower realm than his own, was now in a position to dominate him. Within Qin Xuan resided the Dan Si. Given that it was a Dan Si, the reservoir of spiritual energy therein far surpassed that of a mere Dan Tian. Coupled with the fact that it was a golden Dan Si, it naturally bestowed upon him the power to engage in battles beyond his level. Had Qin Xuan been 2 minor realms higher, he might have been able to suppress Qin Xuan, but with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of doing so. At this moment, he began to feel a sense of panic. What a joke! If he were to truly be defeated by such a youth, it would be an unbearable disgrace. He could not afford such humiliation. Die! Qin Xuan roared, his hands crashing down with fervor. Chapter 56, The Token of the Secret Realm. Qin Xuan could no longer bear it. At this juncture, regardless of the perspective taken, he had to suppress Qin Xuan. Firmly and irrevocably. He was a disciple of the Divine Tao sect. Even if he were the weakest among the 9 disciples, he was still a disciple. The reputation of the Divine Tao sect could not afford to be tarnished. Today, he must completely subdue Qin Xuan and eliminate him. Only then could he establish his authority. This was a plan he had meticulously devised. Thus, he was determined to resort to any means necessary. In that moment, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort. Despite Qin Xuan employing all his strength to suppress him, Qin Xuan remained unfazed. Even if Qin Xuan resorted to treachery, he would not be intimidated. After all, his spiritual energy was abundant. Observing Qin Xuan's flushed face, Qin Xuan smirked. Boom! Flames ignited at his fingertips, swiftly spreading towards Qin Xuan, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. What is this? The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. They had never witnessed spiritual fire before. After absorbing the 3 veins of earth fire, Qin Xuan had transformed it into spiritual fire. Staring at the flames, Qin Xuan was taken aback. Boom! Upon contact with Qin Xuan's spiritual energy, the flames instantly ignited it. When Qin Xuan absorbed the fire seed, he had infused it with his own blood and that of the yellow dragon, merging it with himself. Thus, the fire seed posed no threat to him. However, Qin Xuan, lacking spiritual fire within, could not withstand the flames. As the spiritual fire ignited his energy, Qin Xuan found himself utterly helpless. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. In his attempt to suppress Qin Xuan, he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Yet, as the flames grew larger with the increasing energy, he regretted trying to retract it too late. Moreover, attempting to withdraw his energy only allowed the flames to surge towards him. If he were not careful, the spiritual fire could very well enter his body. At this point, fear began to take root in Shi Junqian. No, stop. Kill him, someone kill him. Shi Junqian shouted, and his protector immediately vanished in a flash. This is bad. Qin Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. It was as if he had become the prey of a ferocious beast, rendered immobile by the pressure from the upper clear realm. Xianer, be careful. Just as Qin Xuan sought to locate the protector, Qin Yuan shouted. Behind Qin Xuan. The protector stood, sword pointed directly at Qin Xuan's heart. Qin Yuan felt despair wash over him. The might of the upper clear realm was overwhelmingly formidable. Wait. At that moment, the previously silent Xiao Ruyan spoke up. The murderous intent dissipated instantly, and in the next moment, the protector returned to her side. Why wait? Kill him now. Shi Junqian roared as the spiritual fire drew ever closer, desperate to eliminate Qin Xuan to alleviate his own crisis. However, the protector remained stationary, not moving an inch. Clearly, he was more obedient to the saintess than to this disciple. Enough. Xiao Ruyan furrowed her brows. Glancing at the spiritual fire that continued to engulf Shi Junqian, a cold smile gracing her lips. You have truly become more capable. Being cornered to this extent by a cultivator of a significantly lower realm. How pathetic. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's reprimand, Shi Junqian's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retort. He schemed, boy, if you have the ability, extinguish this flame, and we shall have a fair fight. Shi Junqian shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruyan scoffed in disdain. A loss is a loss, must you continue to embarrass yourself with such nonsense? After her words, Xiao Ruyan waved her hands. A wave of frosty air surged forth, extinguishing the flames in Shi Junqian's hands. Just as Shi Junqian attempted to charge forward, he was met with a piercing glare from Xiao Ruyan, causing him to retreat hurriedly. Indeed, your flames are quite impressive. Xiao Ruyan remarked appreciatively, a smile spreading across her face. You are aware that our mission to the Xianlong path is to select talents. Thus, anyone with sufficient strength is a candidate for recruitment. Young Master Qin Xuan, would you be interested in joining our Divine Dao sect and becoming my retainer? Retainer? Qin Xuan was taken aback by the proposition, quickly realizing that while the saintess sought to recruit for the Divine Dao sect, her ultimate aim was to gather her own followers. The saintess is unsuitable, I must eliminate this boy. If you take him as a retainer, how can I fulfill my plans to dispose of him? Before Shi Junqian could finish his thought, Xiao Ruyan shot him a cold glance. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? At her words, Shi Junqian's heart chilled, and he hurriedly shook his head in silence. Yuan Hao, standing nearby, sighed upon hearing this. It seems the situation with the Qin family has become even more challenging. However, Qin Xuan shook his head resolutely. Thank you, Saintess, for your kind offer, but I have already made preparations to seek the Tsenqing sect and have no intention of joining another sect for the time being. Retainer. Qin Xuan scoffed inwardly. The term sounded appealing, yet in reality, it was merely a step above slavery. He could never bring himself to become a retainer. You are unwilling? Should you become my retainer, the resources at your disposal would exceed those available to ordinary core disciples of other sections. Xiao Ruyan, taken aback by Qin Xuan's rejection, hastily interjected. Yet, Qin Xuan shook his head firmly. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Xiao Ruyan stated, tossing Qin Xuan a token. This is a token for the exploration of the Xuanwu secret realm in a year's time. You may come to the Divine Dao sect to find me then. Receiving the token, Qin Xuan contemplated rejecting it. However, upon noticing the coldness hidden beneath her gaze, he chose to clasp his hands in gratitude. Life and death are in the hands of others, I must at least secure a year for myself. Boy, I demand another duel with you. Chapter 57, striking a drowning dog. At that moment, feeling humiliated, Shi Junqian fixed a cold stare on Qin Xuan. The fact that he had been suppressed by Qin Xuan was an unbearable disgrace. He was eager to confront him. With an icy glare, Shi Junqian focused his resentment on Qin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan, although reluctant to engage, realized he could not allow such provocation to pass unchallenged. Just as he was about to step forward, Xiao Ruyan's expression turned frosty as she interjected, "Stand down." However, Shi Junqian was keen to fight Qin Xuan. And he bristled at Xiao Ruyan's command. "What's your intention?" she demanded, her gaze piercing. Under the pressure of her stare, Shi Junqian could only retreat awkwardly. Despite being a disciple of the Divine Path sect, he was among the lowest in rank and could not compare to Xiao Ruyan's standing within the sect. Taking a deep breath, Shi Junqian glared at Qin Xuan with a murderous intent, wishing he could tear him apart. Observing Qin Xuan, Xiao Ruyan smiled slightly. "In a year, I shall explore the Xuanwu secret realm. I hope you will bring the token then." Though her words were courteous, Qin Xuan understood the underlying message. He nodded in acknowledgement. And upon seeing his compliance, Xiao Ruyan waved her hand, pleased with his insight. "Since we have selected our talent, we shall not disturb you further. Farewell, City Lord Yuanhao." With a warning glance at Yuanhao, she departed gracefully. Yuanhao, witnessing the scene, dared not breathe. Shi Junqian cast a venomous glance at Qin Xuan, eager to retaliate. But as he noticed the guardians accompanying Xiao Ruyan, he could only leave in frustration. There was no way around it. Although Shi Junqian's cultivation at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm might intimidate weaker cultivators, here, even Qin Xuan's strange flames could overpower him. In such circumstances, his discontent was rendered futile. "You brat, I will await you at the Divine Path sect in a year. If you do not come, I will raise your Qin family." Before Shi Junqian could finish, Qin Xuan sprang forward like an arrow. Slap! Before Shi Junqian could react, Qin Xuan's palm struck his face. Moreover, a heavy sword swung down towards him. Ah! Caught off guard, Shi Junqian was sent flying. Wah! He spat blood, utterly humiliated. He was accustomed to being domineering, usually suppressing others at will, and no one dared to retaliate. Yet now, Qin Xuan had the audacity to strike him before so many witnesses. What audacity! To his shock, before he could plan his next move, Qin Xuan was already at his side, a heavy sword descending upon him. No! Terror gripped Shi Junqian as he scrambled to evade. But Qin Xuan's sword fell with blinding speed, leaving him no time to escape. With a whoosh, as the sword connected, a radiant glow enveloped Shi Junqian. Divine armor! Qin Xuan realized, knowing that as a disciple of the Divine Path sect, Shi Junqian would have ample protective measures to prevent an easy demise. Consequently, when the heavy sword met resistance, Qin Xuan swiftly raised his hand for another strike. Ah! Shi Junqian cried out as he was sent reeling once more. It appeared that as long as his life was not in peril, the protective armor would remain dormant. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan unleashed several more slaps upon Shi Junqian. Slap! After a flurry of strikes, Shi Junqian was left dazed, unable to retaliate. His usual training partners were cautious due to his status, and no one dared to engage him seriously. But Qin Xuan was different. He had intended to take Shi Junqian's life from the start. Had it not been for the protective armor, Shi Junqian would have perished by now. Yet, despite the fact that Qin Xuan's slaps could not kill him, the humiliation was unbearable. As a proud disciple of the Divine Path sect, being reduced to this state was an extraordinary disgrace. What added to his humiliation was the sight of Xiao Ruyan watching coldly from a distance, showing no intention to intervene. Saintess, should we? One of the guardians hesitated, observing Shi Junqian's plight. Do nothing, absolutely nothing. Xiao Ruyan replied icily. He has protective gear. As long as his life is not at risk, it will not activate. As for now, he deserves this. Let him learn what it means to know his place. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Relying on his sect's influence, Shi Junqian had often looked down on others. Today, he would learn a lesson. She glanced at Qin Xuan, nodding slightly. His combat prowess is commendable. Although his cultivation is lower than Shi Junqian's, in terms of decisiveness, he surpasses 10 of them. Moreover, his close combat skills are remarkably refined, indicating he has received guidance from a master. Indeed, Qin Xuan's south prowess in close combat was formidable. During his 300 years in the heavenly tomb, devoid of cultivation, he had devised every means to escape the entanglements of the celestial Empress. His only recourse was to engage in close combat. From being easily suppressed by her to ultimately dominating her in close quarters, he had no choice but to retaliate this way. However, after each defeat, the Empress would forcibly suppress him with her overwhelming strength. Over the past 3 centuries, Qin Xuan's close combat skills had become extraordinarily potent. Even Xiao Ruyan would not stand a chance against him. Thud. After reducing Shi Junqian to a bloodied mess, Qin Xuan kicked him away. He longed to kill him, but he understood that as long as the Guardian and the Saintess were present, he would not be able to do so. Thus, he settled for thoroughly thrashing Shi Junqian. I will not let you off. I will return. Shi Junqian fled in disgrace, unwilling to face Qin Xuan again. Reaching the Guardian's side, he finally felt a semblance of security. Avenge me, he demanded, attempting to maintain his composure. Yet the Guardian did not even glance in his direction. You have been excessively arrogant. Learn your lesson today. Hearing this, Shi Junqian yearned to explode in fury. But he knew the Guardian would not heed his words and could only retreat in resentment. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your guidance. Xiao Ruyan smiled and bowed to Qin Xuan before turning to leave. Seeing this, Shi Junqian could only follow suit in discontent. Once they exited Huofeng City, Shi Junqian could no longer contain himself. Your Highness, though I am the most inconspicuous among the 9 disciples, one must take the master into account when dealing with a dog. I am loyal to you, will you not intervene? At this, Xiao Ruyan shot him a cold glance. How dare you speak? You, a disciple of the Divine Path sect, cannot even defeat the young clan leader of a small place and expect the Guardians to act on your behalf. Do you not feel ashamed? Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh. If I were to truly call upon the Protector, that would be a disgrace. Upon hearing this, Shi Junqian's face flushed crimson. He was merely the young master of a minor clan. This was not just a blow to my pride, but an affront to both you and our esteemed Divine Path sect. Your Highness, even if you wish to disregard me, you ought to consider the reputation of our sect. Or is it that you have taken a liking to that pretty boy? Before Shi Junqian could finish his words, Xiao Ruyan swiftly delivered a slap. How dare you presume to instruct me? Know your place. After speaking, she snorted coldly. Before entering the Xuanwu secret realm, you are not to lay a hand on the Qin family, nor on him. I intend to bring him into the Xuanwu secret realm. Once we leave, you may deal with him as you wish, I will not intervene. Hearing this, Shi Junqian nodded sullenly. He was merely a disciple from a small family. Although he possessed some talent, there were countless others of his age with superior cultivation. Was it truly necessary to be so accommodating towards him? Xiao Ruyan disdainfully shook her head. You fool, you truly do not comprehend. Did you not notice how the flames he wielded during your encounter differed from ordinary flames? Differed? Shi Junqian furrowed his brow, he had not realized this. To him, Qin Xian's earlier maneuver was merely an unexpected strike. Had he been prepared, they would have had no means to counter it. Fool! Those flames are spirit fire. Xiao Ruyan spoke coldly. The item within the Xuanwu secret realm requires spirit fire to obtain. Over these past few years, I have scoured the Great Qian, yet have found no suitable flames. While a few alchemists have refined remarkable fires, their combat power is lacking, and their flames are still of the ordinary kind. However, the flames in his possession are genuine spirit fire. If I am not mistaken, he has already refined it, making it difficult to seize. That is why I bestowed upon him the token, instructing him to seek me out in a year. Chapter 58, The Calm Before the Storm. At this moment, Shi Junqian finally grasped Xiao Ruyan's intentions. He nodded slightly and then slowly stepped aside. Glancing back at the now diminutive Huofeng city, Shi Junqian fixed his swollen eyes on that direction. Despite Xiao Ruyan's words, he clenched his fists tightly. At the Li family residence, all the assembled families stood in dismay, witnessing the scene unfold. They had initially come to curry favor with the Daozi and Saintess from the Shindao sect, but now they found themselves subjected to such humiliation by them. This provoked immense anger within them, yet, upon seeing the Li family, whose members had all been slaughtered, their fury was swallowed down. Yuan Hao, is this the surprise you prepared for us all? Qin Yuan said coldly, his gaze piercing as it bore into Yuan Hao. His dissatisfaction with Yuan Hao was palpable. Yuan Hao, upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, felt compelled to respond, but the words caught in his throat, transforming into a silent sigh. This matter, I cannot absolve myself of blame, but does your Qin family bear no fault? Yuan Hao retorted defiantly, his hand gripping the wine cup, trembling incessantly. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. In his initial plan, Qin Xuan was meant to charge furiously at Xiaoruoyan, only to be slain by her protector. Consequently, the entire Qin family would meet their demise. At that point, the wrath of the Beijing Qin family would not concern him in the least, for it would be the doing of the Xindao sect. However, he never envisioned that the poison would infiltrate Li Tai's wine, leading to the demise of the entire Li family. Furthermore, Qin Xuan had inexplicably received a token from the saintess of the Xindao sect, an affront he could not accept. He desired the complete annihilation of the Qin family. Does the Qin family bear any wrongdoing? The Qin family merely came here to attend a banquet orchestrated by you and the Li family. What connection does this have with us? Qin Yuan said coldly, his gaze now icy as it turned towards Yuan Hao. You, as the city lord, must provide an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, it will not end here. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao, though seething with rage, dared not act. Very well. Let the remaining assets of the Li family serve as compensation to your Qin family, Yuan Hao said, waving his sleeve as he departed. Watching Yuan Hao's retreating figure, Qin Xuan's gaze turned frigid. This old wretch must not be spared, I have uncovered his schemes. However, as the saying goes, a thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a vigilant guardian is ever watchful, such a person must be eliminated. Qin Xuan pondered within, his fist tightening slightly, before relaxing as he approached Qin Yuan nonchalantly. Grandfather, let us return for now. We shall deliberate on this matter later. Qin Yuan intended to speak but, upon meeting Qin Xuan's gaze, merely nodded in agreement. As the city lord and the Qin family departed, the other families, though eager to profit from the Li family's misfortune, could only shake their heads in dismay at the scene and leave. This Yuan Hao must be dealt with, Qin Xuan declared sternly upon arriving home. Hearing his words, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. He too had sensed something amiss. After all, this entire affair seemed intrinsically linked to Yuan Hao. If Yuan Hao were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly haunt them like a lingering ghost. The time for the Canqing sect's selection in Huofeng City draws near. If we do not eliminate him, he may have further schemes in store, Qin Yuan stated, and both he and Qin Xuan nodded in resolve. Time is of the essence, we shall act tonight, Qin Yuan proclaimed, and Qin Xuan nodded in affirmation. They summoned several elders of higher cultivation from their family, and soon a plan was devised. As night fell, Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan, accompanied by the family elders, departed the Qin residence, heading towards the city lord's manor. Inside the manor, Yuan Hao was seething with rage, glaring at the middle-aged man before him. Is this the plan of your Zhao family? To kill with a borrowed knife, yet in the end, you have only succeeded in harming yourselves. Chapter 59, Siege of the Lord's Mansion. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Zhao family wore a face full of fury. How dare you speak? The snake venom was provided by me, and look at the mess you've created. It is not my plan that is flawed, but your execution that is at fault. Hearing these words, Yuan Hao was consumed by rage, glaring furiously at the middle-aged man before him. He could hardly fathom the audacity of this individual. Pa! If your Zhao family hadn't dared to offend the Qin family in the capital, we could have dealt with them long ago. How did things come to this? The middle-aged man coldly sneered. Since this is a branch of the Qin family, we must consider the Qin family in the capital. Are you not even more ineffectual? A dignified lord. Yet you are held in check by a mere family in a small town. Previously, there was the Li family to balance things out, but now that they are gone, I wonder how you will contend with the Qin family, how you will wrestle with them. However, you need not worry, I have already investigated. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke icily. Investigated what? Yuan Hao asked, perplexed. Naturally, the relationship between this Qin family and the Qin family in the capital. This Qin family was expelled from the main family in the capital and has been cast out ever since. With that, I find many matters no longer concerning. The main family of the Qin family despises this former branch, wishing to eliminate them. If it weren't for the fear of alienating the other branches, they would have acted long ago. Nevertheless, over the years, the main family has often suppressed this branch. In other words, as long as our Zhao family does not openly intervene and employ some strategies to eliminate this Qin family, the Qin family in the capital will only be grateful to us. As he concluded, the middle-aged man grew increasingly pleased with himself. Oh, do you have a plan now? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao felt a flicker of hope and rushed closer. The Qin family's existence tormented him in Wolfing City, thus their removal was imperative for his peace of mind. Of course, soon you shall witness the demise of the Qin family. Oh, but you may not be able to witness it. Before the two could finish their conversation, a cold voice rang out from the entrance. Who goes there? They both turned swiftly towards the doorway, realizing they had failed to notice anyone's approach. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Qin Xuan entered, accompanied by elders of the Qin family. It's members of the Qin family. We must leave. Yuan Hao, not being foolish, recognized the danger and urged the other man to flee with him. Leave? Do you truly believe you can escape today? Qin Xuan snorted coldly, and at the same time, several formidable presences surrounded them. Additional figures of Qin family elders emerged from various directions, encircling them completely, leaving no room for escape. Witnessing this scene, both Yuan Hao and his companion turned pale with dread. This is dire, we are surrounded. The implication of the Qin family daring to encircle them was clear. Lord of the city, may I ask who this person beside you is? Would you be so kind as to introduce us? Qin Yuan stepped forward, speaking icily. This is merely a friend of mine. However, I wish to inquire, this is the Lord's mansion, and as the city lord appointed by the court. How dare your Qin family, as a family of Huofeng City, intrude without invitation and encircle my lord's residence? Withdraw immediately, and I may spare your lives. Upon hearing Yuan Hao's intimidating words, Qin Yuan merely smiled derisively, shaking his head. Lord, you jest. Tonight is not the night the Qin family strikes. We are here to rescue you. Rescue me? Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Nonsense. I do not require saving, you must leave at once, without delay. But the Qin family members only chuckled coldly in response. Then they parted to reveal a pathway, through which a dozen second-tier spirit beasts entered slowly. What is the meaning of this? Yuan Hao was struck dumb. He had never anticipated the presence of spirit beasts here. Allow me to explain the situation, Lord of the city. Qin Xuan stepped forward, speaking with a calm demeanor. Tonight, the remnants of the Li family, harboring resentment for their family's destruction, attacked the Lord's mansion with spirit beasts. Upon receiving the news, we, the Qin family, rushed to your aid, yet unfortunately arrived too late, allowing the beasts to feast upon you. Thus, we have no choice but to eliminate these beasts and avenge you. Qin Xuan spoke with a smile. Yuan Hao immediately grasped the implications. The Qin family intended to eliminate him and framed the Li family for the deed. After all, the Li family had already been eradicated, they could easily shift the blame. This filled him with immense fury. These people not only wish to kill me but also audaciously reveal their plans for my demise before my very eyes. Humph. Do you believe anyone will buy your nonsense? If I were to die, an investigation team would surely come to scrutinize this matter and would not spare you. Yuan Hao declared coldly. Indeed, they would believe it. I made sure that outsiders saw as the spirit beasts entered. Qin Xuan continued, after all, who else could control spirit beasts but the Li family? What does that have to do with our Qin family? We simply arrived too late and allowed you to be devoured by the beasts. As he spoke, Qin Xuan advanced a step closer. So, Lord of the city, are you prepared to willingly step into the jaws of these beasts, or would you prefer us to assist you in doing so? Qin Xuan's smile was one of certainty, clearly believing he had Yuan Hao in his grasp. If your Qin family thinks you have me cornered, you are gravely mistaken. I assure you, if I survive, I shall eradicate your Qin family. Before he could finish, Qin Yuan stepped forward, shaking his head coldly. That is a matter to discuss once you have survived. For now. Please prepare to meet your demise. With that, the elders of the Qin family began their assault on the two men. Witnessing this, both Yuan Hao and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Clan leader Qin, I am a steward of the Zhao family, acting on their orders here. If you dare to kill me, it would be an open declaration of war against the Zhao family. Are you truly prepared to engage in an all-out war with us? Chapter 60, The Investigation Team. Are you truly prepared to engage in an all-out war with the Zhao family? Do you even consider yourself worthy? Qin Yuan scoffed, dismissing the Zhao family's steward as inconsequential. How could such a minor figure dare to utter threats of warfare? The middle-aged man, thoroughly humiliated by Qin Yuan's derision, erupted in fury. Kill! With a mere command from Qin Yuan, all present sprang into action. Retreat! Yuan Hao, recognizing the futility of resistance, turned to flee, followed closely by the Zhao steward. His cultivation was at the earth-profound realm, and in the presence of so many elders from the Qin family, he stood no chance. Do you dare to face me in a duel? He challenged, desperate to drag Qin Xuan down with him. He understood that since the Qin family had initiated hostilities, they would not relent. If the Qin family offered him no escape, he would strive to ensnare Qin Xuan in his downfall. Humph! You think you are worthy? An elder from the Qin family mocked, noting that Qin Xuan, as the young clan leader, should not risk himself in such a manner. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man glared at Qin Xuan, his eyes filled with venomous rage, wishing nothing more than to see him obliterated. Yet, Qin Xuan merely chuckled dismissively, shaking his head. He was not afraid of battle, but he had no desire to seek trouble unnecessarily. Given that this man was already doomed, there was no need for him to intervene. If he were to accept challenges from every minor steward, it would set a dangerous precedent. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Xuan coolly gestured. Kill them all, leave no survivors. The steward's face fell into despair upon hearing Qin Xuan's order, realizing that he would be deprived of even the slightest chance for survival. The royal family will not spare you. Under the siege, Yuan Hao was already grievously injured and on the brink of collapse. Is that so? Qin Xuan swiftly advanced, absorbing Yuan Hao's spiritual energy. Since mastering the ancient refinement technique, he had gained the ability to directly extract the spiritual energy from his foes. After devouring Yuan Hao's mental and spiritual strength, Qin Xuan dispatched him with a single stroke of his sword. Young clan leader, what are our next steps? An elder inquired. With a cold snort, Qin Xuan pointed toward a nearby spirit beast. Let the spirit beasts consume him. We shall retreat and lure the other families here. This way, no one can implicate the Qin family. From the outset, Qin Xuan had prepared for this contingency, intending for the Li family to take the blame. Thus, he had summoned these spirit beasts. Under Qin Xuan's command, the spirit beasts swiftly devoured Yuan Hao and his companions. Let us go, we must draw the other families here. Qin Xuan discarded Li Miao's lifeless body and led the Qin family members away. After departing, Qin Xuan intentionally created a commotion before leaving the area. Moments later, several nearby families, alerted by the noise, rushed to the scene, only to be greeted by a gruesome spectacle. The Li family has murdered the city lord. The news spread rapidly, shaking the entire Huofeng city. Subsequently, families from across Huofeng city gathered at the city lord's residence. The seemingly innocent Qin Xuan arrived alongside the elders of the Qin family, feigning righteous indignation as he vowed to avenge the city lord. Younger clan leader. There are flaws in this situation, one elder remarked after leaving the city lord's residence. Qin Xuan understood immediately. You mean to say that these spirit beasts are insufficient to defeat Yuan Hao? While second-tier spirit beasts might possess commendable strength, they were inadequate to inflict harm on Yuan Hao. This was indeed a lapse in judgment. Yes, but if the investigation team from the capital arrives to scrutinize us, how shall we respond? Qin Xuan slightly shook his head. There is no need for concern, as the saying goes, to catch a thief. One must catch the stolen goods, without direct evidence, their suspicions remain mere conjecture. The Qin family is the foremost clan in Huofeng City, even if they hail from the capital. They cannot simply accuse us without proof. Moreover, there are many witnesses who can attest that we concealed our identities during the altercation. Upon hearing this, The elders of the Qin family nodded in agreement. At this moment, the various families faced a palpable sense of panic. Among the four great families of Huofeng City, only the Qin and Sima families remained. The smaller families dared not voice their opinions in the presence of these two. Detain these spirit beasts. Once the investigation team from the capital arrives, we shall address the matter then, Sima Rue suggested. Fully aware that allowing these spirit beasts to escape would leave his family vulnerable, Sima Rue's gaze shifted toward the Qin family, wary of potential opportunists. It was evident that the Sima family harbored suspicions toward the Qin family. However, the presence of so many spirit beasts made it difficult to place the blame solely on the Qin family, particularly since only the Li family excelled in beast taming. Indeed, we must exercise caution to prevent any opportunists from exploiting the situation, Qin Xuan replied with an air of innocence. After resolving matters at the city lord's residence, Qin Xuan returned home. Although Yuan Hao was merely a distant royal relative, he was still a member of the imperial family, and given his position as city lord, the capital would surely take notice. Thus, certain precautions needed to be taken in advance to safeguard against any eventualities. I had initially thought that the investigation team would take some time to arrive in Huofeng City, Qin Xuan mused, only to find that merely 3 days later, the Yuan royal family and the investigation teams from the four great families of Jiang, Qin, Zhou, and Shi had already arrived in Huofeng City. Do you suspect that there are members of the Qin family among the investigation team? Qin Yuan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Indeed. The investigation team comprises members of the Yuan royal family and the four great families, indicating that this matter has escalated significantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fists in anger. How dare the members of the Qin family come here after having forced the main family into such a predicament? This infuriated Qin Xuan. Yet, he took a deep breath and regarded the steward of the Qin family with a calm demeanor. No matter if they have come, let them come. It is of little consequence. We shall meet force with force, and water with earth. Upon their arrival in Huofeng City, the investigation team headed straight for the city lord's residence. The Qin family had executed their plan with precision, ensuring that all those within the city lord's residence had been eliminated. How goes it, brother Yuanjun? Can you sense anything? In the city lord's residence, a member of the Yuan royal family stood near the spirit beasts, attempting to sense their energies. A middle-aged man beside him inquired. After a moment, Yuanjun nodded slightly. These individuals are not lying, it was indeed these spirit beasts that devoured Yuan Hao. These beasts deserve to be slain. Yuanjun's gaze turned icy as he fixated on the spirit beasts before him. The man beside him nodded in agreement. I have investigated this matter, indeed. The Li family is the most proficient at beast taming in Huofeng City. If so many spirit beasts were to launch a surprise attack, it is conceivable that they could succeed. Before he could finish, an elder nearby interjected with a sardonic chuckle. A surprise attack? What nonsense! I have also looked into the Li family. Their clan leader possesses a cultivation level of merely Earth Profound Realm 9th layer. There is no presence of anyone at the Heaven Profound Realm. Do you truly believe such a level could successfully execute a surprise attack? I assert that it was likely the work of other families in the city, with the Qin family being the most probable culprit. The elder's expression was fierce. Upon hearing this, several others in attendance erupted into laughter. Qin Yan, although I understand that you find the division of the Qin family bothersome, they were once the esteemed head of the Qin clan. Having seized the position of the family leader, should you not afford the branch family a chance to survive? Chapter 61, Conspiracy. One of them spoke with a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, the elder named Qin Yan furrowed his brow. I do not seek to suppress the branch family, rather, this entire affair appears exceedingly strange. How could a dignified city lord fall prey to a spirit beast's attack? It is worth noting that during the day, the Li family was nearly annihilated by the guardians of the Divine Path sect. Even if a few managed to escape, it hardly warrants the death of the city lord. As Qin Yan spoke, the others present fell silent. If that is the case, then it must be the doing of the disciples and holy maidens of the Divine Path sect, another individual interjected. After arriving, I dispatched a few subordinates to investigate various families and gather information regarding that day's events. They reported that the Li family members suddenly went mad and disrespected the Holy Maiden of the Divine Path sect, leading the Guardians to eradicate them. Furthermore, the banquet was hosted by Yuan Hao in conjunction with the Li family of Huofeng City. He cannot be absolved of culpability. Given the Divine Path sect's reputation, they would not overlook such a matter. It is likely they employed underhanded tactics to avoid direct conflict with the royal family, concealing their true intentions. As this individual speculated, the others nodded in agreement. This reasoning holds merit, particularly since an assault on the Holy Maiden occurred that very day, an act orchestrated by Yuan Hao. Humph. Yuan Hao has brought this upon himself. Yet, we cannot merely brush aside this investigation, can we? The individual in charge of the inquiry, Yuan Zhen, surveyed the assembly before nodding. Upon arriving here, he surmised that either the Qin family or the Divine Path sect was behind this covert attack, as the latter would not wish to provoke the royal family. Of course, we must adhere to proper procedures. We shall investigate thoroughly. Let us each take action and examine the prominent families here to ascertain whether they possess any pertinent information. As Qin Yan spoke, he was already eager to begin. Are you attempting to thrust the blame onto the Qin family? Your main house truly harbors a vengeful spirit. The other prominent families from the capital shook their heads in disapproval. They were well aware that the current main house of the Qin family had previously seized the main position under the guise of a branch family, which naturally bred resistance among them. After all, if this precedent were followed, their own main houses would be at risk. Be cautious. Your overt animosity towards the branch family may incite discord among the other branches of the Qin family. You. Humph, how petty. Qin Yan indeed wished to attribute blame to the Qin family, but seeing the pushback from so many, he realized his intentions had been too blatant. Very well. Let us disperse and conduct our investigations separately. The Qin family branch here will be examined by others, while old Qin, you shall look into other families. Yuan Zhen sought to prevent any framing or deceit from transpiring. Once the decision was made, the group set to work without delay. Shortly thereafter, an elder from the investigation team arrived at the Qin family estate. I am Jiang Qingzi, you may call me Elder Jiang. Upon entering the Qin residence, the elder greeted Qin Yuan and Qin Xian with a warm demeanor. Relieved that he was not from the main Qin family, the two felt reassured. As he was not affiliated with the main house, it indicated that the Qin family was not under suspicion in this investigation. Elder Jiang, please have a seat. How may our Qin family assist you? Qin Yuan promptly inquired. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Jiang commenced the formal investigation. When the city Lord Yuan Hao was attacked and killed, what was your Qin family doing? At this, Qin Yuan and Qin Xian exchanged glances before responding with their pre-prepared statements. Elder Jiang nodded thoughtfully. This narrative is plausible. Yet while I may believe you, others may not. You must remain vigilant, he remarked, implying a deeper insinuation. Detecting the underlying message, Qin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Elder Jiang, please speak plainly. Elder Jiang nodded, pointing a bony finger at Qin Xian and Qin Yuan. If I am not mistaken, you were once the main house of the Qin family, correct? A chill ran through Qin Yuan as he acknowledged, indeed, several generations ago. We were the main house of the Qin family, but... Before he could finish, the elder nodded knowingly. Have you ever considered reclaiming your rightful position in the capital? A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Yuan's mind, but he soon realized the elder was attempting to sway him. Elder Jiang then pointed at the table. This investigation should have been conducted by others, however, after uncovering certain information, I sought to join this investigative team. On one hand, I aim to uncover the truth behind the death of City Lord Yuan Hao. On the other, I wish to ensure that the unscrupulous do not frame the innocent. Elder Zhang's words were laden with implication, and Qin Yuan and Qin Xian readily grasped whom he referred to. After all, this investigation involved the so-called main house of the Qin family. With their presence, the current branch family of the Qin family was certainly under pressure. However, with Elder Jiang's involvement, there were potential avenues for resolution. Yet, the elder's zealousness and efforts hinted at ulterior motives. Elder Jiang shifted the conversation, addressing Qin Yuan and Qin Xian. If you desire to return, our Jiang family can lend you our support. At this, Qin Yuan and Qin Xian realized the elder's intentions. He sought to exploit this opportunity to incite discord within the Qin family's branches against the main house. Naturally, as fellow prominent families in the capital, rivalry and competition were inevitable. If he could instigate internal strife, it would undoubtedly benefit his own family. With this revelation, a weight lifted from Qin Xuan's heart. He had previously feared that the main house of the Qin family would accuse Qin Yuan and the others of murdering the city lord. However, given the existing tensions among the major families, the Qin family was now safer. For these prominent families, the death of a city lord in a remote locale was inconsequential. The key was how to leverage this tragedy for their own gains. Now, with the main house of the Qin family seeking to suppress the branches, they would not allow the main house to succeed. Yet, Elder Zhang's tone suggested he harbored ambitions not merely to incite discord within the Qin family but also to bring the Qin family of Huofeng City under his influence. How so? If the head of the Qin family is amenable, our Jiang family can assist you. Hearing this, Qin Yuan slightly nodded, clearly tempted, yet after a moment, he shook his head gently. I appreciate Elder Zhang's goodwill, but we have grown accustomed to our leisurely lifestyle here. It suits us well. Elder Zhang's expression soured upon hearing Qin Yuan's words. After all, his statement not only rejected the prospect of competing with the main house but also indirectly dismissed his overtures. Nevertheless, as a member of a prominent family, he quickly regained his composure. Very well, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. We shall certainly be of help. Elder Zhang then inquired further about the circumstances surrounding the city lord's demise before taking his leave. Humph. A group of simpletons offered you an opportunity, and you squandered it. Elder Zhang harbored some dissatisfaction regarding the Qin family's refusal of his proposal. However, he would not hastily connect the situation at the city lord's estate with the Qin family of Huofeng City. As long as it creates difficulties for the Qin family in the capital, he will support it. Patriarch, why not agree to his proposal? If we had the assistance of the Zhang family, our endeavors would be significantly more convenient, an elder lamented. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan shook his head. To rely on others is to become beholden to them. If we were to ally ourselves with the Zhang family, would we not merely become their subordinates? Even if we were to reclaim our position as the main family, would we not still be their followers? Chapter 62, Qin Yan visits as Qin Xuan spoke. Qin Yuan beside him nodded repeatedly. Indeed, they had always aspired to reclaim their rightful position as the main family, yet this did not imply that they would yield. Moreover, this matter was, after all, an internal dispute within the Qin family. It was not for other families to meddle in. Qin Yuan remarked coldly, his gaze fierce. The elders of the Qin family finally understood, nodding in agreement. After all, the Qin family would never submit to others. Before long, another family from the four great clans arrived at the Qin residence. If the Qin family is willing to become a vassal of the Shi family, we can assist you in reclaiming your position, the elder from the Shi family stated haughtily, viewing this opportunity as a boon bestowed upon the Qin family. After all, the Qin family of Huofeng City was merely a branch family. Their willingness to lend assistance was already a significant favor. Unsurprisingly, Qin Yuan outright rejected the proposal. After sending away the furious elder from the Shi family, another family paid a visit. However, unlike the previous two, the elder from the Zhou family exhibited a much more amiable demeanor. Furthermore, upon realizing the Qin family's reluctance to become a vassal, the Zhou elder swiftly adjusted his approach, suggesting they could merely be friends. It seemed that the main family in the capital had rather poor interpersonal relations. After bidding farewell to these visitors, Qin Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. Although they did not wish to become vassals of these families, the more people who despised the Qin family in the capital, the greater their chances of resolving the issues concerning the Qin family there. The others present nodded in agreement. Although they had not become vassals, there were still numerous conflicts among these families that could be exploited. It appeared that reclaiming their position as the main family was indeed a possibility. The members of the Qin family were filled with renewed vigor. Just then, a guard rushed in. Patriarch, young patriarch, someone has arrived. With so many visitors today, what was there to be anxious about? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the guard's apparent nervousness. Yes, it's a member of the Qin family. A member of the Qin family? What is there to be nervous about? Before Qin Xuan could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized. It was the Qin family from the capital. Do not let them in. An elder whispered, clenching his fists. After all, they had been the ones to expel the Qin family from their position of power, and now they dared to return? No, let them in. Qin Xuan shook his head and gestured for the guard to admit them. Young patriarch, they. The elders of the family appeared quite furious. After all, their hatred for the Qin family in the capital ran deep. If they lacked the courage to confront them, how could they hope to reclaim their former position? Waving his hand, Qin Xuan and Qin Yuan stepped forward, coldly gazing ahead as they awaited the entrance of Qin Yan. Moments later, Qin Yan strode into the courtyard. I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just you, old fool. As Qin Yan entered, a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Hearing this, Qin Yan raised his head and smirked derisively. I thought it was someone noteworthy, turns out it's just a defeated opponent. Your whole family was never a match for the main family, and yet you still refuse to accept your subservient status? At these words, Qin Yuan clenched his fists tightly. By the way, where is Qin Tianyang? Wasn't he boasting about defeating Ziyu back then? Qin Yan taunted as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan. You dare mention Tianyang? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was furiously enraged, wishing he could rush forward and kill Qin Yan. Qin Tianyang had attended the Qin family assembly, only to be defeated and crippled by Qin Ziyu. Consequently, he had left the Qin family, disappearing without a trace. Seeing Qin Yan's aggressive demeanor, Qin Xuan stepped forward, coldly regarding him. Qin Ziyu, is it? One day, I will defeat him and make him taste the bitterness of defeat. At Qin Xuan's declaration, Qin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. You truly amuse me. You wish to defeat Ziyu? Do you believe yourself worthy? Let me tell you, Ziyu is the foremost talent of our clan. His cultivation has already reached the 9th layer of the Jade Clear Realm. Given some more time, he will step into the Supreme Clear Realm. You are merely at the modest realm of the Dan Xian. And yet you aspire to compete with him. The 9th layer of the Jade Clear Realm. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Xian's expression turned icy. Although he had suspected that the capital's foremost talent possessed formidable strength, he had not anticipated that Qin Ziyu's power had already reached such heights. The 9th layer of the Jade Clear Realm meant he could enter the Supreme Clear Realm at any moment. Not to mention, the most powerful member of the Wolfing City Qin family, Qin Yuan, was merely at the 9th layer of the Heavenly Xian realm, an entire major realm of difference. Not only Qin Xian, but Qin Yuan's complexion also paled slightly. Forget it, there is no point in flaunting your prowess before you. I have come to inquire about a few matters. Qin Yan waved his sleeve dismissively. Tell me, regarding the death of the city lord, do you have any involvement? Hearing this, Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh. On the day the city lord died, everyone witnessed the spirit beast entering the city. How could this matter be connected to us? Qin Yan regarded Qin Yuan with a sneer before turning to leave. Since you have cleaned up your tracks well, I shan't say much more. However, I must make it clear, engaging in such deeds repeatedly will sooner or later lead to someone seizing upon your faults. At that time, do not expect us to come to your aid. After taking a few steps, Qin Yan turned back to look at Qin Xuan. This lad is your grandson, isn't he? His cultivation seems decent. Will he be the representative from your side at the clan assembly in 2 years? Before Qin Yuan could respond, Qin Yan shook his head coldly. If that is truly what you think, I advise you to refrain from attending. Sending another would merely be inviting humiliation. The main family is the main family. You branch families shall never hope to rise again. Chapter 63, The selection of the Azure Blue Sect. Qin Yan spoke with unrestrained candor, his gaze icy and unyielding. Were it not for the need to assess the branches of the family spread across the vast territories of Deqian, they would have eradicated the Qin Yuan branch long ago. A pack of ingrates, had it not been for our ancestors. Do you truly believe your branch could have risen to prominence? Qin Yuan murmured, his tone laced with indignation. The reason they lost their position in the main family was that a century prior, a prodigious talent emerged from Qin Yan's line. To nurture this genius, The then main family provided abundant resources, aspiring to cultivate him into an unparalleled talent. However, once he matured, he turned against them, leading the Zhuge Dao branch in an attempt to usurp the main family. To prevent the fracturing of the Qin family, the patriarch of the main family relinquished his position and resources, moving his people to the Xianlong Dao. Yet, even that individual remained unconvinced until he had thoroughly cornered the Qin Yuan line in the resource-deprived town of Huofeng. The victor writes the history. Do you dare to dispute that? Qin Yan scoffed disdainfully. Such familial considerations and the cultivation of talents from the branches were beyond what his line could achieve. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fists and stepped forward. Just a band of ungrateful wretches. I shall certainly attend the Qin family assembly in 2 years' time. And I will see what capabilities you possess. At this, Qin Yan burst into laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Excellent, excellent. But do be cautious. Do not end up like your father, rendered powerless. Qin Xuan and Qin Yuan tightened their fists at Qin Yan's mocking tone. Mere words held no weight in this world. It is strength that prevails. Qin Yan continued, leaving the Qin family with a derisive smile. That scoundrel. Several elders of the Qin family struggled to contain their frustration. Yet they understood this was not the time for action. Qin Yan was a member of the investigation team. To strike him would be tantamount to provoking the team itself. An invitation for disaster. The dignity lost at the family assembly could not be reclaimed through reckless behavior. It is better to restore our honor at the family assembly. Qin Yuan remarked, observing the unwilling expression on Qin Xuan's face. While he felt a sense of reassurance, there was also concern. Once, Qin Tianyang had been a genius of the branch, yet upon joining the main family, he was defeated in mere 3 moves and left crippled. This made him worry for Qin Xuan as well. Xuaner, if circumstances change at the family assembly in 2 years, you need not attend. Though he longed for Qin Xuan to reclaim their former glory, his foremost concern was Qin Xuan's safety. He would not risk his grandson's future for it. Grandfather. Rest assured, I shall personally reclaim what we lost. Qin Xuan asserted, fists clenched. A century ago, they were coerced into relinquishing their position within the main family. And his father was crippled, leading to despair and exile into the wilds, with his fate unknown. How could a son not seek vengeance for his father? The injustices inflicted by the main family would be repaid in kind. Well, have you all conducted your investigations? Any findings? Outside the ruins of the city lord's mansion, Yuanjin addressed the other 4. In my opinion, it was indeed the work of the Li family. Though how a formidable Tianxian expert like Yuan how could be besieged and slain by a group of 2nd and 3rd tier spirit beasts remains a mystery, Jiang Qingzi interjected. Indeed. I concur with Jiang, this incident appears to be the doing of the remnants of the Li family. They lured the disciples of the Divine Path sect. Harboring resentment and seeking revenge, a member of the Shi family added, with others echoing in agreement. Although Qin Yuan and his kin were reluctant to ally, they recognized that to restrain the main family, the branch must be preserved. They then turned their attention to Qin Yan. Old Qin, this is your family's branch. What are your thoughts? Yuanjin coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan inhaled deeply. It should not be the Li family's doing, they lack such strength. However, after my inquiries, it appears the other families in this city also lack the capability. As for the Qin family, while they possess some strength, there is no evidence linking them to this incident, so it likely is not them. The others were somewhat taken aback by Qin Yan's unexpected restraint. Without evidence, it was indeed prudent to refrain from further targeting the Qin family. Given the current chaos in Huofeng City, especially with the city lord absent, it is essential to maintain order through a family of their stature. Therefore, do not take action against the Qin family. After stating this, Yuanjin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us attribute this incident to the Li family, and we may also mention the Divine Path sect, as they are inextricably linked to the events. Without the Divine Path sect's involvement, the Li family would not have suffered such significant losses. Unfortunately, the various correspondences in the city lord's mansion were consumed by the fire, rendering many details irretrievable. Yuanjin shook his head in disappointment. After disposing of Yuan Hao, The Qin family had set the place ablaze, erasing all traces of their presence. As it stands, even should they wish to investigate, they would uncover nothing. Let us return to report. Until the new city lord arrives, the Qin family shall oversee the city's affairs. With the matter settled, the 5 individuals quickly arranged various tasks before hastily departing. Once the investigation team left, the Qin family finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, should a thorough investigation ensue, many of their secrets would not withstand scrutiny. It was evident that among the 5, Yuanjin was more concerned with the stability of Huofeng City than with Yuan Hao's demise, while the others harbored their own ulterior motives. To put it plainly, for them, the investigation was not about uncovering the truth but rather about finding a truth that would serve their interests. A powerful branch of the Qin family was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Observing the opposition against taking action against the Qin family, Qin Yan recognized that without clear evidence, there was no need to continue targeting them. Once all had departed, the Qin family felt a wave of relief wash over them. Nonetheless, the repercussions of their reckless act against Yuan Hao were far from over. As the city lord, his sudden death had stirred unrest among several families. Under the Qin family's reassurance, these families gradually settled. Although the atmosphere in the city was somewhat somber due to the city lord's death, it soon buzzed with excitement once again. The reason? The selection of the Azure Blue sect was about to commence. Inside the Azure Blue sect, a young man furrowed his brow, gazing at the cloaked figure before him. You wish for me to target Qin Xuan this time? Absurd! I am a disciple of the inner sect. How could I possibly engage in such treachery? Hearing this, the cloaked figure smiled, presenting him with a brocade box. This is a small token from the Zhao family. I implore you, young Master Qin Feng, to accept it. Upon opening the box, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, only to quickly turn serious. No! The Qin family is a prominent family in Huofeng City, and I am an inner disciple. You cannot buy my loyalty with such trifles. The black-clad figure from the Zhao family was taken aback by Qin Feng's rejection. The disparity between his reputation and current demeanor was stark. If you wish for me to deal with this fellow, it will require a greater sum. Chapter 64, Visitors from the Tsunqing sect. Upon hearing this, the heart of the man in the black robe settled with relief. As a member of the Zhao family, he harbored a strong desire to deal with Qin Xuan. However, since the death of the city lord and the Qin family's unscathed status thereafter, the Zhao family, particularly the Zhao Tinglong lineage, held the Qin family in even higher esteem. Nevertheless, their young clan leader had perished at the hands of Qin Xuan, and inaction was not an option they would tolerate. In this context, they sought to exploit alternative means to confront the Qin family. Since direct confrontation was futile, they resolved to employ other tactics. The Xianlong Dao, encompassing hundreds of cities, recognizes Huofeng City as the domain of the Tsunqing sect. Coincidentally, this period marked the Tsunqing sect's pre-selection in Huofeng City. Thus, the Zhao family set their sights on the Tsunqing sect, hoping for their assistance to ensure that Qin Xuan would not be selected. As long as Qin Xuan remained in Huofeng City, they would find him much easier to handle. With a hint of intent, the black-robed man presented a porcelain vial to his counterpart. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted out, instantly brightening Qian Feng's expression. A third-tier pinnacle elixir, just what he needed. Although he was an inner sect disciple, his rank was not particularly high, and he was often overlooked by his mentors. With a cultivation level of merely the second stage of the Earth Profound Realm, he required a third-tier elixir to enhance his strength. Then I shall humbly accept, Qin Feng said with a beaming smile, taking possession of the item. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the black-robed man's face upon witnessing Qin Feng's acceptance. Then, I shall entrust the matter of Huofeng City to you, young Master Qian. At these words, Qin Feng nodded eagerly. Leave it to me. This time I am here with 2 outer sect elders for the selection. I have my ways to ensure he fails the assessment. Though it is merely a pre-selection, I have plenty of strategies at my disposal. Hearing this, the black-robed man hastily bowed in appreciation. Once the black-robed man departed, Qin Feng glanced at the elixir in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. Just a small family from Huofeng City. I have numerous methods to deal with them. With that thought, he let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with malice. 2 days later, outside Huofeng City, The Qin family, along with members from various clans, awaited the arrival of the examiners from the Tsunqing sect. The Xianlong Dao was home to 4 prominent families, deeply intertwined over millennia. Yet above these 4 families, the true rulers of the Xianlong Dao were the 5 major sections. The hundreds of cities within the Xianlong Dao were controlled by these 5 powers, which maintained a fade of harmony while secretly vying for dominance. Consequently, while each of the hundreds of cities appeared to have appointed city lords from the court, in reality, they were all governed by the 5 sects, with Huofeng City falling under the jurisdiction of the Tsunqing sect. For the talented youths of Huofeng City, joining the Tsunqing sect represented the pinnacle of familial honor. Thus, when the examiners arrived at the outskirts of Huofeng City, the families stood vigil in anticipation. After all, being chosen by the examiners was a tremendous honor. However, compared to previous years, this year's atmosphere in Huofeng City felt notably subdued. Many disciples appeared somewhat lacking in merit. This was largely due to the Qin family. The Li family, Du family, and several others had suffered devastating losses, leading to their young talents being wiped out. At this moment, only the Qin family and the Sima family remained among the 4 great families of Huofeng City. The Sima family specialized in alchemy, and their most accomplished alchemist, Sima Yang, had accompanied a master alchemist to Xianlong City, leaving their family underrepresented. Hence, the Qin family boasted the largest pool of young talents. Qin Xian's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on a solitary figure at the edge of his vision. It was Lu Yi. Ever since the Qin family called off the engagement, Lu Yi seemed transformed, becoming uncharacteristically taciturn and donning a veil as if to shield herself from the world. This change stemmed from both the blow dealt to the Lu family by Qin Xian's slaying of Zhao Longting and the severance of ties with the Qin family, which rendered their previously proud connections utterly ineffective. Lu Shang had thought their family's relationships flourished due to his capable leadership, with various clans seeking them out for collaboration. However, following the engagement's dissolution, their business dealings with neighboring cities had crumbled, and the Lu family's status had plummeted. In that moment, realization dawned upon them: they had been relying on the Qin family all along. Without the Qin family, they were nothing. Stripped of their powerful ally, they barely ranked among the 3rd tier. Lu Yi's pride was wounded, and in the face of this adversity, she found herself powerless, channeling her disillusionment into resentment toward Qin Xian. If only you had chosen to be a sycophant, I wouldn't have been reduced to this. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd as everyone turned their gaze toward the horizon. A sizable spirit bird descended from the sky. On its back were several modest structures, which astounded the gathered families. Truly, the Tsunqing sect was extravagant. Such a grand spirit bird bearing houses was a sight to behold. If this was their mode of transport to Huofeng City, one could only imagine the spectacle they would present in other cities. However, Qin Yuan merely smirked at the sight. What is this? True extravagance lies in the use of cloud vessels. This spirit bird travels too slowly, merely a trick to impress the unworldly. From his understanding, the Tsunqing sect encompassed various disciplines within its ranks, including alchemy, formations, swordsmanship, talismans, and beast taming. This spirit bird was simply a domesticated creature of the sect, hardly deserving of awe. Soon, the spirit bird arrived at Huofeng City, and as it began its descent, 3 figures emerged from the crowd. Greetings, esteemed elders. Without waiting for the Qin family to speak, Sima Rui rushed forward, humbly bowing to the 3 individuals atop the spirit bird. Chapter 65, Conflict. Observing the obsequious Sima Rui, disdain flickered across the faces of those surrounding him. The 3 members of the Tsunqing sect descended from their spirit birds, casting indifferent glances at the crowd of Huofeng City, their eyes betraying a hint of scorn. After all, this was a remote countryside, populated by a cluster of rustic folk. Which family do you belong to? Shen Feng chuckled lightly at the fawning Sima Rui, who was obviously pleased by the flattery. I am Sima Rui, the head of the Sima family in Huofeng City. Honored to meet the elders. Even at this moment, Sima Rui maintained his utmost reverence. The Sima family? Ah, I shall remember you. Qian Feng grinned and nodded towards Sima Rui. Upon hearing this, members from other families eagerly approached, each displaying a servile demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuan and the Qin family looked on with utmost disdain. Though these individuals were examiners from the Tsunqing sect, their obsequiousness had reached a level of absurdity. To the point where they seemed oblivious to their own duties. Very well, very well. Qin Xuan, merely an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Caulldron sect, had never before been the recipient of such adulation. Naturally, he felt a measure of elation at the attention. Just as he reveled in his self-importance, his gaze suddenly fell upon the Qin family. Had the various families not engaged in flattery from the outset, it might have been tolerable, however. With so many families now bowing before him, the Qin family's conspicuousness was undeniable. What is this? Qin Xuan frowned slightly. This group dared to refrain from groveling before him. Huafeng City's Qin family, we greet the esteemed examiners. Qin Yuan responded with neither subservience nor arrogance, merely bowing his hands in greeting. Qin Feng's displeasure was immediate, however. The two elders behind him stepped forward to acknowledge Qin Yuan instead. The Qin family. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's realization dawned. Was this not the Qin family that the Zhao family had mentioned? As he contemplated this, his gaze swept over the Qin family members, ultimately fixating on Qin Xuan. Dan Xian. 8th level. Sensing Qin Xuan's cultivation, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Such prowess existed even in a place like Huafeng City? Yet he quickly exhaled in relief. Although this youth's strength exceeded his expectations, it paled in comparison to his own second level of the earth-profound realm. With this thought, Qin Feng relaxed and nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. The preliminary selection of the Caulldron sect begins tomorrow. The young talents from nearby cities will also be present. There are only 5 slots available, so you must cherish this opportunity. Having spoken, Qin Feng proceeded directly towards the Sima family. The city lord of Huafeng is absent. Should we not visit the Qin family? The two outer sect elders behind him furrowed their brows. Qin Feng's blatant favoritism towards the Sima family was glaringly apparent. This will ensure the selection appears fair, Qin Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, the other two raised their eyebrows but chose not to voice any objections. After all, with Qin Feng's words, they found themselves in a difficult position. Though they were elders, they belonged to the outer sect, while he was an inner sect disciple. Very well. Thus, the other two followed Qin Feng towards the Sima family. It is our family's honor that the esteemed examiners have chosen to come to us, an elder from the Sima family exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, the other families surrounded the 3 Caulldron sect examiners, respectfully escorting them towards the Sima family. Patriarch, should we? Several elders from the Qin family inquired, pondering whether it would be prudent to curry favor with the examiner. Humph. There is no need to press our warm faces against someone else's cold rear. Qin Yuan's expression darkened as he outright rejected the suggestion. It was evident that Qin Feng was targeting the Qin family. With the preliminary selection commencing tomorrow, the fact that this examiner had deliberately sidestepped the most powerful Qin family in favor of others was laden with meaning. This is outrageous. How dare this examiner act so arrogantly during the Caulldron sect's talent selection? However, why were these families so sycophantic? It was merely an assessment, even with their flattery. There were only 5 slots available. How could their members possibly compete with our young clan leader? Qin Xuan's strength was beyond question, and aside from him, several others in the Qin family were equally formidable. You are unaware of this, an elder nearby quickly explained. Though there are only 5 slots, each examiner possesses a recommendation privilege. This privilege is straightforward. Aside from exceptionally strong disciples, those with unique talents can also be recommended. After all, not everyone excels in combat. Mastery in formations, alchemy, talismans, etc., can also warrant a recommendation. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. So that was the intent behind their actions. It matters not. I require no recommendations. With my strength, they cannot hope to rival me, Qin Xuan stated calmly, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. They were well aware of the young clan leader's prowess. Let us depart. With a command from Qin Yuan, the Qin family promptly exited the scene. Within the grand hall of the Sima family, members from various families respectfully surrounded the 3 examiners. They comprehended the authority wielded by these examiners, leading to their heightened enthusiasm. To this end, Sima Ruwei had invited the most renowned songstress in the city to attend to the 3 examiners. As several cups of wine were consumed, Qian Feng grew increasingly intoxicated by the experience. This feeling was simply exquisite. In the Sanqing sect, he had often been reprimanded by the elders and his seniors. Yet here, he reveled in the sensation of superiority. Qian Feng gazed dreamily at the unfolding scene. The Wang family presents 2 Donghai pearls, hoping for your further advancement in cultivation. At that moment, a patriarch from a small family stepped forward with gifts in hand. Excellent! Qian Feng accepted the offerings without hesitation. Observing this, other families quickly lined up to present various treasures. The Lu family offers Mingmu clear tea, wishing for your rapid advancement in cultivation. Just then, Lu Sheng hurriedly offered his flattery. Mingmu clear tea? What a worthless trinket, Qian Feng frowned in dissatisfaction. The other families had presented valuable items. Yet this family chose to offer something so trivial. With this thought, Qian Feng's displeasure grew as he glanced forward. Suddenly, his gaze brightened upon seeing a woman of exquisite form, her skin as flawless as ice and snow. Ah, this is. I am Lu Yi. Honored to meet young Master Qian. This tea has been treasured by my father for many years. It clears the mind and revitalizes the spirit, both internally and externally. Lu Yi, adorned with a diaphanous veil, allowed glimpses of her visage to shine through. This veiled allure only deepened Qian Feng's intrigue. Often, ambiguity enhances the realm of imagination. Delightful. Delightful. Such splendid tea. At this moment, Qian Feng was utterly captivated. As he fell under her spell, Lu Yi retreated after serving the tea. This tantalizing push and pull was critical. He could see her yet could not touch her. Indeed, as Lu Yi distanced herself, Qian Feng felt an urgent desire to call her back, yet he refrained from acting too abruptly, merely watching her retreat with longing. Seeing Qian Feng so easily ensnared, Lu Sheng felt a surge of confidence. Qian Feng's recommendation slot was all but secured. With this thought, Lu Sheng clenched his fists. He had not forgotten the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Qin family. This time, he was determined to see Lu Yi enter the Sanqing sect. As for Qin Xuan, since this was the Sanqing sect's selection, Qian Feng would surely find a way to eliminate him. Upon this realization, a spark of excitement flickered in Lu Sheng's eyes. He intended to seize this opportunity to restore the fortunes of the Lu family. With this thought, Lu Sheng cast a knowing glance at Lu Yi, who understood his intent and approached once more when she deemed the moment appropriate. After several exchanges, Qian Feng had been thoroughly ensnared by Lu Yi. It was hardly surprising that a naive youth like him fell prey to her charms. You say that Qin Xuan has been disrespectful to your Lu family? Upon hearing Lu Yi's account, Qian Feng's anger flared. Once again, it was this Qin Xuan. The Zhao family had previously informed him of similar grievances. And now he learned that Qin Xuan had also offended the Lu family. How could such an affront be tolerated? Since the fair maiden was distressed by this matter, he felt compelled to assist her. Moreover, his purpose in coming to Huofeng City was to ensure that Qin Xuan would be barred from entering the Sanqing sect. And this presented the perfect opportunity. With this in mind, he nodded with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, I shall aid you in this matter. I will ensure that the Qin family and Qin Xuan pay the price. To him, dealing with a mere family from Huofeng City seemed exceedingly simple. Chapter 66, Lu Yi's scheme. Observing Qian Feng, who pounded his chest in assurance, Lu Yi felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Suddenly, she recalled the ruthless words spoken by Zhao Longting, which seemed even more severe. Yet, the outcome had been Zhao Longting's demise. The thought ignited a wave of foreboding within her. Just as she was about to articulate her concerns, members of the Sima family hurried over. My lord, the venue is prepared for your review. Since the 3 examiners had arrived at the Sima residence, it was only fitting that the arrangements for the examination site were managed by them. Good. Qian Feng nodded, then smiled at Lu Yi. Rest assured, I shall avenge you tomorrow. With that, he hastily departed to inspect the examination grounds. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yi's unease did not dissipate, instead, it intensified. Qian Feng's proclamation felt ominous, unsettling her thoughts. Nonetheless, he is merely a stepping stone. I shall consider the matter further once I enter the Tsunqing sect. Qianfeng was not her ultimate target, merely a means to an end. To her, Qianfeng's strength was inadequate. With her beauty, she could easily captivate influential figures. Would subduing Qin Xuan not be a trivial endeavor? Lu Yi clenched her fists. She understood that relying solely on her abilities would never allow her to defeat Qin Xuan. However, vanquishing an adversary did not necessarily hinge on sheer power. Beauty often served as a formidable weapon. Many times, a mere gesture from her would summon a throng of admirers eager to alleviate her troubles. Just like Qin Xuan, the most talented individual in Huofeng City, who had once been her devoted follower. Her beauty was her most potent armament. Meanwhile, within the Qin residence, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. Dan Xian 9th level. After refining the essence of numerous spirit beasts and cultivators using the spirit refining cauldron, his cultivation was on the brink of a breakthrough. Once he refined the spirit stones at hand, he would finally ascend to the 9th level of Dan Xian. However, after the initial joy, Qin Xuan's brow furrowed in concern. Achieving the 9th level of Dan Xian required an immense amount of spiritual energy. The demands for breaking through to the Earth Xian realm would be even more daunting. Glancing at the spirit stones within his Qianquan ring, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. His resources were still too meager, insufficient for his needs. If only he had more spirit stones. At least he had yet to encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. Spirit stones, elixirs, formations, and beast taming were all avenues to explore. Qin Xuan pondered how to generate wealth. He then looked down at the fire crystal stones in his Qianquan ring. It seemed that after passing the preliminary selection, he would need to find a way to dispose of these fire crystals. The quantity was sufficient to exchange for a considerable number of spirit stones. Nevertheless, his immediate priority remained the preliminary selection. Recalling Qianfeng's earlier demeanor, Qin Xuan's gaze hardened. This fellow had far too many matters to contend with. He might prove troublesome later. The preliminary selection is a test of strength. I am eager to see what prowess you possess. Qin Xuan scoffed, disregarding the recommended quota from the examiner. With his strength, he had no need for such endorsements. Resolving this in mind, Qin Xuan resumed his arduous training. The following morning, the entire Huofeng city buzzed with excitement. Almost everyone had left their homes, flocking towards the city square. This time, the Sima family had chosen the square as the examination venue. This decision was made not only for the convenience of candidates arriving from smaller towns but also to demonstrate that this event had no ties to the Qin family. Since the assassination of the city lord and the disappearance of the Li and Du families, the Sima family had suffered a significant decline in power, while the Qin family had emerged as the rulers of Huofeng City. How could the Sima family tolerate such a situation? Thus, they aimed to seize this opportunity to make it clear that the Qin family could not dominate completely. As more and more individuals gathered around the square, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The offspring of various prominent families arrived early, eager to seize this rare chance to alter their fates. For them, such an opportunity was incredibly precious. If they could enter the Tsunqing sect as disciples, their families would experience an immediate turnaround. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Qin family, Qin Xuan's kin followed him with expressions of eagerness. Let us go meet those individuals and ascertain their true capabilities, Qin Xuan declared, glancing at the other Qin family members behind him. Bolstered by their formidable family lineage, these Qin heirs possessed commendable strength. However, their cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Dan Xian realm, making them powerful within Huofeng City, yet somewhat lacking in comparison to others. Let us proceed. Qin Xuan waved his hand, and the group promptly followed, making their way towards the square. As they departed their home, the morning sun cast a golden hue upon them, as if they were enveloped in a radiant aura. Along the way, numerous onlookers directed their attention towards Qin Xuan. It appeared that Huofeng City remained firmly under the Qin family's dominion. Chapter 67, The Primaries Commence. Young Master, I have heard that individuals from other cities will be arriving in our Firewind City for the selection, a disciple of the Qin family expressed with a hint of apprehension. Fear not, they are merely from a few smaller towns beneath Firewind City. You are all the most exceptional talents of the Qin family. And I am confident that you shall pass the assessment, Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly. In Firewind City, there were a total of 5 slots for the preliminary selection. Should the number of successful candidates exceed 5, they would need to compete against one another to secure a position. Conversely, if the numbers were insufficient or precisely 5, all would qualify to proceed to Qianlong City for the final evaluation by the Tsangqing sect. Previously, when the 4 great families were present, they vied fiercely for these 5 preliminary slots, resulting in intense competition among the disciples of the Qin family. However, following the elimination of 2 families by the Qin clan, it would be a considerable challenge for the remaining Sima family to contend with the Qin members. Under these circumstances, the chances of success for the Qin disciples appeared quite favorable. Yet, passing the preliminaries was merely the first step. The critical challenge lay in the formal selection at Qianlong City. In previous years, numerous Qin family members had successfully navigated the preliminaries, only to be eliminated during the main selection. Qin Xuan's father, Qin Tianyang, was once favored by the Tsangqing sect, but he declined their invitation to attend the clan assembly in the capital, as he was determined to reclaim the family's position. After Qin Ziyu rendered him unable to cultivate, he left in anger and never returned. Given these circumstances, Qin Xuan seemed the most likely to join the Tsangqing sect. However, a slight frown crossed his brow as he recalled the recent actions of Qianfeng. The winds of fate were relentless, and this matter was unlikely to reach a swift conclusion. Taking a deep breath, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Did they think they could undermine him? What a jest! Would he fear such adversaries? Let us proceed to meet the 3 examiners, Qin Xuan declared. Upon hearing his words, the Qin disciples felt invigorated and followed him towards the square. By the time the Qin contingent arrived at the square, members from other families had already gathered. Qianfeng, upon noticing Qin Xuan and his companions approaching, snorted disdainfully, his gaze laden with discontent. The previous night, Lui had employed her alluring tactics once more, and Qianfeng, having fallen for her charms, was now utterly oblivious to reality. Despite not having made any physical advances, he now fancied himself Lui's devoted admirer. Through Lui and her family as seemingly casual remarks, he had gleaned insights into Qin Xuan's actions, conveniently omitting the misdeeds of the Lu family from the narrative. According to Lui, Qin Xuan had relentlessly pursued her, only to be coldly rejected. In a fit of rage over his unrequited feelings, he had even desecrated the ancestral graves of the Lu family to force her compliance. I once believed all men to be the same, but having met you, I realize not all are despicable and shameless, she mused. Compared to you, Qin Xuan is utterly repugnant. As for the refusal to return the betrothal gifts, the Lu family felt no remorse. Men should bow to women and indulge them. How dare you resist as her devoted admirer? It's truly revolting. If you fade into obscurity, Lui will only affirm her decision. Rest assured, I shall deal with this scoundrel decisively, Qianfeng promised, thumping his chest in assurance to Lui. Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the two, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lui was, indeed, predictable, never seeking to enhance her own strength, always relying on the powerful. Shaking his head dismissively, he turned his attention to the other disciples participating in the assessment. In the forefront of the square stood a group of disciples from Firewind City, all of whom Qin Xuan recognized. A cursory glance reassured him regarding their abilities. However, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he glanced toward another group he had not encountered before, likely disciples from the smaller families affiliated with Firewind City. Although these smaller towns were less significant, they nonetheless had a fair number of disciples. The abilities of these individuals were mediocre. Yet one particularly towering figure drew Qin Xuan's wariness. The man was impressively muscular, his physique suggesting exceptional physical prowess. Young master, I heard this selection was for young prodigies. Can this man really participate? A Qin disciple inquired, his voice rising slightly, inadvertently drawing the attention of the muscular man. Old man? You're the old man. Your entire family is filled with old men. The muscular man retorted, his voice resonating with a rugged timbre, leaving the Qin disciple momentarily speechless. Enough with the noise. An elder from the Tsangqing sect responsible for the assessment stood up, signaling for silence. Today marks the grand occasion of our preliminary selection in Firewind City. First, I will outline the rules of this assessment. However, before that, all individuals over the age of 18 are requested to leave, otherwise, you may waste your time failing the subsequent bone age test. Upon hearing this, the majority of attendees turned their gaze towards the muscular man. What are you looking at? I am not yet 18. He retorted angrily. The elder in charge cleared his throat. This young friend, Lupang, is only 16 years old. He possesses the bloodline of the barbarian tribe, which accounts for his robust appearance. At this clarification, the crowd nodded in understanding. After all, such impressive physiques were characteristic of the barbarian lineage. Barbarian? Qin Xuan's interest piqued. If he indeed bore the bloodline of an ancient barbarian, it might be possible to extract and refine a portion of that power. However, after consideration, he shook his head. The ancient barbarian bloodline, while formidable, paled in comparison to the bloodlines of spiritual beasts, rendering such extraction unnecessary. As for his own bone age, Qin Xuan had personally measured it upon his return, discovering it had only increased by 3 years. Despite having acquired knowledge over 3 centuries in the Taihuang space, his bone age had merely advanced by 3 years. It seemed that, in this realm, bone age was calculated solely based on time spent within it. As if the Taihuang space shielded him from the temporal laws of this world. Now that we have established that all are under 18, let us officially commence the assessment. I will first relay the general requirements for the examination. The elder cleared his throat once more. This preliminary assessment comprises 5 slots. And all participants must successfully navigate 3 challenges, each devised by one of us. Only upon passing all 3 challenges will you be considered to have passed the preliminaries. With that, the elder fixed his gaze upon all the participating disciples. My first challenge is quite simple, only those who have reached the Dantian realm may remain. All others may leave. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an uproar. What nonsense! I am merely at the 9th stage of foundation establishment. Why should I be dismissed from the assessment? Indeed, in previous years, even those at the 9th level of foundation establishment could participate in the assessment. A decade ago, there was even a 9th level practitioner who topped the initial selections, surpassing several alchemists. The crowd, consisting of many disciples who had yet to reach the Dantian realm, erupted in commotion. At that moment, the outer sect elder barked a sharp command, a wave of celestial Xian realm energy instantly silencing all present. Let me make this clear, the Dantian realm is not merely a threshold, it is the very subject of this first assessment. As he spoke, his icy gaze swept over the disciples who had yet to reach the Dantian realm. You are all in your teens, you are not children anymore. If you cannot even reach the Dantian realm, it reflects poorly on your talent and fortune. If your luck or fate were sufficient, you would at least be at the Dantian realm by now. Without talent or fortune, why should we keep you? Are we to waste our resources on you? Upon hearing this, the previously restless crowd fell silent. Those who had not attained the 9th level of Dantian looked utterly dejected. They had long realized that individuals like them were unlikely to become formidable practitioners. They had merely clung to false hopes until now, only to have their dreams shattered before them. Enough, you may disperse. With a flick of his sleeve, the examiner dismissed those below the Dantian realm, who retreated in despair. Many whispered among themselves, but Qin Xuan remained unfazed. This world has always been one of survival of the fittest. To thrive, one must either possess extraordinary strength or rely on extraordinary luck, such as being favored by a powerful figure or stumbling upon miraculous elixirs. Only with divine fortune can one achieve greatness. At least one of these 2 elements is essential. As the disciples withdrew, a member of a lesser clan suddenly halted, glaring intently at the elder above. I initially thought that Sanqing sect was a prestigious sect, but it seems it is no more than this. 30 years of fortune can turn, do not underestimate the youth. One day, I shall return to the Sanqing sect and make you regret today's events. Before the youth could finish, a beam of white light shot from the elder's sleeve. In an instant, the light severed the boy's head from his shoulders, returning to the elder's sleeve thereafter. Qin Xuan discerned it was a flying sword. 30 years of fortune? Do you think I shall grant you that time to confront our sect? The elder scoffed. Though this fool likely lacks the ability to cause trouble, I deem it prudent to eliminate this potential threat early. Afterward, the elder turned to the pale-faced Sima Rue beside him. What is the strength of this family? Sima Rue hastily replied, they are a minor clan, their strongest member is merely at the 8th level of Dan Xian. This boy is their greatest talent in nearly 30 years. Hearing this, the elder sneered. Annihilate them completely. Spare no one, let there be no future troubles. With that, he spat on the boy's corpse. Incompetent fools, do not utter threats without the means to back them. You dare challenge me without any foundation? Listening to this, Qin Xuan felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. This boy truly did not understand the gravity of his words. The strongest member of his entire family was at the Dan Xian realm, while even an outer sect elder of Sanqing was at the celestial Xian realm. What did that signify? The inner sect elders would surely be even more formidable. This boy dared to challenge the Sanqing sect, he was courting disaster. After the earlier events, Sima Rue dared not oppose the elder and quickly began to arrange the family's eradication. Witnessing the elder's ruthless demeanor, those whose strength did not exceed the Dan Xian realm quietly slipped away, too fearful to utter a word. Once they departed, only a scant few remained in the arena. The previous examiner posed a commendable challenge, I shall now present one of my own. As the elder took his seat, another elder rose with a smile, surveying the remaining disciples below. He raised his hand, channeling spirit energy to strike the air 5 times in succession. Boom! The 5 strikes overlapped, and moments later, they shattered a distant stone wall. I just executed 5 strikes using the power of a first-level Dan Xian practitioner, combining them into one. Your task is to replicate these 5 strikes within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. A stick of incense? Upon hearing this, the remaining disciples stirred restlessly. This was a test of comprehension. All present would need to observe and then discern how to execute the technique themselves. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. These 5 strikes were indeed intricate, not merely for their power, which was modest given the elder's first-level capacity. The true essence lay in the mastery of spirit energy. The initial strike was delivered slowly, while each subsequent strike accelerated the spirit energy's speed. Consequently, by the time the 5th strike was unleashed, the spirit energy, bolstered by its increasing velocity, would converge, resulting in a force equivalent to 5 times that of a single strike. The entire process demanded precise control over the speed and interval of each strike. If executed correctly, the 5 strikes would coalesce into one. However, given that spirit energy dissipates over time, if the speed was too slow, the first strike would vanish before the 5th could be delivered. This is impossible. The crowd lamented. The elder simply chuckled. Having set the incense stick's duration to filter out the truly exceptional talents. Chapter 69, the assessment begins with this thought in mind, the elder confidently stroked his beard. Mastering this technique requires an exceptionally high level of control over spiritual energy. It is nearly impossible to grasp it within the time of a single incense stick. At that time, he would appropriately allow those disciples who learn the fastest to pass the assessment. The members of the Sima family lit an incense stick, and the disciples participating in the assessment immersed themselves in figuring out how to manipulate the spiritual energy. The elder scanned the surroundings, and his gaze settled on one individual in the center. Unlike the others who were diligently practicing, Qin Xuan stood there with his eyes tightly shut. Humph, how arrogant! Does he truly believe he can master my technique so easily? The elder scoffed, having already concluded that this person was merely posturing. Just as he was about to look away, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and confidently stepped forward. He then slowly raised his hand. What? Could it be that this boy really learned my technique so quickly? The elder felt a wave of astonishment. However, he soon shook his head. No, that is impossible. There is no way he could have mastered this technique so easily. Even the most talented disciples of the Divine Path sect could not learn it in such a short time. He must be putting on an act. Beside him, Xianfeng furrowed his brow as well. Such a person should be expelled. What could he possibly learn in such a brief period? He is merely seeking attention with his theatrics. While they were speaking, the young man had already assumed his stance. Hurry up and leave if you can't do it. Don't waste time here. Qin Xuan coldly remarked, but before he could finish, Qin Xuan moved instantly. Whoosh! 5 palms shot out in rapid succession. And these 5 palm prints instantly overlapped in order. Boom! Upon the combination of the 5 palms, a massive pit was created in the square before them. Qian Feng's words caught in his throat. He never expected that this young man could learn the technique at such speed. Not only him, but the examiner overseeing this round of assessments was equally dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that this individual would truly succeed, and with such proficiency. The elder turned his gaze aside. The incense had only burned about 1/10 of its length. A genius, truly a genius. This person must be admitted to the sect. The elder spoke excitedly, surprised that this young man had passed the assessment so easily. Given his speed of comprehension, even the core disciples would likely find it hard to compete with him. You have passed, the elder said to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan bowed respectfully and then stepped aside. Watching the remaining half of the incense, a smile crept across Qin Xuan's lips. Although his talent was commendable, it was not to the extent of being extraordinary. The reason he could comprehend the manipulation of spiritual energy so quickly was due to his mental prowess entering the vast desolate space. In this external realm, the incense stick had burned only 1/10, but within that vast desolate space, he had already deduced the technique multiple times. Utilizing these deductions, he swiftly mastered the method of controlling spiritual energy with these 5 palms. Had he not been concerned about attracting too much attention, he could have completed it much sooner. Nonetheless, this result was already astonishing. Qin Xuan was left speechless. He had tried to speak several times, but looking at the large pit in the square, he found it difficult to say anything. After all, Qin Xuan had demonstrated this technique before everyone. He could hardly claim that the outer sect elder had leaked the topic in advance. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he did not dare offend the inner sect elders. In such a situation, he could only awkwardly remain silent. Damn it! On the other side, Lu Yi clenched her fists. She had smoothly secured Qin Feng's recommendation quota, thus avoiding this assessment and directly obtaining a chance to participate in the official selection. This was the result she loathed the most. Just seeing Qin Xuan excel made her feel uncomfortable. Qin Xuan stepped aside, as the gazes of those around him were filled with envy and astonishment. His performance was truly exceptional, making theirs seem inadequate. However, the reality was not that they were subpar, but rather that Qin Xuan was extraordinarily strong. As more than half of the incense burned away, the second person to pass the assessment appeared. Boom! Qin Xuan turned his gaze to the other side of the square, where Lu Peng, of the barbarian bloodline, grinned and similarly executed the technique. This left everyone present in shock. If the ancient barbarians were known for their exceptional physical prowess, their intellectual capabilities were generally regarded as inferior. Thus, many assumed that someone like Lu Peng would struggle with such a refined manipulation of spiritual energy. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Peng's comprehension was remarkably strong, allowing him to achieve this level of skill in merely a little over half an incense stick's time. This Lu Peng was not to be underestimated, Qin Xuan mused. A robust physique combined with exceptional comprehension. He took a deep breath. He had managed to complete his understanding so quickly due to the vast desolate space, but Lu Peng accomplished it in such a short time without such aid. His talent could be deemed extraordinary. This shifted Qin Xuan's previously held stereotype of the barbarian race as merely brawn with little brain. After all, cultivators of barbarian bloodlines were often seen as mere muscle-bound brutes. But this particular brute was different. After a brief moment of astonishment, the others began fervently studying once more. Hey! You were the first to complete it, you're really impressive. Lu Peng exclaimed, reaching out to pat his head, appearing somewhat foolish. However, Qin Xuan did not perceive him as a fool. Such understanding was hardly indicative of stupidity. Those who regarded others as fools were the true simpletons. With your strength, you will undoubtedly pass the final assessment. Since we are both disciples from Huofeng City participating in the assessment, shall we form an alliance? Lu Peng warmly invited Qin Xuan. The Azure Blue sect was a major sect of the Shenlong path, and many would participate in the selection. Having an ally would be advantageous. With this thought, Qin Xuan felt somewhat tempted and was about to agree. However, in the instant their gazes met, a strange light flickered in Lu Peng's eyes. Qin Xuan felt a sudden dizziness, as if he were losing control of himself. Buzz! At that moment, the spirit-refining cauldron in his chest shook violently, snapping Qin Xuan back to his senses. He immediately became alert, taking a few steps back to create distance. No, let us rely on our own abilities. Qin Xuan replied coolly, then turned to walk away. Watching Qin Xuan depart, the smile on Lu Peng's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, what an ungrateful fool. Chapter 70, The Law of the Jungle. Lu Peng spoke in a low, menacing tone. Yet, moments later, his expression transformed into one of naive innocence. Distancing himself from Lu Peng, Qin Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, Lu Peng had attempted to manipulate him using mental force. Had it not been for the divine refinement cauldron pulling him back to consciousness, escaping would not have been so effortless. There was something distinctly amiss about Lu Peng. However, Qin Xuan chose not to disclose this unsettling incident to the examiners. As a mere disciple participating in the assessment, he knew that even if he informed the three of them, they would likely dismiss his claims. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan settled cross-legged to the side, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the examination. The remaining time of the incense stick was indeed limited. Before long, the entire duration of the incense stick had elapsed. Aside from Qin Xuan and Lu Peng, none of the other participants had mastered the 5 palm techniques within the allotted time. Nevertheless, the elders still selected a few disciples with commendable talents from among them. Young master! Several successful candidates excitedly approached Qin Xuan. Despite some being eliminated after these 2 rounds of assessments, several from the Qin family had still managed to pass. Now, the third and final round of the assessment will be overseen by Qian Feng, an inner sect disciple of Art Sanqing sect. As inner sect disciples, you must start as outer sect disciples upon entering Sanqing sect, and only after passing the outer sect examination in a year will you qualify to become inner sect disciples. However, those with extraordinary talents may enter the inner sect early, even potentially becoming direct disciples, the 2 elders remarked while stroking their beards. Listening to this, Qian Feng cast a smug glance downward. Despite facing various mockeries within the sect, here he could flaunt his authority. Ahem! Clearing his throat, Qian Feng lavished compliments upon the 2 elders beside him before casually surveying the numerous disciples participating in the assessment below, a wave of contempt swelling within him. This bunch of country bumpkins. They are utterly ignorant of the outside world. Before them, I am practically a deity. With this thought, Qian Feng's sense of superiority intensified. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Xuan, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This shameless fellow insisted on clinging to Lu Yi. Today, he would make him acutely aware of the consequences of offending her. Recalling Lu Yi's subtle hints from the previous night, he felt as though defeating Qin Xuan would earn him a chance to win her favor. Clenching his fists, he thought, a mere local family in a small town is nothing significant. I will go to any lengths to please the lady. What Qian Feng was oblivious to was that from the very beginning, Lu Yi had not even allowed him to hold her hand. To her, he was nothing more than a jester. Lu Yi had effortlessly realized she had him completely under her control. At this juncture, she adeptly employed her masterful tactics of feigned vulnerability to toy with Qian Feng. Today, he would deal with Qin Xuan, solely to elicit a smile from her. Although this is the preliminary selection, Art Sanqing sect maintains a stringent standard for selecting disciples. Without adequate strength, we will not accept you. After a brief pause, Qian Feng's gaze swept across all the remaining participants in the plaza before lingering on Qin Xuan once more. The first 2 elders tested your cultivation and comprehension. The final challenge assesses your combat prowess. Some disciples exhibited commendable cultivation and comprehension, yet their combat abilities were rather mediocre. Such disciples would certainly not be accepted. Thus, the last challenge would gauge everyone's combat strength. Upon hearing this, the remaining disciples began to murmur among themselves. After all, combat strength is somewhat elusive. Often, it cannot be directly measured but is instead reflected through the strength of one's opponents. Consequently, many matters become rather ambiguous. Of course, I am aware of your concerns, Qianfeng said, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as a glint flickered in his eyes. To ensure fairness, all of you will face the same opponent. Pointing to himself, he continued, I will be the examiner for this final round. Only by battling against me can your combat strength be accurately evaluated. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qianfeng was an inner sect disciple, a highly regarded student of the Cangqing sect. How could they possibly stand as his opponents? Not only the disciples but the two elders also frowned in disapproval. You are an inner sect disciple, they are certainly no match for you, one elder remarked. In response, Qianfeng chuckled and reassured them, no worries, I will only employ 60 or 70% of my strength. Moreover, I will not require them to defeat me. Merely enduring 10 exchanges will suffice for them to pass. His voice was loud enough for the remaining dozen or so individuals below to exhale in relief. After all, defeating Qianfeng was virtually impossible. Suppressing his strength and enduring 10 exchanges was indeed a feasible endeavor. As for fairness, Qianfeng, being from the Cangqing sect, would naturally ensure a level playing field. However, unbeknownst to them, should Qianfeng wish for someone to pass, he could easily let them succeed behind the scenes. And for those he wished to eliminate, he simply had to exert a little more strength. Qin Xuan scoffed inwardly, contemplating the likelihood of manipulation increasing significantly. All right. Let us begin. Qianfeng waved his hand, signaling for the next group to step forward. A disciple hesitated momentarily before finally steeling himself to approach Qianfeng. Please enlighten me, he said with a respectful bow, before launching himself aggressively at Qianfeng. Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Qianfeng effortlessly defeated him. Your foundation is too shallow, it would be best to return home and train diligently. If you are not yet 18 by next year, come back for our Cangqing sect's selection. Without hesitation, he dismissed the disciple and signaled for the next contestant to step forward. The subsequent challengers faced Qianfeng in succession. Yet the strongest among them could only withstand 5 or 6 exchanges before being vanquished. This left the onlookers feeling disheartened, even Qianfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. However, soon after, a disciple from the Sima family managed to endure 10 exchanges against Qianfeng. Qin Xuan internally scoffed, Qianfeng's favoritism is alarmingly evident. More disciples stepped up, yet only one managed to pass. Youth Master, we have passed. Several disciples from the Qin family clasped their hands in respect towards Qin Xuan before approaching Qianfeng. Observing the group bowing to Qin Xuan, Qianfeng let out a derisive chuckle. Bang! As soon as a Qin family disciple approached, he was kicked away before even making a move. Too weak. How dare you come here? After helping the fallen disciple to his feet, it was evident he had already spat blood. Qin Xuan was taken aback by the brutality of Qianfeng's actions. Thud. Soon, several more Qin family members found themselves on the ground, injured. You! Qin Xuan glared coldly at Qianfeng, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You are supposed to be the examiner, how can you be so ruthless? Ruthless? Qianfeng snorted dismissively, waving his sleeve in disdain. Survival of the fittest, weakness is a sin. If they are weak, they deserve to be kicked away. He fixed a cold gaze on Qin Xuan. What? Are you dissatisfied? If you dare to approach, I shall ensure you understand the severity of the situation. He administered a healing pill to each of his disciples and strode coldly towards the opponent. So, it is survival of the fittest, is it? Very well. Today I shall witness just how much prowess you possess to utter such words. Allow me to enlighten you on the true meaning of survival of the fittest. Chapter 71, The Brutal Beating of Qianfeng. I too wish to witness the true prowess of this so-called number 1 genius of Huofeng City. Qianfeng sneered, hardly deigning to regard Qin Xuan. With a cultivation level 3 minor realms above Qin Xuan, he believed that such a disparity would allow him to effortlessly suppress his opponent. Striding a mere 10 paces away, Qianfeng contemptuously beckoned Qin Xuan with a finger, displaying an air of utter disdain. Qin Xuan, weary of idle chatter. lightly pressed his foot and surged forward towards Qin Feng. Crack! A sound of shattering ground echoed slightly. Qin Xuan's speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had closed the distance to Qin Feng, unleashing a powerful right fist aimed squarely at his face. A mere parlor trick this. Qian Feng's derisive taunt was abruptly cut short as he sensed an alarming shift in power. The force behind this strike was far more formidable than anything he had faced previously. With panic setting in, Qin Feng braced himself as the fist descended. Thud! The impact resonated as Qin Feng barely managed to block it with both hands. Crack! The sound of shattering bones filled the air. And Qin Feng's complexion paled dramatically as he staggered back several steps to regain his balance. His left arm was already fractured, blood oozing from his palm. A ghastly sight indeed. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng gazed down at his mangled arm. Astonished that this individual possessed such terrifying combat prowess, his arm nearly rendered useless after a mere exchange. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past him, causing Qin Feng to look up in alarm. A fist loomed large before his eyes. You lack martial integrity. Resorting to a sneak attack before Qin Feng could finish his protest, Qin Xuan's fist collided with his face. Put! Blood sprayed as Qin Feng was forced into the ground by the sheer force of the blow. A sneak attack? We have already engaged in combat. How can you claim such a thing? To focus on one's injuries instead of countering an opponent's assault is a fool's folly. You! Qin Feng struggled to lift his head, intent on rebuking Qin Xuan, but the expression on his face shifted to one of sheer terror. Thud! Another punch landed, pinning the beleaguered Qin Feng back to the ground. Strike while the iron is hot, this is Qin Xuan's principle. Waiting for one's opponent to recover was simply out of the question. Why would he allow someone, already defeated, the opportunity to regain their strength? Enough! Just then, a sharp voice interjected from the side. After delivering several relentless blows to Qin Feng, the two elderly figures finally called for Qin Xuan to cease his assault. Aware of their intervention, Qin Xuan refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After all, this was the selection ground for Sanqing sect, and killing one of their disciples would surely stir trouble. Do not flee, I challenge you to a duel, 300 rounds. With the assistance of a maid from the Sima family, Qin Feng staggered to his feet, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Qin Xuan. You dare look at me with such contempt? Qin Xuan scoffed. Hearing this, Qin Feng hastily turned away, too frightened to meet Qin Xuan's eyes. Following their earlier clash, he finally grasped the true extent of Qin Xuan's combat strength. Despite his own higher cultivation level, in terms of raw fighting capability, he was undeniably inferior. I've endured far more than 10 exchanges, surely, I have passed the test? After all, the assessment of combat strength was a criterion set forth by the examiners themselves. Qin Xuan remarked with a smile. Although filled with rage, Qin Feng could only nod in reluctant agreement. He could not bear to slap his own face. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement. This was not merely Qin Xuan enduring 10 exchanges, he had effectively toyed with Qin Feng, landing 10 solid punches that left him dazed and reeling. Qin Xuan, you have passed the examination. Congratulations on advancing in this preliminary selection, the two elders said, satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. Indeed, the young patriarch of the Qin family demonstrated exceptional cultivation and insight. Coupled with his recent victory over the inner disciple Qin Feng of Sanqing sect, such prowess was truly formidable. As they considered this, their gazes shifted to the still reeling Qin Feng. His attempt to showcase prowess had spectacularly backfired, rendering him a figure of ridicule. The elders had perceived Qin Feng's arrogance when he insisted on granting the recommendation spot to Louis, recognizing his inflated ego. However, as inner disciples, they were reluctant to intervene. Now, witnessing Qin Xuan teach Qin Feng a lesson, they felt a sense of relief. Qin Xuan nodded and gracefully departed. Thank you, young patriarch. Observing the battered Qin Feng, members of the Qin family crowded around, expressing their admiration for Qin Xuan. No need for thanks. Since he dared to strike against our Qin family, I shall not let it go unpunished. Qin Xuan replied coldly, a sharp glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. When the bullying reaches the Qin family, he would not let it slide. All right, next. An elder announced loudly, feigning innocence as he surveyed the battered Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng quickly shielded his wounds and turned to the newcomer. He. His expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the last challenger, Lu Peng, who bore the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe. You. Before Qian Feng could finish his words, Lu Peng grinned and inclined his head. Please, enlighten me. With that, he lunged forward, arms extended, delivering a swift punch towards Qian Feng. You brute! Before Qian Feng could articulate his thoughts, the punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying into unconsciousness. Gasps erupted from the surrounding spectators. Though Qian Feng had been battered by Qin Xuan, he was still an inner disciple of Sanqing sect. Normally, his strength should pose no issue. Yet, here was an inner disciple utterly vanquished by another. What a useless fool! The two elders exchanged glances, disdain etched upon their faces. One may seek trouble, but one must possess the ability to resolve it. To provoke others without the means to defend oneself is tantamount to courting death. Qian Feng had sought a contest of strength, only to be effortlessly defeated by Qin Xuan, and now, even more humiliatingly, by Lu Peng. It was utterly laughable. How did he fall asleep? Lu Peng scratched his head, feigning confusion. The elders nearly burst into laughter. I have passed, haven't I? Lu Peng inquired, glancing around. Indeed. You have passed. One of the elders nodded, exasperation evident in his gaze as he looked at the somewhat foolish Lu Peng. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan's wariness of Lu Peng intensified. There was something about Lu Peng's demeanor. He had consistently projected an air of simplicity, but it was evident that this was a deliberate facade. Those around him, swayed by his ancient barbarian lineage, believed in his charade. However, it was glaringly apparent that Lu Peng was no fool. When he sought to win over Qin Xuan, he had employed certain tactics. This only solidified Qin Xuan's belief that Lu Peng harbored secrets yet undisclosed. Did such a person truly need to join Sanqing sect? Qin Xuan pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It seemed Lu Peng was concealing an even greater mystery behind him. Chapter 72, Journey to Qianlong City. With Qian Feng collapsing to the ground, the selection process for the Sanqing sect came to an end. Apart from Qin Xuan, the other members of the Qin family were all eliminated due to Qian Feng's underhanded tactics. Young master, it is our incompetence, the disciples of the Qin family lamented. But Qin Xuan merely shook his head. This matter was intended for me. You were merely unfortunate victims of circumstance and have no blame in this, he comforted them. Ultimately, this incident was not significantly related to them. It was merely Qian Feng's personal grudge against Qin Xuan that had led to their misfortune. You will be heading to Qianlong City for the official selection after passing the preliminary round, correct? One disciple inquired. Qin Xuan nodded in affirmation. The Sanqing sect had come to Huofeng City merely for the initial selection. The real pivotal moment lay ahead in the subsequent stages. Thus, I shall depart today. From this point onward, the responsibilities at home will rest upon your shoulders. Qin Xuan had already received specific instructions from Qin Yuan the day prior regarding what to be mindful of, so today, he was merely informing them of his plans. He then turned his gaze to the 5 who had passed the assessment, which included 1 from the Sima family and 2 from lesser clans. However, he did not place much significance on these 3. His primary concern was Lu Peng, who had exceeded all his expectations. Qin Xuan was certain that Lu Peng had not revealed his true combat capabilities, though Qin Xuan himself had also withheld his utmost strength. Lu Peng remained a significant concern for him. His attention then shifted to the 3 recommended candidates. Among them, the other 2 possessed expertise in formations or talismans, each showcasing their own unique skills. In contrast, Louis, who wore a veil, appeared notably weaker, with her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage making her the only one present not yet at the Danxian stage. What does she bring to the table? Some in the crowd murmured discontentedly. It was clear that they harbored grievances against Louis. Despite their own superior abilities, Louis had seemingly soared to prominence merely by currying favor with Qian Feng. She relied on a recommendation to pass the preliminary selection. I wonder how she will fare in the subsequent assessments, they grumbled. Joining the Sanqing sect was a coveted opportunity for them to change their destinies. Naturally, they dared not voice their complaints about Qin Xuan and Lu Peng, as these 2 were not to be trifled with. However, Louis was different. Without strength and lacking a powerful family behind her, they felt free to vent their frustrations. Listening to the ridicule surrounding her, Louise's complexion darkened. She clenched her fists tightly, struggling to maintain her composure against the rising tide of anger. She understood the insinuations behind their words all too well. With a resolute lift of her chin, she directed her gaze forward, where Qin Xuan stood. Qin Xuan also turned his attention to Louise. Observing her solitary stance, a cold smirk flickered in his eyes. Serves her right. Does she truly believe that clinging to the powerful will allow her to act with impunity? All right. Those who passed the preliminary selection, come forward. After ensuring Qianfeng was settled on the spirit beast, the two elders gestured for those who had passed the assessment to approach. The 5 successful candidates and the 3 recommended individuals stepped forward in unison. You have all successfully passed this preliminary selection. You will now proceed to Qianlong City for the formal assessment. Only those who excel in the official selection will be recognized as disciples of our Qin sect. Should you perform exceptionally, you may even qualify to become direct disciples, gaining your own cave dwelling and cultivation space within the sect. The mention of having one's own cave dwelling astonished Qin Xuan. Such dwellings were akin to paradises, providing resources far superior to those available to ordinary disciples. Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Now, everyone, board the spirit beast, the elder commanded, waving his hand to indicate that all present should immediately mount the creature's back. Qin Xuan turned to his family members, offering them a nod. Upon my return, inform my grandfather that I am departing. He then leaped onto the spirit beast's back, followed by the others who exchanged glances before following suit. Louis floated upward gracefully, resembling a delicate butterfly. Among the gathered disciples, a few with less self-control visibly flushed. Aside from the 3 of us, there are 8 rooms available. Please select one for yourselves. In 2 days, we shall arrive at Qianlong City. The distance between Qianlong City and Wolfing City spanned thousands of miles. If left to navigate on their own, many would likely miss the opportunity to participate in the assessment. Thus, to ensure timely arrival at Qianlong City for the final formal selection, all disciples would travel on the back of this spirit beast. As Qin Xuan surveyed the modest rooms before him, he frowned slightly. The wooden cabins atop the spirit beast were not particularly spacious, and it seemed unlikely they could accommodate 8 individuals comfortably. Shaking his head, he approached nonetheless. As he and the others neared the wooden cabin, a barrier rose around them. This formation was set by our Qin sect's formation masters. It will not only keep the interior warm as spring but also shield against most spiritual probing. Rest assured, you may remain inside without worry, the 2 elders explained. After a moment of hesitation, the gathered crowd stepped into the barrier together. The instant Qin Xuan entered the barrier, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. What had once been a simple setting now blossomed into a vibrant paradise filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. His gaze swept over the area, finally settling on the center, which housed a lavishly decorated room. A marvel of spatial manipulation. Qin Xuan silently praised. The Qin sect indeed possessed remarkable techniques, sealing this space within a barrier. From the outside, it appeared to be a mere cluster of rooms, yet within, these chambers revealed a hidden world. He strode purposefully toward the central room within the barrier. Upon pushing the door open, Qin Xuan's eyes brightened. Although the room was not expansive and its decor modest, a formation at its heart captured his attention. He could feel waves of spiritual energy surging from around it. This was a formation designed to gather spiritual energy. While its efficacy paled in comparison to a spirit-refining cauldron, it would still prove quite beneficial for ordinary disciples. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan approached the energy-gathering formation and settled into a meditative posture. According to the 2 elders, the journey from Wolfing City to Qianlong City would take 2 days, and he intended to make the most of that time. As Qin Xuan began his cultivation, in another room, an elder observed a jade disc in his hand with a nod of approval. Indeed, Qin Xuan and Lu Peng have commenced their training, and the others are preparing. Yet Lu Yi remains utterly still. Hearing this, another elder shook his head. No matter, we are merely extending a courtesy to the inner sect. This girl stands no chance of passing the formal selection. Chapter 73, The Spiraling Essence. The jade plates in the hands of the two individuals revealed that the occupants of several rooms were engrossed in their cultivation. This method enabled them to ascertain who was diligently practicing within those chambers. Upon entering, the majority of the 8 individuals promptly seized the opportunity to commence their training. However, one elder soon furrowed his brow in confusion. Why had Qin Xuan suddenly ceased utilizing the spirit-gathering array? Could it be that he possessed alternative methods for gathering spiritual energy? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Qin Xuan had already entered the Taihuang space. As he retrieved a storage ring, Qin Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Before departing, Qin Yuan had pressed a storage ring into his hand, filled to the brim with spirit stones. Although the majority were of the lower grade, he understood that for the modest Qin family of Huofeng City, even the lower grade spirit stones held immense value. After extracting the spirit stones, Qin Xuan began the alchemical process. The 2 days spent in the Taihuang space equated to 200 days, a precious interval he intended to use to break through to the earth-profound realm. However, the spiritual energy required for such an ascension was colossal. Just these spirit stones would undoubtedly be insufficient. He needed to harness the surrounding spiritual energy using the divine refining cauldron to facilitate his ascent to the earth-profound realm. Yet, prior to that, he must first elevate his realm to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dan profound realm. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan poured all the spirit stones into the divine refining cauldron. Inside, the spirit stones were swiftly refined into spiritual liquid. Once all the spirit stones had transformed, Qin Xuan absorbed the liquid into his body. With the infusion of this spiritual essence, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, propelling him rapidly upwards within the 9th layer of the Dan profound realm. After several hours, he slowly opened his eyes. He had finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dan profound realm. Next, it was time to concoct the elixir needed for his ascension to the earth profound realm. To advance, not only was an abundance of spiritual energy necessary, but also the ability to break through existing barriers. Fortunately, Qin Xuan's body had been tempered by the divine refining cauldron, leaving him nearly devoid of bottlenecks before reaching the heavenly profound realm. However, the absence of bottlenecks did not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Every elevation in realm carries the risk of failure, and should he falter, he might regress and lose his current standing, an outcome that would be utterly detrimental. Fortunately, before his departure, the Empress of the Celestial Pole had imparted methods to address such challenges. After all, she had set a goal for him to attain the Jade Clear realm within a year, clearly considering the potential for bottlenecks. The elixir known as the Earth Profound Dan was of significant assistance to cultivators seeking to transition from the Dan Profound realm to the Earth Profound realm. This elixir was classified as a 3rd-grade potion, ranking among the higher tiers within that category. Before leaving the medicinal garden, Qin Xuan had carefully selected an array of suitable herbs, ensuring that the creation of the Earth Profound Dan would pose no issue. With utmost care, Qin Xuan manipulated the flame, marking his inaugural attempt to concoct an elixir using the recently refined flame. After several hours, he nodded in satisfaction at the elixir in his hand. The process of creating the Earth Profound Dan had proceeded smoothly. Although his mental energy had been somewhat lacking during the manipulation, his familiarity with the alchemical techniques allowed him to successfully forge the elixir. Despite the torment endured over the 3 centuries, the Empress of the Celestial Pole's mastery in alchemy was indeed formidable. Though he still bore psychological scars from his experiences with her, Qin Xuan could not help but admire her alchemical prowess at this moment. Yet, he recognized that to produce higher-grade elixirs, he required greater mental energy. Clenching his fists, Qin Xuan recalled that the information imparted by the Empress included not only formations, alchemical recipes, and cultivation methods, but also insights from her own cultivation journey. It was thanks to these teachings that he could so adeptly craft elixirs. Currently, the limitation on his ability to create higher-grade elixirs stemmed from his mental energy. It seemed imperative to find a way to absorb more mental energy. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan took a deep breath and swallowed the Earth Profound Dan. The elixir dissolved instantly, releasing a potent wave of medicinal force that surged through his body. Now was the moment. Qin Xuan activated the ancient divine refining technique and commanded the divine refining cauldron to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The cauldron's capacity for energy absorption far surpassed that of the spirit-gathering array. Soon, as the divine refining cauldron continued its work, spiritual energy began to flood into it from all directions, coalescing into a vast vortex above. At that moment, two elders observing from the back of a spirit bird were left speechless by the overwhelming display above. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards the enormous vortex, which resembled a funnel, pouring its bounty into the room below. Surely, the spirit-gathering array cannot produce such an immense spectacle? One elder exclaimed, unable to contain himself. His companion quickly shook his head in response. The spirit-gathering array is merely a rudimentary formation, it cannot mobilize such a vast amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, a vortex of this magnitude would overwhelm the spirit-gathering array. As the elder spoke, his gaze shifted towards the room beneath the vortex. If memory serves, that must be Qin Xuan, right? I never anticipated he could generate such an extraordinary phenomenon. The second elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is Qin Xuan. I noted his exceptional capabilities during today's assessment. In this humble Hofeng city, he stands out, and even in Xianlong city, his cultivation would be considered remarkable. He should have no trouble entering the sect, and there may even be a chance for him to join the inner sanctum. However, after a moment's hesitation, the elder shook his head. He recently had a confrontation with Qian Feng, which may complicate matters with the inner sanctum. While Qian Feng is not a significant figure there, as an inner disciple, he may face difficulties due to the protectiveness of some. With that, the elder sighed slightly. We'll see how fate unfolds for him. Both elders remained focused on the room where Qin Xuan was situated. Just as Qin Xuan voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual energy, in another room, Lu Peng, who had been seated cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, suddenly opened his eyes in alarm. Moments ago, he had sensed a sharp decline in the surrounding spiritual energy. Initially, he had thought it a coincidence, but upon opening his eyes, he realized that the energy in his vicinity had been entirely depleted. What on earth is happening? Lu Peng exclaimed in disbelief, rising to survey his surroundings. This cannot be right. With the spirit-gathering array in place and my techniques assisting, the spiritual energy here should be intensifying, not dwindling. Confounded, he scrutinized the area until his gaze fell upon a sight that left him utterly astonished. At the horizon of his vision, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy had formed above the spirit bird. In that moment, all the surrounding spiritual energy was being drawn into the vortex. Goodness! Lu Peng exclaimed, unable to suppress his exclamation. He had intended to utilize these days to further his own cultivation and decisively surpass Qin Xuan. However, the current circumstances indicated that Qin Xuan's foundation was far deeper and more unfathomable than he had ever imagined. It is imperative to eliminate this individual, if not, he is likely to secure the top position in this selection for the Sanqing sect. I must eradicate him, or I shall find it impossible to advance further and fulfill my mission. Chapter 74, The Current State of the Sanqing Sect. As Lu Peng clenched his fists in frustration. At that moment, Qin Xuan was tirelessly absorbing the spiritual liquid from the divine refining cauldron. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged into the cauldron, which then refined it into pure spiritual liquid. This liquid was the most refined essence left after the cauldron had eliminated the impurities from the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, allowing Qin Xuan to absorb it directly. As Qin Xuan continued to take in the spiritual liquid, his danci became increasingly abundant. Boom! Moments later, upon reaching a critical point, Qin Xuan officially stepped into the realm of the earth profound. With this breakthrough, the surrounding spiritual energy began to accelerate and wildly pour into his body. After a while, the influx of spiritual energy gradually ceased. If this child can grow, his future achievements will be boundless, remarked the two elderly figures, having sensed Qin Xuan's breakthrough process. They were immensely astonished that he could reach the earth-profound realm in such a short span of time. Typically, such a breakthrough would require a significant amount of time. Yet Qin Xuan accomplished it with remarkable speed. At this moment, Qian Feng lay unconscious, and had it not been for the two elders sensing his aura, they might have assumed he had perished. This individual is merely at the bottom of the inner sect. The sect has sent such a person here merely as a whetstone to test the disciples in selection. From the outset, the sect held little hope for him. Allowing him to be here as an opportunity he himself is oblivious to, engaging in personal matters under the sect's banner. Truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. The elders discussed, turning their gaze towards Qin Xuan. Do you believe this person has the potential to become a direct disciple? After all, our Sanqing sect has not accepted a direct disciple in a decade. The current batch of direct disciples is far too comfortable and has lost their ambition. If he could become a new direct disciple, it might instill some pressure on those fellows, one elder stated, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Qin Xuan. However, the other elder shook his head slightly. It may be somewhat challenging. Although this lad possesses extraordinary strength, you are aware of how formidable those direct disciples are. Moreover, to my knowledge, this selection will not only include disciples from the Xianlong path. Whether they are heirs from ancient clans or disciples from the true spirit families, this lad may struggle against them, not to mention those few who have slumbered for countless ages. The elder continued, shaking his head, evidently skeptical about Qin Xuan's chances of becoming a direct disciple. Upon hearing this, the other elder furrowed his brow. It is indeed strange. Although our Sanqing sect has been established for over 10,000 years, predating even the Great Qin dynasty, we are merely one of the strongest sects within the Xianlong path. Above us are the Great Qin, the Divine Path sect, and several other truly powerful sects. Our standing in the eastern domain is but a drop in the ocean. Yet, why are there so many formidable figures seeking to join our sect this time? Why would the heirs from ancient clans and true spirit families choose to join us? The elder expressed his confusion, unable to comprehend. Normally, the offspring of such significant figures would not consider joining our Sanqing sect. However, prior to arriving in Huofeng City, I overheard a rumor, the other elder whispered, leaning in closer. I have heard that a powerful being has predicted the existence of a treasure beneath our sect. It is said that this treasure possesses unimaginable power. If one could acquire it, there would even be the opportunity to roam the entire continent. Upon hearing this, the elder suddenly understood. Yet, although this treasure is indeed remarkable, the number of seekers is overwhelming, and everyone desires it. Moreover, that powerful being has foreseen that to subdue this treasure, one must gain its acknowledgement. Thus, the heirs from the ancient clans and true spirit families have sent their kin to the Sanqing sect, hoping to seize this treasure through their own capabilities. This is why so many powerful figures have been dispatched this year. They all aim to contend for this treasure. The elder immediately shook his head, somewhat regretful. Years ago, our founding ancestor recognized the potential existence of valuable items below, which is why the sect was established here, hoping that one day future generations would acquire this treasure. If this treasure were obtained by the ancient clans, it would be acceptable, as they are also of the human race. However, if it fell into the hands of the true spirit families mixed with demon bloodlines, we would face great disgrace. The elder sighed, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. Upon hearing that these individuals were coming, the sect leader was nearly driven to despair. Yet, he had no choice but to accept them, as their backing is simply too powerful. Compared to them, the Great Qin dynasty is but an inconsequential pawn. They do not regard our sect at all. As the two elders lamented, Qin Xuan remained unaware of their musings. After successfully ascending to the first level of the Earth-profound realm, he began to study martial techniques. He could finally learn the latter 6 strikes of the Cunlong 9 slashes. For others, this journey would take nearly 2 days, but for Qin Xuan, it would span a full 200 days. 200 days would be ample time for him to master the latter 6 strikes of the Cunlong 9 slashes. Before participating in the official selection of the Sanqing sect, he must acquire even more powerful martial techniques. Only in doing so could he hope to compete with the various prodigies from across the land. Chapter 75, Xianlong City 2 days later. With the resounding call of the spirit bird, all individuals emerged from their meditative states and stepped out of their chambers. Well, everyone, we have arrived at Sanqing sect, announced one of the elders. A few daring souls cautiously approached the spirit bird, peering downwards. They were still thousands of feet in the air. Yet, even from this height, a colossal city sprawled beneath them, coiled majestically upon the earth like a great dragon. The vastness of this city was astonishing, far exceeding that of Huofeng City by over 1,000 times. Though Huofeng City was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to this grand metropolis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the capital of the entire Qianlong Path, Qianlong City. Its scale is not to be underestimated, ranking among the top 10 cities in the entire Deqian. Only among the top 10? Qin Xuan mused, increasingly astonished. This city stretched for hundreds of miles, and yet it could only claim a position within the top 10. One could only imagine the enormity of the capital of Deqian itself. Is our Sanqing sect located within this city? Inquired a disciple from the Sima family anxiously. Not quite. With over 1,000 inner disciples and tens of thousands of outer disciples, not to mention a multitude of servants. Such a number cannot possibly remain within Qianlong City, replied the elder. At that moment, Qian Feng emerged from his chamber, his face still swollen and bruised. Although he had consumed numerous pills to preserve his foundational strength and cultivation, the swelling on his face was not so easily remedied. He cast a venomous glance at Qin Xuan and Lu Peng, wishing fervently to hurl them from the spirit bird's back. However, upon meeting Qin Xuan's gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, fearful of confrontation. He was well aware of Qin Xuan's formidable prowess. Then why must we land here? Asked Louis, her curiosity piqued. Throughout the journey, she had refrained from cultivating, instead contemplating her preparations for the upcoming assessment. You may not be aware, but the first round of assessments is situated within Qianlong City. Only those who pass this initial trial may proceed to Sanqing sect for the subsequent evaluations. Should one fail to pass the first round, they will have to return to their origins via a flying vessel or spirit bird, Chen Feng explained. Hastily sidling up to Louis. Louis instinctively took a step back, clearly wishing to maintain distance from Chen Feng. All right, everyone, prepare for descent, the elder proclaimed, extending his hand towards the spirit bird's back, eyes closed in concentration. This was a form of spirit communication, enabling him to direct the spirit bird according to his will. Once you become an official disciple of the sect, you will have the opportunity to select a spirit beast of your liking. Qian Feng spoke fervently. And upon hearing this, another elder smiled faintly. Soon, we will commence the formal selection for the sect. Qian Feng, how do you intend to assist Missy in passing the assessment? I am quite curious. His words bore no kindness, evidently questioning Louis's abilities. Louis's expression darkened. Yet she dared not voice her feelings. At this moment, she could not even approach the other disciples of Sanqing sect, leaving her vulnerable to abandonment. She could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's expression soured, as the elder's words implied he might be accused of favoritism towards Louis. Humph. You needn't concern yourself with that, elder. I shall take full responsibility. Just as his words fell, the spirit bird began a rapid descent. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the sprawling expanse of Qianlong City below. As they descended, the surrounding skies grew increasingly crowded with spirit birds and various flying vessels. Being the capital of the Qianlong Path, Qianlong City was a hub for trade among several nearby paths, and these vessels hailed from countless cities in the vicinity. With such an influx of spirit birds and vessels, even the vastness of Qianlong City could not accommodate them all. Thus, their spirit bird would land in a designated area outside the city. That area is specifically allocated for our Sanqing sect, one elder clarified, and soon the spirit bird touched down. After a brief moment, the spirit bird landed on a clearing just outside the city. Several other spirit birds were already stationed there. Once the elders arrive, I shall take charge of the spirit birds, a servant declared, rushing forward to salute the elder. Are the others here yet? The elder inquired. Brow furrowed. The servant shook his head in haste. Not yet, a few elders from other cities are still en route. However, considering the time, they should arrive shortly. Elder. It would be prudent to hurry to the assessment grounds, otherwise, we may be delayed. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two elders signaled for the group to follow. Come. Let us depart. The entourage hastily followed the elder towards the city gates of Qianlong City, where the entrance was teeming with a crowd. Everyone was queuing to enter the city. Qianlong City was immense, and the number of visitors was staggering. For several individuals, this was their first visit. And they were utterly awestruck. Gazing up from the base of the city wall, it towered into the clouds, reaching heights of several hundred feet. On the uppermost ramparts, Numerous cultivators could be seen patrolling. In addition to these cultivators, massive cloud vessels soared above the walls. Unlike spirit birds and flying vessels, only the most powerful factions possessed such vessels, allowing them to bypass the outer restrictions. Our sect possesses a few cloud vessels, but they are utilized solely for receiving distinguished guests. Ordinarily, they remain unused, an elder elucidated. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps resonated from behind, prompting the crowd to turn in unison. A colossal elephant approached the gates, bearing a golden palanquin upon its back. The palanquin was adorned with jade wind chimes, whose crisp melodies filled the air. Through the sheer gauze surrounding the palanquin, one could faintly discern a young man seated within. Surrounding the elephant, guards clad in luxurious attire exuded an air of arrogance. Who dares to flaunt such extravagance? Qin Xuan and his companions were taken aback, astonished that the young man intended to enter on the back of an elephant. Did he not fear being turned away? The guards of Qianlong City, tasked with maintaining order, swiftly approached to intercept the elephant. Qianlong City does not abide by such recklessness. How dare you obstruct my young master's mount? The guards accompanying the elephant retorted haughtily. Hearing this, the captain of the guard stepped forward. By order of the city lord, all individuals entering the city must do so on foot. Mounts are strictly prohibited. As he spoke, the captain unsheathed his sword, ready to take action. Tianxian realm. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, noting that even the captain of the guard wielded such formidable power. It seemed that with this captain present, the young man was destined to face consequences. I fear that may not be the case. One elder interjected, shaking his head. How can this be? That young man is merely at the Dihuan realm, surely. The Tianxian realm can easily suppress him. Others voiced their opinions, evidently believing that the young man would inevitably face severe punishment. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. This world is not merely a contest of strength. The martial realm is not solely about fighting and killing, but also about the intricacies of human relationships. If I am not mistaken, this youth must be a distant descendant of an ancient clan. An ancient family, indeed. This mere captain of the guard would hardly dare to provoke. As expected. No sooner had the elder spoken than the young man atop the elephant let out a cold snort, raising his hands to reveal a cerulean bell that materialized in his grasp, followed by a resonant chime. This is not good, it is a spiritual artifact. The elder's expression changed abruptly, hastily shielding Qin Xuan and the others behind him, while conjuring a defensive barrier with his spiritual energy. With the sound of the bell echoing, the captain of the guard, standing at the forefront, suddenly turned pale, his entire being ensnared in a daze. What manner of object is this, capable of disrupting his consciousness? Simultaneously, the attendant beside the young man sprang into action, swiftly drawing his blade and darting towards the captain, raising his hand to sever the captain's throat. A brazen act of murder in broad daylight. Chapter 76, The White Tiger Clan. In an instant, the crowd erupted into screams, scattering in all directions. An enemy attack. The guards bellowed, immediately ringing the large bell at the city gate. The tolling of the bell summoned reinforcements from every corner. Who dares to wreak havoc in Qianlong City? Seize him, and execute him with extreme cruelty. The cries of murder echoed from all around, clearly indicating that this young man had incited the wrath of the populace by brazenly committing murder in public. Yet, the youth merely sneered as his retinue of guards sprang into action, encircling him protectively. Heavenly profound realm. To everyone's astonishment, all of the young man's guards were masters of the heavenly profound realm. Such prowess would make one a city lord in most cities along the Qianlong path, yet here, they were merely his attendants. Summon the lord of Qianlong City to meet me. The youth emerged from his palanquin, raising his voice to a thunderous roar that resonated with an underlying tiger's growl. What connection does this man have with the ancient White Tiger clan? The elder of the Tsangqing sect turned pale, clearly apprehensive at the portent of the youth's roar. As the sound faded, those who had approached to assail the youth hesitated. Only a few foolhardy individuals, still oblivious to the changing tides, charged forward. Just as the youth's command fell, a matching roar resounded from within the city. The clear voice instantly quelled the tumultuous crowd. I am Yuan Qing, the lord of Qianlong City. I am unaware of which heir of the White Tiger clan has graced our humble abode, and I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Please, forgive my oversight. A tall middle-aged man soared from the city towards them. A master of the upper clear realm. Qin Xuan gasped in astonishment, indeed. These were members of the White Tiger clan. The two elders hastily stepped aside, allowing passage. The White Tiger clan? This was the first time Qin Xuan had heard of such a family, but judging by the apprehensive demeanor of those around, it was evidently a force to be reckoned with. Yuan Chang? A member of the Yuan royal family? Even if the emperor of the Yuan family were present, he would not dare to confront me. How dare a mere city lord of Qianlong challenge me? Hearing this, Yuan Chang's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Smiling at the youth before him. My apologies, young sir. I have not managed my affairs well, and my subordinates have offended your carriage. It is my fault. So I hope you will bear with me. As he spoke, Yuan Chang cast a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground and subtly shook his head. Remove this filth at once, lest it spoil the refined taste of the ancient noble. At this, the guards exchanged uneasy glances. But the overwhelming circumstances compelled them to bow their heads and comply. Might I inquire your esteemed title, so that I may prepare some fine wine for your refreshment? Yuan Chang was exceedingly cautious. The identity of the youth was no trifling matter, even if he were merely a branch of the White Tiger clan. He was not someone Yuan Chang could afford to provoke. I am known as Gu Shintong, the youth stated haughtily, guiding his elephant into the city. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. It appeared another formidable figure was heading toward the Tsungqing sect. Truly, times were tumultuous, and with so many powerful individuals converging upon them, great trouble loomed ahead. The two elders exchanged glances, clearly resigned. Heading towards the Tsungqing sect? Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Tsungqing sect harbored significant secrets. Come. Follow me, I shall take you to the gathering place, which is also the site of the upcoming assessment. The group of candidates, having just experienced a harrowing encounter, had grown markedly subdued. In Holfeng City, they may have been the cream of the crop, but here, they were hardly noteworthy. The Lord of Qianlong City, a master of the upper clear realm, was being so brazenly addressed. In contrast, they were mere novices in the realm of Dan Profound. Thus, as they made their way to the exam site, they remained profoundly silent. Soon, they arrived at a bustling square, teeming with people. So many individuals. The sight left the crowd in a state of disbelief. The turnout was overwhelming. Across the hundreds of cities along the Qianlong path, the Tsungqing sect oversaw over 100 cities, and Holfeng City was but a small town, thus only allotted 5 spots. The larger cities had significantly more vacancies. Adding those with other talents, it was no surprise that thousands had gathered. All right, you 5, step into the square to prepare for the formal assessment. You 3, come with me, you are our specially recommended talents and shall undergo a distinct evaluation. Xian Feng declared, casting a fiery gaze at Louis. Follow me. I shall introduce you to some senior brothers. Louis frowned but acquiesced. How brazenly obvious. The others whispered as Qian Feng led Louis away. Qin Xuan chose to ignore their murmurs. This woman relied solely on others for support, and he held her in little regard. Proceed, and once everyone has arrived, we shall commence the formal selection. Chapter 77. The selection begins. Qin Xuan and others were ushered to the side. As they surveyed the throngs of people around them, a sense of concern washed over the crowd. The competition was dauntingly fierce. According to past traditions, only about 20 inner disciples typically passed the annual assessment, while over 100 outer disciples made the cut. With such a terrifying elimination rate, one could hardly hope to succeed, sighed a disciple from the Sima family. Unlike the members of those smaller clans, he had been sent by the Sima family at great expense. If he were to be eliminated without gaining anything, it would mean that the investment would have been in vain. Qin Xuan's gaze swept across the crowd, silently appraising the strength of the individuals present. Most of the disciples had cultivation levels above the 7th stage of Danxian, with very few below the threshold. Furthermore, at least 40% of them were at the Earth realm. The presence of so many Earth realm cultivators indicated that a considerable number of talented individuals had chosen to come to the Tsungqing sect for this selection. Brother Qin, Do you know why there are so many experts participating in the Sanqing sect's selection this time? At that moment, Lu Peng approached Qin Xuan and lowered his voice. Qin Xuan had always remained wary of Lu Peng, and he merely shook his head in response. I certainly do not know, I suppose everyone has their own reasons. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's dismissive reply, Lu Peng's expression darkened. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and smiled, continuing to explain, this is information I spent a fortune to uncover. I have heard that after this selection, the Sanqing sect will seal its doors for 10 years and will no longer accept disciples. Thus, everyone is eager to showcase their abilities and seize the opportunity to participate in this selection. A closure of the sect. Qin Xuan's eyelids twitched. Such a closure was a significant matter. How could the Sanqing sect make such a decision lightly? Moreover, the Sanqing sect governed over 100 cities in the Qianlong path. If it were to close its doors, would the talented disciples of the coming decade simply be lost to others? Was something monumental about to transpire in the Qianlong path? Or was there an issue within the Sanqing sect itself? Qin Xuan pondered rapidly yet maintained an impassive expression. Who can truly know? Until the Sanqing sect makes an official announcement, it is best to treat such matters as mere speculation. Listening to Qin Xuan's non-committal remarks, Lu Peng's expression grew even more unpleasant. However, he suppressed his irritation and pressed on. Brother Qin, I have another matter to discuss with you, which is crucial for our upcoming assessment. If you are inclined, why not join forces? Together, we would surely be able to best our competitors and perhaps even claim the top spot. Lu Peng spoke urgently, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Qin Xuan. Here we go again. This Lu Peng had made repeated attempts to draw him in. What was he truly after? Although his words seemed grandiose, Qin Xuan would not fall for his deceit. To him, the secrets surrounding this individual were too numerous, and joining forces would only invite trouble. With that thought, Qin Xuan resolutely declined. We are strangers before this selection, why would we suddenly act like brothers? Moreover, I wish to see if I can secure the first place in this selection. If we were to join forces, we would ultimately compete against each other. I think it would be best to pass on this. As he spoke, Qin Xuan moved to the other side. Upon witnessing Qin Xuan's decisive rejection, Lu Peng clenched his fists. If you refuse the offered wine, then I shall send you to your doom. As more and more people rushed in from outside the city. 2 hours later, a melodious bell rang out. The previously noisy square fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the front. There, at the end of the square, several figures hastily approached. In just a few breaths, they reached the center of the square. Leading the group was an elderly man with a pale visage and white hair, holding a wine gourd, appearing somewhat inebriated as he surveyed the crowd. Behind him stood several elegant and striking male and female disciples. The elder let out a belch and strode to the center of the square, where a massive stone table, shaped like a great yin-yang symbol, awaited. Is everyone assembled? The elder squinted through his hazy gaze, yawning before looking around the gathered crowd, shaking his head. The younger generation truly pales in comparison. Most of you here wouldn't even qualify to pass the preliminary selection in my day. At this remark, the crowd stirred, yet no one dared to respond. The reason was clear. This elder had reached the pinnacle of the Jade Purity realm and could step into the Upper Purity realm at any moment. Such prowess rendered the gathered disciples of the Danxian and Earth realms silent. However, the elder's gaze lingered on a few individuals, his surprise evident as he observed them. I almost overlooked some promising young talents. Well done, well done. With effort, you might surpass this old man one day. After a cheerful remark, the elder cleared his throat and raised his chin. I am Fu Yunzi, the chief examiner for the first round of the Sanqing sect's entrance assessment. I shall preside over this first round. Fu Yunzi declared, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. At that moment, Qin Xuan distinctly felt the elder's gaze pause briefly upon him. Next came the first round of assessment. This year's preliminary round differed from those of the past. Some may already be aware that the sect will seal its doors for 10 years following this selection, hence the influx of participants. Raising an eyebrow, the elder addressed the throng below. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 individuals present, far too many. Therefore, the rules for this round would be elimination-based. As he spoke, he struck the stone table lightly with his hand. Buzz! The stone table trembled, and the great yin-yang symbol began to spin rapidly. Moments later, beams of light surged forth from the symbol. These beams converged in the air and collided, forming a massive barrier of light that enveloped all present. Now I shall announce the rules for this assessment, the elder stated, gesturing towards the distance, where a great beam of light shot into the sky. That was a massive teleportation array. Now that it is evening, listen closely. Any cultivator who reaches the teleportation array before sunset may use it to depart for the next assessment location. However, to filter out those who do not belong, the teleportation array has a limit of 2,000 people. Should that number be exceeded, the array will self-destruct. Now, let the assessment commence. With that, the elder soared into the sky. You few, maintain order here and see to those who do not pass the assessment. The next location will have individuals to receive those who succeed in the first round. After concluding his instructions, the elder immediately flew off into the distance. Charge! Someone shouted within the light array, rushing towards the teleportation array miles away. Chapter 78, The Test of Endurance. With a leader emerging, others quickly followed suit. The teleportation array could accommodate only 2,000 individuals, implying that those who reached it first would pass the assessment, while those lagging behind would face elimination. The warning from Floating Cloud Master about arriving at the teleportation array before sunset was dismissed as mere jest. The distance from the square to the teleportation array was merely a few dozen miles, and they believed they could reach it in no time. Thus, they perceived the first stage of the assessment as exceedingly simple. However, shortly after setting off, they encountered unforeseen difficulties. Why is this so heavy? Why has my speed diminished so drastically? Nearly everyone shouted in frustration. They had not anticipated that each step would demand considerable exertion. Soon, they were drenched in sweat. Ah! It must be the formation. At this moment, someone finally grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly the formation at work. Amidst the chaos, Qin Xuan cast a calm glance at the formation above him and proceeded forward with unhurried determination. His pace remained steady, he neither accelerated nor lagged behind. Simply advancing with poise. The essence of this selection lay in elimination. As long as one could secure a position in the top half, they would successfully progress. Therefore, it was unnecessary to squander time in this round, a steady advance sufficed. As for the formation, the moment it illuminated, he discerned its function. Quite simply, within the radius of this formation, every individual experienced a force equivalent to 10 times their usual weight. This meant they could advance at merely 1/10 of their regular speed. Although these individuals were quite formidable within their respective city realms, the pressure of tenfold weight would significantly hinder even the most skilled, causing their speed to plummet. Consequently, the disparity among participants became glaringly apparent. Ha ha ha! Lu Pang laughed maniacally as he sprinted ahead. Though he bore greater pressure, his physical prowess far surpassed that of others, allowing him to disregard this burden. After dashing past Qin Xuan, Lu Peng shot him a provocative glance, evidently aiming to incite a reaction. Fool! Qin Xuan disregarded him entirely, continuing his march forward. There was no need to waste time and energy on such trivial matters. His sole objective in this round was to secure a place in the upper half. After all, the purpose of this round was to eliminate half of the participants due to the sheer number involved. Observing Qin Xuan's unwavering demeanor, Lu Peng merely snorted coldly before accelerating away towards the critical point, while Qin Xuan maintained his own pace. For him, the only concern was sustaining this speed. He need not fret about anything else. As he progressed, he glanced sideways. At this point, many cultivators who had initially surged ahead were now utterly exhausted and unable to move. They had overestimated their stamina, expending their energy prematurely, leaving them incapacitated at this juncture. Qin Xuan surveyed the scene briefly before resuming his forward motion. During his 300 years in the celestial tomb, his body had been meticulously nurtured. And with the assistance of the spirit-refining cauldron, his physical constitution was undoubtedly superior to that of others. Furthermore, he possessed a trace of the Huanglong bloodline within him. Though it was merely a fragment, it was sufficiently remarkable. Even Lu Peng, currently ranked in the top 10, could not match him in physicality. Thus, even without actively pursuing speed, Qin Xuan found himself among the top 100. Although the overall quality of this cohort was relatively poor, a few exceptional individuals still emerged. At this moment, several inner disciples overseeing the formation were scrutinizing the multitude of disciples below, continuously providing commentary. Despite being merely the first round, it was evident that many insights could be gleaned from it. The outstanding disciples typically distinguished themselves in this initial phase, particularly those ranked in the top 10. It could be said that as long as they encountered no major setbacks in subsequent rounds, they would excel remarkably. However, beyond the top 10, isolated exceptional talents occasionally appeared among the remaining participants, albeit rarely. It appears these 10 individuals warrant attention. Let us review their profiles. As they were responsible for the assessment, they naturally held considerable information on the participants. The individual ranked first was Joe Kelly from Xianyu City, boasting a cultivation level of Earth Profound 4th layer. The strongest among all disciples participating in the assessment, making him the most likely candidate for victory. Among the thousands of disciples vying for selection, one person stood out, leading the pack and creating a significant distance between himself and those following. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Clearly, Joe Kelly's performance was indeed captivating. Indeed, he merits closer observation. We should endeavor to recruit him. Our leader, Qinglong, would undoubtedly be interested. However, behind him, the third-ranked individual also appeared to possess potential. This lad's physical constitution is remarkably robust. Merely at the 9th layer of Dan Profound, yet he outmatches numerous Earth Profound cultivators. If we could align him with Qinglong, we would decisively surpass Xu Ke and his cohort. Some had taken note of Lu Peng's impressive physique. There is merit in considering this individual. But he carries the bloodline of a barbarian, Qinglong may not favor him. The lead inner disciple remarked, glancing over Lu Peng's information. Aside from these two, there was little necessity to recruit others. While they were decent, they lacked the qualifications to associate with Qinglong. Just as the lead disciple prepared to depart, another inner disciple, who had remained silent, suddenly pointed below. Look at that individual, he seems to possess some potential. Following his gesture, the group turned their gaze towards Qin Xuan. What is so special about this fellow? First layer of Earth Profound? His cultivation is mediocre, barely making it into the top 100. What kind of vision is that? This person is of little consequence. The lead inner disciple shook his head dismissively after a brief glance at Qin Xuan. Only a small fraction of disciples could enter the inner sect, the top 100 could only aspire to be outer sect disciples. However, I observed from the beginning, while the speeds of others varied greatly, one individual maintained a consistent pace throughout. This indicates he has conserved his strength and has not exerted himself fully. The inner disciple quickly explained. Upon hearing this, the lead disciple furrowed his brow, regarding Qin Xuan with newfound intrigue. After scrutinizing him for a spell, he appeared somewhat astonished. This lad truly possesses some merit, let me ascertain his city of origin. As he accessed the profile, a mere glance caused his interest to wane. No need to monitor him further, he has incurred the ire of the Zhao family. Someone wishes for his demise, he shan't survive this entry examination. Chapter 79, Under Surveillance What? The Zhao family has set their sights on us? How come we never heard about this? The other inner disciples gathered around, clearly intrigued. Hey! Such matters cannot be casually spread around. Originally, I was designated to oversee the second round, but someone advised me to turn a blind eye at the appropriate moment. This individual has quite a formidable backing and is affiliated with the Zhao family, so I refrained from saying much. Then yesterday, an elder approached me, instructing me to oversee the first round instead, while someone else would take over the second round. The leading inner disciple continued, lowering his voice. The one responsible for the second round is Zhao Zhang, known as the Bloodclad Warrior. What? It's him? The others gasped, aware of Zhao Zhang's fearsome reputation for his combat prowess and ruthless nature. They feared for Qin Xuan's life in this scenario. Upon hearing Zhao Zhang's name, several present shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Qin Xuan, evidently believing his demise was inevitable. Thus, I say, there's no need to waste time on a doomed soul. Let us instead observe for other talented disciples." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, redirecting their gaze towards other candidates. Unbeknownst to Qin Xuan, he continued to progress at his own pace. Soon, Joe Kelly arrived at the formation, observing the distance between himself and the others with a hint of disdain. He had initially intended to wait a year or two, hoping to elevate his cultivation before attempting to become a direct disciple of the Tsanqing sect. However, upon learning that the sect would soon close its doors along with a multitude of individuals he could not contend with joining, he felt compelled to participate in this selection. To him, the disciples participating alongside him were inconsequential. They were merely a bunch of weaklings. His true rivals were the direct disciples. Those who had not been recruited for a decade. Those were the ones he aimed to challenge. Glancing at the crimson sun, which still had some time before it sank below the horizon, Joe Kelly smiled before stepping into the formation. A flash of light surrounded him, and he vanished from sight, leaving behind a barely perceptible crack in the formation. Humph. Upon witnessing Joe Kelly enter the formation, Lu Peng and another disciple's expressions darkened considerably. They desperately tried to keep pace with him, but Joe Kelly, relying on his superior cultivation, consistently outpaced them. Thus, despite their annoyance, they could only watch helplessly. After a stick of incense had passed, Lu Peng finally reached the teleportation array. He too turned back to look, observing Qin Xuan steadily approaching from afar. A cold smirk crept across his lips. It seemed he had been overly concerned. This person's strength was nothing remarkable. Yet, the audacity of this individual to defy him could not be overlooked. He must be eliminated. With that thought, Lu Peng stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing from sight. As he left, another crack appeared on the array. As time passed, more and more individuals began to step into the teleportation array, and soon the cracks became increasingly pronounced. Everyone understood that the Tsanqing sect had set this mechanism. Once it reached 2,000 participants, the formation would self-destruct. By the time Qin Xuan arrived at the formation, the crack had become quite evident. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The surrounding white light flickered, and in an instant, he vanished from his previous location. As the white light gradually dissipated, Qin Xuan found himself in a vast plaza. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed no sign of the Tsanqing sect. Only a few inner disciples clad in the sect's attire standing guard. Upon seeing Qin Xuan emerge from the formation, these disciples nodded and handed him a wooden token inscribed with a number. "You have successfully passed the first round. As night falls, please find a place to rest over there. The second round of selections will commence here tomorrow." Listening to this, Qin Xuan nodded slightly, taking the wooden token and looking in the direction indicated. Beyond the plaza lay a row of wooden cabins. It was evident that these cabins had been hastily constructed specifically for the selection process. Gazing down at the wooden token, he noted the number 98. This indicated his sequence of passage through the teleportation array. Once Qin Xuan departed, one of the disciples, with a glint in his eye, concocted an excuse to leave the others behind. He opened his Qianquan ring and retrieved a scroll, a portrait of Qin Xuan. Confirming its authenticity, he excitedly stowed the portrait away and proceeded to the other side of the plaza. There, a young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fixated on the horizon. "Young Master Zhao Zhang, he has passed the assessment, number 98. Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth turned, his gaze sharp with murderous intent. "Good. Thank you for your efforts. Here are your spiritual stones as compensation, but regarding what transpires here today." Zhao Zhang left his sentence hanging. Yet the meaning was unmistakable to the inner disciple. "Of course, rest assured, young master. I know nothing of today's events." Shaking the spiritual stones in his hand, the disciple beamed and promptly departed. Qin Xuan. To dare kill a disciple of the Zhao family, you will pay dearly for your transgressions. Zhao Zhang clenched his fists tightly, nearly overcome with the urge to eliminate Qin Xuan immediately. With the wooden token in hand, Qin Xuan approached the row of wooden cabins, only to be halted by someone. "Show me your token." After briefly displaying his wooden token, the individual pointed to the cabins behind him. "There are 100 rooms here, and only the first 100 may select a room. The next 500 will have tents, and beyond that, one must sleep under the stars. You may choose any unoccupied room. If no one is present, hang your token on the door. If someone occupies it, it will depend on your strength. If you can defeat them, you may choose to swap token numbers. Just a reminder, while the first 2,000 are considered successful, the higher your rank, the more advantageous your position will be in the next round. After saying this, the inner disciple gestured for Qin Xuan to begin selecting a room. Does the Tsunqing sect truly permit disciples to engage in combat amongst themselves? Qin Xuan inquired, somewhat taken aback, as some sects strictly forbade such encounters. While internal conflict is generally prohibited, during these times the sect encourages disciples to spar, as it enhances the overall strength. Since Qin Xuan ranked within the top 100, he was treated with courtesy by the inner disciple. Nodding in understanding, Qin Xuan began to select a room. At this moment, only 2 cabins remained unoccupied. And Qin Xuan was not particularly choosy, he selected one at random and entered. After securing the room, he hung his token on the door and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Time was of the essence. Although he held confidence in his own strength, he recognized his cultivation level was still somewhat lacking. Not to mention, Joe Kelly had already reached the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, qualifying him as an inner disciple even in prestigious sects like the Divine Path sect. With this in mind, Qin Xuan felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on him. One must swiftly elevate one's own cultivation. As more individuals entered the camp, the last wooden cabin was soon chosen, leaving others with no choice but to occupy the tents. The sky gradually began to darken. Once the sun finally set, the formation self-destructed, and the last few who passed through it appeared as if they had survived a calamity. Filled with exhilaration, Senior Brother Fu, Senior Brother Zhao requests your presence. At that moment, several inner disciples hurried to the camp, addressing the disciple guarding the area. Senior Brother Zhao is looking for me? Very well, I shall go at once. Zhao Zhang was the inner disciple assigned to oversee this round of assessments, and he was obliged to heed Zhao Zhang's directives. Rest assured, we will stand guard tonight, there will be no issues, the inner disciples assured him, urging Senior Brother Fu to depart. Once he left, they secured the camp's entrance, blocking the last 2 individuals attempting to enter. What are you doing? On what grounds do you prevent us from passing? The 2 were incensed as they confronted the blocking disciples. They had exerted tremendous effort to finally stumble through the formation, and now they were being barred from entry. This was intolerable. In response, the inner disciples exchanged mocking glances and seized their tokens. On what basis? You lot, the dregs of the group, how dare you think you are worthy of participating in the next round of assessments? You should never have been qualified for this. Though they had lost their tokens, the 2 could do nothing to gain entry. You there, escort them back to Xinlong City and have them return the way they came. The inner disciples summoned others to ensure the 2 were sent back. After this selection of talents, Tsunqing sect would seal its doors for a decade. They felt no concern whatsoever. Moreover, offending such worthless individuals was of no consequence. Once the 2 were dismissed, the inner disciples stood at the camp's entrance, anxiously awaiting something. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Before long, a figure clad in a black robe approached. The individual concealed their face beneath a mask. Is everything prepared? Upon hearing this, the inner disciple hastily nodded and handed over the token. Once inside, act swiftly, otherwise it may easily attract the attention of the elders and senior brothers on patrol. The figure in the black robe cackled sinisterly. Fear not. Dealing with a mere junior is as effortless as crushing an ant. I assure you, this Qin Xuan will not survive beyond an hour. Chapter 80, Midnight Assault. Confident in the strength of the cloaked figure, the group nodded in agreement and handed over the token, allowing him entry into the camp. Room 98 was the designated location. After informing the figure of Qin Xuan's wooden plaque number, the inner disciples began to prepare the formation, a means of self-preservation. After all, this was a sect assessment. Should anyone perish, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. However, they could easily deflect blame by claiming that someone else had entered with the wooden plaque. The few remaining individuals, unnoticed by others, would leave no trace of who had secured the final qualifications. The sect's inquiries would ultimately not lead to them. How audacious for a mere family from Huofeng City to offend the 4 major families of Xuanlong City. The Zhao family boasts disciples in several major sects. Their influence is vast, and we cannot afford to offend them. Yet, he dares? One remarked coldly, evidently ridiculing Qin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the others chimed in agreement. Yet, one voiced a lingering concern, isn't this risky? Senior brother Zhao Zhang is merely ranked over 200 on the inner list, he may not be able to protect us. The inner list ranks all inner disciples based on their combat prowess. Another shook his head dismissively. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Zhao Zhang is a direct descendant of the Zhao family. Besides, isn't there an elder within our sect who shares the Zhao surname? Have you forgotten Elder Zhao Song? Senior brother Zhao Zhang is his nephew, how could he not protect him? Moreover, I've heard that this year's influx of formidable talents has left the sect leader overwhelmed, unsure of how to arrange them. The sect hardly has the bandwidth to concern itself with our matters. The others nodded in realization, though one remained puzzled. This year's Zhou Kelly and Lu Ping may be impressive, but they hardly seem capable of causing the sect leader such distress. Immediately, the others began to deride him. Oldly, your information is sorely lacking. The true formidable individuals are not these. The selection? Those who possess true influence do not require a selection process. They have already entered our main valley and will not appear here. Those participating in this selection lack significant backgrounds. The truly influential have long since made their way into our main valley. After mocking the uninformed individual, they departed the camp and activated the protective formation. From here, they merely needed to wait for the cloaked figure to complete his task and release him. As for whether he could eliminate Qin Xuan, that was a foregone conclusion. The Zhao family had sent someone whose strength was assured. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan was meditating in his room when he suddenly became alert. Someone was approaching. Their cultivation at the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm, quite formidable indeed. It seemed they were coming for him. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan unsheathed his Wufeng sword, preparing for the confrontation. Moments later, the figure appeared outside Qin Xuan's room. However, instead of entering directly, he exhaled a cloud of tranquilizing powder into the room. This specially concocted powder was colorless and odorless, yet its effects were remarkable, even he had to consume an antidote before daring to release it. After dispersing the powder and hearing no response within, he cautiously opened the door. In an instant, a black heavy sword descended from above, aimed directly at him. Alarmed, the cloaked figure, possessing considerable skill and vigilance, quickly sensed the danger and spun to defend himself. Clang! A glistening dagger intercepted the strike of the Wufeng sword. You dare to resist instead of fleeing? You are courting death. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. The dagger had barely managed to deflect the Wufeng sword, which continued its relentless assault. Damn it! The cloaked figure swiftly retreated, intending to evade Qin Xuan's blow and leverage his cultivation to suppress him. Had he remained steadfast, perhaps he could have withstood Qin Xuan's attack. However, as he stepped back, Qin Xuan relentlessly pursued him. The Canlong 9 slashes enveloped the opponent like a flood. The sword light fell like rain, leaving the cloaked figure in a state of panic. How can this be? This boy has only just entered the Earth Profound Realm, yet he can contend with me? The cloaked figure could hardly believe the ferocity of Qin Xuan's assault. To his astonishment, all his own attacks were being suppressed. Desperation set in. Realizing that if this continued, his fate would be dire, the cloaked figure resorted to extreme measures. He retracted the dagger and produced a small bell, hurling it toward Qin Xuan with all his might. As the bell flew, it expanded rapidly, aiming to envelop Qin Xuan. Clang! A melodious chime echoed from the bell, and a wave of sound enveloped Qin Xuan, causing him to feel dizzy. However, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of others, and he quickly regained clarity. A fine object, this is a mid-grade magical artifact. Instead of retreating, Qin Xuan surged forward, evading the bell's strike and swinging the Wufeng sword once more. You dare! The cloaked man raised his hand, recalling the bell, and attempted to crash it down heavily from above, hoping to force Qin Xuan back. Humph! Qin Xuan snickered coldly, advancing relentlessly, charging towards him. You! The cloaked figure was struck with terror as he beheld Qin Xuan's reckless approach, hastily attempting to retreat. The audacity of Qin Xuan's life-and-death gamble left him no choice but to flee. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. What he had presumed to be a simple task had turned into a formidable challenge. Despite being 6 minor realms higher, he could neither subdue Qin Xuan nor escape the overwhelming pressure. Fear gripped him as he contemplated the repercussions of failing his mission. Hastily, he retreated, creating distance while swiftly drawing the dagger across his fingertip, letting several drops of blood fall onto the bell. Clang! The bell resonated with a clear sound, transforming into a vivid crimson hue. Die! The cloaked figure grasped the blood-red bell tightly and swung it forcefully at Qin Xuan. In mere moments, the once palm-sized bell expanded to a height of 2 men, descending to trap Qin Xuan within. Ha! Boy, what will you do now? This bell was his life's magical treasure. Realizing he could not suppress Qin Xuan, he infused it with his essence blood to enhance its power, intending to confine Qin Xuan within. Now, it's my turn. He cast several formation flags to isolate the commotion in Qin Xuan's room and began to strike the bell madly. Ding! 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 Each strike sent sound waves toward Qin Xuan, targeting his mental faculties rather than his physical form. The sound waves would bounce back and forth within the bell, layering their assault ceaselessly. Moreover, each strike of the woofing sword against the bell would generate echoes that would rebound toward Qin Xuan. This is not good. Feeling his mental energy under relentless attack, Qin Xuan realized the precariousness of his situation and promptly entered the Taiwan space. In this realm, regardless of the surrounding assaults, he would find safety. Moreover, with the divine refining cauldron at his disposal, he felt emboldened to confront his adversary. However, the pressing question remained: what should he do next? Qin Xuan pondered, troubled by the fact that the bell was the opponent's treasure, entirely under their control. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Eureka! With a flicker of intention, a jade emerged from the Qin Xuan ring. This was a medium-grade magical artifact he had previously seized from Li Meng, who had yet to harness its full potential. The woofing sword was also a medium-grade artifact, and together with the bell, they formed a triumvirate of magical items. A bold thought flashed through Qin Xuan's mind. If 3 artifacts of equal grade could be fused into a singular, higher-grade treasure, then surely he could refine these 3 items into one. Although he could not penetrate the bell, he could certainly utilize the divine refining cauldron to refine it. With this resolution, Qin Xuan summoned the divine refining cauldron and promptly cast the woofing sword and jade into it. With a surge of intent, the cauldron ignited with 5 elemental flames, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from the bell. The cloaked figure outside furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unfolding events. However, his expression soon morphed into one of horror. This was disastrous. His life bell had lost control. Although this bell was his life artifact, Qin Xuan wielded the divine refining cauldron, an immensely precious artifact even in the upper realms, something he could not contest. Buzz! Accompanied by a mournful wail, the blood bell shrank rapidly. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of sword light erupted, slicing toward the cloaked figure. No! The figure screamed in agony, utterly unable to defend himself, as his chest was pierced. To maintain the bell's form, he had expended an excessive amount of essence, and in the throes of the backlash, he could not react in time to the sudden ambush. Swish! Qin Xuan had no intention of claiming his life immediately. Taking advantage of the cloaked figure's weakened state, he swiftly delivered several strikes, severing the man's dantian and crippling his meridians. Now, who sent you? Qin Xuan demanded, his sword coldly pressed against the figure's throat, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 81, a series of sneak attacks. It is finished. All is lost. The figure cloaked in black silently recited these words within his mind. With his dantian rendered useless, he had undeniably become a mere shell of his former self. This, in turn, made it impossible for him to contend against Qin Xuan. Clang! The black-clad man's mask was deftly dislodged by a sword strike from Qin Xuan, who furrowed his brow upon glimpsing the face beneath. He did not recognize him. He was evidently not from Huofeng City. Casting a glance at the array flags scattered around, Qin Xuan swiftly raised his hand and placed several more flags in the vicinity. Thus, as long as the house remained intact, no one outside could eavesdrop on their conversation. Still attempting to resist, are we? Qin Xuan snorted disdainfully, pressing the tip of his sword against the man's throat and applying slight pressure. Hiss! The blade pierced the skin, and blood began to drip down the edge. So? You choose silence, do you? Qin Xuan pivoted the sword slightly, drawing it downwards to carve a crimson line across the man's flesh. Did you know that in the realm of mortals, some individuals have devised various torturous methods to extract confessions? Among these is the gruesome technique of skinning. Qin Xuan's gaze was icy as he continued his threats. One method involves the use of mercury. A small incision is made at the spine, and mercury is poured into the opening. Due to its weight, the mercury separates flesh and skin, resulting in remarkably intact human hides. Have you heard of the human stick? This involves severing the limbs and stuffing the body into a large vat, leaving only the head exposed. I have heard that certain sorcerers utilize this method for their nefarious crafts. Tell me, would you prefer to be skinned alive, or transformed into a human stick? With a few rats tossed into your vat? Rats are known to devour anything when hungry. They might very well start feasting on you from within. As Qin Xuan's words echoed, the cloaked man began to tremble. While he feared not death, he was terrified of such humiliation. Ah! And do not even think of biting your tongue to escape this fate. That will not end your life. Qin Xuan smiled slyly at him. Now, reveal to me your true master, and I may grant you a swift end. Should you wish to protect your lord, I shall procure some rats right now. This was Qin Xuan's final warning. He had no desire to waste further time with this man. I will speak. At this moment, the black-clad man finally lowered his head in defeat. My name is Zhao Ping, a lesser branch disciple of the Zhao family, often overlooked by my clan. Zhao Zheng sent me. If I eliminate you, I shall secure a place in the family lineage for myself. Zhao Zheng? Qin Xuan was taken aback. He could not recall having offended this Zhao Zheng. Could it be the Zhao family of Xiansong City? Understanding dawned upon him. The Zhao family is a prominent clan in Xiansong City, and it is not uncommon for their disciples to infiltrate the Tsunqing sect. However, he never anticipated such swift retaliation from the Zhao family. A group of inept fools, too afraid of the ancestral edict in Huofeng City, resorted to such underhanded schemes here. Qin Xuan chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze intently upon the man. How significant is the Zhao family's influence within the Tsunqing sect? Besides Zhao Zheng, who else from the Zhao family wields power? Zhao Ping felt compelled to divulge everything. The Zhao family is one of the 4 great clans in Xiansong City. Thus their members can be found throughout the 5 major sects of the Xiansong path. It is fair to say that the Zhao family holds considerable sway within the Tsunqing sect. Zhao Zheng, whom I mentioned earlier, is a disciple within the inner sect. In addition to Zhao Zheng, there are numerous branch disciples of the Zhao family within the Tsunqing sect, and I am one of them. Our strength is average. But the Zhao family possesses 2 true pillars within the Tsunqing sect, one being the esteemed elder Zhao Song, who has reached the 8th level of the upper purity realm. His presence alone ensures that the other disciples dare not offend the Zhao family lightly. Listening to this, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. While the upper purity realm is formidable, it should not instill such fear in so many. Is it truly the case that Zhao Zhang would be audacious enough to send you to assassinate me? Qin Xuan found it hard to believe that the situation was so straightforward. Certainly, while the upper purity realm is powerful, the threshold for inner sect elders is precisely that realm. Merely being in the upper purity realm is insufficient to grant him such confidence. The true foundation of the Zhao family within the Tsunqing sect stems from the last direct disciple, Zhao Jingyan, who joined the sect a decade ago. The last direct disciple. Qin Xuan's gaze sharpened at this revelation. Though this was his first participation in the Tsunqing sect's assessments, he had researched its history. Nestled within the mountains, the Tsunqing sect is divided into 12 main peaks and 108 subsidiary peaks. The sect's prosperity in the past was built upon the legacies found on these 12 main peaks. Each year, after accepting new disciples, the Tsunqing sect assigns them based on their talents and lineage. Those lacking sufficient aptitude are relegated to the subsidiary peaks, becoming outer disciples, while those with exceptional talents ascend to the 12 main peaks, becoming inner disciples. Direct disciples, however, are an entirely different matter. If inner disciples choose the peaks they wish to join, direct disciples are chosen by the peaks themselves. A direct disciple is one who is highly regarded by a main peak, receiving the complete teachings of that peak, hence their designation. At the height of its power, each of the 12 main peaks had a Tai Ching realm elder overseeing it, while the 108 subsidiary peaks were governed by elders of the upper purity realm. With 12 main peaks and 12 direct disciples, the Sanqing sect was once more formidable than even one of the 5 major sects of the Great Qian, the Shindao sect. However, as time passed, the Sanqing sect has experienced a gradual decline. In the past, 12 peaks boasted 12 direct disciples, but many years ago, only 4 peaks continued to select direct disciples, leaving the sect with but 4 in total. While the remaining 8 peaks had inner disciples, none could claim the title of direct disciple. Initially, it was believed that these 4 would be the last of their kind, but a decade ago, Zhao Jingyan joined the Sanqing sect, igniting a once dormant main peak and subsequently becoming the 5th direct disciple. This Zhao Jingyan appears to be quite influential. Qin Xuan stroked his chin in contemplation. It seems this is indeed a troublesome matter. No wonder so many show you deference, with such formidable connections. It is no surprise they dare to act as they have. What other information do you possess? What further schemes does Zhao Zhang intend to pursue? Hearing this, Zhao Ping let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. While my cultivation is comparable to Zhao Zhang's, he is the primary branch. Whereas I am merely a branch disciple, he commands, and I obey. Beyond that, I know nothing. As he spoke, Zhao Ping cast a hopeful glance at Qin Xuan, clearly wishing for leniency. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to leave here alive, Qin Xuan declared, and with that, he struck with his sword, ending Zhao Ping's life. Allowing Zhao Ping to escape would pose a significant threat. Having dealt with Zhao Ping, Qin Xuan's attention shifted to the divine refinement cauldron. At this moment, within the cauldron, the 3 medium-grade magical artifacts had vanished, replaced by a blood-red longsword. This is a high-grade magical artifact. Qin Xuan retrieved the longsword with satisfaction and swung it forcefully. As he did, a powerful beam of swordlight cleaved a deep scar into the ground. What a marvelous item! The power of a high-grade magical artifact far surpasses that of a medium-grade one. Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, idly playing with his longsword for a moment before casting the corpse on the ground into the spirit-refining cauldron. This individual possessed a cultivation level of the 7th realm of Earth Profound. It would be unwise to let such potential go to waste. After absorbing the essence from the cauldron, Qin Xuan was about to resume his cultivation when he suddenly paused, a grim expression overtaking his features as he gazed ahead. There, a figure slipped through the crack of the door. In the dead of night, who were these intruders, unable to find rest? Did they perceive me as weak? A mere soft persimmon to be squeezed? Qin Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Having just dealt with the assassins from the Zhao family, another had now appeared. And this one seemed even more enigmatic than Zhao Ping. Chapter 82, Devouring Spiritual Power. A figure, resembling smoke, slipped through the crack of the door. It swiftly expanded before Qin Xuan, lunging towards him. How vexatious! Qin Xuan shook his head in resignation. These individuals truly tested his patience. One had already appeared. And now another. With a cold snort, Qin Xuan seized the opportunity to test the might of his new high-grade magical artifact. Clang! The blood-red sword was unleashed instantaneously, slicing towards the figure. The Azure Dragon's 9 strikes fell upon this apparition in an instant. However, contrary to Qin Xuan's expectations, the moment he swung his sword, the figure before him dissipated like a mirage. What? Qin Xuan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an outcome. Meanwhile, after dispersing, the figure reassembled and charged at him once more. An illusion? Qin Xuan was puzzled. He had set up a formation here. What kind of illusion could possibly affect him? Could some hallucinogenic entity have infiltrated his room? But that shouldn't be the case. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan reasoned that if an illusion were present, his spirit-refining cauldron would certainly have refined it away. Though the figure resembled a human, it bore no face. Seeking death. Seeing the figure rushing at him again, Qin Xuan struck once more with his sword. This time, the blade passed right through the apparition, having virtually no effect. No, wait. A realization struck him. This assailant must be a spiritual entity. Normally, ordinary individuals could not discern the attacks of spiritual entities. However, Qin Xuan's spiritual power was robust enough for him to recognize its presence. How intriguing that these individuals had managed to conjure such a being. To create a spiritual entity requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. Since the Zhao family had already dispatched personnel, the spiritual entity could not belong to them. It had to be someone else. Thus, Qin Xuan deduced the culprit. It seemed that Lu Peng was behind this. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, raising his estimation of Lu Peng. Previously, he believed Lu Peng had merely minor issues, but given the current circumstances, it appeared the power backing him was far more formidable. Such spiritual prowess was beyond the capabilities of ordinary disciples. As Qin Xuan contemplated, the spiritual entity lunged towards him once more. He merely snorted disdainfully, raising his hands, a peculiar glimmer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Transforming mystical art. He murmured softly, and it appeared as though whirlpools were swirling atop his hands. No! The spiritual entity emitted a wretched scream, unmistakably Lu Peng's voice. Transform! Qin Xuan bellowed, initiating the transforming mystical art to tear at the spiritual entity. In mere moments, the entity was devoured and transformed into nourishment for his spiritual power. As Qin Xuan refined this spiritual energy, in the nearest wooden cabins, Lu Peng clutched his head, writhing on the ground in agony as black smoke billowed from his mind. After a while, he trembled and swallowed several pills in one go, eventually regaining his composure. Damn it! Lu Peng groaned, a hint of terror on his face. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Xuan's spiritual power could be so potent as to detect his spiritual entity. Furthermore, just moments ago, the spiritual entity he had formed using 1/3 of his spiritual power had severed its connection with him. Though he was unsure of the entity's fate, he could only surmise that it faced grim prospects. It shouldn't be. Lu Peng shook his head vigorously. My spiritual power is formidable for a reason. How could a mere youth, who has barely lived a few years, possess such tremendous spiritual strength? It's abnormal, far too abnormal. Could it be that he, like myself, was sent here on a mission? Lu Peng scratched his head, feeling utterly at a loss. Forget it, I can't afford to provoke this youth for now. I must focus on executing my task. As long as he doesn't interfere, I shall refrain from antagonizing him. After pondering for a while, Lu Peng clenched his fists, black smoke once again emanating from his head. Simultaneously, a new spiritual entity materialized before him. Go, investigate what is transpiring with Joe Kelly, if necessary. Absorb his spiritual power and return. With the commands given, Lu Peng sat cross-legged. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan was also clutching his head. After absorbing the spiritual entity, his spiritual power surged once more. He could distinctly feel that his spiritual power had reached a critical point, on the verge of a qualitative transformation. The overwhelming sensation of spiritual energy nearly bursting from his head was quite discomforting. He attempted to utilize the transforming mystical art to refine this energy. However, as soon as he began to operate the art, the pain in his mind doubled. The excruciating agony rendered Qin Xuan nearly breathless. The intense torment made it difficult for him to endure. This cannot continue. If this persists, I shall go mad before anyone else can harm me. Though his spiritual power had been formidable prior, this reckless consumption of Lu Peng's spiritual entity felt akin to someone consuming far more than they could digest, leaving him unable to assimilate it in a short time. Refine! Qin Xuan roared, subsequently unleashing the transforming mystical art to feverishly refine this spiritual energy. As he continued to refine, the pain intensified, yet he endeavored to forcibly absorb the energy. Boom! At that moment, Qin Xuan felt a tremendous shock in his mind. Countless fragments of spiritual energy surged towards the center of his consciousness, forming a swirling vortex of spiritual power. Below this vortex, a dark lake of spiritual energy began to take shape. The pain was akin to being cut, surging through his mind. Under such torment, Qin Xuan finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 83, the second assessment. After a considerable time, Qin Xuan finally rose from the ground. He glanced outside, where a hazy twilight enveloped the world. Dawn was approaching. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan struggled to stand upright. Observing the intact formation surrounding him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. It appears no one has ventured here. Fortunately, after eliminating Zhao Ping, he had promptly set up a defensive array, otherwise, if intruders had entered, his unconscious state would have rendered him utterly vulnerable. Ah, his spiritual power. Qin Xuan suddenly recalled and hurriedly began to probe his own spiritual energy. However, as he turned his inner gaze inward, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, his spiritual energy had coalesced into a vast, black ocean. Within this dark expanse, a whirlpool of spiritual energy was incessantly swirling. Was this the Sea of Consciousness? Qin Xuan's expression was one of astonishment. The existence of the Sea of Consciousness was something he had only encountered in ancient texts. It could only manifest when one's spiritual power became sufficiently potent, leading to a qualitative transformation as a result of quantity reaching a critical mass. Inside the Black Sea of Consciousness, the whirlpool spun ceaselessly. Having absorbed an abundance of spiritual energy, he had generated this Sea of Consciousness, while the whirlpool was a product of his mastery of the mysterious transformation technique. Contemplating this, Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the Sea of Consciousness and this whirlpool of spiritual energy, he could now begin to absorb the spiritual energy of others. The enhancement of his spiritual power would prove immensely beneficial. With such formidable spiritual energy, he would be more than capable of utilizing elixirs of 6th rank and below. Now that the Sea of Consciousness had manifested, could he not practice several martial techniques? Qin Xuan pondered. The spirit-piercing strike. He had found the martial technique he desired from the information left by the Celestial Empress. This technique, known as the spirit-piercing strike, was a method of attack utilizing spiritual power. By condensing his spiritual energy and projecting it like a needle, he could easily disrupt his enemies as long as his spiritual power held the advantage. Moreover, for those with weaker spiritual energy, this technique could render them utterly incapacitated. Reading the description of the martial technique, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The spirit-piercing strike was of royal grade, far surpassing the ordinary 1st to 9th grade techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xuan commenced his study of this technique. Having been learned by the Celestial Empress in her youth, she had imparted her insights on this technique entirely to him. Thanks to her understanding and the time differential in the Tai-Huang space, Qin Xuan swiftly mastered the spirit-piercing strike. This technique could prove pivotal in critical moments of battle. By the time Qin Xuan had fully grasped the spirit-piercing strike, daylight had emerged, signaling the commencement of the second round of assessments. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. He glanced at the nearby wooden cabins, where Lu Peng and others had also emerged. Zhou Xiong, how did you sleep last night? At that moment, a disciple participating in the assessment approached Zhou Ku, attempting to ingratiate himself by clasping his hands. Not bad, except for an oblivious fool who attempted to ambush me, but I dealt with him thoroughly. Zhou Ku replied with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan could clearly see Lu Peng's pale face momentarily darkening. Last night, he had first attacked Qin Xuan and was subsequently met with a backlash of spiritual energy. Unwilling to accept defeat, he had dispatched a portion of his spiritual energy to confront Zhou Ku, only to be soundly defeated again. Of course, Zhou Ku lacked the means to absorb spiritual energy, allowing Lu Peng's spiritual entity to escape. However, these two failures left Lu Peng feeling quite weakened. Now, hearing Zhou Ku's remarks stirred a mixture of rage and frustration within him, yet he could only feign ignorance. After all, ambushes were best conducted in secrecy. Making the matter public would be exceedingly embarrassing. No worries, Zhou Xiong's strength ensures you need not concern yourself with such matters, remarked a sycophant, continuing to flatter Zhou Ku. Hearing this, Lu Peng felt somewhat gratified. Nodding, he was about to continue his praise when the bell tolled. Several figures approached from the direction of the camp. I am Zhao Zhang, the inner door supervisor for this round. I shall oversee the assessment, Zhao Sheng announced. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he stared coldly at Zhao Zhang. At that moment, Zhao Zhang's gaze met Qin Xuan's, and a strange smile crept across his face. The Zhao family truly was relentless. Zhao Zhang's animosity towards Qin Xuan intensified. For although Zhao Longting was a less favored scion of the Zhao family, he was still a member of that lineage. The audacity of a mere young master from Huofeng City to confront a Zhao family member would not be taken lightly. Last night, after instructing Zhao Ping to deal with Qin Xuan, Zhao Zhang had expected a swift resolution. However, Zhao Ping had yet to return, leading him to wonder if this young man had indeed taken matters into his own hands. Shaking his head, Zhao Zhang dismissed the notion. It was impossible. Qin Xuan was merely at the first level of Earth Profound. How could he possibly best Zhao Ping? There must be another explanation for his survival. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhang proceeded to announce the rules for the second round of the selection. The first round assessed everyone's physical fitness, only those with robust physiques could pass. This next stage will test your resolve. Do you see the woods ahead? You must traverse them, and anyone who emerges within 2 hours will pass this round. Crossing through the woods? The crowd stirred with excitement upon hearing this. Be cautious. Yesterday, we all thought it was merely a journey. Yet who could have foreseen the formation's hidden functions? There may be secrets within those woods. Indeed, I sense that peril lurks in those woods as well. Many disciples wore expressions of vigilance, clearly haunted by the trials of the previous round. The emergence of this new challenge heightened their wariness. Casting a glance at the distant woods, then at Zhao Zhang, Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly. There was certainly something amiss in those woods. Now, the assessment officially begins. In 2 hours, we will proceed to the next checkpoint. With Zhao Zhang's command, nearly 2,000 disciples surged toward the woods. Once all the participants had entered the forest, Zhao Zhang let out a cold laugh. Young master! Several figures in black cloaks emerged from behind him, kneeling before him. This is the young man we are to eliminate. Pay close attention to him and ensure his demise. Zhao Zhang handed them a portrait of Qin Xuan. Understood. The cloaked figures carefully examined the image. Remember, if you encounter any patrolling elders, do not reveal your Zhao family identities. Upon hearing this, the figures nodded in unison, each donning a mask that concealed their faces. In an instant, their original features fused seamlessly with the masks. Excellent. This way, even if the elders capture you, they will have nothing to say. Zhao Zhang expressed his satisfaction, signaling them to rush toward the woods. Little wretch, let us see how you escape this time. Chapter 84, Illusions of the Dense Forest. These individuals were assassins meticulously nurtured by the Zhao family from a young age, thus there was no cause for concern regarding betrayal. Creak. As they entered the dense forest, Qin Xuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. It appeared no different from an ordinary grove. Murmuring to himself, he accelerated forward. And after traversing several hundred zhang, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The silence was deafening, devoid of any chirping insects or birdsong. This was certainly suspicious. With 2,000 people having entered this forest, the absence of any sound was utterly illogical. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xuan was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense sense of oppression descending from above. He quickly looked up and beheld an ethereal elder descending from the heavens. Stepping back a few paces, he steadied himself, eyeing the figure warily. Indeed, it appeared this year the sect had recruited numerous exceptional talents. The elder, with a benevolent smile, regarded Qin Xuan. Young man, I am the sect leader of Tsangqing. I perceive remarkable potential within you. Your extraordinary bone structure and innate talent mark you as a prodigy in martial arts. If you are willing to become my disciple, I can impart the hidden martial arts of Tsangqing to you. As the elder spoke, his formidable aura nearly subdued Qin Xuan. Without a doubt, even the elders of the Yuling realm could not exert such pressure. The thought of becoming a disciple of the sect leader was enticing. Just as he was on the verge of accepting, an epiphany struck him, and he rose with a smile. The elder had conjured an illusion. And an impressively realistic one at that. How remarkable! Qin Xuan mused, growing increasingly curious about Tsangqing. If he was not mistaken, the sect must have established a vast array surrounding this forest, ensnaring anyone who entered. This explains why he had not sensed it immediately. It seemed that the elder realized Qin Xuan had discerned the array, as he vanished without a trace. Moments later, the scenery shifted. And several enchanting women approached from all directions, attempting to embrace Qin Xuan. Humph. Qin Xuan scoffed, regarding these superficial beauties with disdain. The Empress of the celestial sphere was leagues beyond them in grace, he could never be swayed by such trivialities. Begone! He barked, unleashing his spirit-piercing technique. The illusions surrounding him shattered like glass, dispersing into hundreds of fragments. In an instant, the phantoms vanished, and the surroundings became clear once more. Hearing the familiar sounds of insects and birds, Qin Xuan smiled slightly and continued onward. Along the way, he observed numerous individuals, seemingly deranged, engaging in various ludicrous antics within the dense forest. Some clung to trees, gnawing at them, while others lamented loudly about their grievances. Yet others shouted in ecstasy, as if they had already achieved transcendence. These souls were ensnared in their own illusions, clearly oblivious to reality. In truth, many of them were unable to attain their desires in the real world. However, within this illusory realm, all their cravings could be fulfilled. It appeared that without unwavering resolve, one could never hope to become powerful. With this thought, Qin Xuan fortified his determination and pressed on. The forest was not particularly vast, and merely a few moments had passed, time was still on his side. Suddenly, Qin Xuan's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze in a particular direction. Something was approaching. Was it coming for me? He furrowed his brow, then chuckled coldly. It seemed it was still the Zhao family, truly haunting. Clenching his fists in icy resolve, Qin Xuan, sensing the approach of a single individual, embraced a nearby tree, feigning the effects of the illusion. Indeed. It wasn't long before a figure clad in black robes materialized nearby. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xuan caught sight of a tiger-like mask adorning the person's face. The young master places far too much importance on this fool. Such a simpleton is hardly worth our collective effort. I alone could easily deal with him, the black-robed figure sneered from above. Upon entering the forest, they had scattered to search for Qin Xuan. Initially, he had believed this person to be formidable, warranting the young master's attention. But now it seemed he was merely a lightweight. I alone can handle him, the figure continued disdainfully, tightening his grip on a long knife as he lunged at Qin Xuan below. An oblivious fool lost in an illusion, killing him would hardly require much effort. Observing Qin Xuan, still entranced while clutching the tree, the black-robed man smirked and recklessly struck downward. The distance between them dwindled, and the knife sped toward Qin Xuan with increasing velocity. At that moment, Qin Xuan suddenly turned, grinning at him. Not good, he's pretending. The black-robed man thought, panic surging within him as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. A dark light erupted from Qin Xuan's eyes, swiftly piercing the man's head. The black-robed figure was seized by excruciating pain, rendering him momentarily dazed. With a swift motion, Qin Xuan drew his blood-red sword, driving it toward the heart of the black-robed man. The agony jolted the man back to reality. But it was far too late. He stammered, but Qin Xuan had already unleashed several more strikes, slaying him. Earthly realm, 5th stage? He must have been sent by the Zhao family. Qin Xuan mused, attempting to remove the mask from the man's face, but it had fused seamlessly with his skin. Never mind, it will suffice as it is, Qin Xuan sighed, discarding the body into the spirit-refining cauldron. As he absorbed the spiritual essence, he continued onward. However, after a short distance, his expression soured once more. Persistent, aren't you? Very well, if you wish to follow me, I shall oblige. Qin Xuan declared coldly, casting several array flags aside. Given that a grand array had been laid by Tsangqing within this location, it would be even more convenient for him to set smaller arrays. Sure enough, it was not long before 4 black-robed figures trailed after him. The second brother's aura must have vanished around here, how foolish. If he can't handle this, we are unable to unleash our most potent technique, remarked one figure wearing a goat mask. The highest cultivation level among the disciples participating in the selection is merely the 4th stage of the earthly realm, he cannot exceed that. The second brother must have acted recklessly, otherwise, he would not have faltered, another, donning a lion mask, interjected, orchestrating their plans. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit, we must act in unison this time to ensure his demise. Or we shall have no explanation for the young master. With this, the group surged toward Qin Xuan's direction. Chapter 85, Annihilation of Enemies. At this moment, Qin Xuan was intently examining the tiger mask. This mask possessed remarkable capabilities. Once affixed to a person's face, it fused seamlessly, rendering it nearly impossible to remove without specialized techniques. It appeared to be a tool used by certain clandestine families, designed to obscure the identity of its wearer. Qin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and slowly raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. At that instant, 4 figures had fully encircled him. It seemed he had been located. The other 4, fixated on the tiger mask in Qin Xuan's grasp, glared at him with intense animosity, as if eager to devour him whole. After all, the 5 of them had always operated in unison. Be cautious, this boy was capable of eliminating the second brother, which indicates he possesses some form of leverage. Stay alert and do not fall for his tricks, commanded the figure clad in a lion mask, directing the others to surround Qin Xuan from all sides. Observing this scene, Qin Xuan let out a cold chuckle, quietly awaiting their move. The unwavering demeanor he exhibited began to instill a sense of unease in the others. They were perplexed by his apparent lack of concern in the face of their numbers. "Onward, let us eliminate him," urged the assassin donning a goat mask, eager to strike. "Let us wait a moment." "Something feels amiss," replied the leader, now visibly doubtful. "What is there to fear? He is merely at the first level of the earth-profound realm. Even if his strength is formidable, how could he possibly contend against 4 of us? Once we dispose of him, everything will conclude." Hearing this, the leader hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered futile. The lion-masked figure glanced toward the dense forest. "After we handle him, be cautious, the time given by the young master for the clear spirit pill is nearing its end. We must avoid falling victim to the illusions of this forest." With that, the others lunged at Qin Xuan. "Do you truly believe I am so easily defeated?" Qin Xuan scoffed, swiftly raising his hands as a dual-layered formation emerged beside him. The inner layer shielded him, while the outer layer ensnared the 4 assailants. An array. How does this boy comprehend formations? The sudden emergence of the formation threw them into disarray. They had not anticipated Qin Xuan could establish such a dual-layered array in such a short span of time. "Retreat! This boy is peculiar, we must withdraw and reassess," shouted the leader, signaling for a hasty retreat. However, the array was specially prepared by Qin Xuan, and it would not allow them to escape easily. With a cold laugh, Qin Xuan quickly channeled spirit stones into the formation. Boom! The formation began to operate, its dual layers crushing toward them like a millstone. "Hold firm. As long as his spirit stones are exhausted, the formation will collapse." The leader glared at Qin Xuan, seething, "Boy, once I escape, you shall pay dearly." "Such threats are best reserved for when you manage to escape," Qin Xuan replied without hesitation, continually feeding more spirit stones into the array. Ah! The dual layers of the array mercilessly ravaged the 4, and within moments, 3 of them were on the brink of death, leaving only the leader in a state of utter weakness. "If you possess any skill, confront us fairly. Hiding behind a formation is hardly admirable," one of them shouted. Qin Xuan burst into laughter. "You 5 against 1, and you dare speak of fairness? Now, as I incapacitate all 5 of you, what more do you wish to say?" With that, he once again fed spirit stones into the array. As he continued to supply spirit stones, the radiance of the formation intensified. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and the remaining 3 were instantly obliterated, leaving only the leader, barely clinging to life. Gazing at the limited spirit stones in his possession, Qin Xuan frowned. While this tactic was undeniably powerful, it was not sustainable due to the immense consumption of spirit stones. After some contemplation, he decided to retract the spirit stones. With the support of spirit stones withdrawn, the array began to dissipate. The moment the formation vanished, Qin Xuan lunged at the leader. Whoosh! The blood-red longsword swiftly severed the man's head from his body. The power of a superior artifact was indeed far greater than that of an intermediate one. After collecting the leader's spatial ring, Qin Xuan discarded the bodies into the divine refinement cauldron. Once the corpses had transformed into spirit liquid, he absorbed it, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the first level of the earth-profound realm. It seemed he was nearing the second level. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Qin Xuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the spatial rings before him. He had expended a significant number of spirit stones to eliminate them. If their rings held nothing of value, it would be a considerable loss. Upon opening the spatial rings, he found the contents somewhat mediocre. Yet there were plenty of spirit stones. Satisfied, he transferred the spirit stones into his own ring, finally feeling a sense of relief. The divine refinement cauldron had completely eradicated any trace of the four, leaving behind no evidence of the battle. Observing this, Qin Xuan hastened to depart. Though he had escaped the illusions swiftly, the delays caused by these individuals had consumed considerable time. With this in mind, he set off toward the opposite side of the dense forest. Along the way, he encountered several individuals who had recently awakened. However, lacking Qin Xuan's formidable mental acuity, they stumbled forward, still affected by the residual illusions. As Qin Xuan approached with agile strides, many gazed at him in astonishment. After a brief interval, he spotted Zhou Kelly and Lu Peng advancing ahead. Both had ranked among the top 3 in the previous round and were now leading again. Their competitive spirits were evident. Typically, Lu Peng's performance would qualify him for first place, but he was up against Zhou Kelly, a remarkably powerful adversary. Zhou Kelly's mental prowess was equally impressive, allowing him to be among the first to break free from the illusions. At this moment, he and Lu Peng were engaged in a contest of speed. Despite their formidable mental strength, the lingering illusions still impeded their progress, forcing them to advance slowly. Suddenly, Zhou Kelly turned, his expression one of disbelief. How are you unaffected by these illusions?" Qin Xuan strode forward with confidence, seemingly impervious to the lingering effects of the illusions surrounding them. Chapter 86, The Unquenchable Thief's Heart. Lu Peng turned his head in astonishment to gaze at Qin Xuan. He was aware of Qin Xuan's formidable mental prowess. Yet how could he remain entirely unaffected by the illusions surrounding them? Unbeknownst to them, with the aid of the spirit piercer, Qin Xuan could effortlessly rend the surrounding phantoms with his mental force. Thus, regardless of how the illusions morphed around him, he could easily dispel them, allowing him to extricate himself from the delusion with little effort. As Lu Peng witnessed this spectacle, a wave of regret washed over him. Although his mental capacity was not as remarkable as Qin Xuan's, he could have easily dealt with the nearby illusions. However, after sending out his mental projections to attack others the previous night, his mental energy had been severely depleted, leaving a significant impact on him. Humph! As Qin Xuan strode past Lu Peng, he emitted a cold snort. In an instant, the spirit piercer was unleashed. Ah! Lu Peng felt a piercing pain in his head and collapsed to the ground. "If you dare to move against me again, I will end you," Qin Xuan communicated telepathically. Then departed with purpose, leaving Zhou Kelly in a state of bewilderment. All he had witnessed was Qin Xuan's cold demeanor as he passed Lu Peng, who then fell without resistance. The reason behind this was utterly unclear to him. However, as Qin Xuan approached, he hurriedly stepped aside, allowing him to pass first. Once Qin Xuan had departed, Lu Peng trembled as he rose from the ground. "Damn that scoundrel!" Lu Peng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "How dare he threaten me? I will surely find an opportunity to deal with you properly." As Qin Xuan reached the edge of the dense forest, he glanced back at Lu Peng. Noting the flames of fury in Lu Peng's eyes, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He intended to provoke Lu Peng deliberately. Since absorbing that mental projection the night prior, Qin Xuan recognized Lu Peng's considerable mental strength. By consuming all of Lu Peng's mental power, he believed his own abilities could ascend to new heights. Hence, he sought to incite Lu Peng's anger, waiting for him to come forth willingly. Upon exiting the forest, Qin Xuan beheld Zhao Zhang, who was smiling at a few inner disciples nearby. However, upon seeing Qin Xuan, his smile abruptly froze. "It's you," Zhao Zhang uttered, his countenance darkening. He had never anticipated that Qin Xuan would emerge alive from within. This signified that all the assassins he had dispatched had been slain by Qin Xuan. What a bunch of fools! Zhao Zhang felt a surge of anger but knew he could not express it openly. After all, he was responsible for supervising this event. Some matters could be handled discreetly, but must never be made public. Considering this, he could only maintain a stern face and nod at Qin Xuan. "Congratulations! You have secured first place in this round. Although he felt deeply dissatisfied, he forced himself to speak, handing a token to Qin Xuan. Upon receiving the token and glancing at the numeral inscribed upon it, it was clear that it represented the ranking following each round. He had achieved first place in this assessment. The teleportation array is over there, you may proceed to prepare for the next round. Zhao Zhang spoke expressionlessly. Hearing this, Qin Xuan stroked his chin, casting a cold smile at Zhao Zhang before cupping his hands in acknowledgement to the others, then swiftly making his way toward the teleportation array. Next time, send someone formidable, such petty characters are of no consequence to me. Qin Xuan remarked nonchalantly before vanishing into the teleportation array. Scoundrel! Zhao Zhang's expression darkened immensely upon hearing Qin Xuan's scornful words. The individuals he had sent out not only failed to eliminate Qin Xuan but had instead been killed. Now he was publicly humiliated. Damn it! Zhao Zhang clenched his fists, then turned to the others. Remain here and keep watch, I shall return shortly. After issuing his instructions, Zhao Zhang departed to a secluded area. Young master! At that moment, a figure approached and bowed to Zhao Zhang. Heir. Deliver this letter and this portrait to fourth brother, and inform him that this individual must be eliminated. Zhao Zhang ordered, handing over a letter and a scroll. Understood. The figure accepted the scroll and departed. The next round will test combat prowess, I refuse to believe you can succeed. Zhao Zhang sneered. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan had already arrived at the next stage. The Azure Green sect was indeed intriguing, utilizing the teleportation array to repeatedly alter positions, evidently to prevent any preemptive maneuvers. Unlike the previous round's dense forest, this setting was a vast desert. Adjacent to the desert lay an oasis, where clear springs flowed. And several disciples responsible for the assessments gazed upon Qin Xuan with enthusiasm. The sequence of arrival via the teleportation array indicated the order in which participants had passed the previous round. Qin Xuan was the first to emerge, signifying that he had successfully completed the assessment ahead of all others. For these inner disciples, they sought to befriend and cultivate relationships with potential talents. Dear junior brother, you are truly a prodigy. Over the years, you are the first to have passed the second round so swiftly. A leading inner disciple approached him eagerly. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Recognizing their warm demeanor, Qin Xuan reciprocated with a smile. Rest assured, junior brother, if you could easily navigate the second round, this one will pose no challenge as well. This round merely involves navigating the formations, as long as you pay attention. One disciple began enthusiastically explaining, but upon realizing he might inadvertently disclose sensitive information, the leading disciple cleared his throat, signaling discretion. You must be exhausted from the trials, why not rest here? The formal assessment will commence once the others from the second round have completed their tasks. The group led Qin Xuan to a secluded area within the oasis, preparing a resting chamber for him. Well then, it would be remiss not to accept. Qin Xuan graciously acquiesced, offering a slight bow as he entered the room. Ah! It seems we will have another disciple with formidable mental prowess joining the sect this year. The group remarked, casting envious glances toward Qin Xuan's chamber. Phew! Do you think we should try to win him over? The Azure Dragon faction has been gaining strength lately, while our own influence has waned. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, evidently contemplating the prospect of forging an alliance. As they deliberated, another figure hastily emerged from the teleportation array. Another arrival? Their eyes brightened. Young Master Zhao Fu, the master has commanded. The newcomer addressed the leading disciple directly. The master's orders? The disciple hurried forward, guiding him aside and discreetly setting up a formation. What does the master wish to convey? Zhao Fu, the master has decreed that you must eliminate this individual. The figure handed over the letter and portrait before turning to leave, leaving Zhao Fu with a countenance marked by uncertainty. Zhao Zhang's faction currently wields considerable power. It would be unwise to offend them. Very well, he is merely a participant in the assessments, if he must be dealt with, so be it. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Fu opened the letter to understand the situation better, glancing at Qin Xuan's portrait, a flash of murderous intent crossing his face. The young clan leader from the small town of Huofeng dares to slay a member of the Zhao family, he is truly courting death. Zhao Fu scoffed softly. Then proceeded to put away the letter and the scroll. An hour later, over 500 individuals who had passed the assessment gathered in the desert. Qin Xuan's gaze swept the surroundings and soon fell upon Lu Pang and Zhou Kelly standing nearby. The prowess of these two was commendable. Their arrival here only slightly behind that of Qin Xuan. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the third phase of the evaluation, Zhao Fu stated expressionlessly. Observing this, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. The disparity between this treatment and his previous experiences was stark. What had transpired? As Zhao Fu's words echoed, numerous formations abruptly rose from the sands of the desert. Chapter 87, Assessment Upgrade. The rules for this stage are quite simple. There are 15 formations, and each participant will enter the formations in sequence. Their rankings will be determined by the time taken to pass through the formations, with shorter times being preferable. Zhao Fu stated, then turned to the crowd. Let us commence the assessment in order. The first 15 will proceed to their respective formations. A few exchanged glances before stepping out from the formations. Please enter the formations, Zhao Fu gestured invitingly, and the top 15 moved towards their designated formations. The instant Qin Xuan stepped into the formation, the surrounding scene drastically transformed. The desolate landscape morphed into a vast expanse of snow. Countless snowflakes descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Xuan. An illusion? He mused, a frown creasing his brow, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The previous trial had tested his mental fortitude, incorporating illusions. Each stage of assessment from the Sanqing sect had distinct objectives. The first tested physical strength, the prior one assessed mental prowess, logically. This stage should not focus on the mind. Yet, this appeared undeniably illusory. Something felt amiss. As Qin Xuan pondered, the howling winds and swirling snow suddenly ceased, coalescing into 10 formidable second-tier snow wolves. Roar! The wolves growled fiercely, lunging towards Qin Xuan. The sound of their roars tightened his brow further. Is this merely an illusion? Or is it real? He wondered, still uncertain. The 10 snow wolves encircled him, commencing a frenzied assault. With a swift motion, his blood-red sword was drawn, and Qin Xuan struck at the snow wolves. Crack! The blade severed one wolf in two, yet no blood emerged from the wound, only a thick layer of ice. Not an illusion. Qin Xuan realized. This trial was a test of combat strength. The snow wolves were tangible manifestations conjured by the formation's spiritual energy. The Sanqing sect utilized this method to evaluate the combat capabilities of its disciples. Easily dispatching the 10 snow wolves, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. Is it truly this simple? That cannot be right. Given that the Sanqing sect was responsible for selecting talent, it seemed improbable that they would employ such an elementary challenge. Typically, the trials would possess greater intensity. Just as he was lost in thought, the bodies of the slain snow wolves disintegrated into snowflakes, which reformed into a multitude of wolves. Roar! 100 wolves emerged before Qin Xuan. A nod of approval escaped him. This resembled the Sanqing sect standards. After all, if the trial were so easy to overcome, it would be quite unusual. As the 100 wolves charged, Qin Xuan loosened his shoulders and began to strike them down with fervor. In mere moments, he had vanquished them all. Yet, shortly after, a new wave of wolves emerged, this time, numbering 1,000. The sheer volume of 1,000 snow wolves began to overwhelm him. 15 minutes later, Qin Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, sheathing his sword. Just as he thought to take a breath, the furious howls of snow wolves echoed once more. More? His scalp prickled with anxiety. Over 10,000 wolves surged towards him in a frenzied stampede. By the heavens! Qin Xuan felt his nerves fray and immediately swung his sword downward. The relentless onslaught of wolves sought to overpower him. You seek death! He roared, retaliating with fervor. As the snow wolves surged forward, the crimson blade danced like a dragon, cleaving through them. Crack! Countless wolves fell, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, while the intensity of the wind and snow surrounding him escalated. Half an hour later, panting heavily, Qin Xuan leaned against his sword, his body marked with blood. He had faced an overwhelming tide of 10,000 wolves, even he felt the strain. Continuous assaults had inevitably resulted in injuries. My combat strength is already formidable among my peers, yet even I have been wounded. If it were an average Earth-level cultivator, they would have surely perished. This trial seemed exceedingly abnormal. Pondering, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. The intensity is absurdly high. 10,000 second-tier snow wolves are beyond what an ordinary Earth-level cultivator could withstand. Qin Xuan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the formation with growing suspicion. Is this a serious assessment? At that moment, the fury of the snowstorm intensified, and the wolves began to materialize once more. Could there really be 100,000? Qin Xuan nearly cursed aloud at the sight of the overwhelming horde. Who could possibly withstand this? Not even he, a mere Earth-level cultivator, could endure such a trial. Let alone a Heaven-level one. This was not the expected intensity of an assessment. The formation had issues. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Zhao Fu feigned an inspection but secretly infused dozens of high-grade spirit stones into the formation. The intensity of this trial is dictated by the amount of spiritual energy. Let us see how long you can hold out. Normally, only a few mid-grade spirit stones were necessary to operate the formation, conjuring the snow wolves for combat. Furthermore, the formation had protective mechanisms that would deactivate if it sensed danger to a participant. However, to ensure Qin Xuan's demise, Zhao Fu deliberately introduced a greater quantity and superior quality of spirit stones. He even disabled the protective mechanisms to guarantee Qin Xuan's fatality. Observing the situation, it appeared his machinations bore fruit. As for the aftermath, he had not slain anyone himself. Ultimately, it would be the formation that claimed the life, absolving him of any culpability. Satisfied, Zhao Fu surveyed his surroundings. The previous batch of inept individuals couldn't even eliminate a single opponent. Unlike him, who could employ the formation to eliminate foes indirectly? With this formation at his disposal, exterminating Qin Xuan would be a trivial endeavor. With this grand formation in action, how could you possibly withstand it? Zhao Fu scoffed, contemplating further and tossing in a dozen more high-grade spirit stones. Though it pained him, the cost was worth it if it meant eliminating Qin Xuan. With that thought, he glared at the formation with venomous intent. Chapter 88, The Three Layers of Earthly Mystery. There is certainly something amiss with this formation. As he gazed upon the multitude of 100,000 snow wolves rushing toward him, even Qin Xuan, who prided himself on his formidable strength, felt a chill run down his spine. The sheer number of these snow wolves was enough to bring about his demise, leaving no trace behind. No! He refused to perish here. At this moment, Qin Xuan had steeled himself. Once he escaped, he would ensure these people paid dearly. With the horde of snow wolves barreling toward him, Qin Xuan let out a furious roar and immediately unleashed several formations in an attempt to halt their advance. Although his formations possessed considerable power, they faltered against the relentless tide of wolves. The overwhelming mass of snow wolves shattered his formations with ease. As despair began to creep into his heart, an epiphany struck him. This was, in fact, an opportunity. A glimmer of realization illuminated his mind. These snow wolves were manifestations of gathered spiritual energy, and upon being slain, they would regenerate. The more spiritual energy present, the greater the number of snow wolves that would emerge. Therefore, if he could absorb all the spiritual energy in this vicinity, he could resolve the predicament. With newfound determination, Qin Xuan summoned the divine refining cauldron and placed it before him. Boom! As the snow wolves surged toward him, Qin Xuan gently tapped the cauldron, unleashing an immense suction force. The snow wolves roared in fury, but soon, they were transformed into pure strands of spiritual energy, drawn into the cauldron. These energies coalesced into droplets of spiritual liquid. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan consumed all the spiritual liquid. With the aid of this energy, he felt his strength surge, and he began to accelerate the absorption of nearby spiritual energy using the cauldron. The snow wolves were continually crushed and transformed into spiritual essence. As more and more energy flooded into the cauldron, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy materialized above it, drawing in all nearby wolves. The vortex expanded, consuming the snow wolves, which in turn transformed into even more spiritual energy, thus amplifying the vortex's power. In a short span of time, the entire horde of 100,000 snow wolves was utterly devoured. Qin Xuan gazed at the cauldron, which now contained hundreds of droplets of spiritual liquid. He would not squander this bounty. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly absorbed all the liquid. Boom! As the liquid entered his body, Qin Xuan's cultivation level surged from the first layer of earthly mystery to the second. Furthermore, the sheer abundance of spiritual energy soon propelled him to the pinnacle of the second layer. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Zhao Fu looked on, puzzled by the changes occurring within. Despite having poured ample spiritual stones into the formation, he noted no discernible effect. In fact, the formation appeared to be slowing down. What could be causing this? It seemed he would need to escalate his efforts. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and emptied all his spiritual stones into the formation's reservoir. Moments later, the stones transformed into spiritual liquid and surged throughout the formation, causing it to accelerate. Humph! Clearly, someone was tampering with the formation. Inside, Qin Xuan had been preparing to retract the cauldron, but he sensed the formation's renewed acceleration. It was evident that someone outside was meddling. Since you wish to assist me, I shall gladly accept your help. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the second layer, he was but a step away from the third layer. With so much spiritual energy available, he could seize the moment to break through. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan continued to manipulate the cauldron, channeling the energy into his body. Boom! Before long, Qin Xuan successfully ascended to the third layer of earthly mystery. At this moment, Zhao Fu was taken aback, watching in horror as the situation unfolded. After tossing the spiritual stones into the formation, rather than speeding up, the formation's operation had noticeably slowed. His original plan was to open the formation after some time, proclaiming Qin Xuan dead. However, given the current developments, the situation was far from straightforward. He had lost all control over the formation, which was now akin to a bottomless black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy while its operational speed diminished. Why was the formation's speed decreasing? After absorbing such a vast amount of spiritual energy, it should not be slowing down. Confusion flickered across Zhao Fu's face as several individuals emerged from other formations, having successfully completed their challenges. Zhou Ku and Lu Pang believed Qin Xuan could pass the test, yet after observing for a while, it became evident that he had not yet exited. Danger! Retreat quickly! Just then, Zhao Fu bellowed, signaling all disciples to fall back while he himself retreated in haste. It was too late. Before his warning could finish, the formation designed to ensnare Qin Xuan erupted in an explosion. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion left everyone present in a state of utter astonishment. None had anticipated that the formation would detonate. Yet, they were not the worst off. That misfortune belonged to Zhao Fu, who was struck by the powerful impact and coughed up blood. This was disastrous. The intensity of the explosion was enough to severely injure him, confining him to bed rest for a month or two. Ordinarily, he would not have needed to stand so close to the formation. However, in his effort to ensnare Qin Xuan, he had positioned himself nearby to disguise his underhanded actions. Thus, when the formation exploded, he found himself perilously close. As Zhao Fu pondered this, desperately attempting to shield himself from the blast, a hand suddenly shot forth from the debris of the formation, piercing through his chest in an instant. Ugh! Zhao Fu had no time to react. And by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The hand punctured his heart and wrenched it from his body, crushing it effortlessly. Ah! A short, harrowing scream escaped Zhao Fu's lips before silence enveloped him. Humph! Watching as Zhao Fu was consumed within the divine refining cauldron, Qin Xuan merely snorted coldly. His face was a mask of murderous intent. This scoundrel sought to use the formation to end his life, thus, he would ensure Zhao Fu met his own demise. Upon sensing the anomaly within the formation, Qin Xuan had acted swiftly. With his prowess, it was a simple matter to weave a formation within a formation, leading to the inevitable collapse and explosion of the original formation. Chapter 89, The Elders arrived. The explosion of the formation would undoubtedly generate an extraordinarily powerful shockwave, however. With the divine refinement cauldron present, Qin Xuan felt no apprehension. He swiftly took refuge within the cauldron, which allowed him to teleport directly to the edge of the formation. As Zhao Fu was severely injured by the impact, Qin Xuan seized the opportunity to pierce through Zhao Fu's heart. Following this, Qin Xuan leaped out of the divine refinement cauldron, while Zhao Fu was unceremoniously tossed inside. After executing these actions, Qin Xuan exhaled deeply and stowed the cauldron away. This was his trump card and must not be revealed lightly. At that moment, the surrounding dust began to dissipate. Qin Xuan, you are unharmed? Lu Pang and Zhou Ke looked as though they had seen a ghost. The recent explosion led them to believe that, aside from Zhao Fu, who they presumed might have survived, Qin Xuan had perished within. After all, an explosion of this magnitude was not to be taken lightly. Yet now, Qin Xuan emerged unscathed, his attire intact, while Zhao Fu was nowhere to be found. This was indeed peculiar. Zhao, senior brother Zhao? The other disciples who had been responsible for the assessment stared in terror at the unfolding scene. They never imagined that their supervising senior brother would suddenly vanish without a trace. Did you see senior brother Zhao? An inner disciple inquired of Qin Xuan. Given that Qin Xuan had been closest to Zhao Fu at the time, he was expected to possess crucial information. I don't know. I was engaged in the trial when suddenly the formation began to shake, and then it exploded. I am as bewildered as you, Qin Xuan replied with an innocent expression. Impossible. Senior brother Zhao is an inner disciple with profound cultivation. How could he be obliterated by an exploding formation without a trace? This is utterly inconceivable. The disciple responsible for the assessment spoke with agitation. To him, the situation was incomprehensible. Yet Qin Xuan merely shrugged, feigning ignorance. In this predicament, the others could not press him further. You are Qin Xuan, correct? Please wait, we will report to the elders and other senior brothers about the situation here. The group hastily set about their tasks. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his face painted with feigned terror, as if he were entirely unaware of what would transpire next. Of course, he possessed methods to prevent the formation from exploding, yet he had no desire to employ them. Since Zhao Fu had sought his demise, he was determined not to let him escape unscathed. From the outset, his intent had been to eliminate Zhao Fu, utilizing the explosion of the formation as cover. He struck with lethal precision. Zhao Fu had no time to react before he was swiftly dispatched. This was the outcome Qin Xuan desired. And it appeared to have been remarkably effective. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan maintained his facade of fear while feeling an inner sense of calm. Although he had been closest to Zhao Fu during the explosion, it was merely an incident caused by the formation. Should anyone investigate? They would discover that excessive spirit stones had been added prior to the explosion. The formation flags Qin Xuan had set up had already been discreetly removed amidst the smoke of the explosion. Thus, any scrutiny would not lead back to him. These individuals could only suspect a connection between him and the incident, but without evidence, they could not definitively accuse him. As he contemplated this, a cold smile crept upon Qin Xuan's lips. The Zhao clan could not dominate the Cangqing sect. Since they could not wield such power, he felt no trepidation. With Zhao Fu dead and lacking witnesses, coupled with the surreptitious addition of numerous spirit stones, an investigation would undoubtedly implicate the Zhao family. What has transpired? Shortly after the inner disciples relayed the message, the elders of the Cangqing sect, along with inner disciples, hastened to the scene. Zhao Zhang also arrived, initially feeling prideful, believing that Qin Xuan had perished, thus attracting the attention of so many elders. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find Qin Xuan unharmed. How is this possible? How could he have survived? Zhao Zhang's countenance darkened. It was merely about eliminating a newcomer participating in the assessment. Why would it necessitate such effort? His expression soured further upon learning the complete details. What do you mean, he cannot be found? How can that be? Zhao Zhang clenched his fists, barely restraining his anger, wishing to confront Qin Xuan directly. Although he was merely a branch disciple, he was still a member of the Zhao family. And it was his commands that had led to this outcome. How could he tolerate it? You claim ignorance? An elder furrowed his brows, perplexed. It was merely an explosion of the formation. How could there be no remains? Qin Xuan feigned terror and nodded vigorously as he explained to the elder. Indeed. The difficulty of this trial was overwhelming. I was nearly unable to endure. Suddenly, the entire formation began to tremble, and by the time I realized, it had already exploded. I do not know why I was unaffected, while that senior brother has vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. One elder stepped forward to examine the remnants of the formation on the ground. Self-inflicted demise, unworthy of sympathy. After expressing this disdain, he coldly flicked his sleeve. Old Wu, what is the situation? Hearing this, Elder Wu shook his head, his lips moving as he discreetly communicated. After a brief moment, the expressions of the other elders turned grim. This was an utter embarrassment. An inner disciple had committed such a blunder. If word got out, how would others perceive our Sanqing sect? Indeed, an inner disciple had recklessly increased the difficulty of the formation by adding spirit stones, resulting in an explosion that obliterated themselves. Should this information circulate, other sects might suspect that our sect was engaged in treachery rather than seeking promising talents. The elders whispered among themselves, realizing the gravity of the situation. Despite Zhao Fu's mysterious disappearance, the fact that an inner disciple had sabotaged a candidate was far more severe. If this incident were to leak, it would cause immeasurable harm to the Sanqing sect's future talent recruitment. Injuring others while harming oneself, this was the unfortunate reality that had led the sect to decline day by day. The elders cursed Zhao Fu before deliberating on how to address this issue. How should this matter be handled? The others exchanged glances, feeling uncertain. This was an unprecedented situation for them. While there had been instances in the past where candidates had perished during assessments, those had always been accidents. This time, however, they had clearly identified that an inner disciple was responsible. The thought of it ignited their anger once more. In any case, this incident absolutely could not be allowed to spread. Its implications for the sect would be catastrophic. They could only proclaim that it was an unfortunate accident and strive to placate the candidates, especially the one participating in the assessment. Chapter 90, Enticement. The prowess of this young man is indeed astonishing. Upon observing the spirit stone trough, it is evident that Zhao Fu has infused over 10 times the spirit stones into the formation. Remarkably, despite this, the disciple managed to endure for quite some time without succumbing, which can only be described as a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. This clearly indicates that his strength is commendable, and if my perception serves me correctly, his cultivation level has likely ascended to the 3rd tier of the Earth Profound Realm. The 3rd tier of the Earth Profound Realm, this places him just beneath that prodigious disciple, Joe Kelly. It is rumored that during this period, the 4 major sects have also recruited numerous exceptional disciples. Although our sect has recently welcomed several formidable individuals, the forces backing them possess the capability to easily obliterate our Sanqing sect. They are utterly unreliable. It is these disciples recruited from the lower ranks who are truly dependable and can genuinely uphold the future of our Sanqing sect. Hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. On one hand, this matter must be kept under wraps to avoid tarnishing the sect's reputation. On the other hand, the dissidents have vanished, leaving behind a talented disciple with commendable aptitude. They certainly understand which matters carry more weight. Taking a deep breath, several elders stroked their beards and approached Qin Xuan. Young friend, do not be alarmed. This incident was merely an unexpected malfunction of our formation, and there will be no further issues, the leading elder said with a smile, patting Qin Xuan's shoulder. Consider this a token to ease your mind. You have successfully passed this ordeal, so do not worry. With that, the elder produced a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Qin Xuan. Spirit stones from the elder. Qin Xuan's interest was piqued, and he glanced down at the pouch. However, his excited expression quickly faded. He had anticipated receiving some exquisite spirit stones, but instead, he discovered that the elder had only bestowed upon him a mere handful of upper-grade spirit stones, no more than a few dozen, certainly not approaching 100. How stingy! Unbeknownst to the elder, Qin Xuan's thoughts were drifting elsewhere. Under normal circumstances, candidates from lesser regions typically utilize lower-grade spirit stones and cannot afford such upper-grade stones. Seeing these upper-grade spirit stones would likely leave them in awe. However, noticing Qin Xuan's somewhat nonchalant bow, the elder awkwardly rubbed his nose. This young man seems to have experienced the world. Thank you, elder. Although the offering did not meet his expectations, Qin Xuan felt a sense of contentment with the spirit stones in hand. Very well, since you have accepted the sect's spirit stones, prepare yourself for the upcoming assessments. Rest assured, we will monitor the proceedings closely to prevent any further incidents. After all, following this debacle, They could no longer afford to be lax and let the disciples operate independently. As the elders spoke, Zhao Zhang stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Witnessing the elders not only refrain from interrogating Qin Xuan but even rewarding him with spirit stones left Zhao Zhang's blood boiling with indignation. This was utterly preposterous. His brother had perished, and the murderer was not only walking free but was now being rewarded with spirit stones. Moreover, it appeared that he had passed this assessment. And judging by the elders' demeanor, they were quite pleased with him. What nonsense! Elders, your protection of the murderer is utterly outrageous. Zhao Zhang stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Xuan. Elders, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. My brother's death was shrouded in mystery, and his remains are non-existent. There must be something amiss. Before Zhao Zhang could finish his protest, an elder shot him a cold glare. Nonsense! What do you mean by something amiss? The elder glared fiercely at Zhao Zhang. We have reached a conclusion. The explosion was caused by a malfunction in the formation. Step back. The elder gestured for him to withdraw. Zhao Zhang, however, remained defiant, staring at the elder with disbelief. Elder, there are too many inconsistencies in this matter. For instance, if my brother truly died in that explosion, how could there be no remains? This must be the result of foul play by this individual. Zhao Zhang's gaze was fixed on Qin Xuan, his eyes burning with hatred. Enough! The elder's voice rang out, filled with authority. For the sake of the Zhao family, I shall overlook this incident this time. However, I must inform you that although this was an accident, Zhao Fu was responsible for overseeing this formation's assessment. The explosion cannot be separated from Zhao Fu's actions. I hope you do not bring shame upon your Zhao family. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the elder's murderous intent intensified. Should Zhao Zhang continue to speak defiantly, he would report Zhao Fu's actions to the sect. While this matter should be downplayed, if the Zhao family persisted in their pursuit, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Zhao Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, intending to retort. But at that moment, one of the elders subtly shook his head from within their ranks, signaling him to remain silent. Realizing this, Zhao Zhang had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, while this elder was not a member of the Zhao family by blood, he had married into the clan, making him a half-member. Humph. Withdraw. The leading elder signaled for Zhao Zhang to leave. Let us go. The elder at the back stepped forward, guiding Zhao Zhang away. Elder Sun Hao, why did you not allow me to speak? Once outside, Zhao Zhang glared at Sun Hao, brimming with frustration. I have my reasons for silencing you. Sun Hao replied, glancing at Zhao Zhang before waving his hand dismissively. Zhao Fu's addition of excessive spirit stones to the formation resulted in the explosion. The elders have already recognized this. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang finally grasped the situation. Yet even if Zhao Fu had indeed added an excessive amount of spirit stones, how could he have vanished without a trace? Such a large individual could not simply cease to exist. This had to be the doing of Qin Xuan. Even if Zhao Fu had made a mistake, how could he dare to take Zhao Fu's life? Zhao Zhang spoke with an air of arrogance. For years, the Zhao family had exhibited an air of dominance. Even when they were in the wrong, they saw no fault in their actions. Calm down, he's merely a young lord from a lesser region. Once he enters the Tsunqing sect, we shall have ample opportunities to deal with him. Sun Hao remarked, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang's spirits lifted. Indeed, once this young man entered the Tsunqing sect, they would have plenty of time to deal with Qin Xuan. While the Zhao family may not possess absolute power, their intricate connections would easily allow them to handle a mere Qin Xuan. Very well. We shall wait until he enters the sect to take action. Meanwhile, the leading elder cleared his throat and surveyed the crowd below. All right, you inner sect disciples. Escort those who did not pass the assessment away. Those who passed, follow me. With that, the elder stepped into the adjacent formation. It appeared that the assessment on this side had concluded. The first round tested physical endurance, the second examined mental fortitude, and the third assessed combat prowess. Yet, it remained uncertain what the final round would entail. Chapter 91, the crimson flame slashing the Shenlong. Qin Xuan pondered for a moment before stepping into the formation alongside all the other disciples who had passed. The surrounding lights shifted, and within moments, they found themselves outside a vast mountain range. This sight left Qin Xuan in awe as he gazed at the majestic peaks. From his vantage point, the entire mountain range stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal black dragon coiled upon the earth. Below the mountains, a winding river flowed gracefully by. As Qin Xuan surveyed the area, his attention suddenly froze upon the central part of the mountain range, rendering him motionless. This was indeed the Qianlong mountain range, the very location of our Sanqing sect. Legend has it that a Qianlong once wreaked havoc here, committing countless atrocities. Our sect's founding patriarch, witnessing the chaos caused by the Qianlong, intervened and slew the beast. Thus, the path of the Qianlong was named, and later, after traveling the world, the patriarch established our Sanqing sect upon this transformed mountain range. Beside him, an inner sect disciple proudly recounted this history. By the way, our patriarch used a crimson divine weapon to slay the Qianlong. Of course, that is merely a legend. As he concluded, the inner disciple realized he may have exaggerated and promptly fell silent. The other disciples who had passed the previous trials chuckled, clearly skeptical of the tale. However, Qin Xuan remained entranced, fixated on the center of the mountains, his fists trembling with suppressed energy. In his vision, a crimson beam of light soared into the sky from the heart of the mountain range. This pillar, towering thousands of feet high, seemed to entwine a celestial dragon within its radiance. In the distance, it appeared to resemble a red longsword. Boom! As he gazed upon the light, Qin Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Almost instinctively, he took a few steps toward it. No! At that critical moment, the spirit-refining cauldron within him stirred suddenly, as if a cascade of ice water had been poured over him, snapping him back to reality. That was close. Qin Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was a crucial examination. Should he rush toward the beam, others would undoubtedly suspect him. Despite his profound yearning for the object within the light, he forced himself to suppress his desire. No matter how extraordinary it appeared, now was not the time for such thoughts. Though his heart raced, Qin Xuan gritted his teeth and held on. It was only when the crimson beam gradually dissipated that the spirit-refining cauldron finally settled down, allowing him to regain his composure. Clearly, legends may not be mere fabrications. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the other disciples participating in the examination were eagerly focused on the elders and inner sect disciples ahead. Evidently, apart from him, none had witnessed that colossal beam of light obscuring the heavens. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, Qin Xuan pretended to be oblivious and followed the other disciples. Yet, within him, a storm of thoughts brewed. Setting aside everything else, the mere existence of the beam that pierced the heavens was enough to attest to the extraordinary caliber of the weapon. Moreover, even the spirit-refining cauldron had reacted to it. According to the words of the Xuanji Empress, the spirit-refining cauldron was not yet able to fully unleash its former power. The fact that it trembled indicated that the weapon's rank was at least at the level of a sacred artifact. Perhaps even beyond. With this notion in mind, Qin Xuan's thoughts took a different turn. Although the beam soon vanished, he understood that since only he, accompanied by the spirit-refining cauldron, had witnessed it, there was great potential for him. Clenching his fists, Qin Xuan resolved that he must join the Sanqing sect. With this determination, he turned his gaze forward. Not far ahead, a group of inner sect disciples and a middle-aged elder clad in white awaited them. "Greetings, Elder Yukuan." The elders who had accompanied Qin Xuan hurriedly approached to pay their respects. It was evident that this elder held significant standing within the sect. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed elders. I shall oversee the final qualification selection," Elder Yukuan stated, then turned to the gathered disciples. "You have all passed the first 3 trials, demonstrating your capabilities in these areas. The next challenge is the final hurdle for selection into our Sanqing sect, the talent assessment." Finally, it was upon them. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. Every sect must evaluate the talent of its disciples. If the previous trials assessed the present, the final trial would measure the future. The Sanqing sect's selection process would undoubtedly weigh heavily on talent. Without sufficient aptitude, the sect would not accept them. "Step forward." Elder Yukuan gestured for the disciples to advance. Soon, hundreds followed him to the foot of the mountain gate. With a wave of his hand, a small white jade staircase emerged from within, swiftly enlarging before the assembled crowd. Our Sanqing sect possesses a remarkable artifact known as the Ascending Spirit Steps, comprising 9 levels. A relic left by our founding patriarch. Every disciple entering the sect must ascend these steps, and the number of levels reached will determine their eligibility to join the Sanqing sect. To enter the sect, one must ascend at least 3 levels. Only by standing on the 3rd step can one prove their talent meets our selection criteria. To gain entry into the inner sect, one must reach the 6th level or higher. Those below the 6th level can only enter the outer sect. However, even our outer sect disciples are far stronger than inner disciples or direct disciples of smaller sections. Should anyone ascend to the 9th level, they will qualify to become a direct disciple. Though qualifying does not guarantee acceptance, further selection is required. I hope that some among you can reach the 9th level. Elder Yukuan surveyed the eager disciples below. Observing their fervor, he internally shook his head. Given the decision to seal the mountain gate, it was evident that among the disciples gathered here, some were exceptionally gifted. However, such excellence was relative compared to the extraordinary talents of previous generations. These individuals paled in comparison. It seemed unlikely that anyone would reach the 9th level. In recent decades, the number of disciples able to ascend to the 9th level had dwindled. If memory served, the last was Zhao Jingyan, and since then, no one had managed to reach that pinnacle. The sect's decline was evident. Once, the Sanqing sect stood as the undisputed ruler of the Dacian, ranking among the foremost powers in the eastern region. Now, it was merely one of the 5 great sects on the Shenlong path, a clear testament to its waning glory. Shaking off such distractions, Elder Yukuan pointed toward the staircase. Now, proceed in order to participate in the ascent. Chapter 92, The Talent Assessment commences as Yukuan spoke. A disciple participating in the assessment hesitated for a moment before stepping up to the stairs. The instant he set foot on the steps, a radiant light erupted from them. Proceed. Yukuan nodded, signaling the disciple to continue. The disciple, seeing this, suppressed his doubts and pressed on. However, as he approached the 3rd step, an immense force surged from the stairs, flinging him backward. Unqualified. An inner sect disciple beside Yukuan immediately declared that he had failed the assessment. Subsequently, others escorted the disciple away. Next, another disciple approached the stairs.